351. The Confession of the Scumbag 2. Ritsu's heart was a mess. All the information that she heard caused her to be unable to give the right answer. Shishio is dating 4 girls at the same time, and they know each other. The 4 girls allowed Shishio to date them at the same time, and they even knew each other. Ritsu should be confused, but strangely, she understood the feelings of those girls, and she hated her feeling who felt happy when she heard that he could date more girls since that meant, she. Ritsu let out a sigh and wondered why she had to meet him, since if she didn't meet him, she shouldn't feel this feeling that tightened her chest. She should hate him for being a scumbag and playing with women's hearts, but why couldn't she? Ritsu just couldn't understand her feelings, and she didn't want to think, but even if she tried to forget, it would keep reappearing, which made her sigh helplessly. Senpai. Ritsu still maintained her annoyed expression as she stared at Shishio. Frankly, I don't have a good temper. I know I'm a scumbag, but I don't like how you look at me. If you keep looking at me like that, do you want us just to be strangers from now on? Shishio asked flatly. Hearing those words, Ritsu started to cry and wondered whether her position on his heart was just like that. She could be thrown out any time as if she was something disposable. Shishio looked helplessly at Ritsu, who cried and said, "Don't cry, you're the one who hates me, right?" He wiped the tears on her eyes gently with his thumb. "So isn't it better for us not to talk to each other again since you don't like me? I don't hate you." Ritsu was still crying and stubbornly stared at Shishio. His words were cold, but she could feel his hand that was so gentle and warm. She knew that this guy was a scumbag, but how could she hate him? Shishio had helped her to get something that Ritsu had always wanted but was too shy to ask. He helped her make friends, helped her have happy days, and expanded her world. In the past, Ritsu was satisfied with her books, and there was no need to see the world outside, but Shishio reached her and expanded her world, which made her gain something that was more precious than her book collections. "Thanks." Shishio showed a relieved smile when he heard those words. "I am glad that you don't hate me. It's unfair." Ritsu felt that Shishio was unfair since he could show a gentle smile toward her when she wanted to slap him before. Still, Shishio sighed in relief since his acting was good and he could fool Ritsu into believing in his words. Shishio knew that Ritsu's heart was a mess, and if he didn't say anything, she would ignore him without saying anything. However, he didn't like such treatment, so it was better to determine what she wanted to do now. Either Ritsu wanted to continue or just cut the relationship between the two. However, his strategy was dangerous, and it was a double-edged sword. Shishio didn't want to cut his relationship with Ritsu, so he tested how strong her feeling toward him was. Still, if he didn't say anything at that time, Ritsu would really cut the relationship between the two, and the two might slowly turn into strangers until they forgot each other's existence. That's why he used a cruel question by asking her whether they should part from now on. People often contradict what someone was told to do. If Shishio had to give an example, it was like when your parents told you to clean up your room during your childhood time. Would you clean up your room if you were told? Some of you did, and some of you didn't. However, even if you did clean up your room, when you were told to clean up, there were these displeased feelings in your heart, right? Shishio used that physiology to solve the emotional entanglement in Ritsu's heart. He told her that it was better to cut the relationship between the two, which made Ritsu not want to cut their relationship. With this question, there was no way for their relationship to be cut. Stage 2 had passed, and now, Shishio needed to answer the problem in Ritsu's heart and end this confrontation with the best solution. Everyone should be waiting. Should we go back now? Shishio stood up, but his wrist was grabbed by Ritsu again. No, let me ask you one more question, Ritsu said as she stared at Shishio. Shishio hesitated, but after a moment, he nodded. Okay. What are you planning to do with them? Ritsu asked. What do you mean? Shishio asked with some confusion. Are you just playing with them? Ritsu squinted her eyes and asked. Of course not. Shishio shook his head without hesitation and said, I love them. You can doubt anything about me, but don't doubt how deep my feelings are toward the 4 of them. He didn't lie since he wouldn't let any men get the 4 of them in their lives, showing his deep possession toward them. While some people felt the possession feeling was wrong, Shishio didn't think so. Their love was mutual, but even if they had let him 4-time them, he didn't want any other men other than him to get them. It was selfish, but so what? Shishio knew that there had never been fairness in love. People sometimes needed to give more than others, but it didn't mean the love of the others was less. Love is a complicated emotion. Some people say it is unnecessary, while others are ready to kill themselves to show their love. It is an emotion where one can't determine whether one is right or wrong. Shishio couldn't say that he was right, but he also wasn't wrong. He just wanted them, and he had the ability to have them. He might be selfish, but he just didn't want to feel the regret that he felt in his previous life. At least, Shishio was several times better than someone who played with women then fucked them until one got bored. He still felt the responsibility to take care of his women, not someone who would be irresponsible when one made their woman's stomach bulge. These were his feelings, and even if anyone pointed out to him that he was wrong, he wouldn't waver. Just charge forward and be confident boldly, telling them that he wanted them to be his. If he fails, then okay, he will move on. Fortunately, all of his adventures had been a great success, so he had become a harem king. Ritsu heard Shishio's words somehow, and there was a trace of jealousy in her heart. Then are you going to marry all of them? Shishio looked at the distant crescent moon in the sky for a moment and asked, do you think it is possible to give all of them a marriage in this country? Ugh. Ritsu felt that she was stupid for asking this question since she also knew that polygamy was illegal in this country. You're saying that you love them, and you're serious about them, so if you don't marry all of them, then what are you going to do? I want to marry them, Shishio said without hesitation. Ritsu showed a complicated expression when she saw him say something like that with a straight face. If it was someone else who said it, she might laugh, but at this moment, she just felt jealous. But polygamy is illegal, right? What are you going to explain to their parents? What about there were many problems that they were going to face if Shishio decided to marry them? You know, even if you don't marry them, isn't it, all right? Ritsu suddenly said. She wasn't sure why she needed to say this, but it just came out of her mouth. However, her words were right since there was no need for Shishio to marry all of them. It was a crime to have polygamy in this country, but if you just dated many girls at the same time, no one said anything. Shishio knew that Ritsu was right, but could he just give up just because someone said so? But even so, I won't give up, Shishio said naturally. But, marriage is still impossible, Ritsu said again, trying to remind him of the reality. Yes, for some people, it is impossible, but if you are told to give up by someone just because it is impossible, will you do it? Shishio asked. Ritsu couldn't say anything to refute it. Some people might say yes, but I won't, Shishio said without hesitation. It won't be easy. Isn't that good? What? Something that can be easily obtained can't be appreciated, but if it is something hard, then I believe that my feelings for them won't change until I pass away. On the other hand, I can see their feelings toward me who can wait for me until I can marry all of them legally. Shishio looked at Ritsu and said, Senpai, I might be a scumbag, but I won't be irresponsible toward my actions. Ritsu looked at Shishio and wanted to say something, but she couldn't since she could see that he was serious. No matter how long it was, Shishio wouldn't give up. Ritsu wanted to say something that she had always kept in her heart, but... Senpai, thank you. Shishio was grateful for Ritsu and said, do you want to ask me something again? Could she be part of that group? Ritsu wasn't sure, but she was afraid to ask. No. Ritsu shook her head and said, I will watch over you. If you dare to hurt them, then I'll be the first one who slaps you until death. Shishio looked at Ritsu for a moment and said, yes, please slap me to death at that time. They looked at each other before they laughed. Should we go back now? Shishio asked. Yeah. Ritsu nodded after a moment of hesitation. They could feel that their relationship had become closer, but Ritsu felt that the direction wasn't something that she wanted to. However, right now, it's okay like this. Yes, it was enough. Ritsu felt that it wasn't good to be greedy and felt that everything was alright. As long as we can stay like this, then it's okay. Ritsu kept repeating herself, but then she saw him stop in front of her. What's wrong, senpai? Shishio asked. Nothing. Ritsu shook her head with her usual cold expression. Okay, just tell me if you don't feel okay. Shishio knew why Ritsu showed such an expression, but he wasn't ready for the next girlfriend. He needed to wait for a few months or so before he could chew down his food, or else he would have a stomachache from overeating. Also, he knew that it might be cruel, but her position on her heart wasn't that important. Shishio threw the matter of Ritsu aside and decided to spend a lovely night with Shina in his room, but... Hey, where have you been? Mayumi asked with a complaint. What are you all doing here? Shishio's lips trembled when he saw Shina, Yukinashita, Nanami, Mayumi, Sayaka and all the girls that had followed the trip to Tateyama standing in front of the door of his room. We're going to have a party, you know? Hurry up and open your room. Chihiro said without hesitation. Shishio stared at Chihiro for a moment which caused her to blush and look away. He then looked at Shina, who was in a daze as usual, but he could also see that she also sighed slightly. He also sighed in disappointment, but what could he do? Next time, I'll only bring my girlfriends. Next time, Shishio might be able to do 7-some with Shina, Nana, Miu, Saki, Roberta and Mai. Shishio anticipated that future, so he decided to be patient for a while. Hey? Why are you with Riken? Sayaka suddenly asked with some confusion. However, Shishio wouldn't let everyone question what he was doing with Ritsu, so he quickly said, Alright, let's have a blast tonight. Oh! They shouted excitedly and entered Shishio's room at the same time. Tonight, they had a blast. 352, Lie. Sipping the warm black coffee in his hand, Shishio watched the sun slowly rise to the sky. It was just after dawn, and he had just come back from the public bath, warming up his body. If possible, Shishio just wanted to enjoy the hot spring in his room since there was a private pool inside. However, whether it was Shina, Yuki Nashida, Ritsu, Misaki, Nanami, Mayumi, Chihiro, Hiratsuka, or Roberta, all of them slept in his room together, which made him sigh. The only people who didn't sleep in his room were Ryu Inosuke and Shiro-san, who were male, and Sayaka, who returned to her room secretly. Shishio didn't feel surprised why Sayaka decided to return since he knew that there were many things that he needed to do. However, Shishio just wanted to complain since he just couldn't enjoy his night with Shina and Roberta. His plan to have a threesome had failed, which made him sigh. Shishio might feel disappointed, so he woke up quite early and decided to go to the bath. Frankly, he came early to the public bath at dawn because he thought it would be empty. However, he didn't expect that there would be some women staff members who were in charge on the night shift. If the women staff was a young woman, Shishio wouldn't hesitate to refuse, but the women staff were mature women, and all of them were in his strike zone. They offered to wash his back, and it took all of his will to refuse. Still, after the bath, Shishio talked with them and heard their complaint about the hotel management since the mature woman mostly got the night shift, and the young woman staff got the morning shift, which was unfair. While Shishio didn't mind listening to their complaint, he could feel that their distance became closer and closer, and their alluring smell invaded his sense of smell. They even stared to press their bodies into him and talked right into his ears, feeling the warmth of their breath. They're in the heat. With his enhanced sense of smell, Shishio could tell that their bodies were in heat, and he was also in the heat, but he knew that it was impossible for them to step into the next step since someone called his name. Shishio-kun. The mature women staff turned their heads and saw a beautiful girl with long brown hair. You have woken up, Nanami. Shishio's face didn't change even when Nanami was there. The mature women staff also didn't panic when they saw Nanami and joked around for a bit, kissing Shishio's cheeks before leaving with a happy smile. Shishio rubbed his cheek, feeling the warmth of their lips, and thought that those women really took advantage of him. Still, they brought him quite a trouble since he saw Nanami, who puffed her cheeks as she stared at him. Shishio-kun. Nanami stared at Shishio and said, I think that you should take care of yourself more. Sorry, I won't do it again. Shishio lied without batting his eyes and said, but I'm lonely, waking up alone in the dawn. If you're lonely, then you can call me, Nanami said without hesitation, but she then realized how misleading her words were. Her face flushed, and she started to panic. She wanted to explain something, but the more she talked, the more incoherent her words were. Shishio looked at Nanami for a moment and asked simply, so, can you accompany me now? Nanami stopped, but she nodded shyly. Oh okay. Shishio stood up after finishing his coffee and grabbed Nanami's hand without hesitation. Nanami looked at the hand that Shishio held, and all the unhappiness in her heart disappeared. Still, if Shishio knew what Nanami was thinking, he would think that this girl was so easy. Where are we going, Shishio-kun? Nanami asked. His footsteps were light as if matching her steps. Beach. Beach. Nanami was surprised, but she nodded with a smile. Okay. The sun hadn't fully risen, and the sky was still orange, but everything could be seen clearly, whether the sand, the ocean, or the cat that slept lazily on the asphalt. It might be ordinary for the people who lived in this place, but for Shishio and Nanami, it was something special. Ugh. Still, Nanami felt that it was quite cold. Is it cold? Shishio asked. No, it's all right. Nanami shook her head, showing that she was all right. Shishio looked at this girl speechlessly and said, let's sit over there. Okay. Nanami nodded. Shishio found the sand that wasn't wet and told Nanami to sit down first. She just followed his words, but she didn't expect that he would suddenly sit behind her and hug her waist without hesitation. What? Shishio-kun, what are you? Her face was red and flustered by her sudden action. I felt cold. Share your warm body, Nanami. Shishio rubbed his face against Nanami's neck and said, you're so warm, Nanami. Geez. Nanami was helpless, but she knew that this guy had tried to warm her up since she had felt quite cold before. Still, it feels warm. As their bodies hugged against each other, she didn't feel cold anymore, and the temperature was just right, but even so, she still reprimanded him. Don't tell me you wanted to come here just to do this. Shishio only laughed with a smile which caused Nanami to sigh helplessly. Even if this guy took advantage of her, it was hard to get angry at him since his every action made her happy. Still, if Shishio was asked what he wanted to do, then he wanted to bring her to the hot spring pool together, taking a bath together, but he knew that it was impossible since the girls invaded his room. Nanami. His voice was deep, and Nanami could feel the desire from his body. She turned her head and looked at him helplessly before she let out a sigh and said, "It'll be bad if someone sees us." "So, is it okay if someone doesn't see us?" Shishio asked with a smile. I didn't mean that." Nanami flustered and became annoyed when she saw him laugh. "It isn't funny." "It might not be funny, but I have always loved to see your flustered expression." Shishio took Nanami's slender and soft hands, rubbing them gently with his hands. He could see that she became furious and wanted to scold him. Usually, he would kiss her so she wouldn't get angry, but this time, he whispered, "You're so cute, Nanami." This morning, Nanami didn't tie her hair into her usual ponytail, and she let her hair straight, reaching her back, giving her a different charm that she usually showed. If he had to give an example, then Nanami was like his friendly neighborhood girl, who would wake him up every morning and make him a bento every day since his parents were working overseas. That's how it should be in the normal harem romance story, but this was a scumbag story, so there was more than one girl who would give him a bento or wake him up. "Geez, you're always like this." Nanami just felt that Shishio was unfair since he had always teased her and flirted with her, which made her just not want to separate from him, even though he told her to choose whether she wanted to play around or get serious. Right now, Nanami wanted to ask how Shishio felt about her. "Do you love me?" Such a simple question, and it was easy to answer. However, Nanami couldn't ask such a question since she was afraid to hear the answer. "What's wrong, Nanami?" Shishio asked. Nanami didn't hesitate and kissed Shishio's lips since she knew how perceptive he was, and she was afraid for him to notice the anxiety inside her heart. Shishio was surprised, but he closed his eyes and enjoyed the kiss. MNHH. Nanami moaned lightly when her lips were nibbled, and his tongue invaded her mouth. She felt that no matter how many times they did it, the kiss they shared had always been special, and as expected, it erased all the anxiety on her heart. As they parted their lips, Nanami panted, but she kept staring at him and said, "More, Shishio-kun." Shishio was stunned, but he didn't hesitate and gave her another kiss. The morning temperature might be cold, but the temperature on their bodies also increased as they kissed each other, causing their clothes to be sweaty. When Nanami lost her breath, they parted their lips, and she let out a comfortable sigh while resting her forehead against his shoulder. "Shishio-kun." "I have decided." Shishio raised his eyebrow and asked, "What have you decided?" Nanami looked at Shishio with a gentle smile and said, "Let's just play around." Shishio looked at Nanami with a stunned expression. "Why?" "The answer is obvious, right?" Nanami let out a helpless sigh and said with contempt, "You're a scumbag that can't love me wholeheartedly. Do you think that I'll date you seriously?" Shishio wanted to complain, but he just couldn't say anything since Nanami was right. He was a scumbag, but how could he accept this? "But it's not, but..." Nanami put her index finger against Shishio's lips, showing a determined expression, and said, "Listen to me, Shishio-kun. I'll be lying if I don't feel affection toward you, but right now, I'm also busy thinking about my dream to become a CEO. I don't want to fail, and that's why." She took a gentle breath as she kissed his lips for a moment. "It's enough like this." "Enough?" "Yes." Nanami nodded and said, "Also, I don't want you to hold back, and if possible, can we also do that too?" "Do what?" Shishio asked while blinking his eyes. Nanami slapped Shishio's thigh without hesitation and snorted. "Don't tease me." She knew that this guy must have understood her, but he pretended that he didn't know to tease her. "Are you sure?" Shishio raised his eyebrow. Nanami nodded shyly. Shishio looked at Nanami, and he knew that he should feel relief when he heard that she wanted to play around since he didn't need to take responsibility for what he was going to do to this girl, but why couldn't he? As if Nanami could see that Shishio was about to say something again, she shut his mouth again with her lips. Feeling her lips against his, Shishio thought he needed to do it slowly. They kept kissing each other as if they couldn't get enough of each other. Still, if they parted just like this, Shishio knew that the situation would be awkward, so... "Still, as my maid, you dared to call your master a scumbag? How am I going to punish you?" Nanami heard his threat as they parted their lips, which made her helpless, but strangely, there was some expectation. What are you going to do with me?" "I'm going to do something that you can't imagine. Just watch when we go back." Shishio nibbled Nanami's earlobe gently, which caused her body to shudder in the strange sensation that she had never felt before. Shishio-kun." Her face was flushed by his sudden action, and she felt excited about what he was about to do to her. She moved closer, snuggled into his chest, and felt contentment. Nanami might lie to her feelings that she wanted to play around with him, but even so, she didn't lie when she loved to be with him and loved what he did to her. This was a lie. However, Nanami was happy with this lie since she could be with him. "I love you, Shishio. Nanami thought as she watched the sunrise with him. As Nanami felt that she had made the right choice, Shishio had a complicated emotion as he hugged this girl tightly. Shishio-kun. Nanami looked at Shishio curiously. Shishio rubbed his face on her neck and said, next time, tie your hair to ponytail again. Geez. Nanami sighed helplessly. Neither of them talked anymore, enjoying their time together since they had a limited time together. This relationship might be a lie, but Shishio would change it soon. No, I'll make sure you change your decision. Shishio thought as he smelled her lily-like smell from her hair. 353, Blue Sky. Shishio and Nanami spent as long as they could on the beach together, enjoying their time together. While Shishio knew why Nanami had decided to make such a decision, he also knew how stubborn she was. If he forced their relationship, she would become even stubborn, and their relationship would become awkward. Shishio knew how to handle Nanami's problem, but before that, he needed to take care of the problems that she kept inside her heart. However, before that, Shishio needed to think about how to punish this naughty maid so she wouldn't fight her master again. Still, Shishio knew that there was another girl that he needed to face since he knew that this girl had been listening to his conversation with Ritsuo before. Let's do it slowly. After the sun rose quite high, Shishio and Nanami returned reluctantly, but it couldn't be helped since they wanted to keep their relationship a secret. However, many of them were still sleeping when they returned and hadn't woken up. In the end, many of them had only woken up at 9. So, where are we going after this? Mayumi asked. Their trip would end tonight, and they couldn't stay in the hotel again, but even so, they still wanted to go somewhere. I'd thought about going to either Tateyama Castle or Mount Nakajiriyama. Shishio wanted to dive, but considering the weather of the sea was 3 months late, then the temperature of the sea should be frigging cold now. Truthfully, there weren't many things on Tateyama, and the thing that interested him was either Tateyama Castle or Mount Nakajiriyama. In the Tateyama Castle, they could watch over the castle, observe it, and try a replica of samurai armor in the 1600s. On the other hand, there was something interesting about Mount Nakajiriyama. What's so interesting about that mountain? Hiratsuka asked. What's so interesting? If I have to say, then it should be the scenery of Chiba and Tokyo from the high place. There are also many huge Buddha statues, and lastly, there's also a view of hell, Shishio said dramatically. View of hell. Their expression changed when they heard about the view of hell, and they showed an interest. However, we're going to climb a mountain, right? Ryu Unosuk asked in a frown. It wasn't that he was going to brag, but his stamina wasn't his strong point. Instead, he was weak since he had always stayed in his room, becoming a shut-in most of the time. You don't need to worry. I won't mention this place if there isn't something that helps you to climb since we have many people who don't have much stamina. Shishio glanced at Shina, Ritsu, Yukinashita, Misaki, Mayumi, and Sayaka. Those girls quickly looked away when they noticed Shishio's gaze. As for Sayaka, Shishio knew that this girl's stamina was high since she was living on the farm, but she didn't want to sweat since it might destroy her makeup. Sayaka, who kept her smile, froze for a moment, but she still maintained her smile. No, it's just my imagination, right? Sayaka thought inwardly and kept her sweet smile. Shishio didn't look at Sayaka again, but personally, he was amazed by her makeup skill since Sayaka's makeup skill might not lose to Shina's painting skill. As they ate their breakfast, they talked for a moment before they made their decision on where they would go today. I can't believe that I'm going to climb on the mountain. Ryu Unosuk said grimly. He was just a weak shut-in. How could he climb a mountain? You're not going to climb the mountain. We're going to ride on the ropeway. Shishio looked at Ryu Unosuk and said, if you're worried, after Golden Week, how about you join my morning workout? If you don't maintain your health, you might have trouble with your back in the future. Unlike Shina, he couldn't bring Ryu Unosuk on the night exercise, not that he wanted to either. Let me worry about that problem in the future. His principle was simple. It was just a problem in the future, so Ryu Unosuk decided to worry about that problem in the future. Okay, don't cry in the future if you have trouble when having sex in the future. Shishio didn't care much and walked away. However, Ryu Unosuk opened his eyes wide before he blinked his eyes and looked toward the sky, letting out a long sigh. After they bought the ticket for the ropeway, they entered the car together as they watched over the scenery through a high place. Shina and Misaki pressed their faces together against the window as they watched the forest, sea, and many other things that they could see, which amazed them somehow. Shishio took pictures one after another until someone asked him a question. Shishio. What's wrong, Chihiro-ne? If we climb up by foot, how long are we going to reach the summit? Chihiro asked curiously. It might be because she stayed in the city for a long time that this scenery interested her. It should be an hour or so, Shishio said. 1 hour. Their lips trembled when they thought they needed to climb up for an hour. Shishio shook his head and thought that the trend of mountain girl hadn't come yet, so their reaction was quite normal. It might be an hour, but you'll see many interesting sceneries. For example, Hirotsuka asked. There are beautiful quarry ruins and 1,500 Arhat statues with each have a unique facial expression. Shishio thought that it was quite interesting when he thought about how those people in the past were able to build such an amazing thing in the past. After all, unlike today, where there were many convenient tools, in the past, they could only use their hands and manual tools to create all of the wonderful creations. Still, Shishio also didn't feel surprised at why they were about to create those things since, in the past, there wasn't any interesting entertainment besides sex. If they didn't have a woman, they could only bite their lips and sleep. Also, in the past, science wasn't so developed, so people were more religious and often linked everything, whether it was a disaster or a blessing, into divine-related matters such as deity, God, and many other things, which was why they could create so many Buddha statues in this mountain. Before long, they arrived at the peak, and they could see the view of hell that was so famous on this mountain. The view of hell is a vertigo-inducing top lookout point. It gets its evocative name from the chills and wobbly feeling you get when you look out over the landscape stretching out to the horizon and realize all there is between you and the canyon floor below is a thin metal railing. Mayumi, who saw the view of hell, didn't hesitate to bring everyone there with a smile. Wait! Wait! Mayumi-san, don't bring me there! Ritsu cried out. While they were nervous, they also tried to stand on the view of hell, and they must admit it gave them a chill. However, Shishio was quite nervous and hugged Shina's waist since this girl stretched out her head, looking down from the summit. Do you like it, Mashiro? Shina nodded and said, it's interesting. Shishio thought that Shina was a challenger, and he thought they might try to do it outdoors next time since this girl loved nature so much. While the view of hell was interesting, there were many interesting things on the top of the mountain of Nakajiriyama, such as the biggest Buddha statue, and there were also thousands of Wanigai Jizo statues that could grant someone's wish. Shishio, take a picture. Mayumi said excitedly. Shishio somehow had become the photographer of everyone, especially after they saw the result of the photos. Oga, where did you learn photography? Hirotsuka asked. Kyoto, Shishio said simply. Hirotsuka wondered whether there were so many things in Kyoto that Shishio could learn many unique things there. While they enjoyed the scenery there, Shina also drew many things in this place. Shishio sat down on the bench as he checked the photos he had taken. Here. Thanks. Shishio didn't look up and took the can of cola before he drank it. How are the photos? Yukinashita asked as she sat next to Shishio. It's great. Shishio showed the photo to Yukinashita and said, look, your smile is beautiful here. Yukinashita was stunned by Shishio's sudden praise, which made her blush, but then she looked at the photo that he had taken and became even stunned when she saw herself smiling happily there, playing with the stray cat that she found on the mountain. You really love cats, senpai. Yukinashita pouted and felt quite annoyed. Do you think it is a problem? No, it's your free choice to love a cat or not, and personally, I also love a cat too. His girlfriend was like a cat, so Shishio loved a cat, and he even kept it on the Sakurasu. As for Hikari, the cat that Sorita picked up, it was being taken care of by his people, so there was no need to worry. Now that you mention it. Shishio suddenly remembered his promise to Yukinashita and said, we have promised to visit the cat cafe, right? How about at the end of Golden Week? However, he didn't receive a response. Senpai. Shishio-kun. Yes. You date more than one girl, right? Yukinashita said as she looked into his eyes. She just happened to hear the conversation that Shishio had with Ritsu, and the content of that conversation was just unbelievable. She should tell him that it was wrong and scold him, but she just couldn't, especially after hearing all of the contents until the end. It wasn't a good habit to eavesdrop, senpai, Shishio said with a sigh. I have to apologize to you for that, but I want to confirm from your mouth, Yukinashita said and kept staring at Shishio. Yes. I'm a scumbag. Shishio nodded calmly and said, you must have heard everything, right? So I don't need to explain to you again why I decided to do this. Yukinashita opened her mouth then closed it again. Her feelings conflicted, especially after hearing the conversation between Shishio and Ritsu. There was a silence between them until Shishio broke that silence. Senpai, I'd have a lot of fun with you. Whether it was our meaningless talk or the time we just stayed in the clubroom without doing anything. Frankly, our first meeting had always been weird whether it was at the entrance of the school, the corridor, or at the convenience store. Shishio's expression was quite awkward when he thought about his every meeting with Yukinashita since all of them had always been weird. Yukinashita's expression was also quite awkward, but then her expression became warm since even though their meeting had always been awkward, it was unforgettable for her. Senpai, while I know that it is selfish, I hope that your attitude toward me won't change. Shishio felt it was impossible, but he just wanted to try it. Also, please don't fall in love with me. Yuki Nashida didn't say anything for a moment before she looked at Shishio. You don't need to worry. My attitude toward you has never changed. You have always been a pervert in my heart. Shishio. I won't say anything about your relationship with many girls since the others have already scolded you, but let me remind you, if you hurt them, then I'll cut down the thing between your legs. Yuki Nashida stared at Shishio's little brother. Shishio squeezed his legs as he nodded. The last thing that I won't do in this life is to hurt my women. Yuki Nashida nodded, but then she snorted and said, also, you don't need to worry and don't be too narcissistic. I won't fall in love with a scumbag like you. Shishio blinked his eyes and then smiled. That's good to know. I'm glad to have you as a friend, senpai. Shishio, come here. Take a picture of us. Shishio looked in the direction of Chihiro, who called him out. You should go there, Yuki Nashida suddenly said. Is that all right? Shishio asked. What are you asking me for? Yuki Nashida raised her eyebrow and said, I'm just your friend, so you don't need to think too much about me. It's because you're my friend that I care about you, right? Shishio said weirdly. Yuki Nashida looked at Shishio for a moment and said, okay, don't forget about our appointment at the cat cafe. Okay, I'll call you then. Shishio stood up then walked toward Chihiro. Yuki Nashida looked at Shishio's back that slowly moved further before she looked toward the blue sky. It was beautiful scenery, but somehow it felt lonely since it was far away. As Shishio had explained about reverse physiology before. When someone tells you not to do it, you have an urge to do that thing. Still, with that conversation, their holiday on Tateyama was about to end. 354, Mess Me Up. After their visit to Mount Nakajiriyama, they went to various places in Tateyama before returning to Sakurasu. Their trip was enjoyable, and everyone was having fun. Still, among them, there were some people with complicated emotions. However, as women, they had always been good at masking their emotions, so no one realized the change in their emotions except for Shishio and Shina. What's wrong, Shishio? Shina asked when they were alone. It's okay. We just talked to each other, Shishio said as he patted Shina's head. But... Shina hesitated, but Shishio moved behind her, hugged her waist gently as he pressed his waist against her soft butts, and whispered, when we go back, let's go to my room later. I just can't wait. Her words stopped, and she forgot all of the questions that she wanted to ask when she heard his words. Shishio didn't hide his lust, and he just wanted to make out with Shina right away, but his reason told him not to since there were many people beside them. His plan to make out with her at the hotel last night had failed because of everyone, but tonight, he couldn't wait anymore. Shina felt her body on fire, her spine straight up, as she nibbled her lower lip. Shishio. She could feel the hard thing on her back, and her ear was bitten by him. She had always been the one who bit him, but it gave her a strange sensation when he bit her, and frankly, it wasn't bad. You have always bitten me. It was my revenge. Shishio kissed her cheek tenderly, hugging her like an anaconda squeezed its prey, then whispered in a deep voice, let's go back. I can't walk. Shina's legs were so weak from the pleasure. Shishio thought that he needed to hold back until they reached home. After they ate the traditional foods in the areas, they started their journey back to Sakurasu as they talked to each other. Their trip back to Sakurasu was safe and quite fast. Hiratsuka and Yuki Nashida didn't go back immediately. Instead, they checked the pictures taken by Shishio with everyone. Still, whenever they saw the photos, they wondered how the scenery could be so beautiful when they were taken by his camera. He should reach a professional level, right? They thought at that moment. Shishio-kun, can you send me the photo to my email? Shiro-san asked since he could see that those photos could use those pictures for an idea of his novel. Okay. Shishio nodded readily. Shishio, can you give me the picture too? Sayaka asked since she didn't expect her image on camera to be so beautiful. Yes. Then one by one, they also asked something similar. Only Ryu Unosuke returned to his room since he needed to rest and didn't want to stay in crowded places any longer, which made them speechless. After talking for a while, Hiratsuka and Yuki Nashida decided to go back. Shishio decided to send them outside when everyone still looked at the photos that he had taken. As they walked out, Shishio said, by the way, sensei. Don't forget about our bet. Before, they had made a bet that if Shishio could get first rank in his entire grade, Hiratsuka would treat him to the best ramen. He had won the bet, so he was waiting for his reward. Now that you mention it. Hiratsuka, of course, remembered, but she didn't really want to bring Yuki Nashida with her when she treated Shishio the best ramen. Are you free tomorrow? She didn't have any plans since she was single, and after she returned, she might either sleep or just play games. It was a lonely life, but what could she do? Yuki Nashida didn't say anything, only stared at the two of them. Sorry, I might be busy during this golden week, maybe after school starts. Shishio apologized. Even though he was the one who reminded Hirotsuka, he didn't have time during Golden Week. Hey? What are you doing in Golden Week? Hirotsuka asked with a frown, but then she remembered that his identity wasn't a normal student. Business. Yet. Shishio nodded without changing his face, but he noticed Yuki Nashita kept looking at him, so he could only smile and said, "See you later, senpai." Yuki Nashita looked at Shishio with a thoughtful gaze and nodded. "See you later, Shishio-kun." Hirotsuka felt weird by their interaction, but Yuki Nashita didn't give her a chance to talk. "It has gotten quite late. Let's go back, sensei." "Okay." After a moment of hesitation, Hirotsuka nodded since it was really late. Hirotsuka and Yuki Nashita excused themselves then returned home. Shishio then locked the door of Sakurasu before he took a bath and returned to his room, but when he entered his room. "How long are you two here?" Shishio asked curiously as he locked the door of his room. Of course, he had realized that they were inside his room with his enhanced sense of smell, especially when he smelled how aroused they were. Sheena was sitting on the floor as she held her drawing book. Roberta also sat near Sheena while looking at Shishio silently. The two of them looked at Shishio subtly when he locked the door without hesitation. They could perceive his plan, and then they looked at each other for a moment before they nodded. They also had this plan before since they knew how beast this guy was, so if this guy initiated it, they also didn't intend to reject him since their bodies were burning hot, and they needed him to relieve it. Their bodies were at the limit, and they just left everything to their desire and pleasure tonight. "I'm going to come. Shishio-sama. Shishio-sama." Shishio grabbed Roberta's huge ass and didn't let it go until he released all of his semen inside. Roberta was all for as she bit the sheet of the bed, trying to hold her moan, but she couldn't hold any more and cried out in pleasure as she felt something hot entering her womb. Her back arched, and her eyes were out of focus as she felt the hot liquid spurting inside her. "Anne." Roberta let out a loud cry as she lay weakly on the bed and panted. Her hair was a mess, and her face was flushed. Her body quivered as a white liquid dripped out from her honeypot. Shishio took out his hard phallus that was glazed with translucent liquid from Roberta's before he moved it toward the mouth of two women who lay weakly on the bed with hollow eyes. As his phallus got near their lips, they opened their lips subconsciously and started to lick it as if it was the most delicious thing in the world. Shishio then sprayed another white liquid into their faces, marking them as his. Shishio took his t-shirt and wore it as he looked at the time. His lips twitched since it was almost midnight, and he directly took his phone. He could see many missed calls and texts sent by one girl he had made an appointment with. He quickly replied, then sighed since he wondered whether she was still waiting for him. While, of course, Shishio remembered his promise to come to this girl's home after the trip, there was no way that he could leave Roberta and Sheena right away. After all, they had just been doing something pleasant, and it was their first threesome, so he felt that it was quite strange for him to leave so suddenly. But... Shishio. Shishio turned and looked at Sheena and Roberta, who opened their eyes slightly. Their bodies were bare, and neither of them wore any clothes on their bodies, which somehow made his phallus become harder once again. "You're going somewhere?" Sheena asked sleepily. Her voice was tired, and it took all of her will to talk since she just wanted to sleep. "Yes." Shishio then kissed the forehead of Sheena and Roberta and said, "Sorry for leaving you." "Okay." Sheena just slept directly since she was just too tired. "Do you want to do it again, Shishio-sama?" Roberta asked since she could see that his phallus was still hard. "Take a rest first." "I'm sure that you're tired," Shishio said and helped Roberta to take a rest. Roberta didn't force herself and decided to accept his spoil before sleeping directly. Sheena and Roberta slept on Shishio's bed next to each other. Their bodies and faces might be full of sweat, and their hairs were all messy, but even so, their expression was so comfortable when they slept. Shishio kissed them again for the last time before he walked out of his room. He had cleaned up his room, so there was no need to worry if someone suddenly entered the room. Still, he knew that there was someone who had been standing in front of his room. As he opened the door of his room, the door got stuck into something. He then saw that someone had been sitting in front of his door before she moved. Shishio covered the mouth of this person and said, "Calm down, Nanami. Don't make a loud voice." Nanami flushed then glanced at the gap of the door, looking at the lower bodies of two women who slept on the same bed. Even though it was faint, she could also smell a lewd smell coming from his room. Shishio closed the door of his room and let go of his hand from Nanami since she had calmed down. Even though his room might be soundproof, if someone put their ears into the door or wall, even if they didn't want to, they might hear a faint voice of him having sex with Sheena and Roberta. Did you?" Nanami's face flushed. "Yes." Shishio nodded as he observed Nanami. Even though she might be wearing a plain t-shirt, it emphasized her D-cup chest, which was on the verge of breaking out, and her shorts caused her two white thighs to be exposed. Shishio sighed inwardly, wondering why he couldn't be satisfied. Nanamai noticed Shishio's eyes which made her lower her head shyly. So, what are you doing here, Nanamai? Shishio asked plainly, but it made Nanamai's heart tighten. I. Nanamai couldn't say any words since she didn't know what to say. Did you try to eavesdrop? Shishio asked in a whisper. Nanamai couldn't say anything and could only lower her head in silence. Her face was blushing, and her body was trembling since she imagined what kind of things Shishio, Sheena, and Roberta did in his room, and she thought that he was too strong, right? Nanamai observed Shishio secretly and saw him, was still in good shape, even doing it with two women at the same time. Still, Nanamai wasn't sure what to say for a moment until a big hand started to pat her head. Don't do it next time, all right? Shishio patted Nanamai's head gently and said, I'll go out first, Nanamai. Hey? Where are you going? Nanamai, who felt comfortable by his pat, quickly asked. Well, I have made a promise with someone, Shishio said subtly. Nanamai opened her mouth, but then she closed it again, but she grabbed the hem of his shirt. What's wrong? Shishio asked. What to do? Nanamai did this subconsciously, but she wasn't sure what to do after this. Shishio looked at Nanamai for a moment, then hugged her gently, then whispered, you should go sleep. Nanamai put her head on his shoulder before she hugged his neck, and she pulled him, kissing his lips without hesitation. HNMNH. Nanamai put her tongue inside his as she kept sucking his mouth. Shishio. Nanamai felt more comfortable, and all her annoyance disappeared, especially after Shishio started to fight back. They kept kissing for a while until they parted their lips with a string of saliva between their lips. Do you want to do it with me? Nanamai asked as she stared at Shishio. Shishio looked at Nanamai for a moment and didn't expect this girl to be serious. Nanamai kept watching him until her forehead flicked. Ouch! You're my maid. Shishio acted as if he was angry and said, how can you tease your master? Prepare yourself when I get back. I won't let you go at that time. He grabbed her butt's cheek as he traced her lip with his thumb. Ma master. Her eyes were watery as called him with a trembling voice. She bit her lower lip, and she felt that her body was burning and subconsciously rubbed her body against his. Shishio looked at Nanamai and felt that if this girl kept teasing him, then there was no way he would let her go. He kissed her forehead, then messed up her hair and said, sleep first. I have somewhere to go. Nanamai looked at Shishio reluctantly before she nodded. She tidied up her hair, then helped him to go out by locking the door of Sakurasu. Watching his figure slowly disappear, Nanamai knew that their relationship wouldn't be good for her, but she just couldn't escape from him. She knew that it was bad, but she just loved it. Shishio. Nanamai thought that she wanted him to mess her out more, and she had an idea of how to do it. Knock, knock. I'm here. Shishio was right in front of Mai's apartment door and waited for her to open the door, but the person inside is sleeping. Please sleep outside. Shishio could tell that this girl was angry. 355, if you want something, you need to take the initiative. Shishio wasn't surprised by Mai's reaction since he came so late. He had promised to come at 10 at night, but he only arrived at 1 in the morning. Next time, I should come sooner. Shishio made up his mind, but when he thought about Sheena and Roberta, he became giddy again. Still, this wasn't the time to think about perverted thoughts since he needed to handle this matter well. Okay. Leaving such a word, Shishio then mimicked the sound of footsteps that slowly disappeared. If it was someone else, it would be difficult, but he had an enhanced voice that he got from Nanamai, so mimicking various voices was an easy matter for him, and as expected, the door was opened quickly. Wei. Mai opened the door, but she was greeted by Shishio's mischievous smile. Mai was stunned and wanted to say something before she growled and closed the door hurriedly. However, his foot moved fast, and he placed it through the door's gap. He could enter Mai's apartment easily, but this was part of my strategy. Mai, who closed the door with all of her power, felt that the door couldn't be closed since it hit something, but when she was about to see what blocked her door, she heard his cry. Ouch! Ouch! My feet! Mai was surprised, opened the door without hesitation, and quickly asked worriedly, are you all right? The bone in my foot might be broken 1 or 2, Shishio said with a pained expression. Do you think I'm stupid? Mai was annoyed and knew that Shishio had teased her. After all, there was no way his foot could be broken after being hit by the door, right? However, she was still worried after all, so she let him enter. Hurry up and enter, Mai said as she pouted. Thanks. Shishio smiled as he walked normally inside. However, when he entered, Mai suddenly closed the distance between them so that he could even feel her warm breath. Mai, if you're sexually frustrated, wait till we close the door. What if someone sees us? Mai slapped Shishio's arm and asked, why are you so late? She closed the door and locked it as she changed the topic of the conversation without hesitation. She tried to smell his body odor to see whether he was doing something with other girls before she came. If he was, she would be angry after all. He had promised her to come to her apartment after the trip, but he arrived late and played with other girls. Even if Mai's patience was good, she would be angry. Mai knew that Shishio couldn't be her alone, and she was alright with it. However, she wanted him to treasure her by not breaking their promise, and if something happened, she hoped he would call her, not ignore her calls and texts several times. Sorry, there was a problem on the trip before. Shishio then raised the paper bag in his hand and said, I have brought you souvenirs. Do you want some? What did you bring? Mai asked curiously after she took the paper bag. They talked to each other as they entered the apartment. Before Shishio went to Mai's apartment, he sprayed a formula that he created to erase all the scents on his body. He knew that it would take a while to take a bath, especially when Nanamai was around. If he took a bath in that situation, he was sure that Nanamai would enter and try to wash his back and other parts of his body too. If that happened, without a doubt, Shishio would be even late coming to Mai's apartment. Shishio had imagined this problem would happen in the future, so in the past, he made a liquid formula that was able to erase all the scents on his body instantly, and when he went to one of his girlfriends, they wouldn't notice that he was playing with other girls before. While Shishio knew that they might accept this relationship, who would know what they thought in their heart? Shishio knew that people's minds were complex, and unless they had sex with him, anything could happen. As for why have sex? There was no need to explain, right? Still, had he always been such a scumbag? Probably. Anyway, Shishio felt that there was no need to worry too much now since Mai's problem had been settled, and there was something that he needed to do now. Wait a moment, Mai. Right before they were about to enter the living room, Shishio stopped Mai. What's wrong? Before Mai reacted, she was hugged by him. I miss you, Shishio said as he sniffed her hair, feeling that he just wanted to hug her all the time. Mai was stunned again, but she subconsciously hugged him back. She could feel that his arms were warm and this reassuring smell from his body put a smile on her face. She leaned her head against his chest, so he couldn't see how bright her smile was since she didn't want him to get all smug. By the way, have you taken a bath? Mai suddenly asked. Shishio wanted to ask for a kiss, but Mai's question dumbfounded him. Not yet. Then hurry up and take a bath. Mai put on a disgusting face as she tried to get away from Shishio, but even if she said that her strength was weak, and she didn't really intend to get away from his arms. But I haven't eaten anything. Do you have something to eat? Shishio asked as he touched his stomach. Roberta and Sheena drained him, and he didn't eat much for dinner, so he was quite hungry. Still, he wondered whether there was any trouble with his liquid formula. There's some, but it has gotten cold since you came so late, Mai said with a pout. It's okay. I'm sure that it'll be delicious, Shishio said. Then wait a moment, I'll warm up the food for a bit, Mai said and walked out to the kitchen to warm up the food that she had prepared for Shishio. She had been waiting for him and thought to eat dinner together, but he was so late. She didn't want the food to go bad, so she put all of it in the fridge. Shishio sat on the sofa, watching Mai's figure, warming up the dinner. Mai wore a white nightdress that reached her middle thighs, showing off her snow-white shoulders and the straps of her black bra. Shishio was fascinated by her figure, and somehow it made his throat dry, especially when he saw her smooth and straight legs. Her legs weren't thin, and they seemed so soft to touch that he wanted to try a lap pillow on those thighs. While waiting for her, he just kept watching her all the time since she was just beautiful. Why are you looking at me all the time? Mai asked with a blush on her face. I thought that an angel had fallen from heaven, so I just couldn't take my eyes away, Shishio said with a sigh. Mai was dumbfounded again before she snorted annoyedly. Don't say something stupid. Hurry up and help me bring the dishes to the table. She turned her head then hummed happily. Okay, okay. Shishio nodded in a perfunctory manner while looking at the back of this tsundere girl. He helped her to put the food on the table, but before he ate, he looked at Mai and asked, have you eaten yet? Yet. Growl. Let's eat together, Shishio said. No, it's late at night. I need to keep my figure. Mai shook her head without hesitation. It was so late, and she didn't want to get fat. After all, she was about to return to showbiz, and if she became fat, who would want to work with her? It's okay, just eat a bite or two, and if you are worried about your figure, I'll tell you a very effective method to slim down your body, Shishio said subtly. Is there such a method? Mai asked curiously. Of course. Shishio patted his chest and said, you can see Mashiro's figure is nice, right? You should know that she usually spends most of her time on the chair, drawing, and eating sweets most of the time, but her figure is still good. What? Mai was surprised and asked, did you help her to maintain her figure? Yes. Shishio nodded without hesitation as he ate. The taste of the food was okay, but the love from Mai made it even tastier. How did you do it? Mai asked. That. Shishio wanted to say that it was because Sheena had sex with him that her figure had always been good, but there was no way for him to say it. Let's talk about this matter later. He then took the food in front of him with chopsticks and fed it to Mai. Eat first. Mai nodded, then opened her mouth obediently. They had shared many indirect kisses and kissed each other's lips many times, so she didn't mind him feeding her, but inwardly she was shy. However, she was also happy. Mai thought to eat 1 or 2 bites, but she kept eating more together with Shishio while discussing what they did during the holiday. By the way, I'm going to sleep here, right? Shishio asked. Well. Mai was a bit embarrassed, but she nodded. But I don't bring any clothes. Shishio came to Mai's apartment hurriedly, and he only brought souvenirs. He didn't mind sleeping naked, but he wanted to sleep with Mai after all, so if he did naked, he was afraid that she might kick him out. Don't worry. I bought you pajamas. Wait a moment. I'll show it to you. Mai quickly stood up and went to her room to take out the boxer and pajamas she had bought for Shishio. Shishio looked at Mai's back and looked at her thoughtfully. He then stood up and went to the window before he sighed in relief since the convenience store was still open. What's wrong? Mai, who came back, asked. Nothing. Shishio shook his head without hesitation. Well, it doesn't really matter. Check whether it fits you or not. Mai showed the normal pajamas and normal boxer that she had bought. Still, even though it was normal, the quality of those clothes was good, and Shishio could tell that she bought them from a high-end store. It's kind of normal, Shishio said strangely as he checked the pajamas and the boxer. It's better than your weird boxers, Mai said without mercy. Shishio was silent since even though he bought clothes of his style, it was a different matter with the boxers since he still used the ones that were owned by the previous Shishio Oga. When did you buy it? Yesterday. Mai didn't think too much and said, I was pretty free after all, so I went to the department store to buy them. I see. Shishio looked at Mai subtly, which made her embarrassed. Okay, hurry up and take a bath, so we can sleep earlier. Mai quickly said with a blush and pushed him to the bathroom. Shishio nodded hurriedly and went to the bathroom. As for where he would sleep, there was no need to ask since he wasn't stupid and he was a man, so there was no need to ask everything that they were about to do. He needed to take the initiative, or else, no matter how long, he might not be able to eat Mai. However, Shishio, who had just entered the bathroom, didn't expect Mai to take the initiative. Shishio, can I enter too? Please. Shishio didn't hesitate and welcomed Mai to enter the bathroom. Mai was speechless, but she didn't think too much and opened the door of the bathroom slowly. From the opaque door, Shishio could see Mai's silhouette through the door, and as the door was opened, he could see her figure clearly, but he could only sigh since he had expected this. Mai didn't come naked or wrap a towel around her body. Instead, she came in a bikini that perfectly fit her body. Looking at his disappointed face, Mai felt that she had won. Still, when Shishio looked at Mai again, he nodded thoughtfully. This isn't bad at all. Shishio felt that Mai in the bikini wasn't bad, and something started to rise, but it definitely wasn't the shield hero. 356, Bathroom Game. Even though Mai might not be naked at this moment, Shishio couldn't deny that she was so charming. Mai tied her hair in a bun with her usual hairpin on her bangs. She might not have been naked or wrapped her body in a white towel, but she wore a striped white and light blue bikini that showed her beautiful body perfectly. Her breasts seemed to be a perfect size, and they were just right on the palm. They might not be the biggest, and they were just slightly bigger than Sheena, but without a doubt, they were beautiful. However, what attracted him the most was her legs. Her legs were white, straight, and smooth. They were a magnum opus. Even without stockings, every part of her legs was beautiful, especially her toes. How long are you going to look at me? Mai asked with a slightly high-octave voice. Her face was red, either because of the bathroom temperature or from watching Shishio's body. Shishio didn't answer Mai's question for a while, then asked, Mai, are you okay? Hey. Mai was stunned, then frowned. Were you saying that I'm crazy? No, I thought that you had just fallen from heaven, so I wanted to ask whether you were alright, Shishio said mischievously. Mai snorted with a clear smile on her mouth. Stop with your flirtatious words. Do you want me to help you wash your body or not? Still, she was proud that Shishio couldn't look away from her figure. Yes, please. Mai, who heard his answer, could only laugh. It's good that you are true to your desire. Was he going to get embarrassed while asking why she was here? Of course not. Shishio wasn't those virgin indecisive harem protagonists who got embarrassed and looked away when their heroines entered the bathroom. Shishio was a gentleman, and since the woman had given him an offer, why should he reject? Still, Shishio thought that his hard work really paid off since Mai had decided to help, washing his body. But frankly, it took all of his will not to react. Sheena and Roberta might have drained him out tonight, but when he saw Mai, something was about to have a raging reaction again, and he didn't have the confidence to contain this raging reaction. So without a doubt, Hui! Mai, who was about to wash Shishio's back, was stunned when something hard, tall, and big came out from the small white towel around his waist. Her face reddened, and her eyes couldn't look away, especially after she saw something too big. Why does it become so big? Mai quickly questioned Shishio. Don't ask the impossible, Mai. Shishio sighed helplessly and said, you should know how charming you are, and this is a normal reaction. It'll be weird if I don't show a reaction toward you, right? In other words, it is all your fault. How it is my fault? Mai was speechless, but she also knew that this was a normal reaction of men, and frankly, she didn't have disgust. Instead, she watched Shishio's hard phallus that stood proudly as if telling her that it was okay to look at it more. It's alright if you ignore it. You can just continue to wash my back, Shishio said with a flush on her face as the feelings on her hands were transmitted through his back. Mai's hands were slender and soft, and there was an urge that told him to ask her to stroke his phallus. However, even if they were close, it didn't mean that Shishio could ask anything and everything. He needed to set up several stratagems and read her physiological reaction, so Mai could do what he wanted to do in his mind. Shishio wasn't the type that would give up so easily, so he would try if it was possible. How can I ignore it? Mai said in a murmur before she kept looking at his hard thing. While his body was good enough that she wanted to touch it all the time, the hard thing between his legs robbed all of her attention, especially when she could see a pained expression on his face. Is it hurt? It was so big, and it might seem scary since it was so big, but she also felt that it was kind of cute, especially the glands. It seemed delicious, like a lollipop somehow. What? Shishio was confused. I mean, do your thing hurt when it's hard? Her face was so red when she asked this question. It's okay. It doesn't hurt, but I will be lying if I say that it isn't uncomfortable, Shishio answered after a moment of hesitation. Uncomfortable? Hey! Mai murmured as she rubbed his back absent-mindedly and kept observing his hard phallus. How do you usually take care of it? Why you ask? Shishio asked speechlessly. He had a high EQ, and if he told her that Sheena, Roberta, Saki, Rui, and Miu, who usually took care of his thing, without a doubt, this girl would get out of the bathroom without hesitation. But, of course, there was also a possibility that she didn't want to lose and also wanted to try it, but he didn't want to gamble, so he chose the safest choice. Can I? Mai answered with a question, trying to escape his question. I don't really mind, but it will be awkward if I tell you. Shishio said with a strange expression. How? Mai asked. With hands, Shishio said simply. Hands. Mai murmured as she looked at her hand for a moment. Shishio's Adam apple moved as he gulped, then without hesitation, he asked, Can you help me, Mai? Suddenly the bathroom was silent, and only the sound of dripping water could be heard inside. You know, it is somehow different from what I have imagined, Mai suddenly said softly. What did you imagine? Shishio asked curiously. I thought that after I washed your body, we would stay in the bathtub together with you, staying behind, hugging each other while whispering the words of love, but this was part of my blunder since I never thought of the possibility that you would have a raging boner. Mai murmured with a red face. Sorry. It's okay. You don't need to apologize. I know that it is a normal situation, so I'll help you. Shishio thought that Mai didn't want to, but who would expect that she would be ready to help him? He looked at Mai, who seemed shy and flustered, but even so, there was this determination that he could see in her eyes. Somehow Shishio felt slightly guilty, but this was for his future happiness, so he needed to do this. Are you sure? Shishio asked. Don't underestimate me. Mai looked at Shishio straight and said, I'm also your girlfriend, and you have helped me before, so let me help you. She felt that he was looking down on her, thinking she couldn't do it. But who was she? Mai was the most popular child actress during her time. Mai also had her own pride, and of course, after she had decided to do something, she would do it. My help and your help is different, right? Shishio thought and decided to keep his mouth shut since silence was golden in this situation, but he changed his direction and faced Mai, which stunned her. Mai quickly tried to calm herself as she stared at his hard phallus. So, how do I do this? Mai asked curiously, but her eyes couldn't look away from his hard phallus. She observed it from behind before, but this time, it was right in front of her. It's so big. Just stroke it, Shishio said softly. Stroke? Mai looked at Shishio curiously before she nodded and tried to stroke his hard phallus with her slender hand. It's so hot and hard. The moment her hand touched it, she could feel how hot it was and how hard it was, as if there was a bone inside. It might be her instinct, and she was also smart, so she didn't need Shishio's instruction again and moved her hand up and down skillfully. That's great, Mai. It feels good. Shishio let out a comfortable sigh. Really? Mai somehow felt proud, especially when she heard his praise and saw his comfortable expression. She wanted to make him feel better, that was what she thought, and she started to use her other hand to play with his balls. She was smart, and even though she might be a virgin, her knowledge in that area wasn't small, considering she used her free time to learn many things that she was interested in, including sex knowledge. Wait. Shishio was startled when Mai suddenly touched his balls. I'm not going to wait. Mai laughed when she saw his expression, and her movement became faster and more skillful. She was usually being teased by Shishio, so when he was at his mercy, she was unusually proud and happy, but she didn't know that it was part of his game. Then after a while, I'm going to come. What? Mai was confused, but then a cloudy white liquid spurted out from his phallus, dirtying many parts of her face and body except for her hair. She could feel that her body was so hot and the intense smell from the liquid caused her head to go blank. Sorry, Mai, Shishio apologized without hesitation while what he did was deliberate. It was just so good that I couldn't help it. He might have been drained by Roberta and Sheena, but even so, the amount of his semen was still insane. He thought that he would be okay and calm down, but when he saw Mai's hard nipples through her bikini, his phallus became hard once again. It's all right. Mai tried to clean up the cloudy liquid on her face and observed it from her hand, checking it by moving her fingers. She could smell the strange smell from it and how thick it was, but she didn't feel disgusted. Instead, there was a curiosity inside her heart, wondering how it tasted. Sorry, Mai, but can you do it again? Hoo-hoo. Mai awoke and was startled when she saw his thing had become hard again. Why isn't it calmed down? She knew that usually, one would go soft after she let out once, but his thing was still hard. Sorry, I have been so strong, Shishio said helplessly. Strong? Mai looked at Shishio's body from his chest, abs, V-lines, then his hard phallus. She could see just how strong he was from observing his body. She let out a sigh and said, it can't be helped. I'll help you again. Thank you, but isn't it uncomfortable to wear something dirty? Why don't you take off your bikini too? Shishio asked as he stared at her body. Mai blushed then looked at her body that was dirted by Shishio's cloudy liquid. Still, she only realized that her nipples were so hard that they were shown through her bikini. She then glared at Shishio and asked, did you notice them? Yes. Shishio was speechless, but he nodded simply. Mai was speechless, but she started to get sober, and then she asked, I don't mind getting naked, but I'll give you two choices. Even though she might have helped Shishio before, she still felt shy to do it again, especially when she needed to do it while naked, so she asked him to make a choice. Mai also noticed that if this continued, then as long as he asked, she might really do it for him, and she didn't want that since that didn't fit with her personality. I still can't beat him. Mai was helpless. Usually, Mai was in the dominant position, but whenever she was with him, she had always been in the submissive position. It wasn't that Mai didn't like it, but she didn't want to lose to him so easily. What choice? Shishio asked curiously. Either I'll help you to calm it down again, or we'll get into the bathtub together naked, Mai said with a stern expression but with a cute blush on her face. If it was someone else, they might be beaten down and controlled by Mai. However, who was Shishio? Shishio thought for a moment and made up her decision. I'll choose. 357, Bedroom Game. I thought that you were going to ask me to help you more, Mai said with a sigh as she leaned on his chest. Wasn't this what you wanted to do? Shishio sat relaxedly with his back leaning and two of his hands around the edge of the bathtub. He should be relaxed right now, but it was harder than he had thought since she was just so close with him. With Mai sitting between his legs, their skin was touching against each other, and her hair was so close against his nose that her pleasant smell invaded his nasal cavity. It's hard to calm down. More importantly, Mai was naked. If Shishio could calm when Mai was naked, there were only two probabilities. One was that he had an erectile dysfunction, and as for the second, he had gotten used to Mai's body, so he might be tired of it. Shishio had neither of those conditions, so there was no way for him to calm down. It might be possible to calm himself by using Seimekikan, but that was just the appearance, giving him a flaccid phallus. However, his spirit was burning as hot as ever. You're not wrong, but don't be so blunt, okay? Mai murmured with a red face. It might be part of her dream that they would relax in the bathtub together when she had a husband, hugging and flirting with each other. Unfortunately, Mai didn't do this with her husband. Instead, she did this with her scumbag boyfriend. Still, this thing doesn't calm down at all, Mai said with a blush as she grabbed his hard phallus that came out from the surface of the water. If you keep touching it, then it won't calm down, Shishio said with a comfortable sigh since Mai's hands were just so soft. Mai looked at Shishio and said, you pervert. Say someone who was about to lick my semen. Shishio thought, but he was witty, so he didn't say anything. Still, it was different from my imagination. Mai said and kept stroking Shishio's hard phallus with a sigh. She had given him a handjob before, so there was no need to shy away, especially when she loved to see his comfortable expression. Do you want me to calm down or not? Shishio was speechless when Mai started to stroke his little brother again. You don't want to. Mai turned her head slightly, looking at Shishio lazily. No, please. Shishio didn't have any hesitation, but then he asked, so what did you imagine? If you want, we can try to recreate that imagination. Mai looked at Shishio as if she had found the biggest pervert this year. Still, similar to the lap pillow that you had told me before, that hugging each other in the bathtub was different from what people had imagined. There isn't any romance, only lust. Shishio. Shishio took a deep breath, then said, let go of my dick for a bit. Let me calm down. Mai was surprised, but she reluctantly let go of Shishio's phallus. Shishio concentrated and used all of his wills before his phallus slowly grew smaller before turning flaccid. Mai blinked her eyes and saw this situation in surprise. How did you? She stopped when she saw Shishio's pained expression. She couldn't help but blame herself and quickly told him to stop. It's all right. You don't need to force yourself like this. I don't mind it for being hard. Thanks. Shishio didn't hesitate and let go of his control before his phallus grew big and hard instantly. It's amazing. Mai murmured before she continued to play his hard phallus gently like before. If you have something to talk about, why don't we come out from the bathroom there? We can talk in your bed, Shishio said simply. However, Mai curled her lips and thought that this guy was too cunning that he invited her to sleep together subtly in this situation. Well, I plan to sleep with him anyway. Mai didn't say much and agreed. Okay. She was about to stand up, but her waist was hugged by Shishio. Wait. There's something that I haven't done for you, Shishio quickly said. What? Mai looked at Shishio curiously, but she didn't expect that she would be kissed. Before Mai reacted, Shishio parted his lips and said, I love you, Mai. Mai blushed. Her eyes blinked for a moment before she lowered her head slightly, and after she made up her determination, she raised her head, staring into his eyes, before she kissed his lips. There was no need for words, and they started to exchange kisses similar to what they had done before. After 5 minutes, they parted their lips. Mai panted slightly before she looked away shyly and said, I love you too, Shishio. Her voice was so small, but of course, it was hard because of Shishio. Mai is the cutest. Shishio didn't hesitate, kissed Mai's cheek, and hugged her happily. Mai put on a helpless expression, but she didn't move away from his embrace, letting him kiss her cheeks before she slapped his hands when they were about to touch her boobs. What are you going to touch? Mai glared at Shishio like a lioness. Your boobs. Shishio said innocently. Sleep outside tonight. Mai stood up and was about to leave, but Shishio quickly stopped her. Stop, Mai. I apologize. I apologize. Mai, my hand is numb. Shishio was helpless. If you want me to forgive you, you need to do this. Mai used her beautiful eyes to stare at Shishio with a mix of annoyance and mischievousness. She felt that she was too forgiving of him, especially when she forgave him after he touched her boobs. Still, she would be lying if she didn't feel angry, so she did revenge by asking him for an arm pillow since she knew how painful it was. Mai moved her head right and left and caused Shishio to ask for a plea. Mai, stop. Mai. Mai snorted and asked, will you do it again in the future? Do what? Shishio asked curiously. The thing that you did in the bathroom. Mai pinched his waist and acted as if she was angry. Don't tell me that you forgot. Ouch. Ouch. Shishio used his other hand to hold Mai's hand, which pinched his waist before facing her. This sudden movement startled her, and Mai blushed when his handsome face was right in front of her. I won't do it again. Shishio held her hand tenderly and thought he wouldn't touch her boobs for today, but it was different for tomorrow. If I want to touch them, I'll ask you first. Do you think I'll give you permission to touch them if you ask? Mai was speechless. You won't? Shishio asked in surprise. Of course not. Mai wanted to kick him out of bed and said, do you think I'll let you touch them if you ask? But it's not fair. Shishio protested with a wronged expression. Hey. Mai was dumbfounded and asked, what do you mean? You have been touching mine before, and you won't let me touch yours. It's not fair. Shishio protested and felt that gender equality wasn't right. Mai stared at Shishio with a smile, but her eyes weren't smiling at all. It was quite scary, but he didn't fear her and just kissed her lips. When Mai was kissed, she let out a sigh and realized that her boyfriend was really a scumbag. They kissed again for 5 minutes before they parted again with a flush on their faces. There was a string of saliva that was attached between their lips. Their bodies were scorching, and their eyes were full of desire. Mai changed her position and put her head on his chest, rubbing her head gently, and felt ashamed by her reaction. Shishio caressed Mai's hair tenderly and looked into her profile. She might not wear makeup, but even so, she was still stunning. Her skin was snow white, her lips were in lustrous pink color, and her boobs were perky. Shishio had received many rewards, but in the end, he decided to open it tomorrow since Mai had something to talk about with him. Shishio. Do you think that I'm an easy girl? Mai turned her head and looked at Shishio. No. There was a smile on her face since Shishio answered her question without hesitation. Why? Still, she was curious why she thought so. Because you're a virgin, Shishio said simply. Ouch. Ouch. Stop, Mai. Stop. It hurts. Shishio quickly held Mai's hands, pinching his waist. Of course, he wasn't lying since her pinching was painful and her nails were sharp. Yes, yes, I'm a virgin. Unlike someone. Mai pouted and looked away, sleeping on his arm again, trying to make it numb. Mai. Shishio changed his position and hugged her body gently. You think that I hate the fact that you're a virgin? He knew that many men in this country didn't like virgin girls since they were troublesome, but he felt that they were stupid since there was this feeling of conquering a girl's first time was something special. Shishio knew that he was a scumbag for thinking so, but being the first man for the girls really gave a special feeling for the man. Still, it didn't mean that Shishio had a problem with girls who had lost their first time, but if that really happened, he was more inclined toward a widow, a woman who had lost her first time to her husband. Instead of random girls who lost their first time to another man because of their seduction. Shishio knew that he didn't have a right to ask this, but he was selfish. Even though he was a scumbag, he still wanted the best. Veni, Vidi, Vici. Somehow Shishio felt that phrase was suitable for him. Shishio came to this world. Shishio saw many beautiful women. Shishio then conquered that beautiful woman. Shishio felt that he was going to make Julius Caesar proud. Mai, who was hugged, asked, "You're not?" "Of course, I'm happy that I can be your first man," Shishio whispered. "Who is going to give you my first time?" Mai exploded, turning her body before she bit his neck without hesitation. Shishio was so helpless, wondering why so many of his women loved to bite him. They entangled on the bed to each other, and after a long fight, their clothes became messy. Their position was reversed, with Shishio on the bottom and Mai on the top. Shishio could see her smooth white cleavage through the gap in her pajamas. He wanted to touch them again, but he stopped since he was afraid that it would give him an unsatisfying reaction. Their eyes stared into each other, and they could feel the change within the atmosphere. Mai. Shishio called out Mai gently as he caressed her cheek and lips. Shishio. Mai knew what they were about to do, and she didn't intend to refuse him since this was something that she had been waiting for. I'll go to the convenience store first, Shishi said and was about to stand up. Hey? What are you going there for? Mai was dumbfounded, but she quickly asked and stopped him. I don't have it with me, Shishio said subtly. It? Mai was confused. Condom. Shishio sighed in regret since he didn't bring a condom, which made him unable to do the action right away. However, this couldn't be blamed on him after all. He didn't have a hobby of using it. Shishio looked at Mai, who was in silence, and thought that she had given him consent, but when he was about to stand up, his hand was grabbed. I have it with me. Mai said in a low voice. What? Shishio was confused. Condom, there's a box on the shelf of my makeup table, Mai said and quickly hid her face on the pillow. Shishio looked at Mai for a moment, then went to the makeup table, searched the box, and quickly found it. He wasn't stupid, and he knew that there was no need to ask this matter, but frankly, next time, he should bring it himself since the size of the condom was quite tight for him. Mai. Shishio whispered onto her ear, which caused her to look at him for a moment. They looked at each other and started to kiss each other. As for what they were about to do, there was no need to explain, right? 358, Shishio, sorry, you won't get away from me. Shishio opened his eyes slightly and saw that Mai was lying on her chest with her chin on her arms, staring at his face. Wake up. Mai asked. How long have you been watching me? Shishio asked, then looked at the clock, showing that it was 9 in the morning. Even though he was an insatiable beast, he was still a human, so of course, he needed to rest. Still, as he had woken up, he was full of energy, and his stamina recovered. He was thinking of working out a bit. Unfortunately, he didn't bring his workout get-ups. For half an hour probably. Mai said absent-mindedly. Not bored? Shishio asked. No. Mai shook her head gently. Why? Shishio asked curiously. I'm just afraid that everything might be a dream. Mai said as she showed her anxiety. She still remembered how she had become unnoticeable, and everyone forgot about her. Shishio was the only person who could see her and accompanied her until her problem was solved. However, this bastard suddenly left her when she woke up, so she subconsciously opened her eyes to check whether he was right beside her or not. Fortunately, this guy was right beside her, sleeping peacefully. He's kind of cute. Mai thought and kept observing his face from his long eyelashes, a number of moles, and muscles around his body. However, what attracted her the most was her aura changed from a playful manly man into a cute man that she wanted to tease. Still, her face couldn't help but turn red when Mai thought that her boyfriend had become a beast last night, and she also felt embarrassed when she kept crying out, asking him again and again. However, while Mai felt embarrassed, she didn't regret her decision to give her virginity to him. It's not a dream. Shishio kissed Mai's lips gently, which she responded by hugging his neck lazily. The gentle kiss slowly turned fierce and uncontrollable before the sound of the lewd kiss kept echoing through the room. It wasn't until 5 minutes later that they parted their lips as Mai panted and licked the trace of saliva that was left on her lips. See? Mai pouted after hearing his words, but she hugged him. So you don't need to worry. I won't leave you. Instead, I have to say sorry to you. Sorry. Mai was dumbfounded and asked, why did you apologize? I'm sorry because you're not getting away from me from now on, Shishio said as he held Mai's hand and caressed her back. Mai smiled sweetly before she kissed his lips again for a moment before she said, you're wrong. I'm the one who won't let you get away from me. She had this mischievous smile on her face before she snuggled on his chest. However, Shishio was speechless because of her words, since even though those words had a beautiful meaning, if he dared to leave her, then Shishio decided to throw all the useless thinking aside and enjoyed their morning together. Mai was lying lazily on the sofa, trying to recuperate her hobby after a fierce fight last night. She wore Shishio's pajamas with only panties on her lower body. She was so tired, but even so, she watched Shishio cook in the kitchen, anticipating the foods that he made since the aroma of delicious food could be smelled from her position. Shishio, is it ready? Wait a moment. It'll be ready soon. Mai smiled happily since she was being pampered by him. After all, she was also jealous of everyone who had tasted Shishio's food, yet she hadn't tried it. While waiting, Mai thought about what she had done with him last night and felt that everything was so unbelievable. She looked at his figure in the kitchen that seemed so gentle, but at night, he became a beast that wanted to have every part of her body. Shudder. Mai's body quivered, and her body flushed when she thought about last night. Shishio had wrecked her body apart, causing her to remain submissive and showing a lewd expression that she had never shown before. If this guy didn't take responsibility for her, she might go crazy in the future. Should I buy him an apron later? Mai thought as she hummed happily. The mind of the girl in love was simple, and as long as she could be with the one that she loved, she would be happy. Still, the girl kept watching his good figure, especially when he didn't wear anything on the top. His latissimus dorsi, trapezius, levator scapulae and all other muscles on his back caused her to drool. While Mai was staring at him, Shishio was cooking breakfast while checking the rewards he got from last night. Shishio would be lying if he wasn't excited, but this wasn't the time for that, so he quickly opened his rewards one by one. As usual, he started with the asset rewards that he got, which were a luxurious house and 63% shares of Toho. Shishio accepted the luxurious house and nodded in satisfaction, especially when he saw the detail of his rewarded house. The house was located in Minato Ward, and it had a Japanese-style building with classical elegance. Shishio wanted to visit this house in the future, but now, he was going to check his next reward. 63% shares of Toho, hey. Shishio knew what kind of company Toho was, but many people didn't know about this company. If he was asked to explain what kind of company it was, he would say that it was Japan's largest Japanese film, theater production and distribution company. Shishio suddenly felt conflicted when he controlled most of the media in this country. He had a newspaper, publishing house, TV station, and lastly, a movie company. If he added a radio station and social media in the future, he was, without a doubt, king of media in this country, and at the same time, he could help Mai's career too with this. Should I make a movie with her in the future? Shishio felt that it would be fun, but he wasn't in a hurry since he decided to open the rest of his rewards first. Acting Mastery, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu Mastery, Enhanced Heart and Enhanced Mirror Neuron. Shishio decided to accept the Acting Mastery, and as expected, it gave him mastery over an acting skill. Frankly, this skill was quite useful, especially when he decided to sneak out and spy on someone. If he added Ninjutsu Mastery and Makeup Mastery, his disguising skill was simply a cheat. Shishio believed that as long as he wanted to hide, no one would be able to find him. After he was satisfied, he put his eyes over the Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu Mastery. He knew this martial art focused on ground fighting, eniwaza, and submission holds. Shishio was in silence for a moment and felt quite complex somehow, but it didn't really matter since he even became more powerful now. Most of the martial arts he had mastered had always focused on striking. Whether it was Bajikwan, boxing, taekwondo, or fishman karate, they were focused on the striking technique. The only ones that were different were his ninjutsu mastery and thunder breathing. Thunder breathing was an armed martial art, and ninjutsu mastery was also similar, but one was fighting from the front, and the latter fought from the dark. On the other hand, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu focused on taking an opponent to the ground, controlling one's opponent, gaining a dominant position, and using a number of techniques to force them into submission via joint locks or choke holds. If I have a throwing technique, it'll be more perfect. Shishio thought to learn either judo or aikido, so his martial arts would be even perfect. As for learning martial arts, Shishio knew that it would be easy for him, especially when he got enhanced mirror neuron, since it gave him the ability to copy any skills as long as he wanted to. Adding enhanced vision and enhanced memory, he wondered whether he should visit the aikido master that was told by Tokugawa in the past. Still, without either judo or aikido, the Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu also had a throwing technique, but it was simpler. Shishio then looked at his last reward and accepted it. He closed his eyes and felt that he was healthier, but there should be something more about his enhanced heart. Well, let's think about it later. Shishio brought the breakfast to the low table and sat on the carpet while eating together with Mai. Nana is going to move into this apartment building, right? Mai asked after she finished all of her breakfast. Personally, she just wanted him to live with her right now after she tasted his food and what he did last night to her. She knew that after tasting the two of them, her body could no longer live without him. Yet, Shishio looked at Mai and asked, "What do you think?" "Well, it's okay, isn't it?" Mai didn't think too much since even though they stayed in the same building, neither of them stayed in the same apartment. She could also talk with her whenever this bastard didn't stay at her apartment. The only thing that made her unsatisfied was probably when he might stay in Nana's apartment without telling her, but she also could do the same by asking him to stay in her apartment, so there was nothing to complain about. Mai thought for a moment and asked, "By the way, Shishio. Have you done it with more than one girl?" Mai asked with a kind smile. Shishio looked at Mai for a moment and nodded. "I have done it." Mai had expected this, so she didn't feel surprised, and she could only sigh helplessly. "With who?" "You're curious?" Shishio asked. "Of course." Mai nodded and said, "I'm your woman, so I'm curious about you." She then realized that she didn't know much about Shishio, and she also felt that his family was quite mysterious, especially when he could get many things easily and build a famous forum on the school. "Then you don't need to worry. You'll be with me from now on, and you'll learn many things about me as I have learned about you," Shishio said with a smile. Mai curled her lips and smiled as she leaned her head on his shoulder. "I want to know now." "Now?" "Yet." Mai nodded, then stared at Shishio with curious eyes. "Can I?" Shishio thought for a moment and asked, "Are you free today?" "During this golden week, I have nothing to do," Mai said simply. Shishio looked at Mai and thought that this girl was quite sad somehow. What's with that stare? Mai felt uncomfortable by Shishio's eyes. "Wait a moment. Let me call someone. If the other person says okay, I'll tell you many things about me," Shishio said, took out his phone, and called someone. Mai nodded without hesitation, waiting for him while watching him talking with someone. She was right beside him, so she could hear what kind of conversation and the voice of the person that talked with him. Mai sighed in relief when the voice was a male voice, and it made her curious what kind of person her boyfriend was. After all, besides his identity as a scumbag and a pervert, she didn't know much about him. Shishio talked for a moment, then ended the call. "Mai, do you want to go with me?" "Where?" Mai asked curiously. "Learn martial arts," Shishio said with a smile. "Martial arts?" 359, Pure. "It surprises me for you to come so suddenly." Tokugawa sat on the top of the cushion that was placed on the tatami floors inside the room. The sound of the bamboo hitting the stone from the Shishio dashi was so relaxing that it made his body burn with excitement to calm down. He sipped the warm tea that was prepared by the old man in front of him and let out a long sigh before he looked at him with a smile. "Sorry for the sudden intrusion, Shibukawa." While he might say that the man in front of him was an old man, this old man was younger than him. "Haha, it's all right. It's all right, but since you have come here, you must have something to talk about with me, right?" The old man laughed and asked with a gentle smile. If someone didn't know his identity, without a doubt, they would think of him as a normal old man who they often saw in the neighborhoods. However, the identity of this man wasn't just a normal old man, but he was a master of a martial artist whose skill could be included in a national treasure. Shibukawa Guki. This was the person that Tokugawa wanted to introduce to Shishio when he told him that he wanted to learn Aikido. Shibukawa Guki is a master of Aikido who participates in the underground fighting arena. Shibukawa is 60 years of age and has trained in many fights in his life. He is often called by the title of the master. Shibukawa might be old, but without a doubt, his strength was undoubted. He wasn't those fake masters who pretended to show trickery, but he was a real master with a power that could fight against many power fighters. Shibukawa was surprised when Tokugawa suddenly called him and told him that he was going to visit him. The last time they met each other was during the funerals of Doppo Orikai and Doppo Katsumi. Most people felt strange because of the sudden death of that pair of a father and a son, since it was as if they were cursed by something. However, some also said they had provoked someone who shouldn't be provoked. Still, Shibukawa didn't feel surprised, especially when he thought about their personality. It might seem cold to him, but he didn't feel that sad since there wasn't much friendship between them. However, he would be lying if he didn't feel lonely since he had lost the rivals who fought together to become stronger. Remember our conversation before? Tokugawa said. Our previous conversation. Shibukawa scratched his head and felt confused. Sorry, I seem to have forgotten what we were talking about, but please don't blame me after all. I'm so old now. Tokugawa sighed and didn't feel surprised by Shibukawa's reaction, so he said, remember that I've told you that my acquaintance wants to learn Aikido from you. Oh? Right. Shibukawa hit his fist against his palm and remembered their conversation before. But this acquaintance of yours has never come, right? When is this person going to come? However, he realized something, and when everything was connected, he asked, is this person going to come now? Yes. Tokugawa nodded with a smile. Who is he? You even come to this old man's residence to accompany him, Shibukawa asked curiously. The era of the shogunate might be over, but even so, the wealth and authority that had been collected and protected by the Tokugawa clan for the past centuries weren't something that could disappear instantly. Shibukawa was confused and curious at what kind of person would let Tokugawa accompany him to visit his residence just because that person wanted to learn his art. Shibukawa didn't mind teaching someone, after all, he also had many students, and he also taught a lesson to the police and army. His art wasn't exclusive to him, but it was only him who could master it fully. Most people would think that Aikido is a fake martial art. Those graceful movements and beautiful techniques were just fake performances created by the masters for the show. It couldn't be used for either real combat or street fighting. This sentence wasn't wrong, after all, the master of those martial arts wasn't young anymore, and their bodies couldn't move the way they used to be. They were old, and their minds weren't pure again, especially when they had achieved popularity, money, and worship by many people, so they developed a way of thinking where one no need to fight to win the fight. Without a fight, no one would lose, so they achieved victory. If some normal people heard that, they would be in awe. However, whether it was Shishio, Tokugawa, Shibukawa, or any other martial artist in this world would think of the sentence above as idiotic. The reason why one wanted to learn martial arts was to protect themselves. They couldn't beat someone with their physical ability alone, and that was where the martial arts were going to help them achieve victory. If martial arts can't achieve that, it is better to close that martial arts down directly. Some people, the Aikido might be fake, and they thought that it was just a show. However, that wasn't the truth since only a genius could learn the Aikido and apply it to real combat. Some people might have a hard time doing it, but Shibukawa wasn't one of them since he had perfected his martial art for as long as he could remember. His body wasn't strong, he was short, and he was also old. Any healthy young person, whether they had learned a martial art or not, could just beat such an old man with a sucker punch. However, that didn't work on Shibukawa since he had mastered the Aikido. It's Shishio Oga. Tokugawa sipped his warm tea gently and asked, you have heard him, right? Ah. Shibukawa, whose expression had been calmed, was surprised. That young man is going to learn under this old man. He might not have seen Shishio Oga before, but of course, he had heard his name, especially when Shishio had defeated Kaiuretsu. Even though it was quite shameful, Shibukawa was one of the people who thought Shishio's name was a joke. He had heard about the Kengan match and also knew how those fighters were fighting for money. It might be shameful and different from how he lived, but Shibukawa didn't have a hobby to comment on other people's way of life since he also knew how important money was. Moreover, he had been living so long, so he also had seen many things in his life. Still, Shibukawa didn't think that Kaiuretsu would lose against Shishio Oga, but he didn't expect the result to be out of his expectation. He might only have heard it from someone, but Kaiuretsu lost, and it was an utter defeat. Interesting. Shibukawa's old face was full of smiles, and his body was boiling in excitement. When he's going to come? He might not have been able to see Shishio's fight against Retsu and might have looked down on him before, but now, it was different. What is the wish of every martial artist? It is to become stronger and win every fight. Their wish is simple, and it isn't overly complicated. It is pure and beautiful. It was different from those businessmen, who were busy making their wallets fat and causing their hearts to blacken because of their desire over material matters. Shibukawa was also one of them. He was old, and he might not have many years in his life compared to young people, but even so, he had never given up on becoming stronger and won the fight. Tokugawa could see Shibukawa's excitement, and he also wanted to see the fight between Shishio and Shibukawa, but there was something that he needed to remind Shibukawa. It's okay if Shishio gives you an okay if you want to fight, but promise me, if he doesn't want to fight, you shouldn't force him. Shibukawa looked at Tokugawa weirdly and asked, it's not like you at all. What's wrong? He folded his arms while observing Tokugawa, wondering whether this guy had eaten something wrong. Hey! Tokugawa was confused. You know? When you hear that someone is going to fight, your eyes will be full of stars, and you're like a child who has received a gift from their parents. Shibukawa thought that Tokugawa had changed slightly somehow. Tokugawa's expression became tired for a moment before he shook his head. It's all right. You don't need to think too much, but just remember that if you want to fight, then you need to ask his permission first. Okay. Shibukawa nodded, then asked, still, do I have to be so careful? I don't want this world to lose such a powerful master like you after all, and you're not Yujiro Hanma who can receive a peace treaty from the United States, so just be careful, alright. Tokugawa reminded Shibukawa once again. Shibukawa became curious about Shishio's identity, but Tokugawa didn't say anything and changed the topic of the conversation, such as Aikido and fight. Shibukawa didn't mind, but suddenly he felt the world changed. All the colors disappeared, and everything withered as if something had eaten the life essence of everything around him. Shibukawa stood panicked and looked around before his eyes focused on the direction of the entrance of his residence. What's wrong? Tokugawa was confused as to why Shibukawa suddenly stood up. Shibukawa didn't answer Tokugawa's words since he was afraid that he would be eaten by this person. His face turned pale, and his body was full of sweat. Unlike other martial artists, Shibukawa could envision and feel how strong his opponent was before he even fought them. It might be because of his experience of fighting over the past decades or his sixth sense, he wasn't sure, but he could tell that the person that appeared in front of his residence was strong. However, that vision disappeared when Shibukawa heard the ring of the phone from Tokugawa's side. Oh, Shishio? Have you come? Wait, there. I'll go there as soon as possible. Tokugawa didn't care about Shibukawa and dashed toward the entrance of the residence. Shibukawa took a deep breath, and somehow he felt several years older. It's not like a person, but a beast. That's how Shibukawa described it when he felt Shishio's aura from the outside. Tokugawa. Shibukawa noticed that Tokugawa had gone, so he also quickly dashed to chase after him since he was curious about Shishio Oga. He might be scared, but that beast didn't come to fight. Instead, that beast came, asking him to teach, so he didn't hesitate and met him. Walking slowly, Shishio's hand was around Mai's waist, helping her to walk. They did so much last night, and even though Mai had a good rest and recovered mostly, she couldn't walk so fast. What is this place? Mai asked curiously, looking at the huge traditional Japanese-style house before her and many people with black suits and black cars parked outside of the house, but what made her dumbfounded was that the people with black suits guided Shishio inside respectfully. Mai was quite nervous with all of those people, so she held him tightly, but her eyes kept staring at Shishio and the surrounding person curiously, waiting for his answer. It's the house of a master martial artist, Shishio said. You really came to learn martial arts? Mai asked dumbfoundedly since she thought that he was joking. Didn't I tell you before? Shishio was speechless. But I'd thought that you were joking. Mai felt wronged, but then she became curious and asked, what kind of martial art? Also, have you learned martial arts? Shishio wanted to say something, but someone came toward him with a dash. Shishio. Tokugawa ran toward him with an excited and cheerful smile on his face. Tokugawa Ji. Shishio nodded with a gentle smile. Mai looked at Tokugawa curiously and felt strange by the name of this old man. Tokugawa. She felt strange and kept looking at Shishio, waiting for him to explain, but Shishio didn't look at Mai. Instead, he looked at the old man that came after Tokugawa. Similarly, with Tokugawa, the old man wore a yukata with socks and geta, wooden sandals. The only difference was that this old man wore glasses, and Tokugawa didn't. Shishio and this old man stared for a moment before he smiled and said, Hello, Shibukawa-sensei. My name is Shishio Oga, and this is my girlfriend, Sakurajima Mai. Tokugawa Ji might have explained it to you before, but I hope that you can teach me your knowledge. Shibukawa nodded with a smile, but when he saw Shishio, he could feel a dread, feeling how powerful this young man was. However, he was also curious about what would happen if he taught his art to this young man. Haha. Shibukawa laughed, then said, I don't mind teaching you, but you need to do one thing for me. If it's something that I can do, then I'll do it. Shishio said simply. Mai and Tokugawa looked at Shibukawa and wondered what he was going to say. Fight me, Shibukawa said with a serious expression and full of fire in his eyes. This was how martial arts were. They wanted to become the strongest and win the fight. However, they needed to choose their opponent well, or else. Shishio smiled and thought that this old man was kind of cute. His expression was relaxed as if he had come to the playground, but his eyes were majestic. Okay. Let's do it. Give me your all, so you won't end up in the hospital, old man. However, you need to worry since even if you enter one, I have a hospital, so you won't need to pay. Shibukawa laughed happily and said, that's what I should tell you, little kid. Be careful, or else, you'll show something embarrassing to your girlfriend. Mai and Tokugawa. They didn't expect the situation would turn into this. 360, is he a ninja? Shishio and Shibukawa had decided to fight. Shibukawa still remembered Tokugawa's words before, and as long as Shishio agreed, he could fight him. Let me show you the difference in our experience, boy. While Shibukawa must admit that Shishio might be better in terms of physical ability, he didn't believe that Shishio would win against him in terms of experience, so at this moment, he didn't hesitate and threw the geta from his feet toward Mai. Shishio was still hugging Mai's waist at that moment, but suddenly he saw Shibukawa throw his geta on his feet right into Mai's face. Mai was dumbfounded, and she couldn't react, watching the geta about to hit her face. Shibukawa's actions also dumbfounded Tokugawa, but inwardly, he knew that Shibukawa had messed up. However, Shibukawa's trick didn't end since he also threw his glasses toward Mai again. The geta and the glasses were about to hit Mai. However, the geta was caught by Shishio and threw toward the glasses that were about to approach Mai. The sound of the collision of the glasses and the geta were heard. The trajectory of the two items was changed, and they were redirected into Shibukawa's direction, which made him dumbfounded. The lens of the glasses shattered, sending several pieces of broken glasses into Shibukawa's eyes which made him subconsciously close his eyes, but even so, some pieces of the broken glasses entered his eyes. Arg! Shibukawa wanted to turn and clean up his eyes, but suddenly the frame of his glasses hit his nose directly, causing him to have a nosebleed. Arg! Shibukawa screamed in pain as tears gushed out from his eyes. If the frame hit his nose normally, then Shibukawa wouldn't react so much, but the frame hit his infraorbital nerve, which caused him to sharp, shooting, and tingling pain. Still, Shibukawa's torture didn't end, especially when the geta that he was thrown before hit his balls, giving him indescribable pain. Arg! Shibukawa dropped to the ground directly as he held his balls in pain, rolling around on the ground. The impact of his balls against his geta was powerful, and without a doubt, Shishio had an intention to bust his balls. Luckily, Shishio didn't do that, which made Shibukawa sigh in relief secretly. These several actions only happened in a second, so Mai and Tokugawa couldn't react and could only watch this situation in a daze without being able to say anything. Shibukawa was still screaming in pain, but before he recovered, suddenly he could feel something cold pressing against his carotid arteries, and even if he closed his eyes, he knew that it was a knife. Shibukawa wanted to say something to buy time while thinking about the countermeasure to solve this situation, but the sudden bloodthirsty aura caused his entire body to shudder, and he forgot about all the pain on his body. The only thing that he could think of was how to stay alive in this situation. However, all those hopes shattered when he heard this icy voice. I'm grateful for your teaching, but don't ever hurt my woman, or else. Shishio's voice was so cold and full of murderous intent. With his enhanced voice, he could talk in a voice that could only be heard by his target alone. After all, he didn't want his women to see this side of him, and his knife was also well hidden under his hand, so no one could see it, and from the spectator's perspective, they could only see him, pressing Shibukawa's neck with his hand. Still, Shishio also understood what Shibukawa wanted to teach him. During a fight, your opponents wouldn't care whether you were sleeping, taking a bath, fucking a woman, or anything. When your opponent saw your back wide open, they wouldn't hesitate and attack you. Shishio knew that, and Shibukawa wanted to teach him this, but even if he knew that, he was angry. His women were off limits, and if someone dared to hurt them, he might kill them and throw them into Tokyo Bay to become the fish pellet. I know. I won't do that. Shibukawa quickly said as his teeth chattered. His face was pale, and his expression was full of horror toward Shishio since he could tell that this young man was strong. Also, Shibukawa knew that Shishio wouldn't hesitate to kill someone. Shibukawa somehow became even curious at Shishio since he could tell that Shishio's skill at ninjutsu was amazing. Is he the heir of an assassination clan or something? According to Shibukawa's plan, he would throw his geta and glasses toward Mai, so it would divert Shishio's mind on him. He knew that Shishio would protect his woman without hesitation, and at that time, he would show his Aikido skill by slamming him into the ground several times, teaching him some manners. After all, Shibukawa was quite jealous when he saw him walking intimately with his beautiful girlfriend into his house without shame, and Shishio also looked down on him, but he would have never expected that he would lose so badly that he didn't have any room for resistance. Shivyukawa's plan was clever, and anyone would easily fall for his tricks, but who Shishio was? Shishio had ninjutsu mastery and autopilot, super reflex, so solving Shivyukawa's sneak attack was just a trivial matter for him. Still, there was one thing that Shibukawa had learned, and he definitely wasn't Shishio's opponent. Hearing Shivyukawa's words, Shishio erased his bloodthirsty aura and hid his hidden knife again before he helped him to sit on the ground, then asked, "After I have done all of that, will you teach me?" Of course. Shibukawa still had his eyes closed since there were still some glasses pieces on his eyes, but even so, he answered Shishio's question without hesitation. "You have given your promise, so I'll teach you. Also, I'm sorry for throwing my geta and glasses toward you, young lady." He apologized to Mai and lowered his head without hesitation. Hearing the apology of Shibukawa, Mai and Tokugawa quickly awoke from their dazes and couldn't help but think about the confrontation that happened in just a second. Mai still had a conflicted feeling toward Shibukawa. She would be lying if she didn't feel annoyed and angry since his geta and glasses almost hit her, but watching Shivyukawa's miserable situation was done by Shishio. She could only sigh and say, "It's okay. Just don't do it again." She didn't really like the trouble, and she also didn't want to trouble Shishio, so she didn't want to entangle with this matter any longer. Still, she didn't have any good impression of this old guy and didn't want to stay in this place. If Shishio didn't want to learn from Shibukawa, then Mai would ask him to go back immediately. "Thank you," Shibukawa said sincerely since he was afraid that he might be assassinated if Mai didn't receive his apology, but suddenly something crossed his mind. Let's just ignore it. Shibukawa was a smart man. While he might have been a rascal during his youth, he still knew something that could be touched or not. Shishio didn't care about Shibukawa again since he knew that Shibukawa could take care of himself, so he walked toward Mai and asked, "Are you all right?" "Yes, thank you, Shishio." Mai leaned on Shishio's body again and felt secure right beside him. "Sorry for causing you trouble." She thought that she had caused him trouble, especially when she was almost being attacked by before. "You're my girlfriend. What do you apologize for?" Shishio gave a gentle smile and said, "Instead, why don't you say thank you and give me a reward?" He whispered in a low voice that could only be heard by Mai. Mai blushed and hammered his chest. "Okay, but watch the time and the occasion, all right." She couldn't help but remind him since there were many people that watched them. Shishio couldn't help but smile happily as he hugged Mai, but then the sudden voice of Tokugawa only made him realize that this old man was still here. "Wow!" Tokugawa was excited and asked, "Shishio-kun, your ninjutsu skill is amazing." He knew that Shishio had learned many martial arts, but it didn't mean his level on those arts was so-so. Instead, his level had reached a master level, so Shishio learned other martial arts that interested him. Tokugawa had watched Shishio's fight before, and he knew that Shishio had learned Bajikwan, boxing, taekwondo, and ninjutsu. When he thought about those martial arts, he somehow understood why Shishio wanted to learn the aikido. "It's nothing special," Shishio said simply. Shibukawa felt bitter. If Shishio's skill was nothing special, then what was he? Still, there was something that made Shibukawa feel bitter. Can you help me a bit?" Shishio, Mai, and Tokugawa only remembered that they weren't the only people here. While Shibukawa tended up his eyes, Shishio, Mai, and Tokugawa were waiting in the room where Shibukawa and Tokugawa were sitting before. The room had a traditional Japanese design, and the fish pond could be seen right from the outside. The sound of the relaxing Shishio dashi was heard. There were many questions that Mai wanted to ask, especially regarding her boyfriend. "So Shishio is a fighter?" She felt surprised when she heard it and looked at Shishio with a doubt. "Not an official fighter. Instead, it is just my hobby to fight," Shishio said simply. "Hey? Why did you do something so dangerous?" Mai asked with a frown. "It's to become stronger," Shishio said. "Stronger? What for?" Mai asked with an even frown on her face. "So I can protect you better." Shishio patted Mai's palm and said, "Remember the situation before, right? If I'm weaker, then the geta and the glasses might hit you." Mai couldn't say anything since she knew that Shishio was right, but she also felt warm since he knew that her man would protect her no matter how dangerous the situation. However, while his feelings touched her, she was worried about him. "Young lady, you don't need to worry about him. Your man is strong," Tokugawa said with a laugh. "Is Shishio strong?" Mai asked Tokugawa curiously. "I have his videos of fighting with me. Do you want to watch them?" Tokugawa asked. "Yes." Mai nodded without hesitation. "Shishio." Tokugawa then called his bodyguards and told them to bring him his laptop, but at the same time, he looked at Shishio and said, "Still, you sure are amazing that you can even date the most popular child actress." His lips twitched, and he thought that Shishio really resembled his grandfather since there were so many women around him. Mai looked at Tokugawa curiously and felt the identity of this old man was particular since normal people, whether they were old or young, might ask for her signature or photos, but Tokugawa didn't do that and only looked at her as a normal small girl. But Mai could see the excitement in Tokugawa's eyes when he looked at Shishio. Don't tell me. However, her forehead was flicked without hesitation. Ouch. I'm not sure what you were thinking about, but don't think something weird, Shishio said with a slight shudder. Mai pouted, but she didn't say much. But what are you going to learn from that old man, Shibukawa-sensei, was it? She didn't know much about Shibukawa since she didn't have much interest in martial arts before. Was it ninjutsu? However, since her man was interested in martial arts, she became interested, especially when she saw his skill, fighting against Shibukawa. No, it is Aikido. Shishio, Mai, and Tokugawa turned their heads and saw Shibukawa standing at the door entrance. Shibukawa's eyes were slightly red, but even so, they could see that he was all right. Aikido. Mai looked at Shishio curiously. Yes. Shishio nodded then looked at Shibukawa. So, sensei, can you teach me now? Of course. Shibukawa laughed happily and said, let me teach you the art of Aikido. What was the distress of the powerful martial art? It was to find the successor. They might be able to teach so many people, and many of them could learn their techniques, but it was a different matter for them if they wanted to have a successor. Shibukawa hadn't found his successor since neither his children nor his students could reach his realm or even exceed him in terms of martial art. But what about him? Shibukawa looked at Shishio with a smile and said, sure, let's do it now. 361, Aiki. Shishio and Shibukawa stood on the top of the mat, facing each other on the dojo inside Shibukawa's house. Shishio had changed into Aikido dogi that Shibukawa lent. Shibukawa looked at Shishio and nodded secretly. If Shishio became his student, without a doubt, many female students would sign up excitedly, especially when he saw how handsome he was. By the way, can I take a picture of you? Sure. Shishio's expression was weird, then asked, you're not going to use it for an advertisement or something, right? Shibukawa. I don't really mind, though, Shishio said simply. Thank you. Shibukawa smiled happily. Tokugawa and Mai. Tokugawa and Mai were speechless, watching the interaction between Shishio and Shibukawa. They were sitting on the side of the dojo watching Shishio and Shibukawa standing in the middle of the dojo. Mai looked at Shishio and thought about the fighting videos she had watched before. She felt quite conflicted when she learned that her boyfriend was fighting in the underground fighting arena. She was afraid that he would be hurt, but when she saw how strong he was, there was this sense of pride welling up in her heart, and somehow, it turned her on, watching him fight. Still, Mai became dumbfounded when she learned the old man's identity beside her was the descendant of the Tokugawa clan, who had been the shogunate of Japan for the past centuries. She would be lying if she wasn't nervous, but she seemed amiable, and his relationship with Shishio was good, but even so, she decided to call him respectfully. Mai looked at Tokugawa and asked, sir, what is Aikido exactly? She didn't know much about Aikido after all, unlike karate or judo, even in Japan, there weren't many people who learned Aikido. Even boxing was more popular in Japan than Aikido even though it had more history. You don't need to call me, sir. You're his girlfriend anyway. Just call me, Grandpa, Tokugawa said gently. Okay, Grandpa. Mai nodded and didn't think too much. Tokugawa smiled and said, well, if I have to describe Aikido as a soft martial art, it's suitable for a woman to learn. Soft. Mai was confused. In this world, there are two types of martial arts. Tokugawa raised two of his fingers and said, there are hard and soft martial arts. Hard martial art is something that you usually see in karate or boxing. Practitioners of those martial arts train their bodies hard to give more powerful strikes. On the other hand, soft martial arts are different. They don't need to have a powerful body. Instead, they need keen observation and calm judgment. They use their opponent's strength and momentum, redirect them, and even use the opponent's force to win against their opponent. Mai was surprised but also confused. Using your opponent's force. If you're confused, then you should watch them since they'll show you what Aiki truly is. Aiki. Mai murmured and looked at Shishio. Still, no matter what he wore, he was so handsome, she thought at that moment. Shishio and Shibukawa, of course, heard what Mai and Tokugawa were talking about, but neither of them cared much. How about we shake our hands? Shibukawa suddenly said with a smile. Shishio looked at Shibukawa's facial expression and could tell that Shibukawa prepared him another surprise. He somehow wondered whether the old man in front of him was a master of Aikido or ninjutsu. However, he also felt that an element of surprise was necessary when your opponent was stronger than you, so it wasn't surprising if Shibukawa also learned ninjutsu. Okay. Shishio knew it was a trap, but he still entered one without hesitation. Shishio and Shibukawa held hands together, but suddenly, Shishio suddenly felt his entire body was heavy. It was as if there was a massive boulder on his shoulders that made him unable to exert his power. He couldn't help but frown and try to fight back, but instead of standing up, he was forced to fall by Shibukawa. Ho ho ho, what do you think? It's amazing, right? Shibukawa laughed when he saw Shishio's reaction. Watching this situation, Mai and Tokugawa were dumbfounded since a short and thin old man like Shibukawa could force Shishio, an athletic young man whose strength was 3 times that of a normal human, almost to the ground. What's happening? Mai asked with a confused expression. It's Aiki. This was the only thing that Tokugawa could say since he didn't understand the principle of Aiki. However. Oh, I see. Shishio fixed all the errors on his body, ignoring the law of gravity, then stood up normally. Not only Mai and Tokugawa, but Shibukawa was also dumbfounded since when they thought that Shishio would fall on the ground, he suddenly stood up normally as if nothing had happened. After all, his position was similar to someone who was doing limbo dancing and was about to fall, but even with such an unbalanced position, he could stand up again as if nothing happened even though he was pushed by Shibukawa. Do you understand? Shibukawa asked calmly, but his heart was racing inside, thinking Shishio was a monster. Yet. Shishio nodded then showed the example to Shibukawa. Like this, right? Shibukawa was familiar with his technique, but Shishio used this technique on him when he was unprepared, so he was quickly pushed by Shishio and almost fell to the ground before he quickly reacted, fixing his posture and standing up normally like Shishio. The reason why Shibukawa could make Shishio fall to the ground during their handshake was because of the center of balance. It was hard to stabilize the body during a handshake, and just a slight change from that position would break one's center, so it was easy to make one fall into the ground as long as one was pushed. Shibukawa was full of sweat, but even so, his smile became even brighter. How about another one? Do you have more interesting techniques? Shishio asked. He didn't mind receiving and being attacked by Shibukawa's techniques since that was the faster he was to learn the essence of Aiki. Shibukawa laughed then said, then try this. Unlike before, Shibukawa held Shishio's wrist. Then without hesitation, he dropped him. Bam! Shishio fell to the ground, his entire body was slammed, but before his face hit the ground, he used his arm to stop the technique. However, Shibukawa's technique didn't end, and he twisted Shishio's arm slightly before he raised his hand, forcing Shishio to stand up by himself and throw him into the air. Tokugawa and Mai opened their eyes wide since the scene before them was like magic. Shishio, whose body was almost twice or thrice, was thrown into the air by such a small old man. If the two of them didn't see it with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe it. However, Mai quickly reacted and shouted his name in worry. Shishio. Shibukawa's throw was powerful. Shibukawa added the weight and the force of Shishio before adding his own strength and weight into this throw, and without a doubt, Shishio would be injured if they were fighting on the street since the ground was made from concrete. Luckily, they were standing on the mat floor, but even so, it would hurt as long as one was slammed with such a powerful throw. However, Shishio twisted his body in the air before landing on the ground gracefully. However, he looked at neither Shibukawa nor Mai. Instead, he was thinking about the techniques that Shibukawa used. Frankly, Aiki intrigued him since this martial art was different from what he had learned. It's different from the Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu that I have mastered. If the Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu that he had gotten from his reward would focus on the structure of joints, bones, and body, then Aiki would be more focused on the reflex movement. Unlike joints, bones and the body could become stronger and bigger, depending on one's physical structure and training. The reflex was different. Whether one was big, thin, fat, or anything, everyone had a similar reflex. Their reaction was similar, so whether one was weak or strong, it didn't really matter for Aiki. There might be one who had a different reflex because of the mutation at birth, but everyone was mostly the same. Shishio understood instantly that one needed to be a genius to understand this complex martial art. Understanding reflexes, hey. Still, Shishio instantly understood the weakness of the Aiki, but it was better to leave unsaid since the fewer people know, the better it was. Mai and Tokugawa. Shibukawa frowned and asked, you have learned gymnastics? His lips twitched, and he thought that Shishio was really the ban of the Aiki. No, but I have confidence in my balance. Shishio had an enhanced balance, and unless he was in the situation of a lucky pervert, he believed that he wouldn't fall or be thrown by someone since his balance was really that unbelievable. Balance. Shibukawa sighed and said, well, you might understand the essence of Aiki, but can you explain it to me? Shishio thought for a moment and said, Aiki is to pull when you are pushed and to push when you are pulled. It is the spirit of slowness and speed, of harmonizing your movement with your opponent's ki. Its opposite, ki, is to push to the limit, while Aiki never resists. This was what he felt when he tasted Shibukawa's technique. Shibukawa had never forced his power into him. Instead, he used his strength to defeat him, which was why Shishio felt that this martial art was interesting. That's right. Shibukawa smiled and said, you don't need a huge body, a strong body to master Aikido. This is what you need. He pointed his finger at his brain as he smiled. But what if you have a strong body in Aikido? What will happen at the combination of those two? Not sure, but I'll probably show it to you soon, Shishio said with a smile. Shibukawa laughed happily and said, that's right. Show me then. I want to see it. How are you going to develop Aikido? Don't hold back, sensei. Let me learn all of your techniques, Shishio said and dashed, letting himself defenseless in front of Shibukawa. Sure, let me beat you up until you understand everything. Shibukawa took a deep breath and prepared to use his all. Shibukawa and Shishio had entered the zone. All voices, colors, smells, tastes, and everything disappeared. Their minds were void, and in their minds were only focused on each other, without letting their guards down. They constantly moved from one place to another inside the dojo like flowing water that flowed around obstacles, finding the easiest path rather than strongly resisting them. They kept moving without stopping until Shibukawa's body couldn't support his spirit anymore. His breathing was hard as he collapsed on the ground. After training for an hour, Shibukawa was full of sweat, drenched from his face and body, and his face was pale, and he couldn't even move a single muscle of his body. Damn, I hate being old. He could feel the improvement when he had his spar with Shishio, and it was so fun that he didn't want to stop, but because of the limitation of his old body, he couldn't continue since his entire body was so heavy that he almost collapsed. It had been a while since Shibukawa had this much fun, but this old body stopped him from having fun. Body. Shibukawa murmured and thought that he might achieve enlightenment to develop his Aikido better. Shishio was also full of sweat since his mind had been running at the fastest speed to understand every technique used on him by Shibukawa. I'll come to your house again in the future, sensei. When I come back, you'll be surprised. Ha ha ha. Shibukawa laughed as he laid on the dojo mat and said, when you come back, I'll become stronger. That's what I want to hear. Don't lose to me so easily, Shishio said with a smile. Don't lose to me so easily. This sentence might seem to look down on Shibukawa, but after fighting with Shishio for the past hour, he understood what kind of beast Shishio was. Let me see what kind of Aikido that you have understood later. The two were laughing and talking happily. However, for Mai and Tokugawa, who had been watching their confrontation, there was only one word that could describe the fight that happened in front of them. Beautiful. 362, Tokugawa is crying. Tokugawa and Mai had never thought that martial arts could be so beautiful. Watching the confrontation between Shishio and Shibukawa, they felt as if those two had come out from their bodies and became one with the world. What was that? Tokugawa asked since he could feel the state of Shishio and Shibukawa were so different before that he could only marvel, watching the fight between the two. Mai was also curious and looked at her boyfriend since he was so handsome before. Shishio might be handsome, but when he was fighting against Shibukawa, she felt that she had become more handsome, which made her curious about what had really happened. Shishio didn't say anything and looked at Shibukawa. After all, even though he was familiar with the terms of martial arts and had even mastered many martial arts, none of those martial arts originated from Japan, so he didn't know how to explain the mental state that he and Shibukawa had during a fight before. Shibukawa noticed Shishio's gaze and nodded. It's Mushin. Mushin. 2x. Tokugawa and Mai looked at Shibukawa curiously. Shibukawa didn't move from his spot and still lay on the dojo mat, staring at the ceiling, reminiscing about the wonderful state of mind when he fought Shishio. It's like Zen. Shibukawa thought for a moment and said, it is a state of a person's mind that is free from thoughts of anger, fear, or ego during combat or everyday life. So what happens after you reach that Mushin? Tokugawa asked more since it was his first time seeing it. When I stood against Shishio, I didn't think of him, his techniques, nor his attacks. I just stood there, forgot all of my techniques, and only followed my subconscious. I understand the uselessness of techniques and become truly free to move. And, I felt that I had become one with earth and heaven. Shibukawa clenched his fist slightly and felt that state of mind was so wonderful that he instantly understood the use of all the techniques that he had practiced thousands of times. If only I wasn't old. If Shibukawa wasn't old, he felt that he could continue such a state with Shishio for an entire day. If Shibukawa did that, the improvement of his martial arts would be faster than what he had trained for a decade. However, Shibukawa wasn't in a hurry since the improvement he gained was too fast, and he needed to understand them after taking enough rest. Still, there was something that Shibukawa needed to say. Sorry for falling so suddenly, Shishio. Not only him, but Shishio also gained an improvement that couldn't be imagined with just an hour of a fight. Shibukawa could feel the eagerness and the strong will that came from Shishio at that time. Unfortunately, his body couldn't support him, and he couldn't become an opponent that could satisfy him. It's all right, Shibukawa-sensei. I learned a lot from you. Shishio shook his head and thought that the fight he had with Shibukawa was wonderful, and he had learned many things about Aiki. He knew that he had reached a master level of Aiki, but there were still many improvements that he could do with Aiki. Aiki was the first martial art that Shishio learned by himself, not he gained by a system, so he was curious about how far he could go with this martial art. While Shishio was thinking about Aiki, Mai and Tokugawa thought about the explanation about Mushin that Shibukawa explained. Mushin. Mai and Tokugawa became curious, but in Shishio's mind, a Mushin was simply a zone. Shishio could enter it anytime and anywhere he wanted to, but it was different from other people. When he fought Shibukawa, he activated his zone and zone on Shibukawa, so Shibukawa could use all of his might, techniques, and experiences without being held back by emotions and other obstacles on the body and mind. Unfortunately, Shibukawa was old, and he couldn't last long. How about you, Shishio-kun? Do you understand Aiki now? Tokugawa asked curiously. Yeah, I understand it. Shishio nodded, and his answer brought a smile to Tokugawa, so while the fire was hot, he poured gasoline. So, will you try to have a fight? Shibukawa, Shishio, and Mai. Shibukawa let out a sigh and thought about Tokugawa's bad habit. Shishio looked at Tokugawa and remembered that this old guy called him to ask something, but suddenly Tokugawa asked him for a fight? Personally, Shishio also wanted to try his Aiki on someone, but when he thought about the fighters that fought on Tokugawa's arena. What's with that expression? Tokugawa felt strange when Shishio stared at him with such a gaze. Shishio let out a sigh and asked, "Who are you going to let me fight?" Tokugawa suddenly fell in silence and rubbed his chin in deep thought. Shishio would be lying if he wasn't tired, but his body recovery was quick, and as long as he ate, he would be okay. Mai quickly approached him and pulled him to sit right beside her and asked worriedly, "Are you all right?" "I'm all right, but I'm all sweaty." "Are you all right with it?" Shishio asked. "It's all right," Mai said with a blush and felt that his sweat smell was nice, but then she quickly asked, "Are you going to fight someone?" She held Shishio's hands and put them on her lap, staring at his eyes straight. While she might have watched him fight in the video and watched him win that fight, it didn't mean that she wasn't worried. "You're strong enough. You don't need to fight." She knew that he was strong enough, so there was no need for him to fight, right? Shishio patted Mai's palm and said, "It's okay. It isn't as dangerous as you think, and I just want to test the martial art that I have learned from Shibukawa-sensei." "That's right, young lady." Shibukawa also joined and said, "In my youth, I fought many people, so I could test my techniques and became str." He stopped when Mai glared at him. Mai felt that the old people in this place were all rascals, and she just wanted to bring Shishio back, but before she could say anything, her lips were kissed by Shishio. Shishio kissed Mai for a moment before he parted his lips. "You don't need to worry, all right." Mai kept staring at Shishio for a moment, then let out a long sigh. She leaned on his chest and said, "Don't get hurt, all right?" "I won't." Shishio hugged Mai as he patted her arm gently. "I'll win." Mai stared at Shishio and loved this confident expression on his face and wanted to kiss him again, but someone disturbed him. Cough. Cough. Tokugawa quickly reminded the young people that he was here. Mai looked at Tokugawa with displeasure, but Shishio asked, "So who do you think should I fight with?" "I have thought of many people, and I think the best person to test your Aiki is Hanayama Kaoru," Tokugawa said without hesitation as he showed a satisfied expression, showing that he had found the right opponent for Shishio. Shibukawa. Hanayama Kaoru? Who is that? A famous martial art? Mai asked curiously. "No, he's a Yakuza," Tokugawa said confidently. "Shishio and Mai. But he isn't a normal Yakuza. Instead, he's the strongest Yakuza and the second generation of the boss of the Hanayama group," Tokugawa explained happily, "but..." "I refused," Shishio said and felt that it had been a while since he said that sentence. "Why?" Tokugawa was confused since he thought he had found a perfect person to try Shishio's power, but he didn't expect him to reject it. Hanayama Kaoru isn't even a martial artist, right? Probably, he's a brawler or a fighter, who is only relying on his strong body to fight, right? Shishio said. "While I don't mind fighting him, and I believe that I can win, I'm too lazy to take care of the aftermath," Shishio said. Aftermath. Tokugawa looked at Shishio curiously and accepted the fact that Hanayama Kaoru would lose to Shishio since he could tell how strong the young man in front of him was. "If he loses to me, won't he try to force me to have a rematch? If I don't accept or if he doesn't accept his loss, won't he attack my family or the people that I care about?" Shishio asked with a frown. While he knew about Hanayama Kaoru, he was pragmatic, believing that he needed to prepare for the worst. After all, there was no way that Shishio would believe in Tokugawa or anyone else's words promises. A promise is just a promise. After all, anyone can break it. Unless they sign a contract, of course. Hanayama isn't someone like that. Tokugawa vehemently denied Shishio's accusation. How can you be so sure? Can your empty promise really tell me that he won't do anything if he loses? Or can you control this person so he won't do anything? This is related to people that I care about. If something happens to them, your life won't do much, Shishio said as he stared at Tokugawa. While he didn't mind fighting with the Yakuza boss, he felt that it was too troublesome. If something happened to his family or his lovers, what could Tokugawa do? While Tokugawa might have power and authority, Shishio felt that this guy was nothing but just a spoiled old man. Mai also strongly agreed with Shishio since she didn't feel that there was anything good about fighting with the Yakuza. If that really happens, I'll be responsible for your protection. Tokugawa said without hesitation, but at the same, he sighed since Shishio was too careful. Your bodyguard can't even protect you. How can they protect my family? Shishio asked sarcastically. Tokugawa. Shishio shook his head and said, forget it. I'll go back first. Hey. Tokugawa was dumbfounded and asked, what about the fight? No, I don't want to fight, Shishio said and stood up while helping Mai to stand. Why? I'll give you a house later. Tokugawa quickly grabbed Shishio's legs, and his eyes were watery on the verge of crying since he couldn't see Shishio fighting. Mai looked at Tokugawa speechlessly and understood how Shishio could get the entire apartment building where her apartment was located. Because you choose an unreliable opponent? Shishio was also speechless at Tokugawa's reaction. So, who do you want to fight? I'll ask someone to help you set up the battle. Tokugawa quickly said. Shishio thought for a moment and said, how about someone from the Kengan match? I think they should have a fighter who focuses on power or strength. He felt that fighting someone from the Kengan match was more reliable since they still thought about the consequences of fighting someone's rich. Unlike those people in the underground arena who were all lawless and weren't that different from a criminal. Fighter who is focused on power or strength, hey. Tokugawa thought for a moment and suddenly got an idea. Okay, I'll set up the match. He was excited and was about to call his best friend, Katahara, but Shishio stopped him. Wait a moment. What? You're not going to stop the fight, right? Tokugawa wouldn't let go of his phone and hugged it tightly in case Shishio would steal it. Shishio let out a sigh and said, I don't want any audiences. I just want a private fight. Okay, but I can watch it, right? Tokugawa asked. You, or the person who is related to fighting, are okay to watch, but I don't want something like a crowd, Shishio said. Can I watch it too? Shibukawa suddenly asked. Sure. Shishio nodded, then looked at Tokugawa again. If you can promise me that, then you can set up the fight. Okay, I promise you. Tokugawa said in one breath, then took his phone and called his best friend, Katahara Metsudo. Looking at the excited Tokugawa, Shishio could only feel that this old guy was too. Shishio let out a sigh and decided not to overthink since it was better to go home and enjoy his time with his girlfriends first. Still, Shishio couldn't wait to test the martial art that he had just learned and wondered who his opponent would be. 363, Grocery Store. After Shishio had made his promise to have a fight, Tokugawa moved swiftly to prepare everything. He also abided by his promise not to have a crowd during Shishio's fight. While he felt that it was a bit of a pity, he also understood that each fighter had different aspirations. Tokugawa suddenly felt that Shishio was contradictory. He still remembered Shishio's dream that he uttered on the underground arena, where he told him and Shina that he wanted to be remembered forever. However, Shishio's request that asked him to set up a fight without the audience made him think that Shishio's dream had changed. Or is it related to Doppo? Tokugawa thought that might be the case, and he would respect Shishio's decision since either way, he didn't care much as long as he could see an exciting fight. While Tokugawa tried to set up a match for him, Shishio decided to go back with Mai. However, unlike her lively state before, Mai didn't open her mouth when they walked out of the house. Should we go to a restaurant or something? Shishio asked as he was about to wear his helmet. No, let's go to the grocery store. I want to eat at home, Mai said as she hugged Shishio's waist. Okay. Shishio nodded and rode his motorcycle toward the closest grocery store. He could tell that even though she still talked with him, her state of mind was quite weird. Fortunately, he understood why she reacted this way. As they arrived at the grocery store, Shishio and Mai wore face masks again. Mai was, after all, a public figure. Mai might have taken a break for a year, but her popularity didn't diminish, especially when there was news that she was about to come back to showbiz. She was still known as the most popular child actress in this country. Still, that most popular child actress had grown up and become a woman now. Mai didn't really want to enter the gossip tabloid, and she also didn't want them to notice Shishio since she could see how troublesome it was, especially when her boyfriend was so handsome. Shishio picked up the shopping cart and played with it like a child before walking toward Mai. Mai. Isn't it a bit too much to use a shopping cart? Mai asked and ignored the fact that Shishio was playing with the shopping cart. Even if we use a shopping cart, it doesn't mean that we have to fill them with full items, right? We just need to buy what is necessary, Shishio said with a smile. While his smile might not be seen since it was hidden by his face mask, one could see that he smiled through his eyes. Okay. Mai nodded, then walked toward the meat area aisle inside the grocery store. Let's get meat first. Yushi wanted to walk, but Shishio grasped her hand. Let's walk by holding our hands, Shishio said. Mai looked at Shishio for a moment and said, isn't it hard to walk like this? It might be hard, but I like it. Shishio didn't move away from Mai's gaze and said, also, you're angry, right? I'm not angry, Mai said curtly before she looked away, but she didn't pull her hand away from him. I'm sorry for making such a decision without discussing it with you. Shishio apologized sincerely and said, I know that you're worried about me, but even so, I won't stop. Mai's lips trembled, and her eyes reddened. If you know that I'm worried about you, then why do you still decide to fight? Also, what do you mean that you won't stop? She didn't want to appear weak in front of him, so she pretended to be angry, staring at him. Like me who respects your choice to continue to become an actress. Shishio looked at Mai and said, I also want you to respect my choice that I want to become stronger. Mai wanted to open her mouth then closed it again. While she wanted to ask what was the point of getting stronger, he could also ask what the point of getting famous was. However, he didn't ask that, and he respected her choice to continue working as an actress if she wished. When Mai connected his wish to become stronger and her wish to return to the showbiz, she understood what Shishio wanted to do, so there was no way for her to stop him. After all, it was his dream. While Shishio knew that it might make her worry, he wouldn't stop since it was a path he had chosen. I know. Mai's voice trembled slightly, but then she said, but promise me, when you fight, you have to call me. I need to be by your side when you fight. Thanks, Mai. Shishio pulled down his face mask, kissed Mai's cheek, and hugged her happily. Mai could only sigh since she felt that her boyfriend was like a huge child. While she was being hugged, she asked, still, what do you think of me? I love you. Shishio said while tilting his head. No. I don't mean that. However, I'm happy to hear that, and I also love you, but what do you think of my return to the showbiz industry? Mai asked since she hadn't asked about his opinion regarding her decision to return to the showbiz industry. Personally, Shishio didn't think anything if Mai wanted to return to the showbiz industry since his power in the showbiz industry in Japan was powerful, but it might be thoughtless if he said so since she had thought so much of his decision to fight someone while he didn't put his thought into her decision to return to the showbiz industry. While I might say that it is alright for you to return to the showbiz industry, I'll be lying if I don't feel lonely, and like you, I'm also worried about you, Shishio said softly. Lonely? Worried? Mai asked as she kept staring into his eyes. Yes. Shishio nodded and said, from what I know, you need either month or more to make a movie. While I know that you might make a movie every day, it'll be sad and lonely if I can't see you during that time, but I respect your choice if you want to make a movie, so I won't stop you. Also, I know how fierce the competition in the showbiz industry is, and I'm afraid what will happen if you are being bullied or receive sexual harassment. While he might have many girlfriends, who could cure his loneliness when Mai wasn't by his side, he still felt lonely when Mai wasn't by his side, and of course, he was worried about her too. Unlike Nana, Miu, Saki, and Shina, who were close with their families who cared about them and many friends around them, Mai was alone, and her relationship with her family wasn't good. It might be part of the reason why Shishio often stayed with Mai since he knew that she was always alone. If Mai didn't meet him, she probably might meet Sakuta in the future, but even so, besides Sakuta, she wouldn't have many acquaintances since her life was pretty lonely. Shishio also knew that the showbiz industry wasn't pure, and the competition was fierce, so he was worried that Mai might be bullied. As for being sexually harassed, Shishio felt that unless someone wanted to be thrown to Tokyo Bay, no one dared to do it. Still, Shishio was good at acting, while he didn't think too much before, but when he decided to say those words, he put all of his feelings into it. His voice seemed strong, but it couldn't hide the loneliness on his voice, which made Mai's heart tremble. Mai would be lying if she wasn't lonely if she didn't meet him for many days. She had been accustomed to his presence, and when she couldn't see him, she would be lonely. Similarly, he would also be feeling lonely, but it might be because he had too many girlfriends that could soothe his loneliness that she didn't think of that possibility before. Not only lonely, but Shishio also felt worried about her. Similar to her, who was worried to see him fighting, Shishio also worried about her if she returned to the showbiz industry. She knew that the showbiz industry wasn't all rainbow, and there was a lot of darkness there since she had been in this business for a long time. Should I not continue? Mai suddenly hesitated whether she should come back to the showbiz industry since she felt that this kind of life wasn't bad. She could stay together with his boyfriend and have a normal high school life that she had always dreamed of. While she was in the middle of thinking, she felt that something had flicked her forehead. Ouch! Mai held her forehead and asked annoyedly, "What are you doing? What are you hesitant about?" Shishio asked speechlessly. Mai was stunned, and she was unable to say anything. "While I want you to stay by my side, it doesn't mean that I'll force you to stay with me all the time. I have my own dream, and you also have your own dream." Shishio hugged Mai's waist and said, "What the relationship that I want isn't something that will make us weaker and can't live just because we can't see each other for a day. Instead, it is a relationship where we can grow stronger as we support each other, so don't hesitate since I don't want to be the reason for you to stop chasing after your dream." Mai's eyes were red, and tears dripped from her eyes. She rubbed her face against his chest and hugged him tightly. While Shishio might be a scumbag, she must admit that she was so lucky that she had him by her side. Growl. Mai was speechless and looked at Shishio, who blushed before she smiled and asked, "Should we go back?" "Okay." Shishio rubbed his stomach and sighed. Shishio. I love you." Mai pulled down her face mask, tiptoed, and kissed Shishio's cheek. Shishio looked at Mai and asked, "Have you recovered, Mai? If you do it gently, then it might be alright," Mai said softly as she lowered her head with a blush. Shishio knew that he needed to buy another thing at this grocery store. "Is there a condom here?" Shishio wasn't sure, but he might need to look for it. Shishio stopped his motorcycle and looked at the familiar house in front of him. He hadn't been in this house for weeks or more, and somehow it started to feel unfamiliar to him. He thought he wouldn't come to this place until then, but Nana suddenly told him that she wouldn't move into the new apartment on Golden Week. Instead, she told him that she was going to move later after Golden Week and asked him to stay with her in this place together. Shishio stood at the entrance of the house for a moment until the door opened. "Ah, Shishio-kun, it has been a while." Her blonde hair fluttered because of the wind, and her massive boobs trembled as she walked. While her clothes might be conservative, they couldn't hide her alluring body. Shishio once again realized how dangerous his sister-in-law was. "It has been a while, Ayakane," Shishio said softly as he prayed that he wouldn't cause a mistake tonight. 364, Shishio is a good brother-in-law. 1. There were only 2 days before the end of Golden Week. Shishio thought that Nana would move into his apartment, but suddenly she told him that she wouldn't move right now and would move later when they had entered the school. While he didn't mind since he thought that she might not have finished preparing to move, considering she might spend her time on holiday with her family. However, he didn't expect her to suddenly invite him to stay in Sunahara dorm together with her elder sister. Now, Shishio was right in front of Sunahara dorm, and Ayaka Sunohara greeted him excitedly. "It's been a while, Shishio-kun." Ayaka dashed into Shishio and hugged him. Shishio had a hard time maintaining his expression when Ayaka was running. Her 2mt fugis on her chest trembled up and down. Then when she hugged him, he could feel the 2 softest things that he had ever felt in his life, pressed against his chest. While the shape might deform because of Newton's law, Shishio felt that the genes of the Sunohara family were outrageous. Shishio couldn't fight against Newton's law, so he happily hugged Ayaka. "It's been a while, Ayakane." Ayaka sniffed his smell deeply since she really missed him. She had always been in a daze lately, especially when she was alone. She was confused at why she felt this, but when Shishio was there, she felt that all of her worries disappeared instantly. However, Shishio. Oni-chan. Nana was speechless when she saw her boyfriend and older sister hugging each other. Shishio and Ayaka looked at each other for a moment and opened their arms at the same time to welcome Nana. Nana was speechless, but she didn't think too much and hugged the 2 of them. Shishio, who was hugged by Nana, suddenly felt that he might have hypoxia sooner or later since 4 dangerous things were wrapped around his head, making it hard for him to breathe. Luckily, he had an enhanced lungs, so he could enjoy this moment for so long. Still, while Shishio enjoyed this situation, he felt that it was better to enjoy it inside the house. "How about we enter the house first?" The 2 of them agreed and reluctantly let go of him before they entered the house together. When Shishio entered the house, he realized something, but he didn't say much since Nana and Ayaka talked excitedly with him about their trip to the onsen trip at Izu Peninsula before. "Did you go to Izu?" "Yeah." Nana sighed and said, "The wasabi ice cream that we ate was so delicious. We should go there together next time." When she was on holiday, she kept thinking about Shishio and felt that it would be good if she could go on a holiday with him. Wasabi ice cream. Shishio looked at Nana weirdly as he sat in the dining room. He glanced at Ayaka, who prepared tea and snacks for them. He could see her butts were moving right and left, seemingly excited about his arrival. "It might sound weird, but the ice cream that is made with a real wasabi tastes nice," Nana said, trying to reassure Shishio that she didn't fool him. "Really?" Shishio became curious and said, maybe, next time, we can go to the Izu together. Yay! Nana hugged Shishio happily. Then maybe, I should start a part-time job. Part-time job? Where? Shishio asked curiously. How about Vanyaria near the school? It is close, and you're familiar with the people there, right? Nana said with a smile. Shishio was speechless, but he nodded. If you want to work there, then you should do it then. What he was worried about if his girlfriend decided to have a part-time job was her safety. Nana was a beautiful girl, and her boobs were huge, so without a doubt, many people might try to hit her up. However, if she was working in Vanyaria, he didn't need to worry about that, considering there were many people that could protect her, such as a waitress with a powerful punch, a waitress with a katana, and a manager with a group of delinquent subordinates. Shishio could imagine Nana befriending all of them, and somehow he felt that it wasn't bad since she might be able to tell him what had happened in his restaurant there. What were you talking about? Ayaka, who had brought tea and snacks to the table, asked them curiously. By the way, you should try this, Shishio-kun. It's a souvenir from Izu. What is this? It's karemashi manju. It is so delicious when it is warm, but it still tastes nice when it is cold. Try it, Ayaka said with a smile. Shishio took the manju and bit it slowly, chewing it on his mouth, and somehow it reminded him of the texture of when Nana and Ayaka hugged him together. By the way, where's everyone? I don't see them here. Oh, they're still at their home. They should return here tomorrow, Ayaka said with a smile. I see. Shishio nodded since it was still Golden Week, so it was normal for them to stay with their family, but then he asked, but is it alright for me to stay for a night here? Nana told him that he should stay here for a night, so he brought his clothes, but when he thought that he would be living with his sister-in-law, he still felt a bit strange somehow. It's alright. It's lonely to stay here with just the two of us, Ayaka said with a gentle smile. Just stay. What are you worried about? Nana said as she hugged him before she opened her mouth, telling him to feed her. Shishio looked at Nana for a moment before he fed her the half-bitten manju that he had eaten. Delicious. Nana chewed happily. Shishio sipped the tea then asked Ayaka, if so, where should I sleep? However, when he looked at Ayaka, he noticed that her expression was slightly strange. Ayaka tapped her chin rhythmically, but she glanced at Shishio, who fed Nana with a sigh before her eyes brightened instantly. How about in my room? What? 2x. Not only Shishio but Nana was dumbfounded. But you should know that Akun, Yuzu-chan, Yuri-chan, and Sumair-chan might come back tomorrow. They might not like it when someone suddenly sleeps in their room, so there's no other place other than my room to stay, right? Ayaka said naturally. I can sleep on the sofa here, you know. Shishio said. No. Ayaka shook her head and said, how can I let you sleep on the sofa? You're a guest, Shishio-kun. But I'm a man. Shishio was speechless and asked, what if I do something to you at night? Oh? What are you going to do to me, Shishio-kun? Ayaka asked with interest. Shishio was about to say something, but his cheek was pulled by Nana. Ouch. Ouch. It hurts, Nana. Nana could feel that his long and big thing trembled slightly before and knew what this bad guy was thinking about. Oni-chan has told you to sleep in her room, so you don't need to reject it. Shishio rubbed his cheek and looked at Nana. Are you okay with it? It's okay. After all, I'll be sleeping there too, right? Nana smiled toward Ayaka and said, Oni-chan. Of course. Ayaka clapped her hands excitedly and said, the three of us will be sleeping together tonight. While Shishio was happy about it, he wondered whether it was morally okay to do this, but... Shishio glanced at Nana and Ayaka for a moment and felt that there was no need for him to hesitate, right? While they talked to each other and also tasted the souvenirs that Shishio brought from Tateyama, it was time for dinner. Nana, how about you take a bath first? Ayaka asked. Okay. Nana, who played a game with Shishio, nodded and said, Shishio, pause the game. Don't continue without me. Okay, okay. Shishio paused the game and looked at Nana, who went to the bathroom to take a bath. He wondered whether he could take a bath together, but with Ayaka, he felt that it was impossible. He stood up and said, Ayaka-ne, let me help you. Is that okay? Ayaka asked. It's all right. I'm quite confident with my cooking skill, Shishio said. Really? I'll take that offer, Ayaka said with a smile. Shishio then walked to Ayaka and stood next to her in the kitchen. Can you help me to pick up the mirin on the top shelf, Shishio-kun? Ayaka suddenly asked. Shelf? Which shelf? Shishio asked. The one that was on top of me, Ayaka said without looking at Shishio since she was busy at that moment. Shishio looked at Ayaka weirdly and felt a bit hesitant. The space in the kitchen was narrow, so if he took something from the shelf on the top of Ayaka, he needed to stand behind her, and their bodies would touch each other. Shishio-kun? Ayaka asked in doubt. Shishio stopped hesitating and nodded. Wait a moment. He stood behind Ayaka slowly and opened up the shelf on top of her, but then Ayaka's big butts were pressed against his lower body. What's wrong, Shishio-kun? Ayaka asked. Shishio couldn't see Ayaka's face since she lowered her head as she prepared the ingredients. Nothing. He also pretended that he didn't see anything and just pressed his hips against her, and of course, it caused a reaction on his lower body. Ayaka flushed when she could feel a big, hard, and hot thing on her butts, but she didn't say anything. Where's the Myron, Ayaka-ne? Shishio asked calmly. Ayaka somehow pouted when Shishio was so calm and said, it should be at the back of the shelf. You should search it carefully and slowly. Okay. Shishio also wasn't in a hurry and rubbed his hard phallus against her butts. Ayaka also did the same and moved her butts clockwise against his thing. She bit her lower lip when she could feel his heat that slowly transmitted against her. Ayaka-ne. Ayaka's spine straightened when she heard his voice right beside her ear. Yes? What's wrong, Shishio-kun? Her voice trembled as her body got hotter and hotter. Here's the Myron. Shishio still stood behind Ayaka as he put the bottle Myron closely and gently put his hand on her stomach while asking, do you need me to take something again from the shelf, Ayaka-ne? He pressed his body closely without letting her go. HMN. Ayaka held her moan and said with some difficulty, maybe, a soy sauce too. It should be on the deeper part of the shelf. Okay. Neither of them said anything, and they kept doing what they were doing without saying anything. They knew what they were doing might be immoral, but even so, their excitement couldn't be stopped. Ayaka-ne. Shishio whispered right next to her face, which caused Ayaka's body to tremble and her ears were red, but she didn't intend to move away and waited for what he was going to do next. However. What's wrong? Ayaka was confused inwardly since Shishio suddenly moved, but when she was about to ask. Shishio, let's continue to play the game. Nana returned to the living room as she called Shishio happily. Ayaka's heart raced so fast at that moment, but she sighed in relief since Shishio's reaction was so swift. Wait a moment, I need to help your sister cook, Shishio said as he calmed his phallus down. Then I'll help you too. Nana said with a smile. Oh, if Nana is going to help, then you should take a bath first, Shishio-kun. We're all right with the of us here, Ayaka said of her usual gentle expression. Okay. Shishio nodded, but when he was about to go to the bathroom, Nana whispered with a naughty smell. I have just taken a bath. Don't get excited there, all right. Shishio. Nana laughed before standing next to Ayaka as she talked happily. Shishio looked at Nana for a moment before he looked at Ayaka. He wondered whether Ayaka was sexually frustrated, but as a good brother-in-law, he felt that it was his duty to help her. 365, Shishio is a good brother-in-law too. While taking a bath, Shishio thought that something similar that he encountered at Mai's place might happen, but it seemed that he was thinking too much since the time he took a bath. It was fairly peaceful, and it felt so relaxing. It's been a while since I've had a quiet bath. Yesterday, before Shishio went back after he stayed in Mai's place, he went to meet Saki and Miu before he returned to Sakurasu. Shishio faced one battle after another with many different girls, but he didn't use an Aiki way of fighting by redirecting his opponents. Instead, he faced them bravely, defeating them whether it was a duel or a group by fighting alone. While Shishio might not have mastered the way of martial art, he might have mastered a way to pleasure a woman. Shishio's sixth sense could tell that something might happen tonight, but since it hadn't happened, it was better not to overthink since being so desperate wasn't his style, but if he was offered, as a gentleman, he accepted it with all of his might. Jokes aside, Shishio felt that the smell of this bathroom was sweet and lovely. It might be that there are only women living here. Shishio ignored Akishina, the only male living in Sunoarasu, subconsciously and thought that Aki was part of a woman too. While he might say this, it didn't mean the smell of the male bathroom on the Sakurasu was terrible. Instead, it smelled natural. There was no strange smell or anything. As for the female bathroom on Sakurasu, Shishio hadn't smelled it since he hadn't entered it. While he was deep in thought, Shishio felt strange at why he suddenly thought about the bathroom. I must be so free, hey. Or part of him might just want to avert his mind from what he was doing with his sister-in-law. Shishio wasn't sure why Ayaka had done that before and wondered whether she was either sexually frustrated or she was attracted to him. While he might able to control his pheromone to attract the opposite gender and make them be in heat, he hadn't used this ability for that purpose, so there was no way Ayaka did what she did before because of his pheromone. Shishio thought for a moment before he scooped water from the bathtub with his hands and splashed it on his face since it was better not to think too much. It was better to ask the person herself since it was useless to think about such a matter. Shishio didn't stay in the bathroom any longer and walked out, drying his body with a towel before changing his clothes into a t-shirt and shorts. While some people expected a perverted scene when the heroines might enter the bathroom would happen, nothing had happened to him in the bathroom. Shishio's senses had been enhanced, and as long as someone walked toward him, he could notice them immediately, so his chance to get a lucky pervert situation would decrease unless he deliberately pretended that he didn't notice, then a lucky pervert situation wouldn't happen. However, while some people loved a lucky pervert situation, Shishio didn't need such a situation at all. The lucky pervert situation was at best peeking or touching each other, and after that, nothing happened. On the other hand, Shishio had broken that barrier and became a hentai protagonist. Probably. Anyway, Shishio walked out from the bathroom to the living room, where he could hear the laughter of Nana and Ayaka. Their relationship is good. Shishio thought that their sisterhood might become closer in the future, depending on how he was going to play the game. Shishio, have you finished taking a bath? Nana asked. Yeah, it was a nice bath. It might be because of the warm water that even if he had cleaned up his body, there was still some white steam that emitted from his body. His complexion was rosy, and his hair was slightly wet as he let his bangs cover his forehead. Geez, Shishio-kun, you should dry your body well, or else, you'll catch a cold. Ayaka took the towel from Shishio's neck and helped him dry his hair. I feel like I'm a kid if you do this, Shishio said helplessly. Being an adult is tiring, and of course, they also need time to be pampered too, Ayaka said gently. Shishio raised his head and looked at Ayaka, who smiled gently at him, thoughtfully. Oni-chan, let me do it. Nana quickly said. You don't need to since his hair has been dried now. Ayaka then shook Shishio's messy hair gently and felt surprised. It's so soft. The texture of his hair was between the wavy and the straight hair, but it was so soft. Really? Nana was curious and also touched Shishio's hair. Wow, it's true. Shishio looked at two sisters that touched his hair randomly and felt that the two Sunoera sisters were really dangerous since he couldn't see the light with four big things covering his sky. Still, he wasn't surprised when two sisters were attracted by his hair since he got an enhanced hair in the past. What kind of shampoo did you use, Shishio? Nana asked. Just one that you can buy at the convenience store. It isn't something special, Shishio said. Nana and Ayaka couldn't help but cast an envious expression on Shishio's hair. After all, hair was the crown of women, and it could be called one of the most important things in their lives, which was why they had always carefully taken care of their hair. Wash it carefully and give them a conditioner after they have washed their hair. They also gave nourishment and other things too so they could have beautiful hair. Shishio noticed their expression and said, but your hair is also beautiful, you know. He caressed Nana's blonde hair and sniffed the top of her hair. It also smells nice. Nana's tan skin showed blush before she sat on Shishio's lap. Really? Then try to touch it again. Ayaka pouted and also asked, Shishio-kun, what about my hair? How about we eat dinner first? I'm starving. Shishio felt that while the relationship between the two sisters was good, they were surprisingly competitive. Hearing Shishio's words, they also didn't continue to entangle and also started to eat. Still, Shishio must admit that the dinner tasted delicious. While it might not be perfect, he could feel the intense love and the warmth from each of the dishes that were prepared on the table. If Shishio had to give an example, it felt like motherly love. Somehow, Shishio started to miss his parents after he tasted the dinner cooked by Ayaka. Is it taste good, Shishio-kun? Ayaka asked gently. Yes, it's delicious, Ayaka-ne, Shishio said with a smile. Nana and Ayaka were stagnated for a moment when they saw this smile. While Nana moved closer to Shishio and fed him happily, Ayaka looked at him thoughtfully with a complicated expression, showing a mix of reluctance and envy in just a moment of a second without the two noticing her. Let me join too. Ayaka said cheerfully. Shishio felt that if he stayed here any longer, he was afraid that he might become a bad brother-in-law instead of a good brother-in-law. After dinner, the three of them sat on the sofa while watching the photos that were taken by Shishio on his trip to Tateyama. You're a really good photographer, Shishio-kun, Ayaka said in surprise since all of the photos that Shishio took were well taken. She felt that his skills might be even better than most professionals that took a photo in the magazine. Yes, but you really took many beautiful girls' photos, hey. Nana said while looking at Shishio thoughtfully. But I think that I miss the picture of the beautiful girl in front of me, Shishio said with a smile. Nana blushed and kissed Shishio's cheek before she asked, You're going to take my photo? As much as you want, Shishio said as he hugged Nana's waist. Really? Nana asked happily. Yeah. Shishio nodded. Yay. Nana smiled happily and kissed Shishio's cheek again, forgetting that Ayaka was right beside them. Ayaka. Your sister is here. Shishio couldn't help but remind Nana. Nana pouted, but she didn't say much. After all, if they were alone, they might entangle with each other right now, but since her big sister was here, she restrained herself a bit. Frankly, when she met him, she just wanted to kiss his lips and hug him tightly as they touched each other's bodies. However, Nana couldn't do it now since her big sister was right beside them, so she thought for a moment and suddenly thought of a good idea. I'll go to the toilet first. Nana stood up and walked out of the living room. Ayaka couldn't help but sigh when she saw her little sister. Shishio-kun, I'm sorry that Nana has always caused you trouble. Even though she might have grown up now, she's still a spoiled girl. No, I have never thought of her that way. While it is true that she might often cause trouble here and there, I feel that part of her is charming, and it has never troubled me, so you don't need to worry, Ayaka-ne, Shishio said sincerely since even though Nana might be quite spoiled, she also often spoiled him too. Is it that so? Shishio's answer was unexpected, and it made Ayaka flustered slightly. There was also part of her that felt envious of her little sister somehow. While she might be in her early 20s now, her experience in that area was minimal. In her high school time, Ayaka had always been taking care of Nana, but it didn't mean that she didn't have friends. Of course, she had one or two close friends too and many other classmates, but it was troublesome, considering many guys had always been staring at her with a weird gaze. While she had gotten used to that kind of gaze and just ignored it, she would be lying if she didn't get tired of it. Ayaka wasn't good with guys, especially when most of them had always stared at her with a perverted gaze. It might also be the reason why she lowered her guard against Akishina since she had never thought of him as a guy, and with how small he was, she didn't need to fear that he might attack her. Then slowly watching him grow up, she slowly fell for Akishina. However, the appearance of Shishio changed everything. After all, unlike Akishina, who Ayaka needed to wait several years, there was one that unexpectedly could give what she wanted from an opposite gender that appeared right before her. Shishio wasn't sure what Ayaka was thinking right now, and he was just concerned about her situation, considering she might be sexually frustrated right now. Instead, are you okay, Ayaka-ne? Shishio asked. What do you mean? Ayaka wondered why Shishio asked her this question since she was alright. While I don't know how hard it is for you to work as a dorm manager, I can say that you have worked hard enough. You have to take care of everyone's needs and take care of this dorm alone. It is such hard work, and it is admirable that you can do it by yourself. However, like what you have said before. Shishio looked at Ayaka and said, being an adult is tiring, and of course, they also need time to be pampered too, so are you alright, Ayaka-ne? Ayaka stared at Shishio and couldn't look away from him. Ayaka-ne. Is it alright for me to be pampered? Ayaka asked. Of course. Shishio nodded. Then can you pat my head? Also, can you tell me if I have done a good job too? Ayaka asked with a pampered tone different from her usual warm and mother-like tone. Shishio looked at Ayaka for a moment, then patted her head gently, making her squint her eyes happily. Good job, Ayaka. You have done well, Shishio said softly, which caused Ayaka to rub her face against his chest. He looked at Ayaka for a moment and felt that he had become a good brother-in-law right now, right? 366, Shishio is a good brother-in-law 3. It might be Ayaka's first time to be treated like this. It was soothing, warm, comfortable, and she felt that she could depend on him for everything. It was as if Shishio told her that it was alright to be pampered, something that Ayaka had never thought of in her life before, considering she had been the older sister and the one who took care of her surroundings. However, even Ayaka was a human. Ayaka could be tired, angry, and she also had other ugly emotions, but she buried all of those feelings, showing her best side, so everyone could become comfortable around her. If Shishio didn't remind Ayaka, she might not have ever realized that she was burning out. While she was happy with her job and satisfied with it, there was no way that one couldn't have frustration with their lives even if they had a job that they loved to do. However, Ayaka also realized that this was wrong and it was immoral. Shishio was her little sister's boyfriend, and asking him to do this was something that she shouldn't do. Still, Ayaka glanced at Shishio, who gently caressed her hair, and their eyes happened to meet each other. Shishio looked at Ayaka with some confusion. Somehow, Ayaka wondered why she didn't meet him earlier. By the way, Ayaka-ne. Don't you have a boyfriend or something? Shishio asked since he felt it wouldn't be strange for someone as beautiful as her to have a boyfriend. Ayaka shook her head gently and said with a sigh, no, I don't have one, nor do I have the experience to be so close with the opposite gender other than my father like this. What about Akishina? Shishio wondered whether Ayaka hadn't thought of Aki as a man, but this wasn't surprising, considering Aki might be a child in her eyes. Still, is she a virgin? Shishio's sense of smell might be powerful, but it didn't mean that he could see whether a girl was a virgin or not based on his sense of smell. Well, personally, Shishio didn't think too much about whether Ayaka was a virgin or not since she was his sister-in-law. But there must be many who have confessed to you, right? Shishio asked. Well, there were many in the past, but I might have forgotten them since I don't know them well. Many guys and even girls had confessed to her in the past. However, no one had caught her eye, or rather no one had ever made her heart move like what Shishio did to her. Now that you mention it, I have heard from Nana that you were the one who confessed. Ayaka looked at Shishio curiously and asked, was that right? Shishio thought for a moment and nodded. Yes, I confessed to her, not the other way around. So, do you like Nana? Ayaka asked. That's something obvious, right? Shishio said. But why did you fall in love with her? Ayaka asked curiously. While she knew that her sister was beautiful, could love be born so easily? Why did you suddenly ask? Shishio asked. Isn't it fine? I'm your older sister-in-law, after all. Ayaka held Shishio's shoulders and shook them up. Come on, tell me. Well, I don't really mind telling you, but don't tell Nana, Shishio said with a sigh. Okay, so this is a secret between the two of us, Ayaka said with a smile. Why does it sound lewd? Shishio thought, but he threw that matter aside and said, while I was attracted to her beautiful appearance, I didn't love her at first. Shishio's answer was unexpected, and she couldn't react to his answer for a while. Then why did you confess to her even if you don't love her? Are you playing with Nana? She frowned and looked at him with displeasure. If he said a wrong word, then she might smack him with the two biggest things on her body. While the two biggest things on her body might not cause damage, they could cause suffocation to Shishio. I mean, isn't it normal? We have only known each other for a week or so at that time. Even if we're in the same class, can love be born so easily? Shishio said naturally since he didn't believe in love at first sight. Love at first sight only happened to handsome men or beautiful girls, and it had never happened to unattractive men or girls. In other words, everything was just either a hormone or lust. You don't have a dream, Shishio-kun, Ayaka said with a pout. Then Ayaka-san, do you believe in love at first sight? Shishio asked. Well. Ayaka thought for a moment, but she shook her head. She also didn't believe in love at first sight since even the beautiful rose also had its thorns. Even a beautiful woman or a handsome man also took a shit on the toilet. There were no rules that one couldn't have a dream that a beautiful woman or a handsome man didn't go to the toilet, but the reality said otherwise. I think that love is more meaningful when two people have realized the importance of each other's existence in their lives. Instead of being affected by a sudden hormonal attack just because of the appearance, Shishio said. Then, if you didn't love Nana at that time, why did you confess to her? Ayaka asked. While I might be the one who confessed to her, the one who fell in love first was Nana, Shishio said. Ayaka was surprised, but then she frowned and asked, then you were forced. Shishio shook his head and said, I might not love her at that time, but I also know how charming Nana is. I can see that many guys will confess to her in high school. That's true. Ayaka nodded since there were many guys who had confessed to Nana during middle school, but Nana had never had an interest in romance until she met Shishio. So, what does that have related to your confession? At the time, I thought, what if she becomes the girlfriend of another? I couldn't accept it, so I decided to confess to her, Shishio said frankly. Ayaka was stunned and asked with a frown, so you confessed to her because of your selfishness? Her question wasn't wrong since Shishio decided to confess to Nana because he was selfish. He didn't love her, but just because he didn't want her to be with someone else, he decided to confess, which made Ayaka unhappy as an older sister. You thought that it might be wrong, but how many guys can do this? Shishio suddenly asked. Ayaka couldn't say anything while it might sound easy to confess just because that person didn't want a girl or a guy to be dated by another person, but that wasn't true since confessing to someone wasn't an easy thing to do. Your heart would beat so fast, your mind would wander around, you would panic, and the anxiety that came with the thought of your relationship might change if you were rejected. So that's when she accepted me back then. I'd thought that I would learn to love this girl, Shishio said softly. So you love Nana? Ayaka asked with mixed emotion. I love her. Shishio nodded since he loved Nana, but not only Nana since he also loved Shina, Saki, Miu, Roberta, and Mai too. However, if he said that in front of Ayaka, he was afraid that he might be stabbed with a knife during his sleep later, so he smartly avoided the conversation. Ayaka looked at Shishio, and there was a sense of loss in her heart. But, have you thought that you might not love her at that time? Of course, I'd thought of it, but with how lovely Nana is, I guess, it can't be helped that I feel an attachment toward her, Shishio said with a gentle smile. I see. Ayaka nodded, then walked to the fridge before she walked back to the sofa again. Why did you bring a lot of beers? Shishio also had brought a specialty beer from Tateyama for Ayaka, but who would expect that she would suddenly drink? It's okay, right? I just want to drink it somehow. Ayaka opened the can and gulped it down. Shishio stared at Ayaka for a moment and sighed, thinking that he was a bad brother-in-law. If he was a good brother-in-law, he wouldn't have many other girls other than Nana, but he also wanted to remind Ayaka that he was her little sister's boyfriend. While Shishio didn't mind continuing what they were doing in the kitchen, he wanted to remind her about the consequences of their actions. Shishio looked at Ayaka, who kept drinking until Nana returned. Shishio. Nana hugged Shishio happily. You're late, Shishio said with a sigh, ignoring the fact that he knew Nana was eavesdropping. Sorry. Nana stuck out her tongue and kissed Shishio's cheek happily. She was doing her preparation before, but when she was about to return, she heard the conversation between Shishio and Ayaka. She knew how Shishio's personality was and wondered what he would do when she left her alone with her big sister. While she might be hurt if he did that with her older sister, she didn't feel surprised and felt there was a strange excitement in her heart when she and her older sister shared the same man together. However, Shishio was loyal and didn't do anything to her big sister. While Nana was surprised, she became happier and kissed his cheek happily. It's all right. I understand that you need to go to the toilet. Shishio nodded thoughtfully, but Nana was flustered and refuted his words without hesitation. I don't do that in the toilet. Even a beautiful girl was also a human. Of course, they also did that on the toilet. However, Shishio didn't intend to entangle with this problem, so he didn't say anything. What's wrong? Shishio suddenly noticed that Nana's expression changed and turned into a shock when she saw Ayaka. He was curious and turned his attention to Ayaka, but he didn't see anything, especially since Ayaka was just drinking alcohol. Did you let her go of alcohol? Nana asked with a scared expression. Hey. Shishio was confused and asked, is there a problem with it? Ayaka was an adult, so he didn't think there was a problem with drinking alcohol. Of course Nana wanted to say that it was a bit of a mistake to let Ayaka drink alcohol, but suddenly her lips were kissed. Not by Shishio, but by Ayaka. Nana-chan. Chiyu. Ayaka grabbed Nana's head and kissed her lips without hesitation. Nana couldn't react and could only stare at Ayaka, who suddenly kissed her before her eyes rolled up since she also couldn't handle alcohol and drank directly. Her head was fuzzy before she weakly slept on Shishio's lap. Shishio was in shock, too, since he didn't expect that the relationship between the two sisters was so close. When Nana had fallen into his lap, he saw Ayaka staring at him with misty eyes and blush. Shishio-kun. Ayaka stared at Shishio before she held his head, and she was ready to kiss him. Shishio wondered whether he should become a good brother-in-law or a bad brother-in-law right now. 367, Shishio is a good brother-in-law for. Hearing the soft yet alluring voice from Ayaka, Shishio's mind was shaken for a moment. Without a doubt, Ayaka was a charming woman, and she was one of the most beautiful women that Shishio had seen in his life, but more importantly, she might be one with the biggest size he had seen in his life. Why did he add might? While Shishio was living in this world, it didn't mean that he had seen how vast the world was, so there might be someone out there who had a bigger size than Ayaka. However, among his acquaintances, Ayaka was the biggest one, without a doubt. If it was before, Shishio might have trouble whether he should become a good brother-in-law or a bad brother-in-law, but when he smelled an aroma of alcohol that became closer and closer toward his lips, he stopped Ayaka by lifting her body. Ayaka blinked her eyes and felt confused at why the distance between them suddenly became far. However, she understood everything and asked with a lonely voice, "Do you hate me?" Shishio glanced at Nana, who was sleeping on his lap soundly and even rubbed her face against his stomach, feeling speechless. Your boyfriend was seduced by your older sister, but how could you sleep so soundly? Still, it was a good thing that Nana was sleeping since Shishio was afraid the thing he might talk about wasn't suitable to be heard by Nana right now. However, if they could accept each other, it would be different. I don't hate you, and I don't mind kissing you. Shishio told the truth since who didn't want to kiss someone as beautiful as Ayaka? Shishio was just a normal scumbag, and of course, he was attracted by Ayaka's charm. Then, there was no barrier or an obstacle between them, especially when Nana was sleeping, so Ayaka was about to kiss him again, but a hand pressed against her forehead. I don't mind if we kiss each other, but let's not do it when you're drunk. It might be part of his pride as a scumbag that Shishio didn't want to do anything weird to someone drunk, even if that woman or girl might be the most beautiful in the world. It sounded stupid since Shishio had become a scumbag, so there was no need to hesitate anymore. He could just kiss Ayaka then bring her to the room, having a good time together, but if she was sober. If Ayaka was drunk, then it was a different matter. While some people thought that alcohol was a good thing and felt it was cool to drink it, Shishio didn't think so. Shishio might have drunk it in the past, but he only drank a small amount since drinking a lot of alcohol would numb his brain and make his head work slowly. Also, it might make people forget what had happened. After they kissed, Shishio didn't want Ayaka to pretend that nothing had happened between them since he wanted to develop a deeper relationship with her. While Ayaka might be drunk, her consciousness was still there, and she understood Shishio's meaning. She pouted and leaned on his chest, trying to find a comfortable position, before she said, "You're not a good man, Shishio-kun. You're not a good older sister either," Shishio said speechlessly as he felt he had been seduced whether the first time they met each other until now. Ayaka was stunned, but then she laughed and kissed Shishio's cheek. Shishio didn't stop Ayaka and patted Ayaka's back gently and said, "You're drunk. You should sleep." "Okay." Ayaka nodded, then said, "But carry me." Shishio looked at Ayaka for a moment, carried Ayaka on his arm, and used his other arm to carry Nana, who slobbered on his shoulder. The string of liquid dripped from the corner of Nana's mouth, giving her a stupidly cute charm that seldom appeared. Shishio thought that Nana was cute, but Ayaka was alluring. Ayaka smiled when Shishio carried her and Nana together while wondering whether he had planned to get two sisters together. While she might be lying if such a possibility didn't cross her mind, because of the effect of the alcohol, she became bolder and hugged his head, pressing it against her chest. "You like this, right? Even a deity could get angry." Shishio, just a normal human with a system, also reacted when Ayaka pressed her breasts against his face. They were so soft and smelled so nice, but it was hard to breathe with two large masses that covered his face. Luckily, one of his eyes wasn't covered, and he could see his surroundings. "Shishio-kun, can you walk over there? Let me turn off the light first," Ayaka said as she kept pressing her chest against Shishio's face. Shishio was speechless, but he followed her words and let her turn off the light before he walked in the direction of Ayaka's room. Shishio pulled out his head slightly, but Ayaka kept hugging him tightly. He was helpless and asked, "What are you planning to do, Ayaka-ne? What are you planning to do if Nana is living in the apartment alone?" Ayaka asked back. "I don't have a plan," Shishi said naturally. "Really?" Ayaka asked with doubt, and clearly, the effect of the alcohol seemed to have disappeared from her head. "However, we're lovers, so naturally, something might happen between us," Shishio said calmly. Ayaka wanted to say something, but no words came out of her mouth. "Can you open the door?" "My hands are preoccupied," Shishio said. Ayaka nodded and opened the door of her room slowly. Shishio didn't have any strange feelings or whatever. He entered and walked into her body, placing Nana gently on the bed, letting her lay there to sleep. However, as Nana lay on the bed, she hugged his arm tightly, pressing it against her two masses with a stupid smile. Shishio looked at Nana helplessly and reluctantly took out his arm from her two masses. Nana seemed uncomfortable, and her hands moved around as if she was trying to reach something. Shishio caressed Nana's soft cheek gently, which caused her to smile and dripped another saliva from the corner of her mouth. "She's so happy," Shishio said speechlessly. "Yet, she doesn't know that her boyfriend is a bad guy who is happy being seduced by her older sister," Ayaka also added. Shishio glanced at Ayaka for a moment and wasn't sure what to say for a moment since he wasn't exactly a good guy either, and Nana knew that fact. However, Ayaka didn't know that fact, but when he considered their relationship, he felt it was better to keep this matter until later since he was tired. "Your head must be dizzy now because of the alcohol. You should go sleep." Shishio also placed Ayaka on the other side of the bed and was about to go out, but his wrist was held. "Where are you going?" Ayaka asked. "I'm going to sleep on the sofa," Shishio said. But Ayaka wanted to stop Shishio. However, Shishio didn't really want to stay any longer since something might happen, and they might do something sorry to Nana if they really stayed together. "Well, I'll go out now." Shishio was about to walk out of Ayaka's room, but Ayaka pulled out his wrist. Shishio might not lose his balance because of the sudden force that pulled him, but he deliberately fell since he fell on the top of the two softest things. His head was right on the top of Ayaka's masses, and he wanted to rub his face there somehow, but he knew that this wasn't the time for this since there was something that they must settle. Ayaka wanted to kiss him again, but Shishio flicked her forehead, making her pout. "Next time, not now," Shishio said, then left since he didn't want to kiss her right now. Not when she was drunk. Ayaka looked at Shishio's back before she let out a sigh. She then looked at Nana, who slept so soundly and couldn't help but pull her soft cheek. "Fu Wei." Nana was confused and showed an uncomfortable expression on her sleeping face. "I feel so jealous of you." Ayaka sighed before she slept with her sister with a smile, thinking that their sisterhood would develop further in another sense in the future. Shishio was sleeping on the sofa, without any blanket or a pillow in the living room. The night of the spring was quite cold. Fortunately, his body was naturally strong, so there was nothing to worry about. However, Shishio must admit that it was quite uncomfortable, not because of the sofa or the temperature but because his body was burning. He could still remember how soft Ayaka's body was, and he knew that he could get her there, but by doing that, he knew that Ayaka would be trapped in a guilty feeling. So Shishio could only endure since everything needed a process. Still, Ayaka was an adult instead of a child, so she could naturally take responsibility for what she had done. However, The main problem wasn't this. The two of them knew the main problem. While they knew that it was exciting, and they knew that it would feel nice, it wouldn't be good for Nana. It wouldn't be too late after Shishio might talk about this problem with Nana, but he hadn't deepened his relationship with Nana, so he needed to do it gently and slowly, so his ships wouldn't be capsized because of an unexpected wave. Shishio wasn't sure when he fell asleep, but he slept quite comfortably until he felt something heavy on his stomach. Ugh! Shishio almost couldn't breathe when his solar plexus was hit with a heavy mass. He coughed and opened his eyes unhappily. Nana. Nana straddled his stomach with a happy smile since it seemed that she had succeeded in giving him a prank, but when she saw his painful expression, she felt sorry and apologized. Sorry, are you all right? She felt that she was too much with her prank. Shishio wanted to say that Nana had gained some weight, but he didn't say anything since her appearance was still good and her slightly chubby body also wasn't bad. What time is it? Shishio didn't see the sun through the gap of the curtain, so he felt curious at what time right now. It should be 5 in the morning, Nana said subconsciously. Hey? Why did you wake up so early? Shishio was dumbfounded. Isn't it because of Oni-chan? She kissed me so suddenly. Nana pouted when she thought her lips were kissed by Ayaka. You weren't good with alcohol. Shishio sighed as he patted Nana's head. Well, I'm not good at it. Nana also leaned forward and let her entire body rest on Shishio's body. Don't do this. Something on me might wake up, Shishio said with a sigh. Something. Nana was confused until she felt something hard and big between her butts. Her face flushed as she looked at him shyly. Pervert. By the way, Shishio. Remember before? Before. I promised to do anything that you requested from me, right? Don't you have something to ask me? I'll do anything now, Nana said with a smile, but this smile was unlike her previous happy and teasing smile. Her smile was full of allure. It was the smile of a woman who wanted to seduce the man that she loved. Shishio thought that this must be his reward for being a good brother-in-law. 368, Shishio is a good brother-in-law 5. Shishio still remembered their bet on the sports exam, chapter 278, where Nana told him that she would do anything if he could gain the best result for the entire class. He had achieved the best result, but she hadn't given him his reward. So, can I ask anything? Shishio asked curiously. You Nana nodded shyly with a blush since she noticed the change in Shishio's gaze. Even a perverted one? Shishio asked as he observed Nana. Nana didn't tie her hair into her usual hairstyle. Instead, she let her hair reach her back. Her blonde hair was wavy, and she wore light makeup on her face, showing that she had woken up earlier than now, so she could prepare herself. Still, Nana didn't want to show it deliberately since she only wore shorts and a loose t-shirt. Even so, Nana was still beautiful, especially when her white skin was shown through the gap of her loose t-shirt. While Nana might be tanned, part of her body was white, especially inside the shirt. Instantly, Shishio knew what kind of request he wanted to ask Nana. Hearing Shishio's words, even though Nana was shy, she nodded. She might be quite bold, and her attack power was amazing, but her defense power was simply 0. Still, she was curious at what he was going to ask, so what are you going to ask? Can I put my head inside your t-shirt? Shishio asked with a straight face. What? Nana was dumbfounded. Can I? Shishio asked. Pervert. Nana said with a blush. Didn't you say that I can ask anything, even a perverted one? Shishio asked back. But. Nana didn't expect that Shishio's request would be so perverted. Nana thought that Shishio might ask for kissing or fondling her breasts since she knew that he often gazed into her breasts from time to time. While they might give her backache and often make her seem fat, she knew he loved them, so she was proud of them. However, she didn't expect his request to be so perverted and unique. Still, Nana must admit that Shishio had always been faithful to his desires, and while he lied, he had never lied to his desires, and she didn't hate this part of him. However, once again, Nana must admit that Shishio was a pervert. Can you? Shishio asked as he hugged Nana tightly and rested his chin on her breasts. Nana looked at Shishio, who showed an expression of an abandoned puppy with watery eyes. She just couldn't look at him straight at this moment and could only sigh helplessly. Okay, but if my t-shirt gets loose, take responsibility, okay? Okay. Shishio nodded and said, I'll take responsibility. Then do it. Nana was shy, but she was determined, so she pulled her t-shirt up slightly, showing her white stomach and purple bra. Shishio was stunned for a moment since he knew that they were big from the outside, but it was his first time to see how big they were. Also, it's so alluring. Her orchid-like scent was so nice as it spread into the room. Hurry up. Nana sounded quite nervous and even embarrassed when Shishio gazed into her body. Shishio wasn't in a hurry and caressed her stomach. Hi on. Nana let out a moan before she slapped Shishio's hand directly with a red face. Shishio. Calm down, Shishio said calmly. But what if Oni-chan hears it? Nana felt that she might not be able to meet her sister again if Ayaka saw what had happened here. Okay, I'll do it now. Shishio took a deep breath, trying to collect oxygen into his body since he was afraid that he might have difficulty breathing. He had to prepare well since he was about to start his venture on the two summits. While it wasn't his first time to do this since he often put his face between the breasts of his girlfriends, it was his first time to do it when his girlfriend was wearing clothes, so he would be lying if he wasn't nervous. Shishio was afraid that he might have hypoxia since he would be trapped in a dark and narrow place. However, as a man, there was something that he would never back down, and so, he decided to move forward. Let's go. Shishio made up his mind and gently pressed his face against Nana's breasts. Shishio couldn't say anything and felt that no words could describe his feelings since they were just too fantastic. While the bras might be an obstacle between him and the two summits in front of him, he also felt that it was akin to a guardrail that protected the one who visited the mountains, so they wouldn't fall into the valley. Shishio knew that he couldn't be in a hurry, and he needed to do it slowly, or else he was afraid that he might become a beast. Shishio felt that this system really disrupted him. "Ho how?" Nana asked nervously. "Why didn't you say anything?" "Sorry, it is just too amazing," Shishio said with a sigh. Nana was speechless, but her naughty side suddenly awoke, and she asked, "Should I pull down my t-shirt now?" "Okay." Shishio nodded, and he was ready for it. Nana then pulled down her t-shirt and even covered Shishio with her t-shirt. It was dark, hard to breathe, and narrow, but even so, it felt wonderful. Shishio could feel as if he had returned to his mother's embrace somehow. No, Shishio knew that his head was hugged by Nana right now. "Nana. What's wrong?" While Shishio might feel addicted by the feeling of her breasts, he pulled out her head and asked Nana since he was cornered about her state. "Did you hate it?" "No, it is all right, but..." Nana was hesitant to talk. Shishio hugged Nana, then carried her in his arms. He then opened the window door that was connected to the yard inside the living room. When Shishio opened the door, the temperature from the outside entered the room, and it was pretty chilly. "It's cold," Nana hugged Shishio's body back. "Should I close it?" Shishio asked. "No, let's just stay like this." Nana felt that the cold temperature could make her head sober. Shishio then sat down with Nana and hugged his body like a big baby. He looked outside, watching the sun that slowly rose from the east, and softly called her name. "Nana. You know how strange our relationship is in the eyes of the people. I'm not a good boyfriend to you since I'm not only dating you alone, you're not my only girlfriend, and I almost let myself be seduced by your older sister," Shishio said. "You're pretty frank about it." Nana was speechless, especially when she heard the part Shishio was seduced by her older sister. "Because I don't want to lie." Shishio patted Nana's back gently and said, "While being truthful to each other without lying to each other is hard, I'll try to be truthful to you as much as I can, even if the truth is ugly." Shishio knew that his relationship with his many girlfriends was frowned upon. Shishio could also tell that his girlfriends would be lying if they didn't feel sad, jealous, envious, or had many other feelings that might be bottled up inside their hearts because of how scumbag he was. Even Sheena, who had said that she had accepted the rest, would be lying if she didn't feel sad or jealous when she knew him close to other girls. However, they tolerated him because they loved him. Shishio knew all of that, and he still became a scumbag. He knew that he had hurt them, and of course, he felt guilty about it. However, it was also a price for him to become a scumbag. He would bear this feeling until he died, but even so, he wouldn't regret his decision since even if his decision hurt them, he wouldn't say that his relationship was a mistake. "So if you have something that you want to ask me, then ask." Shishio stared into Nana's eyes as he caressed her cheek. "I don't want you to bottle up your emotions after all." Nana looked at Shishio for a moment and asked nervously, "Shishio, do you love me?" "I love you," Shishio said without hesitation. "What are you in a daze for? Isn't it obvious that I love you?" Shishio asked with a smile. Nana stared at Shishio in a daze and felt that all the worries in her heart disappeared instantly. She might have eavesdropped on his conversation with Ayaka last night, and she also knew how her older sister bore a feeling toward her boyfriend. Nana didn't feel that it was strange since she knew that this guy was charming. While his face was one thing, his personality was the one that attracted her the most since he had been truthful with what he wanted. If Shishio wanted something, he wouldn't hesitate, and he would work hard to get it. Similar to others, Nana might use his guilt so she could become his girlfriend, and she would be lying if she wasn't worried that he didn't love her, but his words erased all of her worries, and she knew that she could move to the new apartment next week. "How much do you love me?" Nana asked cheerfully. Shishio smiled and said, "It's more than yesterday and less than tomorrow." Nana laughed happily and rubbed her face against his cheek. "So, how about you?" How much do you love me? Shishio asked. I love you so much that I can let you date girls other than me, Nana said while staring at Shishio with a straight gaze. Shishio could feel Nana's intense love somehow. You know what? There is something that I have always wanted to do, but I forgot to ask it, Shishio said. What? Nana asked curiously, but then she looked at him in doubt. It's not my breasts again, right? No, it's this. Shishio lifted Nana's chin then kissed her lips. Nana opened her eyes wide before she recovered and gently hugged her arms around his neck affectionately. They kept kissing each other while whispering the words of love together. While they kissed, Shishio also knew that Ayaka was peeking at them, but he didn't mind and didn't pay attention to her since, in his eyes, there was only a Nana now. After Shishio ate breakfast and took a bath, he decided to go back since he still had a promise that he needed to hold after this. Still, he didn't expect Golden Week to end so soon and felt that the time passed so fast with a happy time. I'll move to a new apartment next week. Help me, all right. Nana said with a smile. Of course, I'll help you, Shishio said speechlessly. Wait a moment, I'll get you something, Nana suddenly said and left. Oni-chan, talk with Shishio a bit. Oh okay. Ayaka was flustered then looked at Shishio shyly. Shishio looked at Ayaka and held her hand gently. Ayaka-ne. Yeah yes. Ayaka didn't dare to look at him, but she still lifted her head a bit. I'm not sure where our relationship will lead, but I'll answer your feeling. Shishio then pulled Ayaka's hand and used his other hand to hug her waist gently. Ayaka blushed as their bodies pressed against each other. There's still time. You can push me away if you don't want to, Shishio said. Ayaka was surprised, but then she made up her mind and said without hesitation, no, I won't. You're not the only one, you know. Let me see whether you're really as bad as I have heard, but I won't regret this since I have made my decision, Ayaka said without looking away from Shishio. Stupid, but I won't you down. Shishio then, without hesitation and kissed Ayaka's lips. Ayaka closed her eyes and hugged his neck affectionately. As they kissed, Shishio wondered whether he had become a good brother-in-law now. 369, Nian Heaven. Shishio wasn't sure whether he was a good brother-in-law or a bad brother-in-law, but one thing for sure, he wasn't a good man. While one struggled to find one, Shishio struggled to stop more than one. People might say that it was wrong, and it was something that one shouldn't do. However, who determined that? Where did that concept of wrong and right come from? Shishio didn't know, but one thing for sure, he didn't regret his decision, and he was going to take care of all of them. Still, until when? Shishio wasn't sure how many times he was going to get them, but he could tell that he wasn't going to stop right away. It's a good thing. Shishio felt that he had spent his golden week in a good way since there were many things that he had learned and improved over the past week. While some of them caused unsatisfying results for some people, he knew that everything was just a new beginning. After the form of their relationship changed, there was a lot of progress that Shishio could improve from now on. While Miyamoto Musashi was walking on the path of the sword, Shishio was walking on the path of the scumbag. Shishio felt that this path was more profound than he had thought, and he was curious at how one could become unrivaled under the heavens on this path. Suddenly his thoughts started to wander in a direction that one couldn't think of, but let's put aside this matter now since he had one appointment to hold before he returned to the embrace of the woman he loved. Yukinashida's feeling was quite complex when she thought about her appointment with Shishio, but since it had been decided, she wouldn't back down and upheld that promise since that was how she was. It definitely had nothing to do with many cute cats that Yukinashida might see today. Definitely, alright? Usually, Yukinashida wouldn't wear long pants since she had always worn skirts. She had been taught by her mother to become the best woman, so she had never dressed in an untidy dress, but this time, it was different since she wore tight jeans pants. It wasn't that Yukinashida wanted to wear it, but Shishio told her to wear one since it would be troublesome if she wore skirts, considering they would be riding on the motorcycle. Yukinashida looked at her appearance through the mirror. She brushed her hair well, giving anyone who saw it a silky and soft feeling. She wore a white shirt that she tucked inside her tight jeans pants. Yukinashida felt that this appearance wasn't bad, and felt that she should dress like this often in the future. Still, Yukinashida suddenly recalled her conversation that she had with Shishio on the Nakajiriyama. Also, please don't fall in love with me. Yukinashida snorted and had never seen someone as narcissistic as him. Still, if Shishio knew what Yukinashida was thinking, he would ask her to look in the mirror since she was as narcissistic as him. However, those matters don't matter now. Instead, Yukinashida was conflicted because she couldn't say the possibility that she might fall for him never happened right away. There was a hesitation, and there was also a complex emotion in her heart when she told him that she wouldn't feel for him. What's this? Yukinashida sighed and wondered whether it was good to meet him since after she met him, there were many emotions that she couldn't understand appear one after another in her heart, but at the same time, if she didn't meet him, she wouldn't understand this feeling either. This feeling was fun, warm, and radiant, but at the same time, it made her heart tight. I wonder, why? Yuki Nashida was lost in her thoughts until her phone vibrated. She was startled, but when she took her phone, she promptly took her bag and walked out of her apartment, ignoring all the unpleasant feelings that she had felt before. While she tried to be unhurried, Yuki Nashida failed to notice how her feet subconsciously moved faster than she wanted to be, and as she arrived right at the entrance of her apartment, she was him there. The figure that had made her head all messy. The scumbag that Yuki Nashida wanted to beat up. There were many complaints that Yuki Nashida wanted to let out at that moment, but everything disappeared when she saw his smile. Senpai, it's been a while. Shishio looked at Yuki Nashida up and down. Her chest might be at a disappointing size, and it didn't change even now. However, what was important was the sensitivity of the girl itself, and the size didn't really matter. However, Shishio was a gentleman. He knew that he couldn't say that since she might call the police right now. It might be a while, but you're still as beautiful as ever, senpai. Yuki Nashida tried to hold her blush before she snorted and said, hearing that from a scumbag doesn't make me happy. Then how about I bring you a good place, so you'll feel happy? Shishio asked with a smile, reminding Yuki Nashida about the place where they would be today. He knew that she had been excited about this place, so he teased her. That place might not make me feel happy, but we need to try everything, right? Yuki Nashida said smartly, hiding the fact that she was excited. What at Tsundere? Shishio was speechless and gave one of the helmets to Yuki Nashida. Wear this. I don't want to be caught by the police. Yuki Nashida took the helmet and looked at it for a moment. You don't know how to wear it? Shishio asked curiously. Of course, I know. Don't make fun of your senior, Shishio-kun. Yuki Nashida snorted with a blush before she put on her helmet, but then she looked at Shishio and asked, how is it? Cute, Shishio said without hesitation. That's not what I want to ask. Yuki Nashida sighed helplessly with some cute blushes on her cheeks before she asked, I mean, is it right or wrong? Don't you know how to wear one? Shishio asked teasingly. While I know how to wear it, it is my first time riding on a motorcycle. I don't want us to be caught by the police after all, Yuki Nashida said helplessly. Why can't you be honest? Shishio wanted to complain, but there was no need to entangle with this matter since it gave him a chance to flirt with her. Come closer. Yuki Nashida didn't think too much and moved closer but subconsciously wanted to move back when she saw his hands approach her. His hands touched her cheeks so suddenly, which made her blush, and before she reacted, she heard a click sound from below. Done, Shishio said and nodded in satisfaction before he let out a sigh. If someone knows that I'm going out with Yukino-senpai, then the people in the entire Chiba might surround and beat me up. Yuki Nashida was amused and said, then do your best, so no one will know that we're going out together. Don't worry. I have always been known to be tight-lipped. It'll be a secret between the two of us, Shishio said with a smile. Yuki Nashida looked at Shishio and wondered how this guy could say all of those words so easily one after another. She let out a sigh, and somehow even though she didn't want to admit it, she also understood how many girls could be fooled by him. Should we go, senpai? Shishio asked. Yuki Nashida nodded quietly, feeling embarrassed as she looked at the back seat of his motorcycle. Senpai. Yuki Nashida took a deep breath then sat behind him. Still, it felt more comfortable than she had thought, and she looked around curiously. Put your feet on the foot peg. Yuki Nashida looked down and saw 2 feet pegs on the left and right sides. She put her beautiful feet that were covered by sneakers there. And, don't forget to hold me. What? Don't misunderstand. If you don't hold me, it'll be dangerous since you might fall, Shishio said with a tone as if a teacher that taught his cute student. Yuki Nashida looked at Shishio in doubt before letting out a sigh and holding his waist. Her face was blushing, and her heart was racing, but frankly, she didn't hate this feeling at all. Shishio wanted to say that there was no need for her to hug him so tightly, but he didn't say anything since it felt good. However, he could see many differences among girls that he had sat on his motorcycle, and the feeling when Yuki Nashida hugged him was similar to when Miu hugged him. While they might have none there, their smell was ridiculously good. Shishio-kun. Are you ready for the Nian heaven, senpai? Shishio responded smartly. Nian heaven. Yuki Nashida was speechless since it was her first time to hear such a word, but frankly enough, she just fell in love and felt that it might become her quote from now on. However, while I'm not feeling excited, I think that we can learn many things in that place for the future reference of the service club, Yuki Nashida said with a serious tone. Shishio must admit that after Yuki Nashida stayed with him for so long, she had become smarter, and it made her slightly uncut. What's wrong? Yuki Nashida asked since she wasn't sure why she felt unhappy. Nothing. Shishio sighed and said, I wonder which pussies that I'll play there. Yuki Nashida didn't misunderstand and knew what this guy meant by pussy, but even so, she wanted to smack him somehow. So we have arrived at last. Yuki Nashida gulped as she looked at the cat shop in front of her. She might have only heard it before, and she thought it was only a myth until Shishio gave her evidence, photo, that this place really existed. In her mind, the cat cafe was similar to Area 51. It was full of mystery Yuki Nashida wanted to uncover, yet part of her was a bit scared. Yuki Nashida was like a girl in love, but an untactful man couldn't read the mood. Hey! Hey! How can you enter so suddenly? Yuki Nashida was mad since this guy wanted to enter the sacred palace without hesitation. Why not? Shishio asked with a confused expression. Yes, why not? While this answer seemed unthoughtful, Yuki Nashida could feel how deep it was. However, if Shishio knew he could hear Yuki Nashida's inner monologue, he could only ask, how can you love cats so much? Are you nervous? Shishio asked. Are you not? Yuki Nashida asked. It's not my first time here after all, Shishio said. I see. Yuki Nashida nodded and understood the difference between her and Shishio. Experience. If I have an experience. Yuki Nashida let out a helpless sigh. If you're nervous, how about you hold my hand? Shishio offered his hand like it was nothing. Yuki Nashida looked at Shishio for a moment and wondered whether this guy did this deliberately or not. Are you embarrassed? Shishio asked with a cheeky smile. Yuki Nashida snorted and took Shishio's hand without hesitation. If you do something weird, I'll call the police right away. Yes, Your Highness. Shishio sighed helplessly, then changed his temperament again and said with a smile, so shall we go, milady? Yes, thank you. Yuki Nashida wanted to laugh somehow. Let me guide you to Nian Heaven, Shishio said as he opened the door of the cat cafe. Nian Heaven. Yuki Nashida wasn't sure what kind of place it was, but if that place existed in reality, it should be this place, right? Still, his hand was big and hot. Yuki Nashida thought as she grasped it tightly without letting it go. 370, Yuki Nashida, let's be a bad girl today. When Yuki Nashida entered the cat cafe, she froze in a place since she had never thought that there was such an amazing place in this country. There were so many cats, and her breathing also started to get hard since she just couldn't wait to cuddle with any of them. The cats in the shop were also attracted by Yuki Nashida and Shishio, who entered the shop, and some of them ran directly to Shishio since it seemed that they remembered him. It's that guy. What should I do? Is my makeup all right? The female employees were excited when they saw Shishio enter the shop, but they knew that he had a cute girlfriend. However, there weren't any rules that they couldn't get to know him even if he had a girlfriend, right? However, suddenly they realized something. His girl is different. Now that you mention it. Still, even if the girl that Shishio brought was different, the girls that came with him had always been so beautiful. Yuki Nashida looked at Shishio speechlessly, wondering how girls could fall for this guy so easily, but when she saw his face, she could only sigh, but then, she had realized that she had gotten used to his existence that even holding his hand felt so natural. However, when Yuki Nashida heard the conversation of the female employees, she asked, did you go with someone here? Yes. Shishio nodded and said, I went here with Mashiro before. Yuki Nashida thought that Shishio would be lying, but this guy didn't lie. She let out a sigh again and decided to throw the useless matters aside on the gutter, focusing all of her attention on the cats around her. Let's pay the fee first, so we can play with those cats right away, Shishio said. Nay. Many cats tried to climb Shishio's feet as if asking for his attention. Yuki Nashida looked at Shishio in jealousy, but she agreed with his plan without hesitation. Let's do it. She wanted to play with those cats as soon as possible, and now, no one could stop her anymore. After paying the fee, they sat on the sofa while playing with the cats. Yuki Nashida could see that the cats were free to do what they wanted, and she could also see they were also used to people. Shish. Before Yuki Yoshida finished her words, she couldn't look away from Shishio, who was surrounded by many cats that were almost overwhelmed. However, she gritted her teeth, feeling so jealous at this moment. If she had a handkerchief, she would bite it without hesitation. However, the reaction of those cats was normal since Shishio's way of petting them was so heavenly that a normal patting couldn't satisfy them anymore. While Shishio was petting them, he suddenly noticed Yuki Nashida looking at him with jealousy. Do you want to play with them too? Shishio said as he gave a cute cat to Yuki Nashida. Since I have paid, I'll play with the cat so it won't be a waste. Yuki Nashida accepted the cat from Shishio carefully. Nay. The cat purred happily as it rubbed its face against Yuki Nashida's pitiful chest. However, Yuki Nashida didn't care about that, and her cold expression was loosened, and she was blushing in excitement. Nay, she subconsciously purred too as she petted the cat happily. She felt that she was born for this in her life, and for the first time, she had a dream, and that dream was to build an Neon heaven for herself in the future when she had her own money. While it was Golden Week, they came pretty early, so there weren't so many people in the shop that they could monopolize the cats inside the shop. Senpai, are you satisfied with just that? Shishio suddenly asked. What do you mean, Shishio-kun? Yukinashita looked at Shishio in doubt, wondering whether there was something even more wonderful than this. Yukinashita was already satisfied that she could come to this place and play with a group of cats heartily, without caring about the people's gaze, considering she was coming with someone who could protect her. However, Shishio said that there was something that was even more wonderful than this. Is he going to kill me? Yukinashita kept watching Shishio until her eyes were wide open, watching in shock. Genius! Yukinashita screamed in her mind. Shishio didn't say anything afterward since the action was even more powerful than mere words. He took one of the cats before he rubbed his face against its belly several times with a happy expression. After Shishio was satisfied, he let out a comfortable sigh before looking at Yukinashita and saying, "Try it. Try it." Those words reverberated through her mind. Yukinashita looked at the cat in her hands. She knew what she was about to do was immoral and immodest, but even so, she couldn't stop the temptation, and she put her face directly on the belly of the cats before she rubbed her face there. Yukinohista had always been a good girl, but this time, she was going to be a bad girl. Shishio looked at Yukinashita and nodded in satisfaction. Yukinashita then let go of her head from the belly of the cat after she lost her breathing. She couldn't maintain her posture and fell weakly on the sofa as she stared at the ceiling with a content expression. I don't have any more regrets in this life. Shishio. Yukinashita let out a satisfied sigh then looked at Shishio, wondering whether he had always brought his girlfriends to such a fun place. Whether it was the mother farm or the cat cafe, he had always brought her to such a fun place. Are there any places that are even better than this place? Yukinashita looked at Shishio curiously. If Shishio knew what Yukinashita was thinking, then he would nod since it was an even better place than this place. It's my room. His room was fun. It was soft and spacious, and there were many things that could be done there. What's wrong? Shishio looked at Yukinashita curiously, wondering why this girl had been watching him. It's not fair that you have always been having fun, Yukinashita said with a pout. Next time, we can have fun again, Shishio said. That's what you said. Yukinashita nodded with a calm expression, but inwardly, she was smiling. By the way, senpai. Do you remember our bet? Shishio suddenly asked. Bet? Yukinashita looked at Shishio in doubt. If I got first rank on the entire grade on the monthly exam, you were going to treat me to ramen, right? Shishio said. Didn't you make that bet with Hiratsuka-sensei? Yukinashita was speechless. Senpai, are you going back on your words? Shishio asked. Before Golden Week, Shishio and Hiratsuka had made up a bet when Shishio got first rank on his exam, she would treat him to ramen, and if he didn't get the first rank, he would be the one who treated her. Yukinashita also joined, but unlike Hiratsuka, she didn't say what she would do when she lost the bet. Yukinashita sighed and said, then I'll treat you to something. What do you want to eat? Yay! Yukinashita looked at Shishio, who smiled happily and felt a bit helpless, but she didn't really hate this side of him. How about Korean cuisine? Shishio asked. Korean. Yukinashita thought for a moment and asked, is it delicious? It's delicious, but some of them are spicy. If you're not alright with it, then let's get Chinese cuisine, Shishio said. No, it's alright. Let's get the Korean cuisine, Yukinashita said since she was curious about the Korean cuisine, but before that, she was going to have fun in this place as soon as possible. Shin-Okubo is a neighborhood within Tokyo's Shinjuku ward known for its extensive Korean community. While Shishio had lived in Tokyo for a month or so, there were many places he hadn't visited. He had always wanted to visit this place since he wanted to try Korean cuisine, so here he came, not with his girlfriend, but with his female senior. Yukinashita looked at the shop curiously and wondered whether it tasted all right. Should we enter, senpai? Okay. With Shishio leading her, Yukinohista didn't hesitate and entered the shop. The two chose a quiet seat as they sat, facing each other. How did you know about this place? Yukinashita asked as she observed the atmosphere of the store. While the building might seem old, there was this homey feeling, but at the same time, there was an intense smell and a dish with a very red color which made her gulp her saliva subconsciously. Internet. Shishio smiled and said, you don't need to worry. It just has a red color. It shouldn't be that spicy. Really? Yukinashita decided to believe in Shishio and looked at the menu given by the staff. While she came to treat Shishio, she also became curious about Korean cuisine. What should we order? This one should be good, Shishio said and pointed at one of the names of the dishes. There were no photos on the menu, so it was pretty hard to guess what kind of dish it was if they didn't know the Korean cuisine. Still, Shishio could only sigh while thinking about 2005 since there was a huge difference between this time and his time in the previous world. Cheese dok galbi. Yuki Nashida was confused, but then she nodded. Okay, let's get this one. Also, can you get us kimchi? Shishio ordered the dishes as Yuki Nashida asked one question after another like a curious cat, who was curious about everything. While they talked to each other, their order came, but Yuki Nashida was dumbfounded when she saw the dish in front of her. The color red was one thing since it made her a bit scared, but the thing in the middle was like a river, which made her dumbfounded. Is that cheese? Yes, it is cheese. It's like a river of cheese, right? Shishio felt that his mouth was watery, then looked at Yuki Nashida. Should we eat, senpai? Yes. Yuki Nashida also felt that her mouth was watery, and she also subconsciously took her chopstick to eat with Shishio. Still, it might be too late for her to realize, but they were eating from the same plate. She lowered her head slightly before she peeked at him secretly, but she was startled when he looked at her. Is it too spicy? Shishio asked. No, it's sweet, Yuki Nashida said as she ate calmly while sighing in relief inwardly since Shishio didn't notice that she peeked at him. It was quite spicy, but the taste of the cheese made it mellow. However, strangely enough, it was sweet. She wasn't sure why, though. Is it delicious, senpai? Shishio asked. Yeah, let's go here again next time, Yuki Nashida said. Oh? Is that a date invitation? Shishio asked with a smile. Stupid. Yuki Nashida snorted as she ate, trying to hide her blush until she realized that her tongue was burning. It's spicy. Here's the water, Shishio said with a laugh. There was only one day before school started, but they were really having fun right now. Yuki Nashida looked at Shishio for a moment before she looked away. What's wrong? Do you need water again, senpai? Shishio asked. Why did you give your glass to me? Yuki Nashida asked while looking at Shishio warily, thinking they had almost shared an indirect kiss. I thought that you need a drink hurriedly, Shishio said without changing his face. Shishio-kun, you know, you need to watch yourself more. There was only one day before their golden week ended, but Yuki Nashida ended it by scolding Shishio since this guy was too flirty, right? If this continues, then this guy can't be saved anymore. Yuki Nashida thought as she scolded Shishio, but this guy was good at changing the subject, so she could only give up as she ate her kimchi. Still, Yuki Nashida had fun with him, but that time ended soon since they needed to go back. However, when they went back together, someone happened to see them. Yukino-chan. The woman squinted her eyes and could see that Yuki Nashida's expression was soft and there was a faint smile on her face, but what surprised her was that Yuki Nashida was hugging a man on the motorcycle. It seems that I need to visit her. 371, pair of stockings. After his trip to Tateyama, Shishio's time to stay on the Sakurasu was slightly less. While he came back from time to time to change his clothes and met Shina, Roberta, Nanamai and the rest, he often stayed outside with his girlfriends. If Shishio had to say what was the number one problem of a scumbag, without a doubt, it was time. There were many girls around him, but there were only 24 hours per day, and it made it hard for him to meet all of them. If Shishio could take them together like Miu and Saki, it wouldn't be a problem, but he hadn't done anything with Nana except for petting and the like. Mai would also be conflicted if she was asked to do a threesome or foursome. However, Shishio didn't give up since everything needed a process, and there was no way that he could be smooth sailing all the time. With that thought in mind, Shishio returned to Sakurasu in the evening. While it might seem long, he only spent a few hours with Yuki Nashida. Then he spent his time with Saki and Miu in his apartment before he returned since school would start tomorrow. If Shishio had someone he wanted to meet, it was probably Rui since he didn't meet her after their last meeting on karaoke. There's also Momo too. When Shishio thought about Momo, he wasn't sure how to answer this girl for a moment. However, there was no need to mule over this matter since they could talk about this problem after they entered the school tomorrow. I'm back. Shishio returned to Sakurasu and happened to meet Chihiro, who dressed sloppily in only pajamas on her body. Chihiro nay. Chihiro stared at Shishio for a moment and said, Shishio, come to my room a bit. Shishio observed Chihiro, and while he smelled alcohol from her body since she might drink in the afternoon, he could tell that she wasn't drunk and she was still sober, so he wondered whether this woman would scold him again. Shishio was too lazy to complain and didn't say much, following her to her room without hesitation. Your room has never changed. He wanted to say that she should clean up the room a bit since she wouldn't be able to marry someone this way, but he decided to keep his mouth shut since it was too troublesome, and he was also afraid that his lecture would be too long. Still, when Shishio compared Chihiro to his mother, there was a big difference since his mother was strict, yet her little sister was sloppy. Shishio thought that it might be awkward to communicate with his parents in this world, but he felt okay and comfortable with talking with them, feeling that they were his parents, and his parents in this world were also happy since he had stopped his Chiyunabu and had become a respectable son that they could be proud of. Still, if only they knew that their son was a scumbag, they might not know how to respond. Okay, I'll clean up the room later. Chihiro also knew that she was sloppy, so she didn't entangle with Shishio any longer since she was afraid that she would be the one who was being scolded. By the way, your mother just called me before. Why? Shishio quickly sat down in the Caesar position and looked at Chihiro, telling her to continue to talk. She asked me how were you since she was afraid that you might lie to her, Chihiro said. Oh? What did you tell her? Shishio asked. I told her that you have a girlfriend, Chihiro said simply. Shishio. Well, it's okay, isn't it? After all, isn't it normal for me to have a girlfriend? Shishio said simply. He hadn't told his parents that he had a girlfriend since it was troublesome, especially when he had more than one girlfriend. Aside from that? Chihiro nay, you didn't say anything weird to my mother, right? Chihiro folded her arms and asked, what do you think? Probably not. Shishio shook his head and said, I have been a good student after all. Chihiro. While Chihiro must admit this guy might be a troubled student, without doubt, in the eyes of the school, Shishio was a good student. The teacher was a double-standard creature. If a student had a bad score, the teacher would think of him as a bad student, but if a student had a good score, even if the student often ignored the class, they would think of him as a good student since every talented student had one or two quirks. Shishio entered the latter category. While I must admit that your score is the best among the entire grade, but you're also included on the problem student, Chihiro said with a snort since this guy must think that he could escape from her claws today, but she wouldn't let him go. While I won't say much, Shishio, you have been away from Sakurasua for a while. If you don't have a good explanation, then I might tell this to your mother. It isn't something to hide or anything, but I have been working. I plan to make a project, Chihiro nay, Shishio said. Project? Chihiro was dumbfounded since she thought that this guy was playing with his girlfriends or something, but she didn't expect that he would do a project. What kind of project? It was true that Shishio might have spent his time going out and having fun with his girlfriends, but it didn't mean that he was lazying around since he still planned to create something. It isn't ready yet, but I hope that you can help me, Chihiro nay, Shishio said. Do you want my help? What kind of help? Chihiro was surprised, but she was even more curious. However, I hope that you can keep this matter as a secret first, Shishio said. You don't need to worry. I will keep silent about it. Chihiro nodded without hesitation since her nephew had been working hard, so she would support him, and it was several times better than letting him play with his girlfriend since it made her uncomfortable. I thought of creating a community for an artist so they can share their creations on the internet, Shishio said. Can you explain it in a more detailed way? Also, what can I do to help you? Chihiro became even curious when she heard Shishio's plan. After Shishio was successful with his school forum, he decided to step into the next step. His next step was to create a community forum for artists to share their works. Shishio was still in 2005, and there were many things that he could develop, and since he was studying at the Swime Academy, he thought of creating Pixif. While it might not be so popular in Western countries, Pixif was the most popular community forum for artists in Japan and its surrounding countries. Shishio knew that he could advertise his website better, and of course, he was also going to ask Chihiro's help since she was an art teacher in Swime. Hearing Shishio's plan, Chihiro thought that her nephew was genius, and it seemed that his dream to become a tycoon might even be realized sooner or later. However, she also must admit that his idea was amazing. What did an artist need the most right now? If Chihiro had to answer it was a platform where they could show their works. However, Shishio's idea solved that problem, and Chihiro could see that many people would be excited about this website and upload their works on his website. Shishio then told Chihiro that his website could also be used for a publishing house to find a good artist, and the artist could also gain the popularity that would bring them money. He would also create competition with money as a prize to popularize his website more. Still, Shishio didn't say much and only asked for Chihiro's help when the website was ready. You don't need to worry. I'll help you when your website is ready, Chihiro said without hesitation since she was going to support her nephew no matter what. So our conversation has ended now? Shishio asked. Yeah, you can go back if you want, Chihiro said simply. No, I'll stay here for a moment. Why? Chihiro asked in doubt. I haven't received my reward for getting the first rank on the entire school from you, Shishio said with an eager expression. Chihiro. Chihiro didn't forget about their promise, but it was just she didn't know what kind of reward she should give him since most of the things that she thought were to give him a perverted reward. She was quite embarrassed and then asked, what do you want? Haven't you planned to give me a reward? Shishio asked. No, I plan to, but I'm not sure what to give you, Chihiro said helplessly. She thought for a moment and asked, or should I give you my stockings? You seem to like it when I rub your thigh with stockings back then. Shishio. What? Do you want my stockings? Chihiro asked with a smile, then teased him. You little pervert. This woman. Shishio gritted his teeth and then nodded without hesitation. Okay, give me. Chihiro. What's wrong? Shishio asked with doubt. Chihiro was joking, but she didn't expect that this guy would take her words seriously, or... Is this kid trying to tease me? Chihiro snorted and felt that Shishio was too young to tease her. Chihiro then took her pair of used stockings. You can have them. Shishio looked at the used pair of stockings on his hands and wasn't sure what to say. He could smell Chihiro's feet smell, a mix of sweet and lovely odors, which made him feel strange. You don't like them? I have just used them before. My smell should be there, Chihiro said with a teasing smile. I'll tell this to my mother, Shishio said with a serious expression, taking out his secret weapon without hesitation. You dare. Chihiro was scared when she thought that Shishio's mother would know that she had given her son a pair of used stockings. So don't tease me, Chihiro nay. Shishio smiled and put down the stockings. Chihiro snorted and said, then what do you want? Shishio thought for a moment and said, while I have said that you should surprise me for my reward, to give a pair of used stockings to your nephew is too much, right? Chihiro. Then what do you want? Chihiro asked. Shishio looked at Chihiro for a moment, and even though she seemed to be sloppy, her beauty couldn't be hidden. He looked at her pale red lips and asked, can you kiss me? Chihiro let out a startled, girly voice. Sorry, forget about that. Shishio felt that his scumbagness really couldn't be stopped any longer. Chihiro was also blushing and embarrassed since she didn't expect such a request. She looked at Shishio and asked, do you want me to kiss you? Shishio looked at Chihiro, and it seemed that this woman didn't seem to hate the idea of kissing him, so he also didn't hesitate and nodded eagerly. Yes. Can you? Chihiro looked at Shishio, who was excited and couldn't help but let out a helpless sigh. Close your eyes a bit. Okay. Shishio closed his eyes and thought that Chihiro might kiss his forehead or cheek, but it seemed that this woman was lewder than he had thought. Chihiro looked at who closed his eyes and thought this young man had become so handsome. She looked at his lips for a moment before she moved forward and kissed his lips. Shishio was, of course, surprised and opened his eyes abruptly. However, he regretted his decision since Chihiro quickly pushed him away and said, now, get out. Chihiro nay. Get out for a moment. Shishio let out a sigh and walked out of the room, but Chihiro suddenly called him again. Shishio. Take this. Shishio caught a pair of used stockings that were thrown by Chihiro. It's already yours, Chihiro said with a smile. Even if you say something cool, the things that you give me are just a pair of used stockings. Shishio was too lazy to argue and decided to walk out of Chihiro's room as he reached the warmth on his lips, thinking that his golden week was amazing. Still, as Shishio left, Chihiro buried her face on the pillow while moving around in panic. What just did I do? The milk had spilled, there was no use in regretting, and the only thing that Chihiro was to enjoy their situation, but was it possible? Chihiro wasn't sure and even felt guilty, regretting her decision to kiss Shishio, but during the dinner, when she didn't even dare to look at him, Shishio announced something amazing. I'm a scumbag. 372, I'm a scumbag. Shishio still didn't expect Chihiro to kiss him, but since everything had happened, there was no way that he could pretend nothing had happened. However, he could see how awkward their relationship would be in the future. Shishio. Shishio suddenly felt that his back was hugged by someone. He turned and also hugged this girl back. Mashiro. Sheena smiled happily and rubbed her face against his. Her nose moved slightly, and she said, you smell like Chihiro. Yeah, Chihiro ne just talked with me before, Shishio said without changing his face. Talk? You're not being scolded? Sheena asked. Shishio stared at Sheena for a moment and thought that this girl was too smart in some unexpected situations. I'll take a bath first. Sheena nodded and said, I'll follow you. Let's do it next time in my new apartment, Shishio said after a moment of a pause. Okay. Sheena nodded. Shishio caressed Sheena's head and saw a group of people that watched their intimate exchange. He knew that he couldn't hide anymore, and tonight, it was his time for the showdown. On the big bathtub in the bathroom of the Sakurasu, Shishio recounted what happened in the past few days. Many things have happened. Shishio rubbed his face with water that he scooped before looking at the rewards he had gained. Shishio let out a sigh, thinking that the system was really invincible for as long as he could seduce girls. He had a feeling it was simply a time for him to become the strongest and the richest man in the world. Well, Let's open the rewards first. His 3 rewards were an asset, so he just opened them based on the order of which one he received first. Shishio then accepted the Hoshino resorts that he got after he put his head on Nana's chest, and it made a reaction on his nether region since while it was painful and so narrow that it was almost suffocated, it was a wonderful experience. I want to try it again. Shishio thought, then checked his reward. Hoshino resorts. Shishio knew that it was a famous resort built based on the concept of what Japan would be like if it continued to modernize without the influence of the West. It had many resorts all over the country, including natural hot springs. Shishio felt that he might need to bring his girlfriends there during a holiday. Shishio somehow wanted to go there now, but he could do that later and focused on his next reward. Private laboratory. Shishio felt glad that he had received a private laboratory since he could do a lot of research over his weapons and medicines with this. While it might not seem that he was interested in other things than women, he did many things that weren't written in the chapters, such as developing a chemical weapon. Shishio had a chemist mastery, and with his ninjutsu mastery, it would be wasteful if he didn't make a hidden weapon since he knew how dangerous the world was. With his ability and talent, it would simply be wasteful if he didn't use them to make his life easier. Still, Shishio had to be disappointed that the location of the private laboratory was quite far since it was located in Karuizawa. While it wasn't that far from Tokyo, he needed quite a while to arrive at his private laboratory. Then lastly, Shishio felt quite surprised by his last reward since he knew what kind of company Ian Group was. If he had to explain, it was a massive company with many businesses ranging from convenience stores and supermarkets to shopping malls and specialty stores. It was Japan's single largest shopping mall developer and operator. Shishio was satisfied with his rewards and thought to celebrate them by cooking a good dinner for himself. He dried his body and walked to his room, but there was Nanami inside his room when he entered. Ah, Shishi. Nanami couldn't continue the words that came out from her mouth since she was in a daze, watching Shishio's body, especially when she could see a huge bulge on his towel. What are you doing? Shishio asked perplexedly. Ah, I'm tidying up your clothes. Nanami was shy and tried to cover her eyes, but there were huge gaps between her fingers. While Shishio and Nanami had decided what kind of relationship they would have from now on, it didn't mean that their relationship became awkward. However, if something changed from their relationship, it would be how they might become bolder from now on. Okay. Shishio nodded, then asked, but how long are you doing to stay in my room? Nanami flustered. Or do you want to help me to wear my clothes? Shishio asked in a tease. He might only have seen it on the television or in a story, but a maid also helped their master to wear clothes if he wasn't wrong. Still, he was joking, after all, and if he left it like this, it would become a misunderstanding. While he was a pervert, he was still a gentleman. I was Joe. Oh okay. Nanami nodded shyly. Are you sure? Shishio asked while looking at Nanami curiously. While I want you to do it, I was just joking before. If Nanami didn't mind, then what was he afraid of? Nanami puffed her cheeks and hammered Shishio's chest. Shishio-kun. If she knew that he was joking, then she would just run away. Now, I look like a pervert who is excited about his body. While it wasn't wrong, Nanami didn't want Shishio to think of her as a pervert after all. Wait, Nanami, don't hit me so suddenly. Shishio wanted to catch Nanami's arm so she wouldn't hit him, but it was too late. Nanami hit his chest, and something dropped from the ground. Shishio was standing naked there with Nanami right in front of him, and of course, when a beautiful girl stared at him, his little brother reacted. There were no words that came out from their mouths until Nanami subconsciously murmured, "Big." His thing was huge, but strangely enough, it didn't bring an ugly feeling, and it was just perfect. Sorry. Shishio apologized. No, it's my fault. Nanami apologized quickly, but she just couldn't take her eyes away from his thing. Nanami. Hearing his hoarse voice, Nanami raised her head shyly, staring into his eyes. His eyes were different from his usual gentleness. It was full of desire that made her suffocate and excited at the same time. It felt like her entire being was needed by him, and she could tell that he just wanted her right now. Shishio gently reached her cheek, caressing it, before he tucked her hair behind her ear. Shishio-kun. His hand was warm, big, and strong. Their eyes stared into each other before Nanami closed her eyes, waiting for him to kiss her. Shishio also answered her with action and kissed her lips without hesitation. While it might be strange to kiss her since he was naked now, it was just a small problem right now, compared to sexy yet innocent lips that were waiting for him to devour. Nanami's lips were in a glossy blossom color since she put a lip stain on her lips right before she visited Shishio's room. Nanami knew that Shishio had returned, so she brought his clothes that she had cleaned up and kept in her room to his room. This way, it would give her a reason so she could stay with him together. It's hot. Still, Nanami opened her eyes slightly, staring into the hard thing that protruded from his nether region. She wanted him to press their bodies deeper, so she could feel how it felt, but she didn't dare to ask him. They kissed each other as if they hadn't kissed for so long before their lips parted. Nanami panted, and her face flushed. The lip stain that she had put on had been cleaned up by Shishio. Why did you put the lip stain? Shishio asked. Nana, Mako, and Maya have recommended it to me before, so I bought it. Nanami was shy, then asked, how is it? It's wonderful. Your lips become more alluring, Shishio said truthfully. Nanami was embarrassed, but she was happy. Shishio then took his towel then patted Nanami's soft butts. By the way, how long are you going to stay here? Nanami looked at Shishio for a moment before she showed disappointment, then nodded. Then I'll prepare the dinner first. Just cut the ingredients, I'll cook the dinner, Shishio said. Okay. Nanami wasn't as stubborn as she was in the other area since she knew how good Shishio's cooking was. Right, Nanami? Nanami looked at Shishio curiously. When is your CEO lesson? If you don't mind, I can pick you up after you end your lesson, Shishio said. Nanami blushed then said, it's 3 times a week. She told her schedule for her CEO lesson at the CEO training school. Shishio nodded and said, I might not be able to pick you up every day, but when I pick you up, why don't we play somewhere? Okay. Nanami nodded without hesitation and knew that even though Shishio only said something in an indirect manner, she knew what he planned to do, and somehow it made her steps lighter, and she excitedly walked to the first floor. Shishio thought that Nanami might be so crazy about him now. However, he didn't feel surprised since if girls were falling in love with someone, they would become even more passionate than guys. They would give their everything to the man they loved, and they might even commit suicide, which scared him somehow. Shishio then pulled his skin inside, thinking that his skin wasn't strong enough to stop the knife. The dinner was wonderful since Shishio personally cooked the dinner. Even Ryu Unosuke, who wanted to hole up inside his room, also came out since the smell of Shishio's food was just too divine. Even Ritsu, who had a complicated relationship with Shishio, was also conquered by his food. It's sweet, Shishio, Sheena said as she ate the simmered pumpkin that Shishio cooked. Is it good? Shishio asked. Sheena repeatedly nodded as she chewed her food. The dinner was nice, and all, but they noticed how close Shishio and Sheena were, so Mayumi just couldn't help but and asked, hey, you two are dating, right? Everyone. They looked at Mayumi speechless and thought that this woman couldn't be saved. Sheena didn't say anything and looked at Shishio. Shishio also had prepared, so he nodded and said, yes, we're dating. Mayumi frowned and asked, what about that delinquent ponytail girl? Did you break up with her? You mean Saki? Shishio was speechless. While Saki's eyes might not be gentle, he felt that it was one of the best parts of her. However, he couldn't deny that Saki was like a delinquent. Yeah, that one. Mayumi nodded and asked, did you break up with her? No. Everyone. Then. Mayumi was confused. I date Saki and Mashiro, Shishio said simply. Everyone. Mayumi was dumbfounded and slapped the table. You're a scumbag. Everyone was also dumbfounded, but Shishio's reaction made them even more dumbfounded. Yes, I'm a scumbag. Everyone. 373, end of Golden Week. I'm a scumbag. His voice was clear and deep, telling everyone that he was a scumbag. It was their first time to see this kind of scene, and somehow it was kind of refreshing. Even Sayaka rubbed her temple and said helplessly, it's my first time to hear a scumbag to admit that he's a scumbag. Yes. Sayaka and Mayumi had seen many scumbags in their lives, but it was their first time seeing someone admit that he was a scumbag so openly. After all, even if one was a scumbag, no one would admit it so openly like Shishio. Even Mitaka also didn't say anything like he was a scumbag or something since he didn't think that he was one. Do you know that Mashiro? Mayumi asked. Sheena nodded simply. Everyone. Okay. Is it just like this? Over. Mayumi was speechless. What do you want me to do? Shishio looked at Mayumi and said, I have admitted that I am a scumbag, that's all. Nothing has changed, so let's just eat dinner. Everyone. Wait a moment. Chihiro looked at Shishio and asked, so your girlfriend, the delinquent one? It's Saki, Shishio reminded Chihiro. Okay, Saki. Chihiro let out a long sigh and asked, she knows that you date Mashiro too? Yes. Shishio nodded. Mashiro, are you okay with that? Chihiro asked. Okay. Sheena nodded simply since she had talked about this conversation with Shishio several times in the past, and she was okay to share him with other girls. Chihiro looked at Shishio in a complicated way, wondering whether his reason to tell everyone that he was a scumbag was so he could lessen her guilty feeling after she had kissed him before. Shishio, you're a scumbag. Misaki asked curiously. Yes, senpai. Shishio nodded. What kind of scumbag? Misaki asked since there were many types of scumbags. The one that dates many girls at the same time, Shishio said. So, how many girls do you date? Misaki asked. Everyone was in silence, and they looked at him curiously. 5, Shishio said. Everyone. 5. They somehow became curious about those 5 girls that Shishio had dated and wondered what kind of girls they were. They had seen a girl with a spunky personality, Kawasaki Saki, and an alien-like girl, Shina Mashiro. So what about the other 3? They became curious somehow. How about the other 3? Did you date them secretly, or do they know each other? Sayaka asked curiously. While she must admit that she was interested in Shishio, she knew that she didn't have a chance, and unlike the other girls, she didn't want to be trapped by his charm. Also, while she didn't say it, she felt inferior, considering her actual appearance wasn't beautiful. Everything was part of her makeup. Why do you want to know? Shishio asked with a frown. Isn't it fine? You have told us that you're a scumbag, so just tell us the rest, alright. Sayaka said coquettishly. Well, they know each other, Shishio said truthfully. How did you do that? Mayumi was dumbfounded. Okay, enough. Shishio let out a sigh and said, I have told you this because we're living in the same place together, and I know that sooner or later, you'll know about it. However, if you ask me whether I want to talk about this matter or not, then I don't want to since it definitely isn't something to be proud of for the girls. While some people wanted to be proud, telling the world that they had dated many girls at the same time, he wasn't that type of person, and it was better to keep everything private. Being low-key was the best thing. You know that it isn't something to be proud of, but you still do it. Chihiro asked with a frown. I know, but since it has happened, I don't regret it. Instead of talking about why I do this, judging me whether I'm right or wrong, I just want to tell everyone that while I can't promise that I can make them happy all the time, I won't hurt them, Shishio said calmly. Chihiro felt conflicted, then looked at Shina. Mashiro, is that okay with you? It's okay. I trust Shishio. Shina was calm and said, and I love him. Chihiro let out a long tired sigh and said, while I want to say that you're wrong, and you should stop, it isn't my place to say anything about your relationship, and as long as you feel happy with it, then I won't say much, but remember your promise not to hurt them. She wanted to smoke, but she didn't bring a cigarette, so she could only drink alcohol to numb her mind. I know. Shishio nodded while looking at Chihiro, who drank a beer in a gulp. Thanks, Chihiro-ne. I never said that I agreed with your relationship, Chihiro said with a pout. But even so, thank you, Shishio said sincerely. Chihiro looked at Shishio for a moment and let out a long sigh, somehow understanding how those girls could date him at the same time. So that's it? Nothing else? Just like this, and we're done with this conversation? Mayumi asked. Everyone. What do you want me to say? Do you want me to date you too? Shishio asked with a speechless expression, but he regretted saying those words. Now, you're finally showing your fangs. I know that you are interested in my body. You can't fool me, Shishio. Mayumi quickly protected her boobs as she slandered Shishio. Shishio rolled his eyes and ignored this idiotic woman. While he must admit that he was lustful against Mayumi's body, he wasn't stupid enough to admit it. By the way, I have made pudding. Mayumi-san doesn't need one, it seems, so who wants to take her pudding? Me. Everyone raised their hands at the same time. Wait. I also want my pudding. Mayumi quickly protested. This was how Sakurasu was, everyone was noisy, but it was strangely comfortable. However, among them, there was a single scumbag that had admitted he was one, and frankly, could his problem be solved like this so easily? Still, they also understood that it wasn't their problem, and even if they were close to each other, it didn't mean that they could judge each other with their point of view. All they could do was only one thing, and that was to watch over them and support them if they had a problem. Still, they might have only realized, but had Shishio and Shina done that? School starts tomorrow, and Golden Week has ended. The happy time would end shortly, but Shishio forgot to bring Ritsuo to the Jimbocho, but when he thought about their awkward relationship, he felt that it was better not to do anything weird for now. Shishio knew that he was too flirty, but that was how his personality was, and if one misunderstood him, there was nothing that he could do, especially if they gave their bodies to him. However, he started to wonder whether this was really all right. Shishio was resting on his bed with Shina lying on his arm lazily. He caressed her hair gently and asked, "Is this okay with you, Mashiro?" Shina looked at Shishio with a confused expression. "I mean, to announce our relationship," Shishio said. "It's okay." Shina rubbed her face and said, "I'm happy with it." She might not care whether Shishio announced their relationship or not, but it felt nice when she was acknowledged like this. That's good. I'd thought that you hate it, Shishio said, but suddenly he saw Shina appear in front of him. Mashiro. I don't hate Shishio. I love Shishio, Shina said without wavering as her clear eyes stared into his. Thanks. Shishio caressed Shina's head and said, I love you too, Mashiro. Shina smiled and rubbed her face again on his face. Shishio also rubbed his face against her, but then there was something that he needed to say. By the way, is your manga is done now? Shina nodded and said, I have drawn 2 chapters. I need to draw 1 more. Do you need help? Shishio asked. It's okay. It isn't that hard, Shina said, then looked at Shishio and asked, Shishio. After this manga ends, will you make a story again? Shina asked. Do you want me to write a story for your manga again? Shishio asked. Shina nodded. I'll think about it. Shishio didn't really mind, but there were so many stories that he wasn't sure which stories he should write. Thanks. No problem. Shishio smiled, but then he reminded Shina. However, there's one problem now after I have announced our relationship. What's the problem? Shina was confused. We might not be able to sleep together again, Shishio said since he could tell that if Shina didn't return to her room, there might be many people that might storm into his room. While he felt uncomfortable, it couldn't be helped since no one would feel comfortable with the thought that someone they knew might have sex in the same dorm. Shina. Shishio looked at Shina's stunned expression and thought that it had been a while since he had seen this expression. Why? Shina was confused. It's a bit hard to explain, but right now, there are many people who are watching us. Shishio said. Watch us. Shina even became confused. Wait here for a moment. Shishio pulled his arm and stood up, walking toward the door. It might be because his room was soundproof that no sound was heard from the outside, and Shina didn't realize it, but it was different for him. Shina watched Shishio walk toward the door of his room and when he opened it. Wah! Ouch! Hey, don't push me down. It's heavy. I'm not heavy. Neither Shina nor Shishio could say anything, especially when they saw Mayumi, Misaki, and Sayaka falling to the ground, but what made him dumbfounded was that Nanami and Ritsu were also there. Even if Shishio didn't say anything, he knew that the 5 of them eavesdropped on him. He then looked at Shina and said, See. Shina. Shishio then looked at the 5 people in front of him and asked, So what were you doing? He then noticed Roberta, who stood on the side and asked through his eyes, wondering why she let them here. Roberta could only look at Shishio with a helpless expression since she couldn't stop them. Shishio also understood that there was no way that Roberta could stop them. However, he looked at Nanami, who could only look away at this moment. He thought that he needed to punish this maid of his. It's misunderstanding, Shishio-kun. Yet, we were invited by Mayumi. Everything was Mayumi's fault. How dare you put all the blame on me? Mayumi roared, but then she looked at Shishio and asked curiously, So did you have sex? Shishio might have admitted that he was a scumbag and there was no need to hide anything, but right now, he needed to face the consequences of his action. Shishio wondered whether he should move out now. 374, New Day, New Problem. Watching his reflection through the mirror, Shishio rubbed his face with fresh water before brushing his teeth. When he thought about last night, he couldn't help but let out a tired sigh. He felt that he might need to move out from Sakurasu. While Shishio didn't intend to move out fully, he might only stay in Sakurasu for a few days, or so since his relationship with Shina was known. After all, there was no way that he could do something that they had wanted to do here, especially when the eyes of the people here were like hungry sharks. As long as they smelled blood, they would pounce on them. Still, instead of thinking something stupid right in the morning, Shishio decided to refresh his mind by thinking of a good thing that might happen after he came to the school. Golden Week had ended, and it was time for him to go to school. Shishio, who brushed his teeth, suddenly noticed that someone had entered the bathroom. Shishio. Ryu Unosuke nodded. Shishio nodded before he washed the toothpaste on his mouth, then asked in surprise, You're going to the school, Ryu Unosuke? Is there something wrong? Ryu Unosuke asked with a frown. No. Shishio shook his head and said, You didn't even come to the entrance ceremony, but you came right after Golden Week. Entrance ceremony is just a waste of time, or rather, most of the school activity is a waste of time since instead of going to the school, isn't it better for me to work on my career? Ryu Unosuke said as he tied his long hair in a long ponytail next to Shishio before walking in front of the wash basin. His white nape and collarbone were shown through the gap of his uniform's collar. Shishio looked at Ryu Unosuke for a moment and felt weird. What? Ryu Unosuke put such an expression while looking at Shishio as he brushed his teeth. Nothing, I'll go out first. By the way, I'll cook breakfast since it is the first day of school after a while, Shishio said and walked out of the bathroom since he felt strange somehow, staying together with Ryu Unosuk in the same bathroom. Ryu Unosuk nodded as he stared at Shishio's back before letting out a sigh and continuing to brush his teeth since he also wanted to eat the breakfast that was cooked by him. Having Shishio cook food several times was a blessing for everyone. During breakfast, no one was talking and enjoyed the food in front of them. Shishio must admit that his food was delicious, but if he had a better ingredient, he could make something even better. He suddenly thought about the purple grade strawberry that he had found on Mother Farm, and while he only tasted the aftertaste from Roberta's lips, it was still so delicious. It was juicy, sweet, and sour at the same time. The combination of a perfect taste on the strawberry that no one had ever thought of. Shishio thought about his mountain and felt that he might try to visit his mountain since the taste of the spring vegetables found on the mountain might be nice. After they ate their breakfast, Mayumi looked at Shishio and said, "Shishio." "What?" Shishio looked at Mayumi in doubt since whenever this woman opened her mouth, nothing good came out of her mouth. However, he must admit that when Mayumi was in her office lady uniform, it gave her a sharp and mature charm, especially when her legs were covered in beautiful tights. It was strangely alluring even though this woman's personality was disappointing. "What's with that stare?" "I want to give you a gift since you have cooked dinner and breakfast," Mayumi said with a pout and felt unhappy by Shishio's suspicious gaze. "It's because you often ask me something stupid." Shishio was speechless. "This time, I won't ask something stupid, but I'll give you a gift. Do you want it or not?" Mayumi asked arrogantly. "No," Shishio said simply. Mayumi was dumbfounded and asked, "Why?" "Because I'm sure that you are going to give me something stupid or trash that you don't need anymore." Shishio looked at Mayumi and asked, "Right?" "No, it isn't trash. You can use it too," Mayumi said after she shook her head several times. "What are you going to give me then?" Shishio asked curiously. "Here." Mayumi took her bag and took something from there. Everyone was also curious what Mayumi was going to give Shishio, but when they saw what this woman gave him, they could only feel that this woman was helpless. "Mayumi." Chihiro frowned and asked, "What the hell did you bring out during breakfast? What's wrong? Isn't this a normal thing? He needs this now, right?" Mayumi looked at Shishio then threw the small square package toward him. Shishio caught the small square package that had caused his lips to twitch since Mayumi gave him a condom, and it almost expired. "Isn't this trash?" Still, he wondered why the strawberry flavor was so popular among women. He wondered why they didn't buy mint, kiwi, chocolate, or a banana flavor. "You need it, right?" Mayumi said with a smile with an expression as if telling Shishio that he didn't need to thank her. Somehow, Shishio wanted to smack this woman's big butts. "Shishio can't use this," Sheena suddenly said. "Hey? Why?" Mayumi asked dumbfoundedly. "The condom is too small," Sheena said flatly. "Everyone. Mashiro." Shishio looked at Sheena helplessly. Sheena only tilted her head and felt confused since she had just told the truth, so there was nothing wrong, right? Many meanings came out of Sheena's words. The first meaning was that the condom was too small for Shishio's little brother. This was an incredible fact, but they had expected this since this wasn't their first time to see his huge thing. However, when they saw his thing, it was in its soft form, but no one would expect that his thing at the hard form couldn't fit on the normal size condom. While the first meaning was incredible, the second was even more amazing. The second meaning was Sheena knew Shishio's size. Whether it was because of an accident or deliberately, Sheena knew Shishio's size and the size of the condom given by Mayumi wouldn't fit him. Those two meanings were incredible, and Mayumi was about to ask the question that she had always wanted to ask, but a small square package was thrown in her direction, and she caught it subconsciously. "I have to go to school first. See you later, everyone." Shishio decided to walk away since he knew what kind of poison was going to come out from Mayumi's mouth. If possible, he wanted to smear those lips with his white liquid, so she wouldn't ask an insolence question to him again. He glanced at Mayumi with a smile. Watching this smile, Mayumi wasn't sure why she felt her shudder and excited somehow. "I'll go too." After Shishio walked out, everyone, who went to school, also went out one by one, leaving the adults behind. Mayumi then looked at her expired condom and wondered whether she should buy the new one, but this time, she should get the extra size since it might be useful in the future. It had been a week since Shishio walked toward the school after Golden Week, but he just couldn't get his excitement somehow. It wasn't that he wasn't excited to meet his girlfriends, but he felt that school was useless for him since he had mastered all the lessons at school. "Why should I go to school?" Shishio questioned himself until he found one reason why he should go to the school. Legs. Shishio glanced at the girls around him that walked to the school together and saw their bare legs moving freely under that short skirt. "It's outrageous." Shishio sighed and felt that instead of a place to study, a school would become a place for him to vent his lust. "Shishio. What's wrong, Misaki-senpai?" Shishio looked at Misaki. "My anime is almost done later, so can you try to give a voice on the anime next week? Misaki asked, then looked at Nanami. You too, Nanami. Can you? She still maintained her cheerful smile and excitement since her anime was almost completed. Ah, yes. Nanami subconsciously nodded since it had always been her dream to become a CEO, and now, she has her first job. She clenched her fists tightly, feeling excited and nervous at the same time, so she looked at Shishio, trying to calm her mind. Where? Shishio asked. We have a sound room in the school. I'll book that place next week, so you can come there directly, Misaki said. Misaki. What's wrong, Mash Iron? Can I watch it too? Sheena asked. Of course. Misaki nodded several times, but then she put her finger on her lips and said, but be quiet, okay? Okay. Sheena nodded. Rick-in. Dragon. Do you want to watch my recording process? Misaki asked. No, Ryu Anosuka flatly refused. Ritsu thought for a moment and nodded. Okay. Except for Dragon, then we're all going to go. Misaki howled in excitement. Shishio looked at Misaki and wondered how Mitaka could fall in love with Misaki. However, people often said that love was blind, and he understood that statement now. Come on, and say who. Misaki raised her hand excitedly as her boobs trembled up and down. Everyone looked at each other and moved faster since they didn't want someone to think they knew this stupid girl. Wait for me. Shishio could see the school from a distance, and as he walked, he started to think about what kind of problems he might encounter, but then he happened to meet Hina Tachibana, who also happened to enter the school. Shishio and Hina looked at each other. However, while Shishio was calm, Hina couldn't hide the anxiety on her face. Tachibana-sensei. Misaki greeted excitedly. Hina's expression quickly calmed down and greeted Misaki. Good morning, Kamiagasa. She also greeted everyone from Sakurasu before looking at Sheena and Shishio. While Sheena might have recognized Hina since she had seen her before, she didn't recognize that Hina was the woman that had dated a married man in the cafe before. However, Shishio recognized and remembered Hina and her conversation with her boyfriend in the cafe before. Good morning Tachibana-sensei. He didn't call her because of her first name since he was afraid that he needed to explain to everyone why their relationship was so close. Good morning, Shishio-kun. Hina had a complicated expression on her face. Hey? Why did Tachibana-sensei call Shishio by his first name? Misaki was confused. Everyone realized it, and they looked at Shishio and Hina curiously. Shishio and Hina. Hina panicked, but Shishio was calm and said, Tachibana-sensei is close to Chihiro-ne and Hirotsuka-sensei, so she usually calls me by my first name. Ah. They nodded and understood why Hina called Shishio by his first name, but they felt that this guy knew too many beautiful girls, right? Well, should we enter now? I want to see the result of the monthly exam, Shishio said. Everyone. Some were nervous, and some were anticipating what kind of results they would receive. They excitedly talked about the monthly exam, but then Hina suddenly approached him and whispered, Shishio-kun, can we talk later? Shishio looked at Hina, and even though it was his first day at school after Golden Week, he met a new problem right away. 375, be a proud scumbag. Before Shishio gave his response, Hina had walked away. Shishio felt quite speechless since this female teacher didn't even tell him where she would meet him. Watching her figure from behind, Shishio wondered why there was something so sexy about a female teacher, even though Hina dressed quite conservatively. While Shishio was in the middle of a thought, his mind was interrupted when two soft things pressed against his back. Shishio. Nana hugged Shishio's back happily. Nana. Shishio was also happy when he felt two huge things behind his back. Let's go to class. I don't like the feeling of becoming a panda. While he had gotten used to the feeling of everyone's gaze, it didn't mean he liked it. He didn't want to become like a panda in the zoo. Luckily, unlike a panda, he didn't need to be naked or eat bamboo. But I might be able to eat bamboo sprouts. Shishio suddenly wondered why he thought about food. Okay. Nana agreed with a smile as she held Shishio's hand. Shishio noticed the gaze of Sheena, Nanami, Ritsu, and Misaki on him. As for Ryu Anosuke, that guy had already left since he didn't want to be involved in his problem. Suddenly, Shishio felt that if he became a scumbag, he needed to do it with girls from other schools since dating many girls from the same school was quite troublesome. However, Shishio noticed Sheena had taken his other hand and held it gently, ignoring the fact that he was holding Nana's hand right now. Shishio looked at Nana, who kept her smile, and then at Sheena, who didn't show much change in her expression. He took a deep breath, made up his mind, and held their hands tightly. Let's go. He had already announced his relationship with Sakurasu anyway, so it didn't really matter even if the whole school knew about his relationship with many girls. After all, this way, he had already given them a mark, telling them that those girls were his. Nana and Sheena looked at each other and smiled. Neither of them cared about their reputation even if everyone knew that they dated Shishio at the same time, but they wanted to see his reaction, and he didn't disappoint them. Misaki and Ritsu were dumbfounded. However, Nanamai could only smile bitterly. Still, everyone who happened to see the scene before them opened their eyes wide since no one had expected this situation. The girls were alright since they somehow could understand why Nana and Sheena decided to date Shishio at the same time, since if they were given a chance, they would probably make a similar choice to Nana and Sheena. However, the guys felt unbelievable, and they could only open their eyes wide. They somehow wanted to worship Shishio, but at the same time, they also felt so envious that they could only bitterly cry on the corner, thinking why they were still single yet someone had two girlfriends at the same time. What the hell? Many guys felt aggrieved, and that also included Hikigaya Hakina, who wiped his eyes several times, wondering whether he was still dreaming or not. However, after he pinched his skin several times, he knew what had happened was real, and someone was able to build a harem in this school, which made him feel so complicated. Oga-kun. Shishio turned his head and saw Futaba Ryo was there. While they often greeted and talked to each other for a while, her chance to appear was quite rare. Futaba, who was excited to meet Shishio after Golden Week, also didn't expect that she would see him, holding the hands of two girls at the same time, which made her unable to react for a moment. It's been a while, Futaba. Shishio greeted Futaba usually and asked, do you want to watch the exam announcement together? Futaba could only nod while glancing at Shishio, who kept holding Sheena and Nana at the same time. However, Shishio ignored it and pretended that he didn't see Futaba's expression. Shishio had decided that he wouldn't say anything unless Futaba asked him a question. Even though they were all speechless, they could only stare at him, who was holding the hand of two beautiful girls. Anyway, Shishio had admitted that he became a scumbag, and if he didn't dare to do this, then he might as well stop becoming one. The path of the scumbag was deep and cruel. It was a lonely path that many people had walked, but Shishio didn't want to follow their path. Shishio was going to pave his path. The path that no man had ever walked. The way of the scumbag. Shishio looked at Nanamai, who also looked at him. He saw her helpless smile, and what could he do now? As for Ritsuo and Misaki, Shishio didn't know what they were thinking, but he could see them staring at him blankly. After all, it was their first time seeing something like this. Shishio didn't want to become a panda anymore and brought everyone to the board announcement where the school announced the result of the monthly exam. He looked at it curiously and looked at Nana in surprise since this girl ranked third in the entire school, and on the other hand, Futaba ranked second in the entire grade. As expected, you're ranked first, Shishio. It's amazing, Shishio-kun. Shishio turned and saw Saki and Miu were there, standing together closely. It might be because they often did threesome together that their relationship was closer than other girls. Still, he felt confused by Miu's words, wondering whether it was the result of his exam or the way he held two girls' hands was amazing. He needed to ask this girl clearly, or else there would be many misunderstandings. Still, Shishio got the rank first on the entire grade was something expected, but he was quite surprised by the result of the exam of Saki and Miu. You two are also amazing since you got into the top 10 rankings, Shishio said. It's all thanks to you, Saki said and felt that it was great to be his girlfriend. Not only did it feel good, but the result of her exam was good. She thought about giving him a reward later. Yeah, it's all thanks to you, Shishio-kun, Miu said with a smile and thought to give him a reward too. Shishio noticed their smiles and could only nod secretly. He then noticed Nana's gaze on him and could only smile before he patted her back. Nana pouted and knew that, unlike her, everyone had been eaten by Shishio. Except for Mai, probably. Good morning. They turned their heads and saw Mai. Morning Mai, Miu greeted with a smile. Morning. Saki nodded. Morning. Everyone also greeted Mai. Mai looked at Nana and Sheena, whose hand was held by Shishio, then asked, you have admitted to the whole school that you're a scumbag. Yeah. Shishio was speechless and asked, can you be more subtle? Are you not a scumbag? Mai asked with a smile. No, I'm one. Shishio could only sigh, feeling the path of scumbag was lonely since no one understood his feeling right now. Then maybe, you should also hold my hand, Saki and Miu too, so that way, everyone will know that we're all yours, Mai said softly. Shishio looked at Saki and Miu, who didn't seem to reject Mai's proposal. He wasn't sure what to say for a while, but one thing was for sure, there were many people who were watching him. Just kidding. Mai smiled and said, let's meet up later at the club room. Shishio. They nodded and didn't force themselves to hold hands since they could talk to each other later in the club room. They parted ways with each other and went to their classes. However, Mai deliberately moved closer to Shishio's ear and whispered, hold my hand later, all right. Okay. Mai smiled as she left. Shishio looked at Mai helplessly, but he didn't hate it and felt refreshed that he was being teased. Shishio and Nana then went to their class together with Nanamai, who also stood next to him. By the way, Shishio. Have you had sex with anyone except for me? Nana asked in a whisper, but Nanamai could hear their conversation. Yes. Shishio nodded, but then he said, but you were the only one that I had buried my face there. Unlike the rest, Nana was the only one that was able to put his head there. Nana wasn't sure whether she should be happy or smack this bastard. I'll move to your apartment later on Friday, is that okay? Okay. Shishio nodded, then asked, by the way, when are you going to apply for the part-time job? Probably later. Nana thought, then said, I have prepared my CV, so I can just apply right away. Do you need me to accompany you? Shishio asked. While I want you to accompany me, is that okay? Won't it give you trouble? Nana asked. It's all right. I also want to visit Vonyarea since it has been a while since I have eaten there, Shishio said. By the way, I have always wanted to ask you this question, Nana suddenly asked. What's wrong? Shishio asked. Is this okay? Okay. I mean, for everyone to know that you're a scumbag. Nana looked at Shishio and asked, is this okay? She thought that by admitting that he was a scumbag, his reputation would be hit and cause him many troubles. It's okay. Shishio nodded without hesitation and said, after all, this way, no one girls should get close to me again, right? When he thought about it calmly, it was also a good thing to reveal his status as a scumbag. This way, there wouldn't be anyone who would confess to him again. This way, I can focus on you. As for the reputation or trouble that might come to him, Shishio didn't care about them at all. He didn't care about being a Raijuyu, center attention, or accommodating the people's expectations of him. He didn't have that kind of idea since he only cared about his women. Shishio. Nana smiled when Shishio held her hand happily. Nanamai could only stare at this scene in jealousy until she also felt that her hand was held by him secretly. She was surprised then looked at him, who held her hand secretly from Nana's eyes. What a scumbag! She let out a sigh and knew that this guy was a scumbag, but she didn't pull away from his hand and held his hand tighter. Still, with this, everyone at the school knew that Shishio Oga was a scumbag, but he didn't succumb. Instead, he stood up bravely, facing everyone. However, Nanamai and Nana thought while everyone knew that Shishio was a scumbag, it didn't mean that the girls in this school would stop confessing to him. While the number of girls who confessed to him might decrease, they wouldn't stop, like a moth drawn by the fire. They knew that it was dangerous, but the bright fire drew them and made them curious why they were attracted to him. When they entered the class, Shishio and Nanamai naturally let go of their hands, but he still held Nana's hand, and as they entered, they became the center of attention instantly. Oga. 2x. Tegami and USA leaped into Shishio to confirm the rumor spread into the school. Looking at Tegami and USA, Shishio understood what they wanted to ask, but because of that, he suddenly remembered the quote from William Smith Clark. Scumbag, be ambitious. 376, let us bear your pressure. The lesson started and it ended on the break. Shishio became a center of attention directly, but he had gotten used to it since he often became a center of attention. The only problem was that he didn't become a center of attention because of his handsome face. Instead, it was because of his deed that he was able to date two beautiful girls at the same time. Shishio could see that Sorita kept glancing at him from time to time with a complicated expression, but he ignored him since Sorita had nothing to do with his life anymore and they were just an acquaintance that happened to stay in the same class and same dorm in the past. However, Shishio somehow felt relieved since he didn't need to hide anymore, and he felt so free. Shishio, let's have lunch. Nana said as she sat on his lap. Shishio looked at Nana for a moment and wondered whether this girl had become slightly fatter. However, the feeling of softness and plumpness on her butts had never changed. Instead, it was even more addicted to having her on his lap. Still, Shishio also knew that it might be dangerous for Nana if this continued. What's wrong? Nana wasn't sure, but she felt uncomfortable by this gaze. No, you're just beautiful, Shishio said with a sigh, but personally, he didn't mind, even if Nana was slightly fatter. Really? Nana asked with a smile. Yeah. Shishio nodded, using his acting mastery to give a sincere smile. Nana laughed and hugged him happily. However, unlike Shishio, Maya and Mako were different. Nana, did you get fat? Maya asked. Yeah, your waist has become slightly larger, Mako said as she held Nana's waist, shaking it up and down. Nana looked at Maya and Mako in shock, then looked at Shishio. Shishio could only look away and decided not to say anything. Shishio. Nana looked at Shishio with an expression, waiting for him to tell her that her friends were talking nonsense. It is your chest. They have become bigger again, Shishio said as he looked at Nana's chest. Nana was dumbfounded and asked, have they become bigger? There should be a health exam in the future. You can check whether they have become bigger or not, Shishio said. I see. Nana nodded, then looked at Maya and Mako smugly. There were veins on the forehead of Maya and Mako before they looked at Shishio at the same time. Shishio, this girl has become fatter, right? Yeah, just tell the truth. Well, she has indeed become slightly fatter, but I don't mind, though, Shishio said after a moment of hesitation. Nana was dumbfounded and asked, real? Real? Shishio nodded and said, while I don't mind, it might be dangerous if you don't start a workout from now on. Nana was depressed when everyone, including Shishio, had told her that she had become fatter. See? Mako smiled happily. If you don't get slimmer, then this guy might attack the two of us, Maya said while looking at Shishio. Why are you looking at me like that? Shishio was speechless by the gaze of Mako and Maya. He looked at Nana then patted her back. I'll accompany you if you want to work out, and there's a gym in the new apartment. You can use it there. Really? Nana looked at Shishio with watery eyes. Yeah. Shishio patted her head and said, still, there's even an exciting workout that we can do. Unfortunately, we can't do it now. Exciting workout. 4x. Not only Nana but Maya, Mako, and Nanamai were also interested and looked at Shishio curiously. What kind of workout? 4x. Let's eat lunch first since the break might be over after we eat, Shishio said and changed the topic of the conversation since the exciting workout that he mentioned wasn't suitable to be explained in this place, especially when there was Maya and Mako here. Nanamai and Nana looked at Shishio thoughtfully, but Maya and Mako also thought the same, thinking it might be only a time before this scumbag might eat Nana. During lunch, everyone went to the literature club room to eat together. While they ate their lunch, they talked about what Shishio had done this morning since it had become the topic that everyone talked about. Congratulations, Shishio. You have become the most famous student in the swim-A, Mai said with a smile. Have I beaten your popularity now? Is that okay? Shishio also said jokingly. Mai's lips twitched before she laughed and said with a smile, it's all right. It's all right, but I don't expect you to dare to admit to everyone that you're a scumbag. Hearing Mai's words, everyone also nodded since his action this morning was unexpected. While they knew that Shishio was a scumbag, he still maintained a good image among all the students and even teachers on the swim-A academy, but with what he did in the morning by admitting that he was a scumbag, his image was destroyed instantly. While they were surprised, they must admit that Shishio had a lot of guts since he dared to do this, considering how everyone might talk behind his back and how his reputation was destroyed. Still, while they felt unhappy about those who talked about Shishio, they felt happy and thought they didn't choose the wrong man since Shishio dared to take responsibility for his actions by admitting that he was a scumbag. It's all right. Shishio ate bread in his hand and said, we're only going to meet each other for 3 years. After that, we won't meet each other again in the future, and even if we meet, they might become my subordinates in the future that will have to kiss my ass to curry favor to me. He didn't care what everyone was thinking or talking about him since, in the end, they were just barking dogs. What could a barking dog do? Nothing. They could only bark loudly, but they wouldn't cause him any harm, only creating an annoying noise. Also, a dog was just a dog. Shishio had a million ways to shut them out if he wanted to, though. Also, this is a low price if this can reassure you and tell you that I'm seriously in love with you, Shishio said calmly, but the hearts of the girls in the literature club room were shot by an arrow of Cupid directly. Shishio, eat this. I made this rice ball, Saki said and gave the rice ball that she made in the morning. Shishio looked at Saki and wondered why this girl only gave him the rice ball right after buying bread, but he was too lazy to ask. Thank you and sorry for troubling you every morning. It's all right. I'm happy to do this for you every day, Saki said with a gentle smile. Shishio looked at Saki and wanted to kiss her right now, but he knew the place, and the occasion wasn't right. Still, he felt that a rice ball was a unique dish where he could taste the girl's taste. While it wasn't hard to prepare a rice ball, one needed to use hot rice to create one. Their hands might not be burnt because they soaked their hands with salt water. However, the heat would make their hands sweat. Which meant the taste of the girl's sweat was mixed on the rice ball. When someone knows that, there must be a mixed opinion regarding this matter. Some were disgusted, hesitant, or happy. As for Shishio, he ate the rice ball with relish without hesitation. It's delicious. Saki blushed since she knew that her cooking ability was average, but even so, she felt happy, hearing his praise. Is that so? There's more. Eat mine too, Shishio, Miu said with a smile. I don't plan to prepare it for you, but since you're so hungry, I'll give you this one, Mai said as she gave her bento to Shishio. Nana and Sheena looked at each other and thought they would try to make a bento in the future. Nanamai, Ritsu, Maya, and Mako looked at everyone and thought they had fallen too deeply with Shishio. Shishio looked at the mountain of food in front of him speechlessly. While he didn't mind eating all of them, he felt that they were too much. Still, there was something that he needed to ask them first. Wait a moment. There's something that I need to ask everyone, Shishio suddenly said. What? They looked at Shishio curiously. Nana and Mashiro aside, since everyone knows that I have dated them, but what about the three of you? Saki, Miu, and Mai. Shishio looked at the three girls, no, women since he had eaten them, and asked, if you feel uncomfortable, I do. Don't be stupid. Mai quickly interrupted. Don't think we're too weak against pressure, Saki said with a frown. Shishio-kun, you don't believe in our love? Miu asked with teary eyes, feeling hurt by Shishio's words. Shishio's words hurt them since it felt like he doubted them. Shishio wiped Miu's tears gently and said softly, I believe you, but this is tough, you know? While I want to tell everyone that you're all my girlfriends, I don't mind even if we hide the truth since everyone will talk about the three of you, and I don't want you to be hurt. Hearing Shishio's words, Saki, Miu, and Mai understood why he told them not to announce their relationship. While they felt warmth, they felt that he underestimated them. Shishio. Mai looked at Shishio calmly and said, while I'm happy about your consideration, we have also prepared for this kind of problem when we have decided to date you, so let us bear your pressure. Yet, I'm not weak enough to be protected by you all the time, Saki said with a determined expression. Shishio-kun, don't underestimate us, Miu said with a gentle smile. The image of the scumbag had been imprinted on Shishio's body to all the students in this school. However, their love for him had never changed, and they would give their everything to support him and be part of his strength even if the whole school became their enemies. While their worry might be exaggerated since Shishio didn't believe that someone could cause him trouble in this school, he would be lying if he wasn't moved by them. He stared at their faces for a moment and gave them a sincere smile that came from his heart. Thank you. I'm glad that I have loved you. Everyone was in a daze, and it was as if the whole world was eclipsed by him, and they thought they fell even deeper. Shishio-kun. Miu made an unexpected move and kissed Shishio's lips without hesitation. Everyone. Shishio. Wait. Nana, Mai, and Saki. Shina didn't say anything, but she also leaped towards Shishio. Ritsu, Maya, Meiko, and Nanamai somehow felt bitter, and the food on their hands didn't taste so delicious anymore. While they were preoccupied in their own world, suddenly, the door was knocked on and opened. Shishio-kun, are you he? Hina stopped her words after she saw a scene that opened her eyes wide. What are you doing? Still, Shishio thought that this scene was quite cliché somehow. 377, what is right? What is wrong? Hina forgot to tell Shishio where to meet and came to his class, but when she came to his class, she didn't see him there. She wanted to meet him as soon as possible talking about what had happened before, so she asked his classmates. I see, literature club room. Hina nodded and thanked the student. Thank you. She didn't know who the name of this classmate was, but she didn't care and walked toward the literature club room to meet him. Sorita looked at Hina back and thought that this teacher was beautiful, but what made him happy was because it seemed she was about to scold Shishio, and it was something that he was pleased to see. While Sorita had moved out from Sakurasu, he just couldn't forget about Shina, and it made his heart race every time he saw her, but he just didn't have the courage to approach her. However, what had happened this morning changed everything since he didn't expect that Shishio would dare to date Shina and Nana at the same time. Sorita was jealous. No, he felt contempt for that scumbag. Sorita, without hesitation, told where Shishio was, and hopefully, that guy could be punished for making the entire guys in the school become his enemies. However, one thing was for sure, Sorita was curious at how Shishio was able to date two girls at the same time. While Sorita was still daydreaming, Hina had already arrived in the literature club room, and she didn't expect to see the scenes that only happened in the light novel. What are you doing? They were in school. How could they do this? Hina stared at Shishio, who was surrounded by many beautiful girls with blush and speechless expressions. She didn't expect that not only her little sister, the genius painter, one of the most beautiful girls in the first grade, and even a famous actress would be his girlfriends too. Shishio's expression didn't change, and he told everyone to sit down first since he didn't expect Hina would interrupt them right after their heated discussion. He let out a sigh inwardly, then asked, What's wrong, Tachibana-sensei? We need to talk for a moment. Hina looked at everyone and said, I'll borrow him for a moment. They looked at each other and wondered whether Shishio had seduced Hina, but when they saw Hina's expression, they thought that it shouldn't be. I'll talk with sensei first. If I don't come back until the break is over, then you should go back to your class, Shishio said and patted the girls' shoulders one by one before he left. Do you need us to accompany you? Saki asked since she thought the problem was related to his confession as a scumbag to the whole school. No, it's all right. You don't need to worry since Tachibana-sensei isn't going to scold me, right? Shishio said while looking at Hina with a faint smile. Hina's body flinched and showed a slight nervousness on her face, but she quickly calmed herself and nodded. You don't need to worry. I just need to talk with him for a moment. Hearing Hina's reassurance, they nodded with a sigh of relief, but even so, they were still quite worried. However, there was nothing that they could do, and they could only wait for him. While the girls were worrying about him, Shishio and Hina walked next to each other. Where are we going, Tachibana-sensei? Shishio asked. It's Hina-sensei, right? Hina asked with a pout. Hina-chan-sensei, so what do you want to talk about? Is it related to what I have done in the morning? Shishio asked. Well, it is related, but, let's talk about this later, and for now, just follow me, Hina said and continued to walk. Okay. Shishio nodded. The two walked together, and they instantly became the center of attention. While what Shishio had done in the morning was part of the reason, his magnetic figure could easily attract everyone's attention like a magnet that attracted a metal on its surrounding. Their eyes were glued toward him without looking away, especially when he was so quiet and showed a melancholy expression. Somehow they thought even if Shishio was a scumbag, they would happily accept him. Hina, of course, noticed Shishio's expression, which made her pout, thinking that this guy was too popular. What's wrong, Hina-chan-sensei? Shishio asked. Nothing. Hina kept her mouth pout before she said, hurry up, Shishio-kun. Okay. Okay. Shishio looked at Hina's back and wondered whether this woman didn't understand her situation, but he shook his head since it wasn't his problem. While the two walked together, they didn't realize that Natsuo Fuji was looking at them. He, of course, had heard about Shishio, who had decided to become a scumbag, and it made him wonder whether Rui knew about this matter. Also, why is Hina nay? Natsuo thought for a moment and thought that it was necessary for him to talk to the two of them since right now, they were a family, and he didn't want anything bad to happen to them. His goodwill was good. Unfortunately, it wasn't necessary, and even if they were a family, there was something that one shouldn't butt in, especially when their relationship wasn't that close to begin with. However, it had nothing to do with Shishio since he came to the rooftop again. It had been a while since he came to this place, but he had come to this place several times with many different people, talking about many things. So, what do you want to say to Hina-sensei? Shishio asked. The wind blew her hair, but Hina hung her hair behind her ear and pressed her skirt so it wouldn't be blown away by the wind. If Shishio didn't know what this woman wanted to talk about with him, he thought that she might confess to him. Well, it isn't much different. Hina was going to confess, but this confession was different from the usual one. Shishio-kun, you're dating more than one girl? Hina asked hesitantly. Yes. Shishio nodded. Hina. But I don't break the rules of the school, right? After all, there is no rule in the school that forbids someone to have more than one lover, Shishio said calmly. Scumbag. That word came out from Hina's mouth naturally as she stared at Shishio with a frown. Shishio looked at Hina for a moment, then said, let's talk while we sit down first, sensei. He sat on the nearby bench while waiting for Hina to sit next to him. Talking while standing wasn't good, and it would always lead one's emotion to run amok, which was why it was necessary to sit down since it could calm one down. Still, Shishio felt slightly annoyed when Hina said that he was a scumbag while she wasn't that much different from him. Hina looked at Shishio for a moment and sat next to Shishio. So, what do you want to talk about first? Shishio asked. Hina opened her mouth then closed it again since there were many things that she wanted to ask, but at the same time, she wondered why Shishio didn't say anything about what he had seen in the cafe before. What's your relationship with Rui? With Rui? It should be more than a friend and less than a lover, Shishio said after a moment of hesitation. What kind of relationship is that? Hina asked with a frown. Sensei, I know that you are worried about your little sister, but you don't need to worry, I treat her dearly, and I won't hurt her, Shishio said with confidence, without looking away from Hina's eyes, clearly showing that he didn't lie and she could trust him. However, how could Hina trust a scumbag so easily? But you're a scumbag, Hina said with a frown. I had admitted to Rui that I was a scumbag that dated more than one girlfriend, but even so, she still chose to be with me. Shishio didn't look away from Hina and said, I have never lied to her, and she's free to leave me if she wants to since I have never forced her to stay with me, even if I want her to be with me. He looked toward the blue sky and felt it was so clear today since he didn't need to lie anymore. So you don't need to worry, sensei. If she doesn't see the future and feels that it is pointless to be by my side, she'll leave me. He then looked at Hina and said, however, if she chooses to be with me, I hope that you can support her since while many people think that her decision is wrong, I just hope that her older sister will support her. Hina looked at Shishio for a moment, and somehow she felt quite jealous of her little sister. You think what you're doing isn't wrong? I think, it is wrong to determine if one is right or wrong based on common sense or the majority. Shishio looked at Hina and said, if you think that what you do is right and you're happy with that relationship, then you don't need to be affected by your surroundings. Even if the whole world thinks that you're wrong, I'll think that you're right since it is your decision and you're happy with it. Hina stared at Shishio in a daze and understood instantly that he knew she was dating a married man, but even so, he didn't think that she was wrong if it was her decision and she was happy with it. However, the question was she happy? You don't think that I'm wrong, Shishio-kun? Hina asked hesitantly. If you're happy and you love him, I don't see there's anything wrong with it even if you decide to date a married man, a grandpa, a widower, or even someone around my age. However, you should know that you'll have to pay the price for what you have done. Shishio smiled and said, you can see me as your example. He had become a scumbag, and his reputation fell sharply toward the cliff. One was amazed by his deeds, one thought that he was the worst, and one was jealous of the girls. People's reaction was different from one to another, but Shishio didn't care that much since he knew that it was the price for becoming a scumbag. Still, while Shishio was able to say it easily, it was different from Hina since their gender was different. While it might sound unfair if a man was cheating and dated many girls, many of them would be proud, and many people even worshipped them secretly. However, a female was different since they would be considered a slut if they dated more than one man. Some people said that it was unfair, but that was how the world went, and there was nothing that Shishio could do since he also wouldn't allow his girls to have other men except him in their lives. If you think that your heart is right, then I won't say much, but at the same time, you should also think what the consequences are and whether those consequences are worthy of being fought for or not. Shishio stood up and patted his butts. Well, I should go back now. He had talked enough and felt that there was no need to say more, but his wrist was grabbed when he was about to go back. Shishio-kun, before you go back, can you hear me first? Hina asked hesitantly. Shishio looked at Hina and thought the development was quite different from what he had imagined, but he nodded after a moment of hesitation. Okay. 378, Scumbag's Routine. While Shishio didn't feel curious about what had happened to Hina, she told him what had happened to her. She told him how she met her current boyfriend, who happened to be a married man. Hina had always been beautiful, and while it gave her many advantages, it also brought her many disadvantages, and one of them was that she didn't have many friends. Many of her friends were jealous of her beauty, and it became worse when they talked behind her back, and she happened to hear their conversation. The cause of this problem was simple, and it was because her friend's crush happened to fall in love with her. It made her friend jealous, and she was being isolated, even though it wasn't her fault for her friend's crush to fall for her. After all, Hina was naturally beautiful and had big boobs too. She might be naive, but overall, her personality was good, even if she was quite an airhead. While her personality was good, it didn't mean that Hina couldn't get hurt, so when she was crying alone in the school, her current boyfriend, who also happened to be a married man, consoled her and made her smile again. She happened to be at her weakest state, and when she met such a gentle and mature man, she instantly fell in love. However, nothing happened between them since she knew his status. Hina met him during high school, but she knew that he was a married man, so she didn't do anything until they met again after she graduated from her university. They met together, and, one to another, it led into their current affairs. So after you told me all of this, what do you want me to say? Shishio asked speechlessly since he didn't expect to listen to Hina's story from the beginning to the end. While at the same time, he thought that Hina's current boyfriend also used a similar technique that he used when he took down Mai. The problem between Mai and Hina might be different, but Shishio and Hina's current boyfriend just happened to be by their sides during their weakest time and helped them to solve their problems. However, unlike Hina, Mai's problem was much bigger since it gave a sense of horror. Still, it might be wrong to say whether one's problem was bigger than another since the only one who had experienced such a problem was the one who could determine whether the problem that they encountered was big or small. Everything depended on the individual that had encountered the problem itself. Shishio also wasn't bored enough to help someone's trouble unless they were a beautiful girl. Fortunately, Hina happened to be a beautiful woman and might become his sister-in-law in the future. You don't think that it is wrong? Hina asked speechlessly at Shishio, who didn't see herself unperturbed by the fact she was dating a married man. What's wrong with it? Shishio had even tried to seduce many married women around his neighborhood, so he didn't think Hina was wrong to date a married man. However, while I don't think that it is wrong as long as you love him and you can see the future with him, don't naively believe whatever he says to you. Shishio changed his expression as if a sage and said, a scumbag has many routines. Routine? Hina was dumbfounded. I'll give you an example. Shishio looked at Hina and said, I'll pretend to be your married boyfriend, so you can see what kind of routine that he'll tell you. Oh okay. Hina still couldn't understand what kind of situation this was, but she nodded obediently. Looking at this naive woman, Shishio didn't feel surprised when this woman could be fooled by a scumbag. Hina looked at Shishio and wondered what he was going to do, but then she saw him holding her hand gently, which made her slightly nervous and blush. Hina. I know you're worried about our relationship, and I know I have wronged you with this relationship, but please believe me. I love you. Shishio's expression was warm and gentle, saying those words sincerely. I can't divorce my wife now, but please be patient. Soon, I'll divorce her and marry you. He held her 2 hands on his palms and pulled them close to his mouth, looking at her with an upturned gaze. So, can you give me a chance, Hina? I won't let you down. Hina. Do you understand now? Shishio let go of her hands and said calmly, that's what routine is. Hina. Don't blush, and don't fall for me since it'll even be troublesome if a teacher fell for me, Shishio said with a sigh. Who is falling for you? Hina quickly awoken with a snort and pouted before she looked away annoyedly while thinking that this guy was too narcissistic, right? However, Hina must admit that Shishio's skill at seducing girls was so skillful that she became even worried about her little sister. Hina-chan sensei, I can see that you're a sincere woman who is falling in love with your boyfriend wholeheartedly. Your feelings are precious and pure, but because of that, I don't want you to be fooled by a scumbag's routine. Shishio brushed Hina's bangs that were slightly messy because of the wind. If you think that you can place your future in him, then I won't say anything. However, at the same time, you also need to think about your family since I'm sure that unlike me, who can talk with you like this, they will think that you're wrong and think that your boyfriend is guilty of seducing you, considering his status as a married man. His voice was warm and soft, but at the same time, it gave a reassurance and dependability feeling. Shishio-kun. Hina couldn't look away from Shishio, and her eyes were brimming in tears before she hugged him tightly. Shishio. Shishio looked at Hina, who hugged him helplessly before he hugged her back as he caressed her back gently. He didn't do this because he could feel 2 soft things pressed against his chest. His intention was purely to help his sister-in-law and definitely not something impure. Really? Please believe in him. Still, Shishio let out a long sigh inwardly, thinking that Hina was really Rui's older sister. I don't know what to do. Hina was crying on Shishio's chest as she told him her worry. Before, it felt so wonderful to him, but it has become so painful now. She wasn't sure whether her current boyfriend was serious, and it made her wonder whether it was worth keeping this relationship or not, especially when she knew that her family had noticed her problem. While they didn't know that she was dating a married man, she knew it was only a time before they knew it. Shishio also didn't feel surprised by Hina's answer since her current boyfriend was her first love and the first love had always placed a special place in everyone's heart, so when her boyfriend told her that he was going to divorce his wife, even though he didn't plan to, she still had expectation inside her heart. However, the bigger the expectation was, the bigger the disappointment was. This is what Hina currently feels. Hina-chan sensei, this isn't something that I can decide since it is your life, and I can't take responsibility for you to make such a huge decision, Shishio said calmly. However, while I can't tell you what you need to do, I can give you some advice. Advice? Hina looked at Shishio with tears in her eyes. Usually, I'd say that to choose based on what you feel happy about, Shishio said. Happy? Hina was confused. Will you be happy if you stay with him? Or will you be happy if you part away from him? You need to think about that decision calmly. Shishio could see that Hina wanted to ask him something, but he didn't give her a chance to talk and said, however, I can't see that you can't make up your mind. Yes. Hina repeatedly nodded, telling him what he had said was right. Then how about you take a break? Shishio asked. Break? Hina was surprised. The two of you need to think clearly whether there's a future or not in your relationship, so you take a moment of break to see more clearly. Shishio took his handkerchief and helped Hina wipe her tears and snot with a tired sigh, especially when he noticed a trance of tears and snot on his uniform. Going on a trip, singing karaoke or doing many fun things during your break since your world has been narrowed when you date him. When you date him, there's only him in your world, but that isn't true, right? Take a short break and expand your world again. If you think that you can be with him again, then tell him that, but if you don't think that it is possible, then... He didn't need to continue since he knew Hina understood his words. Hina was like a child who was being taken care of by Shishio as she heard every word that came out of his mouth. Thank you, Shishio-kun. It's all right, but next time, don't put a snot on my uniform, Shishio said as he continued to clean up Hina's face since he didn't want someone to misunderstand their relationship. Sorry for troubling you. Hina was embarrassed, but she didn't move away from Shishio and helped her clean up her snot and tears. I'll help you clean your uniform. It's all right. You don't need to. I'm afraid that our relationship will be misunderstood, Shishio said calmly. Anyway, let's continue our conversation. Hina felt slightly uncomfortable by his words, but she didn't say anything since she knew he was right. All right, we have ended our conversation. Should we go back now? Shishio said since he felt that taking more would be meaningless. Okay, but let me clean up that handkerchief, Hina said with a blush since she felt uncomfortable letting Shishio take a handkerchief that was full of her tears and snot. Shishio thought for a moment, then nodded. Okay. Unlike a uniform, the handkerchief was quite small, so he didn't think someone might misunderstand them. He thought to go back since the matter had ended, but his wrist was held by Hina again. Wait a moment, Shishio-kun. Hina stared at Shishio's eyes without looking away and said, promise me that no matter what, don't hurt Rui, alright? If I want, I can make you happy too. Shishio thought inwardly, but he didn't say it out loud. He only nodded and said, if I make her unhappy, I'll cut my thing and become a woman. Hina laughed when she heard Shishio's promise and said, you don't need to do that much since if you cut your thing, you can't make. Wait a moment, what are you going to make me say? She was furious and thought that this bastard had been fooled again. Shishio looked at Hina puzzledly, wondering whether this woman had eaten something wrong. Anyway, after their deep talk, Hina had solved her problem, and she also had believed that Shishio would take care of her little sister. However, it might be their imagination, but had their relationship become closer? 379, Yukinashita-senpai is a gentle girl, but Shishio is a scumbag. Right. When they were about to walk down, Hina suddenly stopped and said, don't tell Rui about our conversation. Shishio looked at Hina for a moment and nodded. Okay. He didn't have a hobby of being a blabbermouth, and he also felt that it wasn't good to talk about what had happened on the rooftop. Then I'll go back now. Okay, Hina murmured as she watched Shishio walk away. When his figure disappeared, she squatted down as she held both of her cheeks with her cheeks. Ugh, what I did that. Her face was bright red when she thought she had hugged him and even acted like a baby in front of him. Fortunately, Hina was witty and told Shishio that he shouldn't tell anyone about this. Still, Hina could only sigh at Shishio since even though this guy was a scumbag, his charm was without a doubt. If only. Hina quickly shook her head and threw all the strange things on her head since she knew if she really did that, there wouldn't be any turning back. She took her phone out and looked at the list of numbers before she called someone without hesitation. Hina put her phone in her ear and waited for a moment until she heard a gentle voice from her phone. Hina-san? Is there something wrong? Hina took a deep breath and said, Shishio-san, can we talk later? Shishio didn't know what had happened to Hina and her boyfriend. He wanted to return to his classroom, but he decided to call Nana, who was still in the literature club room with everyone. He could hear that they sighed in relief and decided to spend their time at the club together longer while also telling him whether he would come back. No, I'll go back to the class later. Also, tell everyone that I'll show them my new apartment, Shishio said since his apartment that was given by Tokugawa had been renovated, and he wanted to bring them there since it was closer and they could do many things there. As for Nana's plan to work part-time on Vanyeria, Shishio felt that she shouldn't be in a hurry since once she had decided to work, she wouldn't be able to stop immediately, and she would be busy with the moving on Friday, so he told her that it was better to postpone her plan for a moment. Nana also agreed since her plan to work part-time was just on a whim. She thought that to fill her free time, but when she thought about it clearly, it was quite troublesome to work part-time. They talked for a while before they ended the call. While talking, Shishio was sitting on the bench next to the vending machine. He bought a cola before he opened it and sat on the bench again. The location of the bench was quite deserted, and there weren't so many people since it was located quite far from the cafeteria. Shishio drank the can of cola quietly as he watched the scenery from the bench. Swime was an art school, so without a doubt, it had an expressive and creative design on the overall building. While the building wasn't that different from the other school, it was built with precise details that gave a minimalist and modern design that gave a warm ambience whenever one stayed on the school. Besides the building, the other areas, such as the parks, benches, and outdoor areas, were also carefully designed, making it enjoyable for one to gaze over. Shishio enjoyed his quiet moment before he thought to go back until he heard a familiar voice. Hey, what are you doing here, scumbag? Have your girlfriends chosen to break up with you? Shishio looked at Yukinashita helplessly and asked, did you spend your lunch at the clubroom, senpai? The location where he sat wasn't that far from the special building where the service club was located, so he didn't feel surprised to meet Yukinashita in this place. Still, it made him annoyed to see her bright smile. Yukinashita didn't answer Shishio's question and bought a can of cola and a bottle of tea before she gave the cola to Shishio. Shishio had drunk a cola, but he didn't mind drinking again, so he accepted Yukinashita's offer. Thanks. No problem. Yukinashita sat down next to Shishio naturally and asked, so did you break up with them? No. Shishio shook his head as he drank the cola. Our relationship is very good. His relationship with his girlfriends was so good that he might be able to add more girlfriends in the future. Probably. Still, even if Shishio might do that in the future, he wouldn't do that now since 6, including Roberta, was too much for him to handle now. As for Chihiro who had kissed his lips, Nanami who was his maid, Rui who was his first woman, and Momo who had confessed to him before, Shishio felt that it was better to leave them for a while since they wouldn't get away from him, so it was better to follow the flow. Still, you did something stupid, Yuki Nashida said with a sigh. Shishio smiled at Yuki Nashida and asked, "You're worried about me, senpai?" Yuki Nashida snorted and said, "Can you be serious? Don't you understand your situation?" When she heard that everyone in her class talked about Shishio, who dated two girls at the same time and also became a famous scumbag in the school, she was dumbfounded. She wanted to call him and ask whether she was alright, but when she saw him, she knew she was thinking too much and knew that this guy was alright. Still, Yuki Nashida didn't understand what Shishio thought, since even if he became a scumbag, was there a need for him to throw away the reputation that he had built for the past month like that? "I understand, and this is why I'm not afraid to acknowledge that I'm a scumbag." Shishio sipped his cola again and said, "Also, unlike a female, society is more tolerant toward a male, so even if everyone knows that I'm a scumbag, the damage on me isn't that much. I have also learned that instead of breaking off, all of my girlfriends still decide to be with me. I think it is worth it to see their feelings toward me after everyone in this school knows that I have dated them together. As for the rest of the people who talk about me, they're just extras in my life. What's the use of caring about the extras that the author is too lazy to draw?" Life was long, and his standing would be on the place where the 99% of people in this school could only longingly see him. In other words, they wouldn't see each other again after they graduated, so what was the use of caring for them? "Senpai, you take this matter too seriously. After all, in conclusion, I am just dating more than one girl," Shishio said calmly. Yuki Nashida let out a tired sigh and said, "Somehow, I feel stupid for worrying about you." This was how Shishio was, and this personality was the one that attracted many girls to fall for him even if they knew that he was a scumbag. Shishio laughed and said, "I'm happy to know that you are worried about me, senpai." Yuki Nashida blushed and felt embarrassed since she had acknowledged that she was worried about him, but she couldn't say anything, so she could only snort and look away, trying to hide her embarrassment. "Still, do you think it is alright for you to talk with me?" Shishio asked. "What do you mean?" Yuki Nashida asked with a frown. "I mean, you might be misunderstood by many people and think that I have seduced you or something," Shishio said while looking at Yuki Nashida curiously, wondering what she was going to say. However, Yukino Hishida didn't disappoint him and only snorted, then said, "As you have said before, while I won't say as cruel as you by thinking that they're extras on my life, but I don't care about them, and I'm not such a narrow-minded person who ignores you just because you're a scumbag." "Thanks, senpai. I'm glad to hear that from your mouth," Shishio said with a gentle smile. Yuki Nashida looked at Shishio for a moment before she looked down since she was afraid that her face would turn bright red when she continued to stare at him. "Still, I have never asked you before, but are you only dating Sunoera Nana and Shina Mashiro? Do you have more girlfriends?" Shishio looked at Yuki Nashida for a moment and said, "I have 5 girlfriends in this school. If he included Roberta, there were 6, but Roberta wasn't in this school, and his relationship with Roberta was quite similar to his 5 girlfriends. There was also some difference, so he didn't mention her to Yuki Nashida." 5. Yuki Nashida was dumbfounded. "Yet." Shishio nodded awkwardly. Yuki Nashida rubbed her temple as she sighed. "I know that you're a scumbag, but I don't expect that it will be this serious. Many people had a hard time getting a girlfriend, but Shishio had 5 of them just 1 month after he came to Tokyo, which made her too tired to react. Who are they?" However, she was curious and asked him. "You should know Nana and Mashiro, right?" "That's 2. Yuki Nashida nodded and asked, "Who is the rest?" "The third one is Kawasaki Saki. Do you know her?" Shishio asked. "Kawasaki Saki?" Yuki Nashida thought for a moment and nodded. "I know. She should be in the top 10 ranking on the monthly exam, but while I think her results on the exam aren't bad on the freshman, it surprised me that she could reach top 10. It's because of me." Shishio patted his chest generously and said, "I taught her." "Yuki Nashida. You don't believe me?" Shishio asked. "No, I believe in you." Yuki Nashida let out a sigh, wondering whether becoming Shishio's girlfriend would give so many benefits, including becoming smarter. However, the price also wasn't low since they needed to share him together. "How about the rest?" "The fourth one is Miu Ashihara." Yuki Nashida remembered the quiet, cute and petite girl that often greeted her, but she didn't expect that girl had been eaten by Shishio. "Senpai? What's wrong? Why is your face so scary right now?" "Nothing." Yuki Nashida still maintained her smile and asked, "What about the last one?" "Don't be surprised," Shishio said. "I'm not going to be surprised unless you date my Sakurajima," Yuki Nashida said jokingly. If one asked who was the most beautiful one in the Swime Academy, then there would be many discussions, but if one asked who was the most famous one then without a doubt, it was Sakurajima Mai since she was a famous child actress and Yuki Nashida even heard that Mai was about to have her come back to the showbiz industry. However, Yuki Nashida didn't expect. Are you serious? Yuki Nashida asked dumbfoundedly. Yeah. Shishio was quite awkward, but he nodded. Mai is my girlfriend too. Yuki Nashida. Shishio looked at Yuki Nashida for a moment and could see that her mood wasn't good. Luckily, the sound of the bell saved him. Well, the class is starting. Let's go back, senpai, Shishio said wittily. Yuki Nashida kept staring at him and thought that she really needed to watch him out, or else all the girls and women in this school would be seduced by him. 380, Misery of the Scumbag. Shishio was without a doubt a scumbag, and everyone in the school knew about this. However, when his presence was there, it was hard for them to talk, and it made them could only look at him with a hot gaze from a distance, thinking that he was really handsome. While Shishio wasn't sure, he heard that many people secretly bought his photos. Still, even if he was a scumbag, there was no particular harm that he felt. Instead, he received a more curious gaze which made them wonder what made him able to create a harem. After all, everyone loved a harem, right? However, there were only a few people who could do it. Shishio could have a harem, and his girlfriends were all beautiful girls. He could also stay with all the literature club members most of the time, which made all the guys feel jealous. After all the literature club members were beautiful girls, except for Shishio, USA, and Kirireiji. Still, most guys could only watch from a distance since it was hard to join a group of beautiful girls, especially when they didn't even know all of those girls or the guys that joined the literature club. After all, unlike USA, who had good luck knowing Shishio since they were from the same class, while Shishio's relationship with everyone wasn't bad, he also wasn't close either, and most people would feel inferior when they stood next to him, which made it harder for them to get closer to Shishio. Shishio also knew that he didn't have many male friends, but he didn't care much either since a group of herbivores couldn't stay together with a king of beasts. Even the other carnivores also couldn't stay together with the other carnivore since they would just fight each other, and only the strongest could stand up. Shishio didn't need many friends, and it was enough to have only one or two. Still, everything had happened, there was no need to think too much about the aftermath of his confession as a scumbag, so it was better to enjoy his close relationship with many girls openly. The long school ended, and it was time to go back. Shishio thought about going back, but it seemed that USA had something to talk about with him. What's wrong, USA? USA hesitated to talk, especially when Shishio was surrounded by Nanamai, Nana, Maya, and Meiko, and those four girls were also looking at him. You don't need to get nervous beside us, Meiko said teasingly. What is it? Are you planning to confess to someone? Maya asked. USA. Okay, stop teasing him. Shishio was speechless, but then he looked at USA and said, how about we talk tomorrow? We have a club tomorrow, right? Okay. USA agreed without hesitation. While he wanted to talk about his problem now, he didn't want to be teased by the girls. Shishio then walked out of the classroom, and he noticed Sorita's gaze on him, but he ignored him. After Sorita left Sakurasu, neither of them talked to each other. While they were in the same class, the positions of their seats were too far apart. Sorita was sitting near the door of the class, second from the front. Shishio was sitting near the window and on the right back. While the seat position was part of the reason, the other reason was that their relationship wasn't that close, so after Sorita moved, there was no reason for them to talk anymore. However, this time, it was different. Sorita knew that Shishio had become a scumbag and had dated Shina and Nana together. Not only Shishio wasn't being dumped. Instead, Shishio could get two girls at the same time. Sorita couldn't accept it, but what could he do? Should I create a rumor on the forum? Sorita thought secretly. However, if Shishio knew what Sorita thought, he would only laugh since he was the creator of the school forum. Shishio had placed an extra label on Sorita, and there was no need for him to entangle with him anymore. They walked out of the class, and Meiko asked, are we going to go out and play? I'm going to visit his new apartment, Nana said as she hugged Shishio's arm. New apartment? 3x. Nanamai, Maya, and Meiko looked at Shishio curiously. Do you want to see it? Shishio asked. They looked at each other and nodded without hesitation since they were quite curious about Shishio's new apartment. Unlike Sakurasu, where Shishio lived, there were many weirdos there. He was afraid that something might happen to them. However, his new apartment was safe, especially when it was located right on the building where Mai was living. Still, if possible, Shishio also wanted to bring them to Sakurasu. Eating a barbecue there would be nice, considering the open space in the middle part of the building. The five walked together before they met Rui and Momo. Shishio-kun. Momo waved her hand happily. She was unaffected by the fact that Shishio had announced he was a scumbag. However, Rui stared at Shishio and the girls around him for a moment before she nodded and said, "Let's go, Momo." Momo was dumbfounded, looking at Rui's reaction, but before she said something, Rui had left, which made her chase after her. "Wait, Rui." She then looked at Shishio and said, "I'll talk with her." Shishio tilted his head and wondered whether he had done something wrong. "Did you have a fight?" Nanamai asked since she knew that the relationship between Shishio and Rui was quite subtle. "Not sure." Shishio shook his head and wondered whether he had done something. "Maybe she's jealous." Shishio looked at the four girls beside him and didn't feel surprised if Rui felt annoyed when she saw him with them when he didn't even meet her during Golden Week. While he had promised Hina that he wouldn't hurt Rui, he didn't approach her actively since they weren't even in a relationship. They might be sex friends, but somehow their relationship was complicated. "What's wrong, Rui?" Momo asked curiously after they walked out of the entrance of the school. "I'm not sure." Rui shook her head and felt uncomfortable when she saw Shishio was with other girls, even if she had gotten used to it in the past. She had heard how Shishio had announced that he was a scumbag by holding the hands of two girls. She thought his situation would be bad and had been thinking about meeting him, but she couldn't find him anywhere, whether in his class or the literature club. During Golden Week, even though Rui went on a trip with her family, she just couldn't have fun, especially when she couldn't meet Shishio. Rui knew that their relationship was just a sex friend, but secretly, she might hope for something more. While Rui knew that it was dirty, she thought she could get him when everyone might avoid him when they knew he was a scumbag. The fact that not only her, who thought similarly, most of the girls in the school also thought similarly since they felt that they could change his scumbag personality as long as they dated him. However, the fact? His relationship with his girlfriends was as good as ever, and no one distanced themselves from him. There wasn't much difference between who was known as a scumbag or not. Rui's position on Shishio's heart wasn't as important as his girlfriend's. While Rui knew that, could she accept it? Rui hated herself, who couldn't face Shishio before and couldn't even say anything. If possible, she wanted to rewind the time, so she could be calmer when she met him, but she knew that she couldn't, and she had regretted her action. She could only sigh tiredly, and somehow she wanted to cry, but it was quite hard to do it when someone was nearby. "Sorry, Momo. I'll go back first." "Okay." Momo nodded after a moment of hesitation, looking at Rui's lonely back before she could shake her head since her position wasn't that much different from Rui. While Shishio knew that he might need to talk with Rui, he didn't bother to talk with her now since the others had arrived. "Shishio." Sheena trotted toward Shishio as if a pet had found its master. Shishio was speechless, but he didn't think too much and patted Sheena's head. Sheena showed a bright smile and let him rub her head. Nana, Nanamai, Mai, and Mako. Sorita, who happened to see the scene, could only feel that his breathing started to feel uncomfortable since Sheena acted so chummily to Shishio. "I'm going to my new apartment. Do you want to see it?" Shishio asked. "Okay." Sheena nodded without hesitation. Before long, Mai, Saki, Miu, and Ritsuo also came and saw him. They talked to each other before they agreed to visit his new apartment, especially Mai, since she knew that the entire building of her apartment was bought by Shishio, which made her speechless. Moreover, she had seen renovation workers working on the highest floor of the apartment building, and it was probably related to Shishio. Still, when they talked and walked together, they attracted much attention since not only the two girls but Shishio's harem had reached an incredible number. There were many famous names too, which made them speechless. Hikigaya Hakima, who represented the single guys at the school, could only look at the sky right now. He felt that this was a dream, and he was living in the light novel world where there was a harem protagonist who could make every girl in this school, or even the world, become his harem member. Still, whether it was Hikigaya or any men in this school, there was only one thing that they thought at this moment. "I'm so jealous." The distance from his apartment wasn't that far from the school. They still needed to enter the bus. After they came out of the bus, they kept talking to each other. Shishio, who was the only guy in the group, didn't join their conversation since the topic was quite strange. "There are so many here. Can you handle us together, Shishio?" Mako teased. Mako. Ritsu, who wasn't part of the harem, looked at Mako angrily with a red face, thinking that this girl was too vulgar. However, Mai, Saki, and Miu, who knew how strong Shishio was, could only look at Mako subtly. Still, they could read the mood, and they didn't say anything. "He can do it," Sheena said. "Everyone." "Shishio is so strong in bed," Sheena said. "Everyone." Shishio could look at Sheena, who titled her head, while showing a bright smile, waiting for him to praise her. Shishio could only sigh helplessly before he patted Sheena's head. Sheena smiled happily, thinking that she had done a good job. Looking at Sheena, while Shishio loved her so much, he might need to educate her more in the future, or else, this girl might talk about many of his secrets, which made him helpless. 381, New Love Nest? It's spacious. They thought when they saw Shishio's new apartment. After Shishio got the apartment building from Tokugawa, he directly renovated the highest floor for his private use. As for the previous tenants, there was no need to say it, right? Many things had changed, but one thing was for sure, there were many facilities that they could use there, whether it was a karaoke room, gym, home theater, dojo, and many other things. The only thing that wasn't there was a pool, but Shishio refrained from making one since he was afraid that he might dirty it by using it for fun with his girlfriends there, playing a drowning play, or other perverted plays that couldn't be written on this paragraph. Also, unlike his apartment that was located near Tokyo Bay, this apartment wasn't that high, and it would be troublesome if Shishio decided to make a pool, considering there might be people who peeked at them, so he didn't make a pool. Shishio, when did you change the feature of the lift too? Mai only realized that if they wanted to enter this floor, they needed a special card, and if they didn't have one, they wouldn't be entering this floor. I'm not sure since I didn't follow the renovation process, Shishio said. But who cares about that now? He didn't care much and sat on the sofa inside the living room while leaving the girls to look around the house. Mai looked at Shishio and thought his identity was more mysterious than she had thought. Is he a child of the Zaibatsu or something? If so, then should Shishio have a fiancé or something? Mai then shook her head since she might think too much, and she felt that as long as she could be with him, it was enough. She sat next to him and enjoyed their rare time together when the rest looked around the house, but suddenly. Do you want to test how soft the bed is? Shishio asked in a whisper. Mai blushed in shame and thought that this guy was too perverted, right? Not that Mai hated it, though. Later. Hearing that answer, Shishio smiled brightly at this moment. After they felt enough to check around the apartment, they talked to each other while some tried to check the karaoke machine and game in the living room. Shishio, am I going to live here? Nana asked curiously. If you want to live with her, I don't really mind, but isn't it too big for you if you decide to live alone? While Shishio didn't mind Nana living in this place, he felt that it was too big for her, especially when she was quite lazy to clean up most of the time. She probably might have changed, but a habit wasn't something that could be changed so easily, so it was better for her to live in the smaller room that he had prepared before. Well, that's true. Nana nodded, then asked, then who is going to live here? Isn't it wasteful of you to just let it be like this without anyone living here? Everyone was also looking at Shishio curiously since they knew this place wasn't cheap, so was he going to leave it just like this? It might be impossible to live alone, but it might be possible for all of us to live together here. Shishio looked at his girlfriend subtly and said, not sure whether you are going to agree with it or not, though. Mai, Miu, Nana, and Saki were speechless but blushed slightly since they knew that this guy was bold, but they had never expected to be to this extent. While they might accept each other's relationship and some of them had a threesome together before, it didn't mean that they could just give the nod and decide to live together with him, alright? They needed to have physiological preparation, but personally, they didn't hate the idea. Shishio, are we going to live here? Sheena asked. If you want, then it is alright to live here. I have prepared your studio here, and there's a computer that is connected to your computer in Sakurasu. You can start to draw here if you want, Shishio said. Really? Sheena seemed eager to try. Let's go to your studio there, Shishio said and brought Sheena to the manga studio that he had prepared for her. Everyone also followed since they were also quite curious about the manga studio that was prepared for Sheena. Shishio opened the door and let them see the manga studio inside. The design of the studio was minimalist and modern, giving it a spacious and comfortable feeling. Shishio knew that Sheena was quite messy, so he had prepared quite a spacious room for her. There was a table for her to draw, an ergonomic chair, sofa, several computers and even drawing tools that were placed on the shelf on the side. There were even several lion dolls that could be used for relaxation. Sheena looked at this room for a moment and then jumped onto the sofa as she hugged the lion doll, ignoring the fact that her skirt was pulled up, giving everyone a view of her white and blue striped panties. Shishio nodded in satisfaction, but the girls quickly covered his eyes with their hands and screamed at Sheena. Mashiro. They quickly pulled down her skirt, so her panties couldn't be seen by anyone, especially when there was a large window that was connected to the veranda. If the curtain was closed, then they wouldn't care, but the curtain was wide open, which made them worried somehow. Is it alright to put a window here? Saki asked worriedly, especially when she thought about Sheena's personality and acted every day. She had entered Sheena's room in the past and knew how messy she was. She wouldn't be surprised even if Sheena suddenly got naked inside the room while drawing her manga. It's alright. It's a one-way window, Shishio said. One-way window. Everyone looked at Shishio curiously since it was their first time to hear such a term. If one often watched JAV, Japanese adult video, they would be familiar with the term of the one-way window. A one-way window is a window that can only be seen from inside, but you can't see them from outside, Shishio said. You can check it. They didn't hesitate to check and see that they really couldn't see what was inside after they walked into the veranda. How did you know about Shishio-kun? Miu asked curiously. Shishio looked at Miu's naive expression and felt he hadn't tainted her enough. He moved closer and whispered, from adult video. He was an honest man, and his virtue was one of his traits, so he didn't lie since he knew a one-way window from the JAV that he had watched in the past. It was quite interesting, though, watching a video of a couple having sex in a van with a large window right in the middle of the street with many people kept walking, without knowing that the couple inside the van was having sex. While it was interesting, Shishio didn't have such a wild taste. He might love to bully his women on the bed, but it hadn't reached such a heavy taste. After all, once they had gotten used to the one-way mirror, they might want to try an outdoor one. While Shishio didn't really mind, he wondered whether it was possible to create something like the Cap of Hades with his knowledge. It's probably possible. Shishio thought, especially after he got a private laboratory. When he thought clearly, turning someone invisible was relatively simple since he only needed to reflect the light that came toward them, so no people could watch them. It was as simple as that, but while it was simple, it was only him who could probably create it. Miu was startled before her face turned bright red. Senpai. Miu. Everyone was startled and looked at Miu curiously before they looked at Shishio with a doubt, clearly showing their suspicion and knew that this guy had said something perverted to Miu. No, nothing. Miu quickly said, then pouted at Shishio. Shishio-kun. While her face was red, she tried to put on a reprimanded expression, but instead of making him scared, he felt that this girl was so cute that he wanted to bully her. Should I bring her to the toilet? Shishio thought since he knew that everyone might talk to each other for so long and play together, during that chance, he could secretly bring Miu to the toilet, doing something that shouldn't be known by children there. As for whether she would reject him, he didn't have that possibility at all since he knew that this girl would follow him obediently. Even if her mouth tried to reject him, her body was honest. So as long as the window is closed, there's no need to worry, Shishio said with an innocent expression and changed the topic of the conversation right away. Everyone. Miu stared at Shishio speechlessly before she pouted with blush and looked away since he whispered something perverted before. By the way, do you want to eat dinner here or go back? Shishio asked. Who is going to cook? Mai suddenly asked. If you want, I can cook the dinner, Shishio said and thought to call Roberta here while asking her to help him to buy ingredients. We're going to have dinner here. They answered without hesitation since they knew how delicious Shishio's food was. Okay. Shishio then took his phone and called Roberta, telling her to come while helping him to buy ingredients. When he talked with Roberta, he thought it wouldn't be bad to live in this apartment since he knew that it was quite hard to do his scumbag deeds on Sakurasu, considering everyone had known his relationship with Shina. With that kind of thought, Shishio looked at three girls inside this room and suddenly felt that there was a question that he needed to ask them later, considering their relationship and his confession as a scumbag. After all, Shishio didn't really want to harm them. However, one thing was for sure, if Shishio couldn't do it at Sakurasu, then he would do it here in his new place, so should this place be their new love nest? Shishio wasn't sure, but this place was still a white canvas. It was white, without any taints, but soon, it would be tainted by him. Still, there was one girl who kept glancing at him from time to time. Ritsuo glanced at the shelf of the book, then glanced at Shishio several times. You can read the book, senpai, Shishio said with a gentle smile. Ritsuo didn't waste her time and took the book before sitting with Shina on the sofa. Looking at two girls on the sofa, Shishio felt that the two were similar to each other. 382, Group vs Individual. When Roberta arrived, she brought many ingredients with her. However, when she came, some of them were startled and looked at Shishio curiously since it was their first time to know that this guy had a maid. Okay, I'm going to cook. Who is going to help me? Shishio asked. Except for Shina and Ritsu, most of them raised their hands. Roberta, you can sit and rest there too with Mashiro and Ritsuo-senpai, Shishio said since he knew how horrible Roberta's skill at household chores was. Roberta. But you can help if you want, Shishio said since he couldn't bear to see Roberta's expression. Yes, Shishio-sama. Roberta's cold expression turned soft when she heard it. Shishio. Unlike the rest, it was Meiko, Maya, and Mai's first time seeing Roberta, so they were dumbfounded when they saw her calling Shishio with the sama suffix. However, everyone seemed to have gotten used to it, so it was quite hard for them to say something. By the way, what are we going to cook? Nana asked curiously since she saw many unfamiliar ingredients in the shopping bag. I thought I'd make gyoza and buddy jjigae, Shishio said. Buddy jjigae. It's an army stew, a dish from Korea, Shishio said. Why Korea all of a sudden? Saki asked. I ate a Korean dish before, and it was delicious, so I thought I'd make it by myself, Shishio said. Hearing it was delicious, they became curious, and they quickly helped with the preparations for the ingredients. Mai moved to Roberta and asked her curiously since it was her first time seeing a maid in real life. Maya and Mako were also the same, and they also moved closer to Roberta. While Shishio was making the butti jjigae, the rest was making gyoza by folding the filling prepared by Shishio on the gyoza skin. Sheena and Ritsuo also stopped what they were doing and helped to make gyoza together since it was interesting, especially when it was being folded. Sheena wondered whether there were other ways to fold the gyoza, but she often messed up, which caused everyone to feel speechless, but neither of them said much and only laughed as they talked to each other since it was quite a rare time for them to prepare dinner together. Mai was also happy since it might be her first time having such a merry dinner. Shishio-kun, I have cut the sausages, Nanamai said as she brought a bowl of sausages that she had cut with a smile. Shishio wasn't sure why this girl smiled when she brought him a cut sausage, but he nodded with a forced smile and thanked her. Thanks, Nanamai. It's all right. Is there something that I can help you with again? Nanamai asked with a gentle smile. Then, can you help Saki? Shishio asked. Okay. Nanamai nodded subconsciously, but she was quite nervous when she looked at Saki. Saki, who noticed Nanamai's gaze, also looked at her and asked, what's wrong? I'll help you, senpai. Nanamai really felt that Saki's gaze was fierce, making her wonder how Shishio could tame this wild girl. If Shishio knew what Nanamai was thinking, he would say that Saki might be fierce outside, but inside, she was so soft that she loved to act meekly when they were alone. However, if Shishio dared to say it, Saki might bite him, so he didn't say anything. Okay. Saki nodded with a gentle expression. Nanamai was surprised by the change in Saki's expression, but she didn't think too much and started to help Saki. By the way, Nanamai, has that bastard done something perverted on you? Saki suddenly asked. Shishio was speechless since he could hear their conversation, but in the end, he didn't say anything. However, he would punish Saki for calling him a bastard later. Nanamai was startled, and her face turned bright red. It seems that he has done something to you. Saki looked at Nanamai with a thoughtful expression after seeing Nanamai's reaction. Have you confessed to him? Nanamai looked at Saki in surprise then asked, are you okay with this? What do you mean? Saki asked in confusion. I mean, he isn't dating you alone, right? Are you okay with it, Saki-senpai? Nanamai asked. Saki looked at Nanamai for a moment and said, it might be strange for most people since I can accept this relationship, but I just don't want to lose him, and frankly, this relationship isn't bad. While it was uncommon and she couldn't have him alone, she must admit that this relationship wasn't that bad, and she was happy with it. It wasn't that Saki had never thought about the possibility of having him alone, but she knew the difference between them was too big. She was only a daughter from a common family, and he was someone from a big family. The difference in their status was too big. While Shishio often told her that she shouldn't think of it since he loved her, she kept thinking about it and wanted to improve herself even if she knew that she couldn't become better with just hard work alone, especially when he was so talented and he could do anything so easily while she needed long hours, days, weeks, months, or years of hard work to do what he could do easily. Saki often felt that she wasn't worthy of Shishio, but even so, she wanted him. That was the case if Shishio was a loyal guy who only dated her wholeheartedly. However, Shishio was a scumbag, and he wasn't perfect at all. He dated her with other girls, too, and it gave her a psychological balance on her mind. It might seem weird, but it often happens when one feels inferior toward their lover. However, the female was better since it was their instinct to be conquered by someone. On the other hand, the male was quite hard since their self-esteem might not be able to endure the fact their girlfriend or wife was better than them. Saki felt that type of psychology problem, but that problem had been solved when Shishio dated many girls at the same time, especially when he also dated Miu. Saki and Miu were quite similar to each other. They came from a common family with many siblings, and if they didn't happen to meet Shishio, they had a feeling that they wouldn't meet him at all, considering their status and all. Still, Saki had something that she could be proud of in front of Miu, and that was her breast since her size was several times bigger, compared to Miu, who was quite flat. Miu, who was folding the gyoza at that moment, didn't know why, but she felt annoyed for some reason and looked at her pitiful chest. Luckily, Shishio seemed to love her flat chest and often sucked her nipples greedily. Somehow Miu felt her body burning hot and looked at Shishio with a subtle gaze. Shishio noticed Miu's gaze and said, it's almost done. I'll go to the toilet for a bit. Okay. 2x. Saki and Nanamai were startled, but they quickly nodded. I need to go to the toilet, Miu said and left everyone on the gyoza side. Mai, Nana and the others didn't think too much, but Roberta and Sheena stared at Miu's retreating figure. Shishio and Miu met each other on the back toilet after they washed their hands and went to test the toilet while Saki and Nanamai continued with their conversation. Similar to Miu, Saki also felt something similar to Nanamai. Unlike Miu, his other girlfriends were different, which made Saki feel pressured. Nana was a genius. Her family might not be as rich as Shishio's family, but it was good. However, the real key was her ability at studying and her ability at socialization. Nana had both IQ and EQ. While Saki was smart, she was a hard worker type, and she wasn't good at socialization. If Shishio didn't teach her before the monthly exam, it would be difficult for her to get into the top 10 positions. After Nana, it was Sheena. Sheena was also a genius, or worse, she was a prodigy. She was a famous angel in the world of arts. Her skill and ability even made the Prime Minister of England meet her. Even if she was always in a daze, this girl was the last boss that no one expected. Then lastly, it was Mai Sakurajima. Saki didn't need to explain what kind of person Mai Sakurajima was since she was a famous actress in this country. Except for Miu, Saki felt inferior toward those three of them, and which was why she didn't mind having a threesome with Miu in the past since they were in a similar situation. While having sex with him was part of the reason, the other reason was that she wanted to strengthen her position on Shishio's heart. Saki didn't have anything besides her beautiful face, but compared to others, her beauty was slightly pale, especially when she had always put on a curt expression. Luckily, Shishio often praised her beauty on the bed and loved her so much, but even so, she felt that it wasn't enough, and she wanted to be with him no matter what, so if she couldn't do it alone, she thought to do it together. Unlike Miu, who was naturally naive, Saki knew that she might be quite scheming, but she just wanted him not to leave her when something happened in the future, so she brought Miu to her group, and when she looked at Nanamai, she felt that Nanamai was quite similar to her, so she also wanted to bring her too. After all, while their relationship was good right now, Saki wasn't sure about the future and a conflict bound to happen one to another. However, Saki somehow could imagine that if they were in conflict, Shishio might take them to the room together and fuck them silly until they forgot their problems, which made her blush somehow. "What's wrong, senpai?" Nanamai asked in confusion since Saki was blushing so suddenly. It's okay." Saki shook her head gently and said, "So can you tell me more about you?" She, who had faced Shishio on the bed, knew how strong and amazing his virility was. Saki loved it, though. While Saki wasn't sure what kind of relationship Nanamai and Shishio shared, she didn't hesitate and wanted to pull her into her group. Nanamai somehow felt as if she had found a reliable older sister, and after she hesitated for a moment, she talked about her relationship with Shishio. On the other hand, Shishio and Miu naturally enjoyed themselves on the toilet, tainting this house with their color. As for what Saki had on her mind, Shishio would probably do what she thought on her mind. If there was trouble, he would fuck them silly, so they would forget their problems since that is how he was. 383, Ultra Hot. The hot and boiling red soup gave an intense aroma to everyone in this place. However, the red color wasn't only the soup. Miu also had a red face when everyone glanced at her from time to time. However, she only lowered her head and didn't dare to look at everyone while pinching Shishio's thigh since this guy was too shameless. Shishio's eyes had been focused on the pot in the middle of the table. He controlled the fire of the portable stove perfectly, so all the ingredients in the pot would be cooked perfectly. On the buddy jjigae, there were many ingredients, whether it was sausage, meat, tofu, napa cabbage, spam, chives, onion, mushroom, and 2 instant noodles in the middle. However, this wasn't the end since Shishio added a layer of cheese on the top of the pot. Gulp. Everyone gulped their saliva. Even if the dish seemed to be so red and scary, its smell was just too alluring. While they knew that it might be hot, their mouths were just drooling, wondering how the taste of this buddy jjigae. While Shishio focused on the pot, he also grilled the gyoza on the side, and the mouth-watering smell was just coming one after another. "The gyoza is ready. You should eat them if you want," Shishio said. There was no hesitation among everyone, and they ate the gyoza that had been placed on the top of the plate by Shishio. Shishio sighed in relief and patted Miu's hand that pinched his thigh, caressing it gently since her hand was so soft and warm. There was something better that could be done with that hand instead of pinching his thigh. Miu blushed again and knew that this guy was thinking something bad again, but she didn't hate it. Still, Shishio looked at the buddy jjigae again and felt that it was a good decision to bring Miu to the toilet before she ate this dish, or else his little brother might be burnt when she put it in her mouth. "Shishio, grill the gyoza more," Meiko said since she could see that the gyoza was eaten by almost everyone. As for the buddy jjigae, they were still hesitating since the red soup was too intense for them. "The buddy jjigae is ready, you know? Don't you want to try it?" Shishio asked. "Isn't it spicy?" Meiko asked hesitantly. While the smell of the buddy jjigae was so alluring, its appearance was quite intense. "It might be spicy, but it isn't that bad." Shishio looked at Roberta and asked, "Roberta, do you want to try it?" "Okay." Roberta didn't hesitate at all. Shishio took some of the buddy jjigae from the bowl before giving it to Roberta. Everyone stopped eating and looked at Roberta curiously. Roberta sipped the soup gently and let out a satisfied sigh. Then without hesitation, she ate all of the butty jjigae in her bowl. It's better if you add rice, Shishio said. Roberta then ate her butty jjigae with her rice, and the spicy taste mellowed, giving a gentle flavor, but even so, her stuffy-made uniform made it hard for her to breathe. She subconsciously unbuttoned her uniform, showing her trained body to everyone. Wow! Everyone let out such a word when they saw Roberta's body. While Nana's chest was impressive, Roberta's body was amazing on its own. They could see that there was even a six-pack on her tummy, which made them wonder whether Roberta was a maid or a bodyguard. Still, suddenly they realized something. Shishio, close your eyes. They were speechless when Shishio's eyes were wide open, watching Roberta's toned body that was dripped with her sweats. Her skin turned rosy, making the allure on her body became even more enticing. Shishio couldn't look away from Roberta. Shishio-sama, can you give me more? Roberta begged as she let out a whimper. Okay, give me your bowl, Shishio said and thought that he had conquered Roberta's stomach. Shishio, I want to try too, Sheena said while looking at Shishio. Are you sure? Shishio asked since he knew that the soup was so hot. Yes. Sheena nodded with determination. I'll feed you. If you want to eat more, then tell me, Shishio said. Sheena nodded and opened her mouth obediently. Shishio then fed Sheena the sausage with the soup to her small mouth. Her bright red tongue seemed to secrete her saliva, making her mouth seem so lewd somehow. As the spoon reached her mouth, her eyes were wide opened by the sudden intense feeling on her tongue, but she didn't stop her movement and kept chewing before she let out a long, satisfying sigh. I want more, Shishio. Sheena said with teary eyes as if she had been bullied by Shishio. However, this feeling was so addicting that she wanted more. She couldn't close her mouth and stuck out her tongue, waiting for him to bully, no, feed her more. Shishio wondered whether Sheena and Roberta were trying to seduce him. With Roberta and Sheena, who dared to taste the butty jjigae, everyone also started to eat one after another, and as expected, they reacted similarly to the two women. They began to take off their blazers and unbutton two of their white shirt buttons. Their bodies were full of sweat, making their white shirts drenched, showing through their bra inside. Their faces were flushed red, and a bead of sweat kept dripping from their napes. So spicy. It was so spicy, yet they couldn't stop. Their tongues were burning, but even so, they didn't want to stop and kept eating. They didn't even drink water since they knew once they drank water, they wouldn't be able to continue to eat. It was such a tormenting dish, yet their bodies just couldn't help but seek after this pain. They might feel pain, but this pain just felt pleasurable. Still, while they were preoccupied with eating, Shishio really had difficulty looking at them since he was surrounded by many beautiful women who showed their alluring bodies to him. While he was a gentleman, he was still a healthy young man, and of course, he reacted. Luckily, his reaction was hidden under the table, and everyone had become masochist, eating the spicy yet delicious food. While Shishio had a hard time maintaining his reaction, the girls suddenly felt that their entire bodies had been bondage, and their butts were slapped several times but also being caressed from time to time. While it was painful, they kept asking him more, and somehow, they had become masochists. The girls were looking at Shishio at the same time and thought that this guy was really a scumbag. Shishio tilted his head and wondered what they were thinking at that moment. After dinner, Shishio made a drink to erase the uncomfortable feeling on their bodies and made their bodies comfortable. If he gave an example, it was like after long, intense sex, a couple usually lay on their bed while talking to each other, talking about the words of love. It might be what they felt at that moment. After being tormented by Shishio for so long, he became gentle, showing his natural skill as a scumbag that he had trained to the apex of the path of scumbag. While he wasn't sure how he rated his skill, the women who had been with him would rate him as unparalleled under the heaven. Mai touched her tummy then looked at Shishio with a sigh, thinking that this guy really had tamed everyone with his cooking skill alone. Not only her, but everyone in this place knew that their bodies just could no longer live with him anymore. Shishio had given them a pleasure that they had never felt before, and they knew that he was the only one who could give such pleasure in this world, which was why they knew that they couldn't escape from him. While Nanamai, Saki, Nana, and Miu washed the dish, Shishio looked at Maya, Meiko, and Ritsu. Maya, Meiko, Ritsu-senpai, I know that it is quite late, but is it alright for all of you to follow us all the time? What do you mean? Meiko was confused. Maya and Ritsu were also quite confused. However, Shishio's girlfriends realized that Nanamai wasn't being mentioned, which made them wonder whether Nanamai had been eaten by Shishio. Being stared at Nana, Saki, and Miu, Nanamai could only blush and look away shyly. You know that I have become a scumbag in school, right? If you follow us all the time, you might also be misunderstood as my girlfriend. Is that okay with you? Shishio asked bluntly. He had checked the school forum and his infamy quickly grew when everyone found out that he was a scumbag. The discussion was so intense. There was one group that talked bad about him, and the other group supported him, but it had nothing to do with him since he had deleted the discussions. Still, before Shishio deleted the discussion, he noted all the IDs that talked bad about him, so he could take his revenge later. However, the fact that Shishio got infamy because of his scumbag action didn't change. While Shishio had talked to his girlfriends, and they would stand by his side, it was different for Ritsu, Maya, and Mako since they weren't his girlfriends. Being asked that question, Ritsu, Maya, and Mako somehow felt uncomfortable, but they knew that Shishio told the truth. They knew that if they stayed with him, they would be thought of as his girlfriends too. However, they didn't really mind since they didn't have an interest in the boys or girls in the school. While they understood his worry and felt warmth for it, they also felt quite frustrated, wondering whether they weren't pretty enough to ask them to date him too. It's okay. I don't really care about people's opinions, Ritsu said. Ritsu was the one who talked since she didn't really care about the opinion of the people around her. While she loved being alone, it didn't mean that she wanted to be alone, which was why she didn't want to part from everyone since even if they were quite noisy, they didn't bother her when she read, and their companion was comfortable. The only thing that caused trouble was this bastard, who dated all of her friends, which made Ritsu annoyed. Ritsu felt that she had a job to watch this bastard over, so he wouldn't hurt her friends. It definitely had nothing to do with the fact that she might have an interest in him. Definitely. Ritsu might be able to fall for everyone, but definitely not this bastard. Ritsu swore at her heart. On the other hand, Mako and Maya looked at each other with a smile, then looked at Shishio. You know about our fetish, right? You don't need to worry, and it is more convenient for us to be seen as your girlfriend, so no boys will try to confess to us. Mako and Maya also swore that they wouldn't fall for this bastard, but it might be different if this bastard might be charmed by their beauty. If he was sincere, they might give him a chance to chase after them. Shishio was speechless. While Ritsu was one thing, Mako and Maya were just two. Shishio wasn't sure how to describe his feeling, but one thing for sure, he said, then thank you. After all, they still stood by his side even as his infamy grew, so he was grateful for them. It was just Shishio didn't know that when he smiled, the three girls quickly looked away since somehow they were afraid of being seduced by him. However, at the same time, they realized something. Why is Nanamai not being included? 384, Motorsa. Such a question appeared on Ritsu, Maya, and Mako, but it was hard to talk about it. After all, could they ask Nanamai whether she had been eaten by Shishio? They might be able to ask such a question when they were either with Shishio or Nanamai alone, but they couldn't do it when Shishio was here. Still, when they thought about Shishio's personality, they knew that he wouldn't hide and would tell them sooner or later if they were really dating each other or not, but since he didn't say anything, then probably, their relationship hadn't reached that stage. While the girls were thinking about the relationship between Shishio and Nanamai, he couldn't help but stare at the appearance of all the girls in this place. They were all beautiful and healthy girls with nice body growth. Without a doubt, they would become the center of attention whenever they walked. However, this time it was different since their shirt was seen through, showing their underwear inside. Whether it was pink, blue, black, or many other colors were seen right in this place. Shishio must admit that if he didn't have a strong will or his girlfriend promised him to do that tonight, it would be hard for him to maintain his composure. Even Shishio had a hard time controlling his composure. What about other people? When you get back later, I'll ask Roberta to send you back, Shishio said firmly. Hey? Is that okay? Isn't it troubling you? Maya asked with some hesitation. After all, it had always been the personality of the people in this country for not causing trouble. Even if there was trouble, many of them would try to solve them by themselves, and if they couldn't solve it, they would only endure it silently. Of course, it would be different if they had a bold personality, but this was how the majority of people in this country were, whether they were female or male. All of them were similar. It's all right. Shishio reassured Maya and said, she drives a car here, so you don't need to worry. But we can use a bus, Mako said. Can you realize how you look now? Shishio asked speechlessly. When Shishio asked this question, they looked at their clothes, and their faces were burning red. They might have done it subconsciously before since it was so hot, so they took off some buttons of their shirt, showing the alluring bust and colorful bras on their chest. Their faces were rosy, making their charm even stimulating. Pervert! They shouted at the same time before they closed their buttons. Shishio! Ritsu flushed since she didn't expect that she had become a naughty girl like everyone else. She lowered her head slightly depressingly, wondering whether someone could marry her right now. You see. Shishio hoped they understood him now and said, you're so charming. What if you meet a pervert or are sexually harassed during your trip back home? It's also at night. You should let Roberta send you back home. While many people said that the number of crimes in this country was small, it didn't mean that there weren't many crimes at all. There were a lot of sexual harassment crimes, especially on public transportation, whether it was on the bus or the train. Beautiful, sexy, and cute girls like them were the best targets for those sexual predators. I agree with Shishio. You should take his offer and let Roberta-san send you back home, Saki said. Shishio looked at Saki and didn't say much. After all, there was no way that he would tell them what had happened to Saki. What had happened to her definitely wasn't something they could talk proudly of in front of everyone, and it was better to keep quiet about it. Still, this might also be part of the reason why there weren't many people that reported sexual harassment crimes since it brought shame and they kept them inside their hearts. However, Shishio didn't want that since if someone sexually harassed them, he wanted them to tell him since that way, he could throw this predator on Tokyo Bay, cleaning the environment of this city. After their conversation, they agreed to let Roberta send them back, and they thanked her for that. Roberta only nodded and didn't say much since she only followed Shishio's order. While they continued to talk, Shishio suddenly thought of something and asked, "Say, why don't you try to get a driving license?" A driver's license? Everyone was surprised and looked at Shishio. While a car is impossible since you haven't reached the appropriate age, it should be possible to get one for the motorcycle. Shishio looked at everyone and said, "Don't you think that it is nice if you can drive a motorcycle?" Shishio suddenly thought of the reason why there were so many girls and women that became a target of the sexual predator, and that reason was that they couldn't run away fast enough, especially when they often wore high heels and the physical ability of women was weaker than men. Adding to the fact that they were beautiful and lived in a quiet place, they would become easy prey. However, if they rode a motorcycle, it would be different. The number of people that drove a private vehicle in this country was small, considering how convenient public transportation was and how high the price of land was. However, it was normal for most people to avoid a private vehicle since it wasn't exactly cheap to take care of it. While a car was impossible, a motorcycle was possible since it didn't take many places to keep, and it was also cheap, considering many motorcycle makers were coming from this country. Motorcycle. They suddenly became interested, considering Shishio often rode one. Is it easy to get one? Saki asked curiously. It's easy. Shishio looked at Saki and asked, "Are you interested?" "Well, I'm quite interested." Saki nodded since she felt that if she had a motorcycle, she could ride to Shishio's place easily, and she could also take her little siblings somewhere easily. Moreover, she had money from her income working for Shishio, and she knew that it should be enough for her to get a motorcycle. Shishio, compared to public transportation and a motorcycle, which one is better? Mai asked. Of course, it is a motorcycle, Shishio said and explained the advantage of the motorcycle, especially for Mai, who was a public figure. Mai was famous, and many people would try to get her picture, giving her trouble every time, even if she just wanted a quiet place. As for the other girls, they also didn't need to worry that they might be disturbed by annoying guys or sexual harassment that they might get when they were on public transportation. Hearing Shishi's words, they became interested and discussed when they should get one since it was easy to get one. However, more importantly, Shishio, their boyfriends, loved motorcycles, so they got interested in them. "Shishio, I want to get a driving license too," Sheena said. Everyone. If it was someone else, they wouldn't think too much, but Sheena, it was a different matter. Somehow, they were afraid that something might happen to her, and many accidents kept appearing one after another when they thought that Sheena had decided to drive a motorcycle. However, they weren't sure how to say this since they were afraid to hurt Sheena's heart. Shishio also hesitated and said, "Mashiro, have you ridden a bike?" "Bike?" Sheena tilted her head and shook her head. "No, I haven't." "Can you ride one?" Shishio asked. "No." Sheena shook her head since she hadn't even ridden a bike. How could she ride it? "Let's work hard on riding the bike first before we can get to the motorcycle," Shishio said. "Okay." Sheena nodded and agreed. Just like that? They looked at Sheena, who was satisfied and decided not to entangle any longer before they prepared to go back. It was time for them to go back, so they let Roberta send them back home. However, Shishio stayed in the apartment, but he didn't stay in his apartment and went to Mai's apartment, which made them lost for words. Miu and Saki wanted to stay, but they hadn't told their parents. Nana was also in a similar condition. However, Roberta and Sheena were different, but they let Mai have Shishio first since they had usually monopolized him at Sakurasu. When they left, Shishio could see the stare of Ritsu, Maya, Meiko, and Nanamai, but he pretended that he didn't see it and just stayed with Mai. "Is this okay?" Mai asked. "If you want, I can let them stay with us too," Shishio said calmly. "Scumbag." Mai rolled her eyes then walked back to her apartment. Shishio only smiled and took her hand naturally. Mai glanced at Shishio, but she didn't move away. She only blushed since she knew what they were about to do tonight. "Still, is this okay?" Shishio asked. "What do you mean?" Mai asked. "I mean, you're going to return to showbiz, right? Is it alright for you to show you're dating me?" Shishio asked curiously since he knew the world of showbiz was complicated. "It's alright. I'm not an idol after all." Unlike an idol, who needed to become an angel for their fans, she didn't need to do that. After all, she was an actress. Oh, right, next month, I might be busy since I have received a job to star in the movie. Really? That's great. Shishio was sincerely happy for Mai. Still, secretly, he was going to ask his men to investigate what kind of movie she was going to star in. Mai looked at Shishio and asked, "You're not sad?" She felt conflicted when she saw that he was happy. While she was happy that he supported her career, she wanted him to be more conflicted, considering they might not be able to meet for a while. Shishio thought for a moment and said, "I don't feel sad, but I feel lonely. I know that it'll take a while for you to shoot a movie, and we might not be able to meet each other for a while. However, I'm not going to stop you since it is your dream, and I'll support you." His fingers started to get dishonest as he rubbed her palm gently. Mai kept staring at Shishio with a feverish gaze. They kept the stalemate position until they entered her apartment, and she attacked him without hesitation like a rabbit in heat. Mai needed to keep her figure, especially after she ate so much. If it was before, she might have had trouble, but now, she had a perfect workout to help her to maintain her figure. Also, Mai might not be able to ride on a motorcycle now, but she could try to ride on Shishio later. 385, USA's Love Life. The day passed quickly, and it was already the time for the activity of the literature club. "Shishio, let's go to the club," Nana said as she tried to pull Shishio's hand. While his news as a scumbag was known to the whole school, there was no trouble in his everyday life, especially when the discussion on the school forum about him was deleted clearly, without leaving any trace. Shishio could see that Ryu Unosuk would roll his eyes after knowing what he had done, but who cares about it? If Shishio didn't do this, then what was the point of creating a school forum in the first place? Still, Shishio knew that sooner or later, the intensity of the talk about him who became a scumbag would slowly disappear. Of course, it might be impossible to disappear without a trace, but it might be possible for the people in the school to get used to it. Shishio also wasn't a scaredy cat type who didn't dare to object to the majority since he was the one who decided where the majority would move. "Sorry, I'm going with USA later." "He seems to want to say something," Shishio said. "USA? 4x. Nana, Maya, Mako, and Nanamai were looking at USA. USA was like a deer who was almost hit by a truck in the middle of the night. His body was all tense, and he didn't dare to move. "What are you going to talk about?" Mako asked. Is it a girl?" Maya asked. "You want advice from Shishio to get a girl, USA?" Nana asked. USA wanted to cry since what they were saying was all right, but how could he admit it? Okay, stop teasing him. I'll be there shortly. I'll also buy ice cream. Do you want some?" Shishio asked. Nana, Maya, Mako, and Nanamai had already known about the secret ice cream vending machine at the school, so they didn't hesitate and talked about what kind of ice cream they wanted to eat. After they talked for a while, Shishio said, "Come on, USA." Yes. USA followed Shishio under the uncomfortable gaze of the girls, which made him sigh. He looked at Shishio, and there were many things that he wanted to say, but he wasn't sure which one he should talk about. When they walked, they became the center of attention. Not USA, but Shishio. While Shishio was a scumbag, without a doubt, he was the most handsome man in this school and entire Japan. Even if Shishio was a scumbag, he could easily bring girls to the hotel if he smiled toward them. "You want to ask me about Ritsuo-senpai, USA?" Shishio asked. USA hesitated to open his mouth, but he still wanted to say it. However, he couldn't do it, and in the end, his mouth closed and opened like a fish on the aquarium. "If you're worried about her, then you don't need to since she isn't my girlfriend, and I don't plan to make her one either now," Shishio said, but he wasn't sure about the future. However, he wouldn't say it out loud since this guy might pass out. Thank God. USA felt that was the best news he had ever heard in the past month. His pale complexion turned rosy again, and he faced the sun with a happy smile, thinking the 10,000 yen that he had donated to the nearby Inari shrine wasn't wasteful. "Is that all you want to ask?" Shishio asked. "No, but is it true that you have dated Sunoera-san and Shina-san together, Oga?" USA asked. While the act of Shishio holding the hand of Nana and Shina together was known to the entire school, there was no confirmation from him that he had dated them. After all, he didn't need to acknowledge it, and he also didn't do anything wrong. He just dated more than one girl, and there was nothing wrong with it as long as they were all happy. The only one who thought that it was wrong was society. Yes. Shishio nodded generously. USA opened his eyes wide and looked at Shishio in amazement. "That's all?" Shishio asked. USA's view of Shishio had changed. He viewed him as a master of love in his mind, so there was only one thing that he needed to ask. He clapped his hands together as he bowed and begged. "Oga Shishio-sama, Please help me to get Kawaii-senpai as my girlfriend. I refuse, Shishio answered instantly. Why? USA cried. Shishio looked at USA for a moment and asked, do you want to confess to her now? What? USA was dumbfounded. His face turned bright red. Why did you suddenly tell me to confess? You want to make her your girlfriend, right? Then you should confess to her, Shishio said. Well, that's true. USA nodded thoughtfully then asked, but Oga, what is my chance to make her my girlfriend? 100% failure, Shishio said without mercy. How cruel. USA cried and then asked, 100% failure is too much, right? There should be 20% or 30% of success, right? We have known each other for a month or more, so my chance to get her as my girlfriend shouldn't be that low, right? Shishio looked at USA speechlessly and said, USA, let me tell you. There are only two results when you confess to someone. One is a success, and the other is a failure. He raised his two fingers then saw USA wanting to say something, but he quickly said, but do you want to say that there might be a chance of success after you have failed with your confession, right? Yes. USA nodded and refuted Shishio's words, in the shoujo manga, even though the handsome guy has been rejected by the heroine, he doesn't give up and keeps trying before their love blooms. There should be a chance for such a scenario to happen, right? He felt his chance shouldn't be that low to confess to Ritsu, and even if he failed, as long as he didn't give up, his love would be conveyed, and they would be in a relationship. USA, I hate to break your dream but don't do that. If one has been rejected and keeps pestering the girl until she accepts him, it isn't as romantic as you have imagined. Instead, it is creepy, Shishio said flatly. USA. Let me tell you that if you still want to maintain a status quo, then you shouldn't confess, but if you want to commit suicide, then you should confess right away and now, Shishio said. Gulp. Then what should I do? USA was in distress and didn't know what to do. Shishio looked at USA and asked, does it have to be Ritsu-senpai? What? USA was dumbfounded by Shishio's answer. Ritsu-senpai's personality is difficult. Unless you're patient, you won't be able to get her. You can't be so aggressive, and you can't be too timid. You can't be too close, and you can't be too far away. You can't be too kind, but you can't be too cold. Shishio looked at USA and said, if you just want a girlfriend, even the girl in the class is better. Your face isn't bad, and I believe that you can get a girlfriend in 1 week if you try to talk with one of the girls in the class. If USA was just too eager to get a girlfriend, Shishio felt it was better to get someone else since it was easier. In high school, not only boys who were interested in love, but girls were the same. The majority of them were like that. However, Ritsu was the minority since this girl was antisocial and was addicted to books. If it was Shishio, he had a way to get her, but USA was different since this guy was a kind-hearted virgin boy. While the virgin part wasn't related, USA's mentality wasn't good since he was too eager for success. Shishio thought that the reason was partly because of him since he was living in Sakurasu with Ritsu, and it made USA feel worried that she might also fall for him. However, even if he was there or not, he didn't think that USA and Ritsu would become a couple even if USA confessed. The eagerness for success during a venture wasn't a good thing since it would make one impatient and lead one into many troubles and failures. If USA wanted to confess to someone else, Shishio would help, but it was a different matter for Ritsu. Not because he didn't want to, but because he felt that USA would fail no matter what, considering in Ritsu's eyes, USA might not be much different from all the guys that she saw in the school. Their appearance was vague, and she had a hard time remembering them. After all, unlike the original where USA and Ritsu were living together under the same dorm, they could only meet each other at the club, and even if they met, neither of them talked to each other. They were practically strangers. It was only USA who thought that his relationship with Ritsu was good. As for Ritsu, as long as she could read her book quietly, everything was okay. Hearing Shishio's words, USA was dumbfounded since he didn't expect that he could get a girlfriend in just 1 week. However, the price was also high, and that was to give up on Ritsu. USA must admit that he was envious of Shishio, and he also wanted to be brave like him, who could admit that he dated many girls at the same time. Still, the main problem wasn't this. Does it have to be Ritsu-senpai? Shishio asked. When Shishio asked this question, USA started to question himself, whether Ritsu had to be the one. If it was Tegami, he would just go for the easy one. However, USA was a virgin boy that was full of imagination, so his answer was obvious. Shishio, it has to be Kawaii-senpai. I like her. His face was blushing, and he lowered his head shyly. Luckily, Shishio didn't see Ebonahina, or else, that girl might be full of imagination right now when she saw USA's state. USA waited for Shishio's answer nervously, wondering whether his determination would move Shishio and make him help his love life. However, he underestimated how cold Shishio was. What do you like about her? Shishio asked. USA was in silence and started to think about what he loved about Ritsu, but Shishio didn't give him a chance and said, let me guess. It is her face, right? USA. Shishio knew how shallow the love of high school students was. They were just curious about love and sex, and after they got the two, they would be satisfied. However, if there was a problem, well, there had always been an exception, but Shishio's life was too busy to think about them. Shishio looked at USA then said, if you can tell me what you like about her besides her appearance, then I'll think about it. USA suddenly felt that his high school life was determined at this point. 386, Shishio's love consultation. While they talked, they had arrived at the ice cream vending machine, but Shishio wasn't in a hurry and sat on the bench while looking at USA. Shishio remembered a proverb that love came from the eyes to the heart. He didn't deny it since most people would fall for either a beautiful or handsome appearance. Even if they weren't in those categories, they might fall into the strange fetish of one. However, he wouldn't explain that since there was something that he needed to say to USA. While it was true that love might come from the eyes to the heart, it didn't mean that the majority of people were able to get the love of the person that we fell with since, in most cases, those people with handsome or beautiful appearance might not be so close to us, and they were far away from us, so we could only appreciate them from a distance while lying to ourselves that we were satisfied with just watching their figures from a distance. When the truth was, we just wanted to be with them, be together with them, and make them become our own. Shishio didn't deny USA had a chance to date Ritsu, but at the same time, his chance to fail was greater than his success. While he didn't really want to explain the reason, many people must understand why USA would fail if he confessed to Ritsu, right? USA was his friend, after all, so Shishio felt that instead of trying to get rejected, having a nightmare in his high school life, it was better to get an above-average girl that could be seduced with just 1 week of time. The girls in high school were curious about love, and as long as you seduced her and were kinder to them, Shishio believed that it was only a week of time before USA could get a girlfriend. While it was easy to get a girlfriend, it was a different matter if one wanted to maintain it, considering how many things would be shown during your dating period, so it wouldn't be weird for one to break up after a week or a month. However, it wasn't his problem since Shishio wanted to hear USA's answer now. USA was in silence since he really hadn't thought of anything besides Ritsu's pretty face. His reason for falling for her was just her pretty face. As for other things such as personality or hobby, he didn't know much about her since they had never talked to each other. Yes. USA and Ritsu never had a conversation, and they only nodded before they did their own things. Ritsu didn't care much about USA, and as long as she stayed with Shishio or Shina while reading her book, she didn't pay attention to everything in her surroundings. On the other hand, while USA had always observed Ritsu, he didn't even dare to greet Ritsu since he was afraid to trouble her. If Ritsu and USA lived in the same dorm as the original story, whether they wanted to or not, they would know each other, but right now, they were just someone staying in the same club room. Their relationship was far from being a friend, which was why, when Shishio asked USA what he loved about Ritsu besides her pretty face, there were no words that came out from his mouth. If you don't even know about that, then what do you think of Ritsu-senpai think of you? Shishio asked. What do senpai think of me? USA was dumbfounded, then said unsurely, an underclassman. No. Shishio shook his head and said, in her mind, you might be a background character whose face is too lazy to be drawn by the mangaka. How cruel. USA almost cried when he heard Shishio's words. That's not true, right? Unfortunately. But, we have met each other for so long. There's no way that he thinks of me that way, right? USA didn't want to think that it was the truth and kept asking. If you want to think like that, then I won't stop you, but let me ask you a question. Shishio looked at USA and asked, have you talked with her? Talk. Yeah. Shishio nodded and said, have you? USA. USA, I'll have to be honest with you even if I know it is cruel. Shishio looked at USA and said, you haven't been able to say a single sentence with her. You don't even greet each other at school. You only meet each other in the club room, but neither of you talks to each other. You, who have an interest in her, don't know anything about her. Then what do you think of her who doesn't even have an interest in you? Will she remember you? She will only remember your name, but the other thing? In her mind, you're just like a male student around the school. While they exist, she doesn't care about them since it doesn't affect her life. Then, what should I do? I'm also so helpless in this situation. I'm not brave enough. I'm even worse than Tegami, who dares to confess to a person that he likes. I'm just a chicken, Oga. USA was desperate. It was his first love in high school, and he was unwilling to give up just like this. USA was on the verge of crying, but he quickly wiped his eyes. If possible, he just wanted to be like Shishio, who had always been calm, collected, and mature. Even if the whole school knew that Shishio was a scumbag, he could calmly face everyone and make everyone feel that they were inferior to him. While USA must admit that he was also jealous and envious of Shishio, who could have a harem, he didn't need a harem and only wanted to date the person he liked. However, why was it so difficult? Shishio looked at USA and knew what this guy was thinking about. As for USA's question, of course, Shishio nodded, and it was difficult for someone to date the person they liked. After all, if it wasn't difficult, how could there be so many single people in this world? Still, Shishio didn't expect USA to shout all of the feelings on his heart like this. Calm down a bit. Sit down first. He pulled USA to the bench and let him sit down. USA's tears couldn't be stopped as he kept crying. Shishio looked at USA helplessly and said, "Stop crying. We, men, shouldn't cry so easily." I'm not crying." USA kept denying it until his tears stopped. "If you want to chase after Ritsuo-senpai, I won't stop you, but you should do it on your own." "I won't help you," Shishio said simply. "Why?" USA asked with a startled expression. "Why do you seem so surprised? Do you think I'm free enough to help you?" "However, let me give you some advice," Shishio said. "Advice?" USA wiped his eyes and then focused on Shishio and bowed his head. "Please tell me." Shishio was speechless, but then he said, "As I have said before, if you want to date a girl in the class, you'll be able to date them in just 1 week. After all, your face isn't that bad, and you don't have trouble talking with girls. You're kind, and you're normal. Is that a good thing?" USA was speechless. "It's a good thing." Shishio nodded and said, "If you want to chase after the girl, you shouldn't be too eager and passive." "Shouldn't be too eager and too passive." USA was confused and said, "It's difficult." "Of course, it is difficult. If it's easy, will you be single now?" Shishio asked. USA. "You need to tell the girl to realize that you're here. Your existence is right beside her, but at the same time, you need to show her that you like her without saying anything," Shishio said. "I need to tell her without saying anything." USA was confused. Like caring about her, helping her when she encounters trouble, or telling her that she's cute or beautiful. Being gentle and dependable are 2 keys to success to getting a woman's heart, Shishio said. Wait, Oga. Can I take note of it?" USA said, but he quickly took out his note. "Sure." Shishio let out a sigh while watching USA, who started to take notes. "But also remember, don't be too eager and don't be too passive either. Don't let her think of you as an ass licker, who will follow every word of the girls, and don't let her think that you don't have an interest in her. The balance between the two is the most important, but this is the most difficult thing since you need a trial and error to do it." He looked at USA and said, "It's also the reason why I have told you to have a girlfriend from the class or another class since that way, you'll have more experience at dating girls." USA was dumbfounded and asked, "Yo, you mean to tell me to date someone, just to learn how to date?" "Yeah." Shishio nodded and asked, "You think that it is wrong?" USA's expression was quite complicated, but he nodded. "I don't deny that it is wrong, but I think as long as everyone is happy with the relationship, there's nothing wrong with it. However, it depends on the individual. You're free to have your right or wrong in your mindset, and I won't stop you, but at the same time, I won't stop either if you tell me something," Shishio said. USA looked at Shishio in a daze then asked, "Then what do you think of your girlfriends?" Shishio showed a warm smile which even made USA blush and said, "I love them." I see." USA nodded and somehow understood why there were so many girls who could fall for Shishio. "Okay, let's continue." "Yes. With your virgin experience." I'm not a virgin." USA quickly said with a blush. Shishio only glanced at USA and asked, "So which one has broken your virginity? Your left hand? Or your right hand?" USA. "However, it doesn't really matter to me." Shishio raised 2 of his fingers and said, "With how your relationship is, if you want to successfully date Ritsuo-senpai, you need 2 years of time." TW 2 years. USA was dumbfounded then asked, "Then I can only date her right after she graduates?" "Yes." Shishio nodded and said, "That's why I have told you that it is better if you just want a girlfriend. It is better to get those girls from the class or another class." USA's expression was quite difficult when he heard Shishio's answer, and he didn't doubt it, but then he asked, "Bulletin, but you must have some methods that can make her fall for me faster, right? Try to learn hypnosis or a brainwashing method from the cult," Shishio said. USA. Be serious, Oga." USA was desperate since he knew that Shishio was the only person that could help him. "I'm serious." Shishio looked at USA and said, "Listen, USA, love isn't something that you can't force on someone. If you're being forceful and being too eager, you'll appear creepy. When that happens, I can't even save you, nor do I plan to save you since, frankly, I'm not your babysitter. He stood up, went to the ice cream vending machine, and put his money there. When you fall for someone, you should also be prepared for rejection from the other party. If you're successful, then I won't say much, but promise me, if you're rejected, don't become a stalker or a man that causes trouble to that girl since Ritsuo-senpai is also my friend. If you dare to cause her trouble. Gulp. I won't. USA was scared, especially when he saw Shishio's cold eyes. Good. Shishio sighed and said, try to think whether you want to try to date Ritsuo-senpai or other girls. I'll give you a week and don't answer me now. Try to think about it thoroughly, and if you're sure to chase after Ritsuo-senpai, I'll give you a chance. Really? USA was excited. Yes. Shishio nodded then opened his palm. USA looked at Shishio, who opened his palm with a strange expression. What's wrong? It's a payment for my consultation. Use your money to buy everyone in the club an ice cream, Shishio said. USA felt that he was so lucky that he had worked a part-time job, but at the same time, he regretted donating all 10,000 yen to the shrine before. Yes. But even so, USA gave his money to Shishio since this guy could become his cupid. 387, it has been a while, the literature club. Where have you been? When Shishio and USA came to the literature club room, everyone was already there, including their club advisor, Kirya Reiji. We bought ice cream. Shishio showed the ice cream he had bought and asked, who wants it? Me. They raised their hands at the same time. USA bought them. You should thank him, Shishio said. Hey? What's wrong, USA? Has something happy happened to you? Meiko asked. Everyone was also looking at USA curiously, wondering why this guy suddenly bought everyone ice cream. USA wanted to cry since the ice creams were the payment of his consultation with Shishio. However, how could he say that? Aha! Nana suddenly realized something and asked, did you get a girlfriend? No. I don't have a girlfriend. USA quickly said flusteredly while looking in Ritsuo's direction. However, Ritsuo was eating ice cream while reading a book quietly. You don't need to react so much, right? Nana ate the ice cream then said, but thank you for the ice cream. While she thought it would be a miracle if USA had a girlfriend, she felt it was too cruel to say it, so she didn't say anything. No problem. USA sighed in relief since the misunderstanding had been solved, but he felt sad when Ritsuo didn't even look in his direction or care when everyone thought of him having a girlfriend. While USA doesn't have a girlfriend, I have heard that someone has many girlfriends in this club, Kirya said as he ate ice cream and looked at the scumbag inside the club room. USA felt an arrow had pierced into his chest. Shishio patted USA's back, then looked at Kirya speechlessly and asked, does the school forbid one to date many girls, Kirya-sensei? No. Kirya shook his head and said, the school doesn't forbid their students to date more than one girl, but I'm just curious that you can still live until now. I have heard the news that a scumbag has been stabbed lately, so you need to be careful. His expression was calm as he showed a faint smile on his face, showing excitement about what would happen to Shishio and his girlfriends. Everyone. I'll remember those words to my heart and treasure them well, Shishio said speechlessly. That's good to know, but I'm curious who your girlfriends are? Are all the female members of the literature club your girlfriend? Kirya asked while looking at every female in this club. Everyone. While everyone was speechless and lowered their heads shyly, USA felt his chest tighten, afraid of the nightmare that he had to appear in reality. No, not everyone. Shishio shook his head then looked at his 5 girlfriends, who gave him a nod. Should I introduce them now? Sure. Kirya nodded while looking at the female members curiously. They're Nana, Mashiro, Miu, Saki, and Mai, Shishio said in one breath. While USA knew that Shishio had dated many girls, he didn't expect that it would be this many. USA was also dumbfounded when Mai was included in his harem. However, USA sighed in relief when Ritsuo wasn't included in Shishio's harem. While USA sighed in relief, Kirya was amazed by Shishio's ability to make those 5 girls date him willingly and share him together. He let out a sigh and said, as expected, you're special, Shishio-kun. Thank you. Shishio was speechless, then asked, you're not going to say anything? I think it is okay. Love is free, after all. If you're happy with your relationship, I won't say anything, but as your teacher, all I can say is that doesn't hurt them, alright. Kirya looked at Shishio and said, they have trusted and fallen in love with you, so don't betray their trust and love. Yes, I won't. Shishio nodded with a faint smile, thinking that Kirya was really different. Everyone also looked at Kirya with different eyes since he was different from what they had imagined. But I must admit that I might fall for you since you're so manly for admitting that you're a scumbag to the whole school, Shishio-kun, Kirya said with a gentle smile. While Kirya was a good teacher, he was also a human, so he wasn't perfect. The ass of Shishio and USA tightened, and they had a hard time maintaining their expression. The girls were shocked and looked at Kiriya in surprise, but somehow they started to imagine what if Shishio and Kiriya were together. Everyone. Shishio is mine, Sheena said as she held Shishio's arm while looking at Kiriya warily. Mashiro. Shishio was touched by Sheena's action and felt that this girl was the best. Everyone. Kiriya chuckled at Sheena's reaction, then said, don't worry, I won't steal him from you, but you can share him with other girls, so isn't it okay for you to share him with me too? Sheena suddenly fell into deep thought when she heard Kiriya's question. Sheena-san. Shishio was scared when Sheena didn't reject the possibility. Sheena realized her mistake, then patted her chest and said, don't worry, I'll protect Shishio. Shishio was glad that Sheena still had some common sense on her head. It's not fair. Me too. Nana also joined the two. Miu, Saki and Mai looked at each other for a moment before they also joined. While they were shy, they also didn't want to lose. The rest were speechless and felt their teeth were itchy when they saw this scene, feeling quite envious. However, USA really wanted to bow down to Shishio and begged him to become his teacher right now, especially when he thought about Shishio's wise words before. He glanced at Ritsuo and knew that there was still a chance for him. I can't give up so easily. USA thought. Cough. Cough. Shishio felt a bit embarrassed somehow when he was hugged by many of his girlfriends right in front of Kiriya. However, Kiriya didn't think too much and suddenly asked, right, Sakurajima-san, can I ask you something? Yes. Mai looked at Kiriya with some confusion since she wondered why this teacher called her. I heard that you are going to star in the movie adaptation of Aizu Girl. Kiriya asked. Mai was dumbfounded and asked, Hi? How did you know, sensei? Still, she frowned and moved closer to Shishio, wondering whether Kiriya was a creep. Don't misunderstand, I'm the author of the Aizu Girl, Kiriya quickly said, since who would want to be misunderstood as a creep? Mai looked at Shishio, and her expression clearly asked whether it was true or not. Shishio nodded with a smile and said, Kiriya-sensei is an author, and his pen name is Yu Hashikawa. Hey? You know that, and you don't even tell me. Mai looked at Shishio speechlessly. Surprise, Shishio said with an even brighter smile. Mai really wanted to smack the head of her boyfriend, but then she quickly coughed and put her professional expression. I'm sorry for the rudeness, sensei. She also took out her name card and gave it respectfully yet amiably to Kiriya. There was a hierarchy in the entertainment industry. The writer had the highest hierarchy, which was also why they were called a sensei. On the other hand, an actress and actor were in the middle position right after the director. As for the lowest hierarchy, without a doubt, it was an idol. While they were all cute and seemed bright on the outside, they were at the bottom place in the entertainment industry in this country. Some people might want to complain, but this was how society works, and there was nothing they could do unless they became powerful enough to ignore all of that hierarchy shit. It's all right. You don't need to be so polite with me since you're my student. Kiriya only smiled, took Mai's name care, and said, more importantly, can you tell me more about how you view the character in my book? Yes. Mai nodded and started to talk about her view about the main protagonist of the book Aizu Girl that she had shown Shishio recently. She had told Shishio that her new movie was an adaptation of the Aizu Girl novel, but she didn't expect to meet the author right in the club room. Still, she didn't get nervous and freely talked about her understanding of the character that she was going to play in her returning movie. Everyone was looking at Mai and Kiriya in a daze since the two were talking about Mai's movie. Shishio didn't think too much since he knew how passionate Mai was about her career as an actress. Miu-senpai, what should we do now? Miu was startled when Shishi suddenly asked this question since she also didn't expect Mai and Kiriya to start talking to each other about jobs. However, she was the leader of this club, so she thought for a moment and said, Ellie, let's do your own thing, then. Everyone. By the way, is this okay, Shishio? Saki asked. What do you mean? Shishio asked. I mean, are you okay with Mai becoming an actress again? Saki asked. Shishio wondered how many times he had been asked this question, but he nodded and said calmly, I will be lying if I'm not worried and lonely since she won't be by my side because of her job. However, I'm not going to stop her from achieving her dream, and if you also have a dream that you want to achieve, then I won't stop you, but you must remember that before you're my woman and there's no need for me to say more, right? Saki blushed and nodded while biting her lower lip since Shishio's hand had been caressing her thigh. While they talked to each other, Saki and Kiriya ended their conversation. Then Mako couldn't help but ask, so what kind of movie is Aizu Girl? Is it a romance? After all, she had never read Kiriya's book, so she was unfamiliar. Kiriya was slightly hurt somehow. I don't do romance or movies with many fan services. Mai shook her head as she glanced at Shishio, then said, as for what kind of story Aizu Girl is, it is a story about the dilemma of the girl who is entrusted to become the priestess on the autumn festival in Izu. They didn't feel interested in the Izu girl. Instead, they asked, "You don't do romance movies. Isn't it obvious? I have a boyfriend now." Mai blushed then said, Unless that boyfriend is my partner in the movie," Mai said while looking at Shishio shyly. Shishio. Everyone. Still, if one person wanted to complain, it would be curious since he could see that none of them had an interest in the adaptation of his novel. However, the girls were curious if Shishio decided to make a romance movie with Mai. As for whether it was possible or not, with just Shishio's face alone, they were sure many entertainment companies would sign him if he wanted to become an actor. "Let's talk about that matter now since it seems Kiryu-sensei has something to talk about with us," Shishio said since he felt that it wasn't the time to talk about a movie right now since the time and occasion wasn't right. Kiryu looked at Shishio for a moment, then looked at everyone and said, "That's true. I want to ask whether there's any of you that want to become a writer." At 388, Shishio, I'm afraid of nepotism. At the whole literature club suddenly turned quiet, and only the voice of the members of the sports clubs from the outside could be heard. Is it the baseball club? Shishio thought, but this wasn't the time to think about this matter, and said, "While I understand what you want to say, why don't you explain to us what's going on? After all, it is so sudden." Everyone nodded and agreed with Shishio's words since they were also confused by Kiryu's words. "It's literally." Kiryu had a faint smile on his face and said, "But if I have to explain, I guess I want to give all of you a chance." Chance? Kiryu nodded and said, "You should know that I'm a fairly famous novelist, right?" Yet, even if many of them didn't read Kiryu's books, they still nodded regardless since Kiryu's book could be made into a movie adaptation where Maya would star in. Without a doubt, Kiryu was a fairly famous novelist. "While there are many things that I want to say about your gaze, I also understand that most of you who join this club don't have an interest in the book itself. Instead, you're only interested in being a member of the club, right?" Kiryu said with a sigh, feeling quite disappointed by their lukewarm reaction. He thought they would jump in happiness from 7 days to 7 nights, hearing the chance that appeared before them, but they just looked at him with some confusion. However, Kiryu didn't feel surprised since he also knew that the reason why many of them joined the club wasn't that they were interested in literature. Instead, they were interested in one of the members of the literature club. As for who this person was, there was no need for Kiryu to spell it out, right? Why don't you continue, sensei? Shishio felt everyone's gaze on his body start to hurt, so he looked at Kiryu, asking him to continue, but at the same time, he looked at this guy with a grudge for causing everyone to stare at him. "I don't really mind." Kiryu somehow felt better after he caused trouble for Shishio. "Okay, where did I talk before?" "You're a fairly famous novelist," Sheena said. Kiryu was in silence when he looked at Sheena. While he was a fairly famous novelist, this pure girl was one of the most famous painters in the world. If they were compared, he must admit that his popularity was just too far apart from Sheena. "What's wrong, sensei?" Sheena tilted her head in confusion. Shishio patted Sheena's head and said, "Don't add another wound. Just watch him quietly." "Okay." While Sheena didn't understand, she believed in Shishio. "Let me continue my explanation." Kiryu looked at everyone and said, "I have just visited the publishing house of my novel before, and when I talked with them, they told me about a writing contest that happened shortly. What do you think? Do you want to enter?" "Writing contest?" Everyone looked at each other before they looked at Shishio. "Why are you looking at me?" Shishio was speechless, but Kiryu also looked at him. "By the way, sensei, what publishing house?" "It's Kodansha. You should have heard the name of the biggest publishing house in the country, right?" Kiryu said. "Well, I have heard it." Shishio nodded since he held the majority shares of this publishing house, but he didn't really intend to talk about it. "Shishio, it's the same as our publishing house," Sheena said. Everyone was dumbfounded when they heard Sheena's words. "What do you mean, Sheena-san?" Kiryu was confused while looking at Sheena. Sheena didn't say anything and looked at Shishio. "Well, let me explain." Shishio calmed everyone and said, "Some of you might not know, or some of you might know that Mashiro came to Japan because she wanted to learn about manga. That's the first time I've heard it, but please continue," Kiryu said. Some of them also looked at Shishio since it was their first time to hear it. "While I won't say the details, Mashiro and I have made a collaboration to create a manga together. I'm in charge of the story, and she's in charge of the drawing, and we have signed a contract with the weekly Shounen magazine from Kodansha to publish our manga there. Well, it should be published in 2 weeks, if I'm not wrong," Shishio said calmly. While some had heard from Shishio, they didn't know the details. However, hearing that Shishio and Sheena were going to publish their manga on one of the most famous manga publishers in the country and their manga was about to be published in 2 weeks, their feelings were quite complex. They wanted to congratulate them, but it was so sudden that they didn't know what to say. While this news is unexpected, I hope that you can keep this matter a secret, alright? Shishio suddenly said. Hey? Why? USA asked subconsciously since he felt it was better for one to become more famous, right? If I become more famous, all the girls in the school will all fall for me, and I'll be the enemy of the boys in the entire school, right? Shishio said with a smile. Everyone. I was joking. Stop looking at me with that kind of gaze, Shishio said jokingly. While I know that you're joking, somehow, it feels like it might happen, Nanami suddenly said. Everyone. No way, right? Shishio smiled and said while looking at Nanami, I'm a scumbag. Who is going to fall for a bad person who is dating more than one girl except for his girlfriends, right? Nanami lowered her head since she was one of those girls, but she knew that this guy tried to tease her, and this guy was successful, which made her slightly annoyed. But really, what do you want us to keep this master as a secret? I mean, it is good that you can become a mangaka now. It is something to be celebrated about. Maya said with a gentle smile. The popularity is a good thing, but at the same time, it is also troublesome. Mai let out a tired sigh and said, try to imagine that someone will stop you, take your picture secretly, and you also won't have privacy in public. It's troublesome if you want to go out in a group or go on a date. Everyone. Especially when Shishio is so handsome, and Mashiro is so cute, they might have a stalker later, Mai said with a sigh. Stalker. Everyone was dumbfounded. Still, they didn't deny the charm of Shishio and Sheena since they knew how handsome and cute they were. You might think I'm joking, but this kind of thing often happens in the entertainment industry, Mai said with a tired sigh. Scary. They thought at that moment. Shishio. Sheena suddenly pulled Shishio's sleeve. What's wrong, Mashiro? Shishio asked. What's a stalker? Sheena asked. Everyone. Let's keep this matter a secret, Shishio said. Yes. They agreed without hesitation since they could see how Sheena was so pure and lacked common sense. If she had a stalker, they couldn't imagine how scary it would be. Still, Sheena frowned when she understood what stalker was. Don't worry. I'll protect you, Shishio said as he patted Sheena's head. Shishio. Sheena rubbed her face against his chest as she hugged his arm as purred when Shishio caressed her head. Somehow they felt jealous of Sheena right now. Well, enough about the matter of the stalker. Why don't we talk about what Kirya-sensei mentioned before? Shishio looked at everyone and asked, do any of you have an interest in becoming a writer? Everyone started to think again since they had never thought about this possibility before, and as Kirya had said before, they joined the literature club room because they had fallen to one of the members. How are you, Shishio? You have written a story before, right? Miu asked. Well, I might have an interest in it, but I don't really want to join the competition, Shishio said with a sigh. Why? Everyone was dumbfounded. While I want to say that every competition will be fair, it might be hard to be fair if I join this competition, Shishio said. Why? Shishio hesitated for a moment, then said, because my family owns shares of this publishing house. Everyone. Kirya was also speechless when he heard Shishio's family owned the shares of Kodansha, and from Shishio's expression, he could tell that his family had owned many shares and might even be the majority shareholders, which made him realize that he was looking at the young boss of the Kodansha. However, Kirya didn't say anything, and he also felt that it was better for Shishio not to join since he knew that the world of adults wasn't as simple as it seemed. Shishio had the money, connection, and even the publishing house that organized the competition. While Kirya didn't think that Shishio would use his authority to win, he knew that the people below might make him the winner to please Shishio. Let's put Oga's matter aside, but if you want to join this competition, you can tell me, Kirya said. What's the time limit, sensei? Shishio asked. It's 2 months from now, so it should be around the end of July. Kirya looked at everyone and said, there's a long time, but writing is hard, so you need to prepare from now on and just tell me if you are interested, alright? Okay. Everyone nodded at the same time. Before that, can I say something? Shishio suddenly said as he raised his hand. Everyone looked at Shishio and wondered what he was going to say. I'm not sure whether you are interested in becoming a writer or not, but even if I don't join or the people around you don't think to join, if you have an interest, then you shouldn't stop because you follow the majority of people around you. If you want to try, I won't make fun of you, and I'm sure everyone in this place won't make fun of you. You might not have confidence, and you might feel your writing is bad, but you won't know until you try, and don't ever think working hard is lame. It's cool to work hard, especially toward your dream, so you don't need to care what everyone has decided. If you feel that you want to write, just do it, Shishio said calmly. Everyone was in a daze while looking at Shishio. Shishio suddenly got embarrassed and said, don't look at me like that, alright? Kiryu-sensei has given us a rare chance. If you don't have an interest, I won't say much. However, if you are interested, but you don't do it because you are shy because of your surroundings, then I hope you don't do it. After all, rather than doing nothing and regretting it, we should do something and regret it. He looked at them again and said, don't worry about what other people think. Hold your head up high and plunge forward. That's what I want to say. Kiryu smiled softly at Shishio, and somehow he understood why this guy had so many girlfriends. Oga-kun. Yes. What do you think of love between similar genders? Shishio wondered whether it was too late to quit this club or not. 389, do you want to become a writer? Everyone was moved by Shishio's words, but they were speechless when they heard Kiryu's words. Cough. Kiryu coughed and said, as Oga has said. Working hard is cool, and there's nothing lame about it. If you want to write, do it, and if you don't then, you don't need to. Even if you don't have an interest, why don't you try it since you should try many things while you're young? That's all. I won't say much, and you can do what you want to do now. Even if he was an advisor teacher of the literature club, there was no need for him to come every day, but it was just right after Golden Week, and there was also something that he wanted to announce, so he came. Well, part of it was because Kiryu also wanted to see Shishio, who had announced himself to become a scumbag, and he didn't regret it since he understood how this guy could become a scumbag. Well, how about we study? Shishio suddenly asked. Yes. They agreed without hesitation since having the smartest student in the school to teach them was something that they were glad for. Even Sheena, who didn't have common sense and other knowledge besides painting, could get fair scores on the monthly exam after being taught by Shishio. If Shishio opened a cram school, without a doubt, it would become popular, especially when he could make his students excited and have fun, learning many things that they had never thought. If possible, everyone in the literature club wanted him to do this all the time since it made them smarter. As for Kiryu, he was sitting on the side while looking at how Shishio taught everyone since he also learned many things too. Still, the time for the literature club was limited, and before long, the club had ended, and they went back to their home. Shishio thought to go back to Sakurasu since he didn't go back last night. However, when Miu and Saki glanced at him, Shishio thought to go to his apartment first to discuss something with the two. As for what he was going to discuss, it was clear, right? Shishio had money, so he used it to make his life comfortable and bought an apartment flat nearby. It wasn't expensive, and it was 2 LDK, and located quite close to either Sakurasu, Saki's house, or Miu's house. It wasn't the most expensive or luxurious. It was just a normal apartment with tight security and nice sound insulation. As for a reason for buying this apartment, Shishio felt that it was too hard to do Miu and Saki together in the apartment building where Mai was living. While Shishio had fun with 2 girls, he ignored Mai, who was living on the lower floor, and it felt uncomfortable for him, so he bought another apartment, not the entire building, only a flat where he could have fun with 2 girls. If Shishio could bring Mai to the game, he would bring her, but he felt that it was too early, and with her pride, it also wasn't so easy. He also felt that it was too much to have a foursome for the first time. She needs to get used to the threesome first. Little Shishio thought at that moment. After tough hard work, Miu and Saki rested on the bed, using Shishio's arms as a pillow. Their complexion was ruddy, and their skin was glistening from their sweats. They were tired but satisfied, and their minds were clear. Still, they looked at Shishio, who was still healthy, which amazed them no matter what. If someday, he suddenly asked them to have 5 or 6 some, then defeat all of them, they wouldn't even feel surprised. Right, I forgot to mention you, Shishio suddenly said. While his enhanced memory made it impossible for him to forget, he just couldn't find the right time and occasion to announce this matter. What's wrong? Miu asked as she twisted her body and rested her chin on his shoulder, watching Shishio's handsome appearance. Are you going to the match again? Saki asked jokingly as she rubbed her face against his cheek. Yes. Shishio nodded and asked in surprise, how did you know? Miu and Saki. Are you serious? 2x. The two raised their bodies, causing their chests to tremble. Well, Miu's chest didn't tremble since she was naturally flat, but her ribs moved slightly, showing how surprised she was. 2x. Miu and Saki let out a sigh. While they were worried, they knew that there was no way for them to stop him. So, who is your opponent? What's the bet that makes you decide to fight? While Miu was curious what kind of people Shishio would fight, Saki wondered what kind of bet that had made him interested in this fight. There's no bet or anything. I'm just interested in this fight, Shishio said as he caressed the heads of 2 girls. As for my opponent, it should be someone from the Kengan match who is famous for his monstrous power or something. He wanted to test his Aikido, so he wanted to fight someone to test it. Saki was surprised and asked, so why did you fight then? Remember that I had told you that I had mastered a new martial art when I went out with Mai on Golden Week, right? I want to test how powerful I'm with this new martial art, Shishio said. What martial arts? Miu asked curiously. Aikido. Shishio looked at two girls and asked, I have a dojo in my apartment. Do you want me to teach you this martial art? Learning martial arts? Aikido. 2x. Two girls were dumbfounded. While many people often talk about gender equality, you should also understand that there's a big difference between male and female, especially on the body. You're naturally weaker compared to men, and even if you learn martial arts with a strike focus like karate, boxing, or savat. Savat. Just focus on the strike-focused martial arts point. Miu and Saki nodded. Even if you learn how to punch or kick, it won't give you that much power unless you hit the man on their nuts. Nuts. Miu then grabbed Shishio's nuts and asked, this part? Yes, but you don't need to touch them, right? Shishio was speechless. Mui chuckled and said, look, it got exciting again. Saki let out a helpless sigh and asked, you want to help you again? Yes, thank you, but let's hear me first, alright? Let's talk about our martial arts lesson later. Let's talk about my match first, Shishio said. Okay. 2x. They nodded, but they didn't move their hands away from little Shishio, who had gotten excited. Shishio also didn't say anything and continued his explanation. So, in short, I'll have a match. That's all. Still, even if he wanted to explain, there was nothing much to explain since he would just fight someone. Miu and Saki also understood that they couldn't stop Shishio, so they could only follow him in case something unexpected happened, and he was hurt. Still, why do you like to fight so much? Isn't it better to become a writer? You have the talent to become one, right? If you become a writer, you can gain a reputation easily, and when you're in your late 30s or early 40s, you can become the Prime Minister of this country, Saki said with a sigh. When you become one, you can change the rules of the country and allow polygamy. Shishio and Miu. Whoa wow. Miu was dumbfounded. However, Shishio was even more surprised. Being a businessman is good and all, but they don't have a good image in this country, considering how our country has always put forward a group instead of an individual. However, if you have a title of sensei in your name, it'll be a different matter, Saki said. When did you research all of that? Shishio asked curiously. I did it at home when I was free, Saki said frankly, then asked, so, Shishio, don't you have the interest in becoming a writer? Shishio thought for a moment and said, I'll be lying if I don't since becoming a writer can give one many benefits. Benefits? 2x. Miu and Saki were curious. Yeah, the first benefit is that you'll be seen as an intellectual person, and the proof of that is that you'll be called sensei, even if you don't want to, right? It wasn't easy for one to be called sensei. While one would be called sensei after becoming a teacher, the other profession only got that title after becoming a master in their own profession. Also, please don't look down on the teacher. Teachers were the most sought-after jobs in Japan, and the majority of girls would like to date either a teacher or a bureaucrat since they were a stable job and didn't have to do overtime time like how common companies in this country did. Going to work at 9 and going home at 5. It was the dream of everyone, but the reality was different since most people would work overtime every week. If Shishio didn't have a system, he would become a bureaucrat since it was a nice and easy job. The potential was also huge, considering he could only become a politician in the future too. The second benefit is that you won't have to worry about paparazzi. The novel was one of the products that gave a publishing house a big profit. With the profit that was bought by the writer, the publishing house needed to be careful toward their treatment toward the writers, especially when the writers also had an association. While the gossip magazine might be one of the products that gave quite a sum of money to the publishing house, if they angered the writers and their association because of a small gossip, it wouldn't be funny, right? Lastly, the money that the writer got was quite a lot, especially from the right adaptation, which was enough to give them one house in this country. It was also the reason why many people in Japan dreamed of becoming writers since the benefit that they received was obvious to all. However, was it easy? Of course not. Among millions of people who wanted to become one, only a few % of them could become a decent one. As for the most popular one, there were even a few. Well, you don't need to worry about me. I'll write if I get inspiration, but how about you two? Are you interested in becoming a writer? Shishio asked. No, I don't have an interest, Saki said simply since she didn't really have the interest in reading books. Instead of reading a book, she wanted to be on Shishio's side all the time and help him with his career, becoming his secretary for life. While I have an interest in writing, I think I'm more inclined to become an editor, Miu said after a moment of consideration. After all, she also knew that she lacked something to become a writer. Do you want to become an editor in the future? Shishio asked. Well, I want to become the mother of your children, Miu said shyly. Saki. Shishio laughed and kissed Miu's forehead. Me too. Saki felt jealous and said with jealousy. However, since it wasn't her style to do this, she was so shy and blushed. Okay, okay. Shishio kissed Saki's forehead, then said, how about we do it again? Let's practice to make one in the future now. Saki and Miu looked at each other and thought their man was too vigorous, right? Not that they hated it, though. 390, new member 1. Shishio had many memories of the works he had read in his previous life, and those words didn't appear in this world. He also had an enhanced memory, which made it impossible for him to forget, and along with his 3 times stronger human body, it was simply a child's play for him to copy and paste those stories in this world. Adding the fact that Shishio also had art mastery and other abilities mastery, he could also enhance those works became better. As for the uncomfortable feeling of copying those words, there was no such thing in Shishio's heart. After all, becoming a famous writer was probably needed to start his plan to allow polygamy in this country. However, there was one problem, and that was at what kind of work Shishio should write. There were many works that Shishio could write, but because of his age, there was a work that wasn't suitable to be written by him since it would make people feel weird that he was the one who wrote it. If Shishio wrote those stories, he might need to create a persona or become a mystery writer that needed to wear a mask all the time. Still, in conclusion, there were 2 types of the author that Shishio would become if he became a writer. The first one was a mystery writer, and the other one was a prodigy writer. Shishio was only 15 years old, and he was young. Without a doubt, he would become famous and would even receive a famous writer award in this country such as a Kutagawa Reward or Edogawa Rampo Prize if he wrote a mystery novel, especially when his family knew about this. Without a doubt, Shishio could see they would help him to pave his way to becoming a famous writer then become a prime minister. After all, the status of a writer was obvious to all. However, Shishio also knew that a writer was also known as a weirdo, especially when the story that they wrote was weird. Shishio was in deep thought since while his young age was a good thing, it was also a bad thing since there were many things that he couldn't write, such as sensual things. While Shishio was a deep thought, the time had passed to the next day as he started his first activity on the service club. As Shishio entered the service club and greeted Yuki Nashida, who was already present, he saw Yuki Nashida become weird again. He could see a melancholy and confused expression mixed on her beautiful face. She realized that he had come, but she had a hard time saying something. Did you get nervous because of the new member that is invited by Hirotsuka-sensei, senpai? Shishio asked. Shishio knew that it had always been taboo to ask these 3 questions to a woman, what's wrong? What's happening? And are you angry? Without a doubt, if you asked any of those questions, they would sell you nothing. With an exclamation mark or a dot. Shishio knew that a woman was troublesome, but he enjoyed that troublesomeness, or else, it was impossible for him to date so many women at the same time. Well. Yuki Nashida shook her head and said, not really. Then you shouldn't show such a glum expression. Shishio took the chair and sat next to her naturally. You should smile more, senpai. I can only see you 2 days every week, yet I don't see you with a smile. It is a waste of your beautiful face. Yuki Nashida stared at Shishio for a moment and let out a sigh. I wonder how many girls that you have seduced with those words. You're the only one, senpai. Shishio smiled mischievously and said, if it's another girl, I might be too lazy to do such a thing and just ask what happens. Perfunctorily. What about your girlfriends? Yuki Nashida asked. Except my girlfriends, of course, right? Shishio quickly said. Yuki Nashida chuckled and said, I wonder whether I should tell your girlfriends about this. Senpai, if they kick me out, please take care of me, Shishio said, beggingly. Your wish. Yuki Nashida said loudly before chuckling happily with their meaningless banter. Shishio smiled and said, your expression is better now. Yuki Nashida blushed and lowered her head slightly since she was shy, but she felt Shishio could still see her, so she covered her face with a book. Do you want to eat something spicy tonight or go to the Nian heaven? Shishio asked. Nian heaven. Yuki Nashida seemed to be struggling and felt that it wasn't a bad idea to come to the feel better by coming to the cat cafe again later. Unfortunately, a new member was going to join the club, so she couldn't end the club quickly. Let's postpone the Nian heaven, but are you going to treat me to spicy food tonight? Oh? It is unexpected that you accept my invitation, Shishio said in surprise. What? Is that bad? Yuki Nashida grumbled. Of course not. Shishio shook his head and said, I'm happy if you accept my invitation. He thought for a moment and wanted to taste something new. We have eaten Korean food before. What about something else tonight? He had eaten Korean food with everyone before, so he wanted to try something else. What kind? Yuki Nashida asked curiously. Unexpectedly, there were many inconveniences that were brought without a smartphone. If there was a smartphone and many of those apps, Shishio could check a nice place where he could take Yuki Nashida on a dinner. Shishio thought for a moment and suddenly remembered something. Have you tried Thai food? Thai? Yuki Nashida dumbfounded and asked, you mean Thailand? That's right. Shishio nodded and said, I happened to see that restaurant when I rode my motorcycle. Do you want to go there with me? Or do you want to try something else? Okay. Yuki Nashida nodded without a second thought. I wonder whether there's a spicy dish there. She might have been hooked on spicy food since it made her mind feel refreshed. While a cat also could make her mood better, she didn't want to use the sacred cat as a means to make her feel better. A cat's worth way more than that. Yuki Nashida wouldn't allow someone to trample the cat's worth. Still, if Yuki Nashida went to the Nian heaven, she would be in the best mood than ever, but she didn't have time now, so she decided to compromise with spicy food. There should be. Shishio nodded, then asked, I'll pick you up after I take my motorcycle. You should change your clothes, senpai. Okay. Yuki Nashida nodded, then looked at Shishio for a moment, and asked, Shishio-kun. Don't you want to ask what's happening? Yuki Nashida asked. Shishio looked at Yuki Nashida for a moment since he was surprised for her to initiate the conversation since he knew that this girl wasn't the type who would tell what had happened to her, enduring everything silently since she had gotten used to being alone. However, it seemed his presence had changed, and Yuki Nashida had trusted her, or... Let's talk about other possibilities in the future. Do you want to tell me? Shishio asked. Well... Yuki Nashida hesitated for a moment and said, you know, when we went out before. You mean when we went to the cat cafe and Korean restaurant? Shishio asked. Yeah. Yuki Nashida nodded and let out a sigh. My sister saw us. Is that a trouble? Shishio asked and felt confused while thinking that the relationship between Yuki Nashida and her family must be bad. It's not a big problem, but it is troublesome. Yuki Nashida let out a long sigh again. Luckily, her sister didn't tell her mother about this, and she just shut her mouth and ignored her as usual. It was successful, and her big sister stopped pestering her to ask about Shishio. However, she felt that it wasn't so simple since she knew her big sister's personality. She kept asking me about you, so you need to be careful in case she might appear before you. While she wasn't sure what her big sister would do, she knew that her big sister planned to do something big for Shishio. I mean, isn't it normal? Shishio suddenly asked. Normal? Yuki Nashida looked at Shishio in doubt. I mean, her sister was seen walking out with a scumbag. If she wasn't worried, it would be weird, right? Shishio said with a smile. Yuki Nashida was silent since she felt that Shishio was right. If she had a sister and saw her walking with a scumbag, she would, of course, become worried. She then nodded and said, that's true. Can you at least refute me? Shishio was speechless. Yuki Nashida smiled and said, but aren't you one? You even acknowledged it to the entire school. Even that's true. Shishio sighed and also wondered why he spent time together with this girl instead of going with his girlfriends. So, what kind of person is your sister? Hearing this question, Yuki Nashida felt complicated, then said, she's a perfect type of woman. I see. Shishio nodded. What can you see? Yuki Nashida looked at Shishio with doubt. Senpai, while you might doubt me, I'm good at seeing one's personality. After all, if I can't do this, there's no way I can get many girlfriends, right? Shishio said confidently. Just tell me, what can you see from our previous conversation? Yuki Nashida asked and ignored Shishio's previous remarks. While I haven't seen her, she should be the type of someone who has never shown her true personality, especially with how your family condition is. She has to be the face of the family, but she's perfectly alright with it. She has this mask on her face that makes people think that she's the perfect type of woman. She also cares about her family, but she has worn her mask for so long that she can't forget to take it off now, so her way of caring for her family might be quite twisted compared to normal people. Shishio explained, then said, it's just my imagination, though. It isn't real, alright. However, Yuki Nashida was in silence and didn't say anything for a moment as if she was in deep thought. Shishio also didn't say anything and took his book, letting her think for a moment. When Yuki Nashida stopped thinking, Shishio suddenly asked, say, senpai, like a scumbag bee, there's a question that I forgot to ask. What kind of question is that? Yuki Nashida asked weirdly. Is your sister a beauty like you? Shishio asked. Scumbag, Yuki Nashida said with a sigh. You have 5 girlfriends now. Don't you have enough? I'm just asking a natural question that should be asked by a boy around my age, Shishio said naturally. However, I can see that she should be a beauty, considering how charming her little sister is. Don't seduce me so suddenly. Yuki Nashida felt that her face was burning red, but she still said those words coldly, trying to hide her embarrassment. I'm not seducing you, senpai. I'm just telling the truth. It's like an apple is red, a sea is blue, and Yukino-senpai is a charming girl in my eyes. It's not okay to say that, Shishio said. Okay, enough. Enough. Stop saying something like that, or I'll report this matter to your girlfriends. Senpai, you're cute. Shishio. You're my junior. Don't be so cheeky. While the two bickered to each other, the door suddenly opened, interrupting them. Shishio, Yukinashita, Hiratsuka, and a stranger that they didn't know were in silence, especially when Shishio and Yukinashita were so close to each other. Have we bothered you? Hiratsuka asked with a pained expression. Shishio wondered what he should do right now. 391, new member 2. When Hiratsuka told him to follow her, Hikigaya Hachiman knew that he was caught in a troublesome situation. However, there was no way that he could escape, especially when her fist was ready to strike at him anytime. Hikigaya could only resign to his fate and followed Hiratsuka. He didn't know where this teacher was going to lead him, but he must admit that he didn't expect that she would lead him to this place. Hiratsuka didn't say anything and just opened the door without knocking on the door. However, what happened there made her heart tighten since she saw Shishio and Yukinashita were entangled with each other. She didn't know why she felt this, but she just wanted to run away from this place as soon as possible. Have we bothered you? Her voice was so lonely and so sad somehow. Hikigaya looked at Hiratsuka strangely before he looked at the people in the room with his eyes wide open. While the two might not know him, Hikigaya knew the two people well. The girl was one of the well-known girls at the school, Yukinashita Yukino. There wasn't a single person in the school who didn't know her name, even a loner like him also knew about her. However, what surprised him wasn't Yukinashita. Instead, he was surprised to see the young man who was entangled with Yukinashita. Shishio Oga. Hikigaya was sure that everyone in the school knew about Shishio. Handsome, tall, athletic, rich, and the smartest student in the entire history of the Swime. While it sounded exaggerated, all the girls in the school should have dreamed of becoming his girlfriend in their mind at least once, showing how exaggerated his popularity among the girls was. Many men shed tears when their girlfriends kept the photo of Shishio on their phones, and some of them even broke up since they wanted to enter Shishio's fans club or something. Still, while every guy hated him, many guys also secretly became his fans and kept his photo on their wallets. Luckily, Shishio had a girlfriend, who was also one of the most well-known female students on Swime, Sunoera Nana. When Hikigaya knew Shishio's girlfriend, he knew that Shishio was a boob man, but he wasn't going to say anything since most men loved boobs since they often sucked them when they were babies. Hikigaya knew that the two were living in two different places, and there was no way that the two would meet each other. However, the two often met each other even though neither talked to each other. While the two met each other, there was a big difference between the two. If Hikigaya was always alone, Shishio would always be together with a girl. Like now. Luckily, Hikigaya wasn't alone, and he came with Hiratsuka. While she might have been a teacher, she was still a beautiful woman. But, unfortunately, he didn't know her heart had been taken by someone. However, that was a story for a different occasion, and what Hikigaya wanted to say next was the most important thing. While Shishio had many identities in this school, his other identity was outrageous. While Shishio was every girl's dream in this school, he was also a scumbag. Yes. A scumbag. After Golden Week, when Hikigaya saw Shishio was holding hands with two beautiful girls, he just stood there in silence as he opened his mouth and eyes wide, feeling the unfairness of the world. However, that wasn't the end, since Hikigaya also knew that Shishio seemed to have more girlfriends than two, including someone from his class too, which made him sigh. As long as Shishio was here, Hikigaya somehow imagined how every guy in this school would stay single for their entire 3 years, which made him happy since he wasn't alone anymore. Everyone was miserable together, and his existence wasn't the saddest in this school anymore. Hikigaya knew that he should feel happy, but somehow he felt envious again, especially when Yukinashita was also close to Shishio, and the teacher that came with him also started to show an expression of a girl who had found out her boyfriend had cheated on her. Here's the new member. As you can see, his soul is as rotten as his eyes. That's why he has turned him into a pitiable lonely little worm. While he's at your club, I'd like for you to mend his twisted misanthrope mentality. This is my personal request. I will leave everything to you. Now, I need to go somewhere first. Leaving such words, Hiratsuka left without waiting for their response. Wait, sensei. Shishio chased after Hiratsuka directly, ignoring Hikigaya. There are only 2 people now in the service club. Hikigaya looked at Yukinashita, but Yukinashita didn't look at Hikigaya. Instead, she looked in the direction where Shishio had gone before she looked at Hikigaya. Why don't you sit down instead of blocking the door? Hikigaya took a deep breath and could only nod obediently, especially when he faced Yukinashita's cold gaze. Even if he hadn't talked to the girls for a few years, he could tell that Yukinashita wasn't in a good mood. Hikigai looked around and saw an empty chair next to Yukinashita. Should I sit there? There was only one seat, so Hikigai thought he should sit on that empty chair. However, when Hikigai was about to approach that chair, Yukinashita suddenly said, "This is that bastard's chair. You should pick a different chair." While the bastard sounded cold and rude, Hikigai could tell that it was like how a lover called each other. If he gave an example, it was like a darling when a wife called her husband. However, Yukinashita used bastard instead of darling, which made him realize that he shouldn't follow Hiratsuka somehow. While Yukinashita and Hikigai started their first meeting, Shishio chased after Hiratsuka, and he must admit that this woman ran so fast. However, Shishio quickly caught Hiratsuka and grabbed her wrist. "Sensei! Let go of me!" Hiratsuka pulled her hand as hard as possible. "No! Let go of me! If you keep saying that, I'll hug you here. Let's see what are you going to say to the principal when they see us hugging each other?" Shishio suddenly said. "Just what do you want to do?" Hiratsuka didn't look at Shishio and wiped her eyes, but she must admit that this guy was so bold. She wanted to escape from him, but she knew she couldn't since his threat was so powerful. "I won't do anything." Shishio still held Hiratsuka's wrist and said softly, "I'm just worried about you. You suddenly run away after all." "I'm fine. You don't need to worry about me. Instead, you should worry about your many girlfriends, right, scumbag?" Hiratsuka said as she looked at Shishio. While she had wiped her tears, her eyes were red, and she looked at him as if he had wronged her. Shishio looked at Hiratsuka and thought that this woman was unexpectedly pure. He approached her closer, and this sudden movement stunned Hiratsuka and made her move back subconsciously. Her head and back hit the wall as she watched him approach her. She quickly raised her fist and said, "If you dare to move closer, I'll punch you with this, my Dragon King punch." However, Shishio didn't stop and said, "You can punch me with that Dragon King punch many times, but let me wipe those tears from your eyes first." He gently wiped her tears from her beautiful face. While Hiratsuka might approach her 30, Shishio could see that her skin was as good as someone in her early 20s, and she also had this mature charm that his girlfriends didn't have. If Shishio had to complain about her, it would be her cigarette smell. "By the way, don't smoke all the time. You stink." Hiratsuka, who couldn't move because her tears were wiped by Shishio, suddenly snorted when she heard his words. "Humph! Why do you care? You're not my boyfriend anyway." "Oh? If I become your boyfriend, will you stop smoking?" Shishio asked with a teasing smile. Who the hell wants you to become my boyfriend?" Hiratsuka was like a cat whose tail was stepped on. She was angry and wanted to punch Shishio's shameless face right now. "Sensei!" Shishio suddenly held Hiratsuka's hand gently, which made her body tense. "While it is true that I have feelings for you." What? Hiratsuka was dumbfounded, and her face turned bright red when she heard Shishio's words. Shishio chuckled when he saw Hiratsuka's reaction and said, "What's so weird about it? There might be a difference between our ages, but all I can see is that you're a charming woman that is worth chasing. If I was born earlier and we met each other, we might have married each other now." "Humph! Who wants to marry a scumbag like you?" Hiratsuka looked away with a pout, showing an unexpectedly cute expression for someone around her age. "Yes." Shishio nodded and said, "You should know that I'm a scumbag. I have dated many girls at the same time. The entire school also knows about my deeds, too, and you should know it, so you should understand how dangerous the game that you play with me, sensei." Hiratsuka's expression started to change, and she looked away since she was afraid that she might have an impulse and kissed him when she kept staring into his eyes. I don't understand what you mean." "If you don't understand, then I'll explain." Shishio didn't look away from Hiratsuka and said, "We're a teacher and a student. Our relationship will be frowned upon. You might also lose your job too. I'm also a scumbag, so my reputation might become even worse. However, while it might be dangerous and frowned upon, here and now, I dare to say that I like you, Shizuka. I want you." "Hoo-hoi!" Hiratsuka opened her eyes wide in surprise with a cute blush on her cheeks. "Don't worry, no one will come here, so you can think about your answer carefully," Shishio said since he also used his enhanced sense to check that no one was here, and he also used his pheromone to make sure no one would approach them. Hiratsuka's expression suddenly changed and became serious, then asked, "Are you serious?" "I'm serious, so answer me seriously, Shizuka," Shishio said. Don't call me by my first name." Hiratsuka blushed and reprimanded Shishio. "Shizuka-chan. Don't add chan. Shizuka-tan, you're so cute." Hiratsuka's reaction was direct, and she just punched Shishio, but he dodged it easily before he hugged her in his arms. What? Hiratsuka was startled and embarrassed. "You can push me if you don't want it, but if it's okay with you. Shishio didn't continue his words. Hiratsuka was in silence for a moment and didn't move from his embrace. Then, finally, she let out a long sigh as she rested on his shoulder. I'm such a barbaric woman. It's okay. I think that part of you is cute. I can only cook something simple. I'm good at cooking. I might not be a good mother. I don't think so. With your personality, I can see that you'll become a good mother. Can you stop seducing me? Hiratsuka asked. Sorry, it's impossible. I have just fallen in love with you so badly that I want you to be by my side. Can you say that again after you have broken up with your girlfriends? Sorry, no. An instant reply. Shishio looked at Hiratsuka and said, so if you don't want to, I won't say anything and stop chasing you. Hiratsuka was in silence for a moment and asked, say, are there really no people around? My sense of smell is acute. I can smell anyone around 100 meters of my surroundings. It could be more, but Shishio was afraid Hiratsuka wouldn't believe him. However, after he said that, his lips were taken, and he was kissed by Hiratsuka. Shishio blinked his eyes then saw Hiratsuka parting their lips while looking at him with a shyly cute blush. He couldn't stand it, thinking that his girlfriend was so cute, so he just kissed her lips again without hesitation. Hiratsuka was surprised, but she quickly accepted his kiss while hugging his neck. She wasn't sure whether her decision was wrong or right, but one thing for sure, she didn't regret this, and for now, she just wanted to enjoy this moment. 392, new member 3. As they parted their lips, the steam of their breath oozed out. Hiratsuka flushed as she hugged Shishio shyly. It'll be bad if we keep hugging like this, Shishio said helplessly as he caressed her beautiful long hair. He could smell a floral shampoo that mixed with her tobacco smell. While it might seem weird, he could smell this smell forever. Bulletin but. Hiratsuka still wanted to stay like this since it was her first time having a boyfriend. She wanted to cuddle with him even more, stay close together, and kiss him even more. Be patient. We can do this anytime, right? Or should I visit your apartment tomorrow? Shishio asked. Isn't that a bit too early? Hiratsuka asked with a blush. In my mind, I'd thought that we should do a date at your home. I'll cook something, and we can chat there, though. However, if you want to do that, I don't really mind, Shishio said and wondered whether Hiratsuka was so thirsty, considering she had been single for so long. Hiratsuka. Calm down. I'm not judging you or anything, though, Shishio said as he caressed Hiratsuka's head, considering this woman's face turned bright red as she was so shy when she suddenly jumped into a conclusion. You're not thinking I'm a perverted woman? Hiratsuka asked in a low voice. No. What's with that pause? Hiratsuka pouted as she reprimanded Shishio. I'm your teacher, you know. Yeah, but you're also my girlfriend now, Shishio said with a smile, which made her body weak again. Hiratsuka just wasn't sure right now since the feeling of having a boyfriend was wonderful, but the feeling of having a boyfriend who was more than a decade younger than her made her quite complicated. Hiratsuka had such thoughts on her mind, which made her gloomy, but suddenly her forehead flicked. What are you doing? Don't think of some meaningless things. I love you. That's what you need to know, Shishio said in a deep voice as he stared into her eyes. Yes. Hiratsuka curled her lips and rubbed her face against his chest again, feeling the contentment that she had never felt before. Shishio didn't say much and also hugged Hiratsuka tightly since he wondered how someone could be so cute. The two hugged each other like someone who had their first boyfriend or girlfriend. While it might seem shameful, Shishio felt that it was normal since no matter how much one had an experience with love, everything would be reset when they go to a new love. Their experience of their previous love was useless, and frankly, it felt wonderful. They didn't really want to part, but they knew it would get dangerous if they kept hugging like this. By the way, what do you want us to do with that new member? Shishio asked. That guy is twisted. I hope that you can do something about him, Hiratsuka simply said. Twisted? What kind? Shishio asked curiously, then said, but you know, Yukino-senpai is also twisted on her own. Well, he also didn't have a right to say this, but no one said he was twisted, so he didn't say anything. You're not wrong with that. Hiratsuka knew the personality of Yuki Nashida, and of course, she also knew how twisted that girl was. However, she has changed because of you, right? Her words felt with jealousy when she said those words. She isn't my girlfriend, you're, though, Shishio said and kissed her forehead. Is it okay to kiss me here so suddenly? While Hiratsuka was happy, she felt slightly worried about doing this kind of thing at school. It's okay. My sense of smell is as acute as a dog, Shishio said since he knew that there were no people around their surroundings right now. Also, even if our relationship is found out, I can take care of you, though. You're going to make me become a housewife now. Hiratsuka asked with a smile. If you want to become a housewife, then do it. If you want to continue your job as a teacher, you can do it too. I'm not someone who has forced his will into my woman after all, Shishio said calmly. Hiratsuka looked at Shishio for a moment and kissed his lips. What's so sudden? Shishio asked as their lips parted. No, I just feel that I'm lucky to have you, Hiratsuka said as she leaned on his chest, hearing his heartbeat. I'm the one who is lucky to have you, especially when the whole school knows that I'm a scumbag. Shishio thought for a moment then asked, say, even if you know that I'm a scumbag, you still like me. I think it is pretty cool. It's like you versus the world, right? The world tells you to bow down, but you insist on standing up. It's like a shounen manga protagonist. Hiratsuka said excitedly. So I'd thought that even if our relationship is known in the future, you're not the type of person who will give up on me, Hiratsuka said while looking at Shishio, then sighed. Though, I'm still pretty jealous when I'm going to be the one who has you. Shizuka-chan, can I kiss you again? Hiratsuka looked at Shishio again with a cute blush on her cheeks. Okay, Shishio. The two kissed each other again, without letting each other away. If possible, they just wanted to go back and spend their time together, but they knew that it was impossible, considering they left Yuki Nashida and the new member of the service club alone there. As for whether Shishio was worried about the relationship between Yuki Nashida and Hikigaya Hachiman, he personally had enough of girls, so even if he had Yuki Nashida or not, it didn't really matter for him, so he wouldn't force their relationship. Lastly, the mark that Shishio had left for Yuki Nashida was already so deep that she might not be able to erase it. Still, you're going to leave everything to me? Shishio asked. Because I trust you, all right. Hiratsuka said without shame. However, she truly believed in Shishio since she knew that there were many troubled students that had gathered around him, and the changes of those students were obvious to all, considering how they had always shown a bright smile when they came to the school. The only problem was that Shishio used that chance to make them fall in love, which made Hiratsuka sigh sometimes that her boyfriend was really popular. Still, it was also the reason why Hiratsuka believed that she could do something to those troubled students. It's because you're tired and feel that this is troublesome, right? The teacher's job might be stable, and it was also relatively easy. However, it was also troublesome since they needed to take care of the matter of their students. There were many students in this school, and each of them had their own problems. The only difference was that one could solve that problem on their own, and the other one couldn't do anything and was helpless against the problem. The teacher was also a human, and they also encountered many problems in their lives. If they also needed to take care of the students' problems too, they might become bald early in their lives. However, the students who couldn't solve their own problems would feel that they were abandoned by the world, and they might become either shut in or commit suicide. While it might be impossible to happen in this school since the majority of the students in this school were smart and were thinking about their future, instead of having fun by bullying the weak, there were still many students who couldn't fit in and became a loner. It was a normal situation that happened in every school. However, the problem was whether the student became a loner because they wanted to or if they were forced by their surroundings. Still, no matter what, humans were social creatures. While there were some unnecessary relationships that one could ignore, there was a necessary relationship to survive in this cruel world. It was like a baby who needed an adult to take care of them. Even a shut-in was also comminuted with their parents and everyone on the internet. In conclusion, no one needs to have a relationship in this world. So why this student? Why are you so fixated with him? Shishio asked. What? You're jealous? Hiratsuka asked with a smile. Yes. Shishio nodded. Hiratsuka. You're my woman now, and of course, I'm jealous when you show such a concern to men other than me, Shishio said with a sigh. You, really? Hiratsuka blushed and felt that she really couldn't beat him at the game of words. If there's a reason, then it is because of this. She took out an essay and gave it to Shishio. Let's see. Looking back on high school life report. Class 2F Hachiman Hikigaya. Youth is a lie. It is nothing but evil. See. Hiratsuka said with a sigh. Shishio didn't say much and kept reading until the end. In conclusion, this essay was about Hachiman Hikigaya's ideals. He believes that those who enjoy their youth are deceiving themselves. And that those who enjoy youth believe lies, secrets, sins, and failures are simply the beginning of what makes youth interesting and valuable. These people believe the more failures you have, the more unique you become. It is proof of the teen experience. Therefore, according to their values, he, himself, who failed to make friends, should be at the height of his youth. Yet their assertions are nothing but a convenient excuse to participate in youthful indiscretion. Thus, those that enjoy their youth have poor morals and are evil. And people that don't enjoy their youth are righteous and just. Hachiman concludes that those who enjoy youth are hypocritical and evil liars and should die in a fire. Interesting, Shishio said with a laugh. What's so interesting with it? Hirotsuka wanted to reprimand her boyfriend. I mean, it is my first time seeing someone as twisted as him. I guess he must have gotten used to getting hurt, Shishio said with a faint smile. Hirotsuka looked at Shishio in silence, and somehow his melancholy expression was so handsome. Well, let me see him first. I can probably tell that he'll have a nasty fight with Yukino-senpai, Shishio said. You seem excited about their fight. Hirotsuka was speechless. It's all right. By fighting each other, they'll grow up. It's like a shonen protagonist manga who also needs a rival, so they can become stronger, right? Your way to convince me is so flawless that I don't have anything to refute. This is why I can become your man, right? Shishio said with a smile. You're so cheeky. Hirotsuka smiled and somehow wanted to kiss this guy again. Is there someone around? It's safe. Hirotsuka didn't hesitate and kissed this guy again. As their lips parted, they walked to the service club room again, and as expected, they could hear a loud argument was happening there. Shishio looked at Hirotsuka and asked, You're not going to come? No, I'll leave this to you, Hirotsuka said since she believed in Shishio. Okay, I'll enter. Shishio didn't care about the argument and entered the room without knocking, causing the entire room to be in silence in an instant. You know, I can hear your loud voice through the corridor. Yuki Nashida and a new member. 393, new member 4. Shishio looked at Yuki Nashida for a moment, who looked away with her usual cold expression. It had been a while since he saw that expression, and without a doubt, he knew who was the cause of this cold expression. Shishio then looked at the new member, whose name was Hikigaya Hachiman. While Shishio was in this school, he often saw Hikigaya, but frankly, he thought that this guy would be just a background character in his life, so he had never paid attention. He looked into Hikigaya's eyes and nodded politely while thinking that this guy's eyes were really similar to dead fish. However, when Hikigaya noticed his gaze, he subconsciously lowered his head and showed a forced smile. Senpai, has someone said your smile is horrible? If we're on Halloween, without a doubt, they'll think that you dress up as a zombie now, Shishio said with a smile. His smile was so bright and warm that it was that no one would think such cruel words would come from his mouth. Hikigaya was left speechless, and he was unable to say anything. Yuki Nashida tried to hide her laugh by hiding her face with a book. Shishio naturally sat next to Yuki Nashida as he looked at Hikigaya. Sorry for being rude about our first meeting. My name is Shishio Oga. What about you, senpai? My name is Hikigaya Hachiman. Hikigaya was slightly strange by how polite Shishio was, considering how rude this guy was before. Frankly, he was also curious about Shishio since he was the famous scumbag in the first year. While he hated to admit it, he must admit that this guy was so handsome. Even if Hikigaya told someone, he swung that way because of Shishio. He could feel that everyone would understand him. While we, the service club, have been tasked by Hirotsuka-sensei to lead you out from your twisted life. I don't really understand you well, so I'll refrain from making an impolite remark, senpai, Shishio said. You have been saying something rude about me, you know. Hikigaya gritted his teeth and wanted to beat someone up now. However, when he saw Shishio's slender yet powerful body, he decided to become a pacifist since it was his dream to lead world peace. As for the cute and rude girl behind me, do you know her? Shishio asked. I think the rude part is unnecessary, Shishio-kun, Yuki Nashida said flatly. So the cute part is okay. 2x. Shishio and Hikigaya said at the same time, which caused the two of them to look at each other. Hikigaya blushed and felt embarrassed somehow. So why did you two suddenly get into an argument? Shishio asked. The two were in silence, and neither of them said anything. Senpai. Shishio looked at Yuki Nashida with an abandoned puppy-like expression. Yuki Nashida let out a long sigh and said, this guy is too rotten, so I told him to change, but he didn't want to. I think that he'll be in trouble in his social life if he doesn't change. He doesn't even know that he has a problem. Don't give me that crap. Hikigaya, who rarely talked, looked away with an uncomfortable expression as he expressed himself. Like hell, I need to change. I don't need people telling me who I should be, damn it. His eyes kept wandering around as he folded his arms, showing that he had made up his mind that he wouldn't change his mind no matter what. Hikigaya might be surrounded by the two most famous students in this school, but even so, he wouldn't back down. He might be a loner, and he might be twisted, but he still had pride in his personality. That's just running away, Yuki Nashida said with a frown. But isn't changing myself also running away? Hikigaya said proudly. Why can't you accept who you were and who you are? Yuki Nashida clenched her fist and wanted to lash out, but her hand was patted by Shishio. Calm down, senpai, Shishio said gently. Yuki Nashida looked at Shishio for a moment before she ignored Hikigaya. Hikigaya looked at Shishio and thought that this guy was too amazing, right? While some people were blind, Shishio's actions couldn't escape his eyes. Hikigaya was sure that Shishio was using him as a means to conquer Yukinoshita, which made him speechless. Shishio then looked at Hikigaya and said, "Senpai, you must be unpopular with girls, right?" Ugh. Hikigaya felt an arrow stabbing his chest and felt he had died once. However, he quickly revived and glared at Shishio. He growled and asked, "Just, what do you want to say? Do you agree with that woman too?" "No, this time, I agree with you," Shishio said as he shook his head. 2x. Hikigaya and Yukinoshita were dumbfounded. "Even if Yukino-senpai is cute, I must agree that she's a bit too much before," Shishio said. "Why?" Yukinoshita asked with a frown. "I mean, while you're a beauty, you're practically a stranger to him. Let's imagine, if a stranger that you don't know suddenly comes and tells you that your life is shit, you need to change. What'll you answer? Of course, you'll refuse him, right? I mean, who the hell are you? Why should you tell me to change or not?" "Yes." Hikigaya nodded and felt happy that someone could understand him. "But..." Yukinoshita wanted to say something, but Shishio stopped her for a moment and said, "But, while I say this, I don't mean that I agree with Hikigaya-senpai's way of life. Hikigaya. However, Hiratsuka-sensei gave us a task to reform you, so you won't be a pitiful loner anymore." Hikigaya wondered whether there weren't any filters on Shishio's mouth since this cheeky junior kept saying something rude to one after another. "Senpai, you don't want to change, right?" Shishio asked. "Yes." Hikigaya nodded without hesitation. While Hikigaya didn't realize, he had started to feel comfortable talking with Shishio, and he didn't feel afraid of expressing his opinion to a Raijyu guy like Shishio. "However, are you satisfied with your youth to end like this? High school is only 3 years, and you only have 2 years left. After that, you'll become a university student. By then, you'll become a corporate slave at the Black Company." "Why should I become a corporate slave at the Black Company?" Hikigaya refuted Shishio's words. You're not. Of course not. Then what do you want to become?" Shishio asked curiously. "I plan to become a household husband and let my wife support me," Hikigaya said proudly. Shishio and Yukinoshita looked at each other and rubbed their temples. "Before you can have a wife, you need to get a girlfriend. So the question is, can you get a girlfriend?" Shishio asked frankly. "You know to poke where it hurts the most." Hikigaya wondered whether this place was a fighting ring since he had been beaten up from the moment he entered. "How about this? Let's change our objection," Shishio suddenly said. "Objection? 2x. I mean, we have been focusing on how to change you. However, you don't want to change, and you don't think that it is unnecessary for you to change, right?" Shishio asked as he stared at Hikigaya. "Yes." Hikigaya nodded. "So let's change our objective to help you achieve your goal," Shishio said. "My goal?" Hikigaya was dumbfounded. "Yes." Shishio nodded and said, "World domination? Immortality? Or defeating an alien that might destroy the Earth?" "No, I don't have such a grand ambition in my mind." Hikigaya was lost for words since he didn't expect the famous scumbag would be a Chiyunibu. "How about 100 friends? If you want, it should be possible," Shishio said. "No, I don't need that many. By the way, do you have friends?" "No." Hikigaya lowered his head before he barked, "What the hell is this? Did you have fun making fun of your senior? Can you show some respect to me?" "Senpai, if you let me be frank, even a grade schooler will dare to bully, you know. Am I such a weak character?" While Yukinoshita didn't say anything, she had been trying to hold her laugh. Shishio let out a tired sigh and said, "You really hard to please, aren't you?" Hikigaya. "Well, this is my last weapon. I'm sure that no high school boy will resist this temptation," Shishio said softly. Hikigaya frowned and showed an expression that he didn't think that anything that came out from Shishio's mouth could tempt him. "How about a girlfriend?" Shishio asked. Hikigaya opened his eyes wide as his breathing became more arduous. While it might sound exaggerated, without a doubt, Shishio's temptation was working, and Hikigaya was excited. "Oh? You don't like to have a girlfriend, Hikigaya-senpai? You want a boyfriend? Who the hell wants a boyfriend?" Hikigaya refuted with a loud voice. It might be the biggest voice that he had ever said in his entire life. "Senpai, we're living in the 21st century. People are more tolerant than in the past," Shishio said simply. "I mean, I'm not a homo, damn it. So you're alright with a girlfriend?" Gulp. Hikigaya looked at Shishio with a mix of doubt and excitement. However, the ratio of excitement was around 7, and doubt was 3. If it was someone else, he wouldn't show such a reaction, but the one who told this was Shishio, who was known as the famous scumbag, who had dated many beautiful girls at the same time. While Hikigaya felt reluctant, he felt that it wasn't bad to stay in this club somehow. Shishio-kun, I don't think it is good for you to promise something impossible, Yuki Nashida said in a whisper, but in a voice that could be heard by Hikigaya. Hikigaya. If it's someone else, I think that they'll say it is impossible for him. However, you know my identity, right? Shishio said as he patted his chest. Hikigaya and Yuki Nashida had to admit that his words were more believable than Raijuyu, who had a girlfriend in the school. While his personality is twisted, he's a loner, and his eyes are dead. Oi! Even Buddha could get angry, Hikigaya could also get angry too. However, his face isn't that bad, Shishio said truthfully. While Hikigaya's dead eyes were turned off, as long as Hikigaya could get rid of those eyes, he was sure that many girls might notice him. Though, it might be hard since Hikigaya needed to erase his status as a loner first and stop talking depressingly. Hikigaya. So, Hikigaya-senpai, while I'm not sure whether you can get a girlfriend in this high school or not. That's different from what you have said before. However, Shishio ignored Hikigaya's refutation and said, however, why don't you try to join this club? Just think that you are being tricked, so you can add some little spices to your grey-colored high school life. While I'm not sure whether you can have a rose-colored high school life, why don't you add other colors in your sophomore time? Rose-colored high school life. Hikigaya muttered in a low voice. Also, it isn't like you have a choice either, since if you try to escape, Hiratsuka-sensei is going to catch you and beat you up to enter, Shishio said. Is this guy going to call Hiratsuka-sensei by her first name? 2x. Hikigaya and Yuki Nashida stared at Shishio with a twitch in the corner of their eyes. However, Hikigaya fell into silence. Hikigaya knew that he didn't have a choice, and while he must admit that he hated a popular guy like Shishio since this guy had everything, he felt that it was fun to talk with him since this guy didn't have a filter on his mouth and everything that Shishio said was a truth that came out from his mind. While Hikigaya sounded angry, he didn't really feel angry, and it might be embarrassing for him to admit it. He had fun here. Take care of me. What? What did you say? Shishio asked loudly. I mean, take care of me, damn it. Sorry, I don't want to. Hikigaya. Shishio smiled and said, I was joking, of course. Please take care of me too, senpai. Me too. Hikigaya looked away, showing a tsundere reaction. While a tsundere girl is cute, a tsundere boy is disgusting, you know. Hikigaya let out a long tired sigh and really wanted to beat someone right now. 394, Big Sister 1. After they talked a bit, they ended their club, and Hikigaya walked back first. See you later, senpai. Oh. Hikigaya let out a sigh as he walked out, wondering whether he had entered Shishio's trap or something. Shishio then looked at Yuki Nashida, who was sitting next to him. Yuki Nashida also prepared to go back, but she felt the gaze of the person next to her. She waited for him to say something, but he didn't say anything. Finally, she let out a sigh and said, if you have something to say, why don't you talk? Can we go back together, senpai? What's about your girlfriend? They should be going out together to try a new ice cream store in the neighborhood. Shishio had told his girlfriends that he would stay in the service club, so they left him and ate ice cream together. While he was speechless about how heartless they were, he also couldn't blame them since he spent his time with another girl right now. As for Hiratsuka, Shishio didn't need to worry about her since she had returned to the teacher's room, considering she was assured of his job. However, Shishio felt strange since when his relationship with Hiratsuka had been established, he would go out with another girl who wasn't even his girlfriend. If I were them, I'd break up with you since you dare to invite a girl who isn't his girlfriend to go home together, Yuki Nashida said with a snort. Shishio knew that this girl was angry, but if he asked directly with a question, are you angry? Without a doubt, this girl would be even angrier. So, will you go home with me? Shishio ignored Yuki Nashida's statement and asked again. Okay. Yuki Nashida pouted as she looked away. You're so cute, senpai. Shishio smiled as he held Yuki Nashida's hand naturally. Why are you holding my hand? Isn't it fine? It's not our first time anyway. Don't you remember, you held my hand so tight at that time? That was. If you don't want to, you can pull your hand away. Shishio didn't hold Yuki Nashida's hand tightly. Instead, it was loose, and if she wanted to, she could pull them apart. Yuki Nashida looked at Shishio and thought that this guy was really unfair. She let out a sigh and said, if there's someone, I'll pull them apart. So, is it alright if no one sees us? Shishio's hand was big, and there was a big difference between their hands. While Yuki Nashida knew that this guy was a scumbag, his hand was comfortable and dependable that she just couldn't escape from it. On the other hand, Yuki Nashida's hand was slender and small. It was cold and soft. It was so nice being held. Just what do you want to say? Yuki Nashida ignored Shishio's question and asked. Her long eyelashes fluttered as her blue-colored eyes stared into him. First, I have to say sorry before since my words might upset you. You made me into a bad guy. Yuki Nashida felt uncomfortable when she heard Shishio's words, who told her that she was wrong. However, when she listened to his explanation, she also knew it was wrong. While her views didn't change, the fact that she forced a stranger that she didn't know to change was so rude. However, as Shishio said before, Hakigaya's aura emitted and told everyone that he was a weak character that even a grade schooler could bully him. It wasn't surprising for Yuki Nashida to be rude, or it might be because that's how she was. That's why, my bad, I'll treat you later. I'm not easy enough to forgive you with just this. It's so troublesome. Hey. Yuki Nashida fumed as she stubbornly stared at Shishio. Sorry. Humph. Say, your personality is also as troublesome as Hikigaya-senpai. If someone tells you to change, will you change it? Shishio asked. I will. Yuki Nashida nodded and said, if this change can bring the better me, I'll change. There was no hesitation in her eyes as she gave him an answer. Shishio smiled and said, and, this is why you're so charming, senpai. You can change, so you can become even better. This is the part that I like about you. Yuki Nashida was stunned and blushed instantly. They were talking about something different, but how did this guy suddenly flirt with her? Yuki Nashida felt that this guy was dangerous, but frankly, she didn't hate it. She lowered her head, trying to hide her blush, then asked, let's talk about that guy again. She didn't want him to see her blushing since she was afraid that she might be teased to death. Well, before I answer, can I ask you a question, senpai? What's wrong? Do you know Hikigaya-senpai? Shishio asked, wondering whether Yuki Nashida knew Hikigaya. Hearing this question, Yuki Nashida only shook her head firmly. No, I don't know him. Shishio felt strange, but he didn't think too much since this matter had nothing to do with him. What's wrong? Nothing. Shishio shook his head and said, if I don't meet him in the clubroom, I might not know him either. That's true. Hikigaya's sense of existence was too dull. Shishio could even tell that Hikigaya might not be remembered in his class. While some people were confused about how that happened, some people could understand Hikigaya's situation. However, it was normal since everyone had their own problems, and each of them was different. So, what should we do to change him? While Shishio didn't say anything about changing Hikigaya, Yuki Nashida knew that he was talking in round a way about by helping him to achieve his goal. Are you serious about that girlfriend thing? I'm serious. Shishio nodded and said, while it might seem doubtful, love is something that can solve anything. Yuki Nashida. You don't believe me. Shishio looked at Yuki Nashida with a sigh and said, I mean, aren't you the best example? Me? Yuki Nashida was dumbfounded, but then she blushed before her face turned cold and cruelly said, aren't you too narcissistic, Shishio-kun? Since when have I fallen for you? I never said that you fell for me, right? Why do you jump to such a conclusion? Shishio was speechless. Yuki Nashida's face turned burning red as she looked away. Then don't say something that will cause a misunderstanding. Yes, sorry. Yuki Nashida stared at Shishio and pouted. If possible, she wanted to tease him back and show him frustration, but this guy was too tough, and her experience in that area was simply nil, which made her sigh somehow. I mean, if it was before, would you show such an expression? Shishio said as he showed Yuki Nashida's current expression through his camera. When did you take it? Yuki Nashida quickly stole Shishio's camera and looked at her picture. While her expression was quite funny, she could tell that she was so cute in this photo. However, she knew that she usually had this frown and cold expression on her face, so when Shishio reminded her, it surprised her. Have I changed? Yuki Nashida wasn't sure, but one thing was for sure, she knew who had brought this change to her. My plan for Hikigaya-senpai is a long-term plan. It can't be done in an instant. Let him stay with us for a while, so he can slowly change on his own. Hikigaya's existence and personality had been ingrained into his entire being for so many years, and it was impossible for one to change it instantly. If there was something that could change that guy, it would probably be love. Okay. Yuki Nashida nodded, then asked, but are you sure that you are going to get him a girlfriend? It isn't an easy job, right? It isn't impossible. It might be hard, but definitely isn't impossible. Well, tell me if you need my help. Okay. Shishio nodded and asked, I'll pick you up later after I have changed my clothes. They had reached the end of the special building, and once they walked out from it, they would be seen as a couple if they continued to hold each other's hands. Okay, I'll wait for you at my apartment. Yuki Nashida nodded, then asked, it's Thai food, right? Yeah. Shishio nodded. Or do you want other types of foods? No, it's all right. I want to try it too. I'll go back now. Wait for me at your house. Shishio let go of her hand and walked away. Okay. Yukinashita looked at Shishio's back, who walked away before she looked at her hand that had parted from his hand. I feel lonely somehow. Yukinashita suddenly realized what she was thinking, and her face turned bright red before she scolded Shishio for being a scumbag as she friskily returned to her apartment. After Shishio parted from Yukinashita, he received a phone call from Shina. What's wrong, Mashiro? Shishio, can I stay with Mai tonight? You're going to stay with Mai's apartment? Is Mai there? I'm here. It's okay, right? I don't mind. Just go and have fun, but why don't you also call Roberta? Roberta. 2x. They thought for a moment and nodded. Okay. 2x. They talked for a while about the ice cream that they tasted and bought while Shishio walked to his private parking place. After they ended the call, Shishio called Nanamai, who told him that she was at the voice actor school, and the lesson was about to start. I'm going to pick you up later. Oh okay. Shishio smiled and understood why this girl was nervous. However, he quickly reset his mind since he had arrived at his private parking place. Should I drive a car? Shishio thought for a moment and felt that it was better to ride a motorcycle since it was hard to find a parking space in Japan. He changed his clothes into a denim jacket, blue-gray t-shirt, skinny black jeans, and a pair of boots. Then without hesitation, Shishio rode his motorcycle to Yukinashita's apartment. He might have come early, but he felt that it was good since she might let him enter her apartment. Shishio came early and called Yukinashita, but he felt something strange. Nei-san, what are you doing? Ah, are you Shishio-kun? Who are you? My name is Yukinashita Harano. I'm Yukino-chan's big sister. Ah, you're outside the apartment? Wait a moment. I'll come down. Nei-san. Shishio. Shishio-kun, you need to run. Yukinashita shouted. It might be too late since I see a group of people in black suits surrounding me. Wait a moment, I'll go down. Shishio looked at the group of men that had surrounded him while looking at him. He ignored them and just leaned on his motorcycle lazily, without taking off his helmet. The group of men. While Shishio thought that Yukinashita's family was wealthy, a young woman suddenly walked out of the apartment, and even though he didn't know her, he could tell that she was Yukinashita's big sister. The young woman looked at Shishio, who was in his motorcycle with interest, seemingly unfazed while surrounded by many men. Are you Shishio Oga? Nei-san. After the young woman, Yukinashita quickly came to Shishio and stood in front of him, protecting him from the young woman, and glared at the group of men, thinking they had bullied Shishio. The group of men. Still, Shishio ignored the group of men and thought that each sibling had their different types of relationship. Hey? 395, Big Sister 2. While Shishio hadn't said a single word to Yukinashita's big sister, he could see a big difference between Yukinashita and her big sister. The chest size was one thing. However, if Shishio had to say, their biggest difference would be how they presented themselves. While Yukinashita appeared cold and detached, making her appear like a beautiful flower on the cliff of the snowy mountain, she was a kind and gentle girl. She was also a cat maniac, and as long as they knew her, and she also knew them, she would talk with them warmly. On the other hand, Yukinashita's big sister appeared so close and smiled warmly at everyone. However, she was detached and wouldn't let anyone get close to her. Shishio knew that it was quite rude for him to say this, but frankly, he didn't really have much interest in Yukinashita's big sister since there was something that he needed to do now. Senpai, I'm so scared. Yukinashita was dumbfounded when she was hugged so suddenly. Wait, Shishio-kun. Don't hug me so suddenly. However, while she showed resistance, she didn't show that she hated this intimate contact. Sorry, I appeared so pathetic, Shishio apologized, but he still hugged Yukinashita's waist. Her waist was so slender he wondered whether she had eaten enough. A group of people in a black suit suddenly came and surrounded me. I thought they were planning to do something bad. Yukinashita glared at the men in black suits menacingly. Hello. The men in the black suits had a cold sweat on their backs when Shishio slandered them. Scared? They couldn't see the fear in Shishio's eyes since this guy had been so relaxed even if they surrounded him. Sorry, it's my big sister's fault. No problem, I feel better now. How long are you going to hug me? Can I stay longer? No. Yukinashita blushed and slapped Shishio's head. Don't get too brazen. There are so many people here. Shishio wanted to tease Yukinashita, but he knew that this wasn't a good place since there were so many people. He rubbed his head and said, Senpai, don't hit my head. What if I get a concussion? You're wearing a helmet. How can you get a concussion? Cough. Cough. Yukino-chan, while I'm happy to see you having fun, it isn't good to ignore your big sister, you know. Yukinashida's big sister then looked at Shishio and asked, also, why take off your helmet and introduce yourself? Isn't it rude that you don't say anything to your sister-in-law? She stared at Shishio with an emotion of worry and curiosity with a half-half ratio. Shishio didn't say anything at first and looked at Yukinashida. Yukinashida gave him a nod and said, "Nei-san, this is Shishio Oga, and he's your boyfriend." "My friend." Yukinashida corrected her big sister's mistake. Shishio also took off his helmet and gently greeted Yukinashida's big sister. "Hello, Nei-san. My name is Shishio Oga." A friend, et. Yukinashida's big sister moved closer, observing Shishio from a close distance, ignoring her little sister's displeasure. Shishio was unfazed even though he was being stared at and only stared at Yukinashida's big sister back. Yukinashida's big sister suddenly smiled and said, "I like it when you call me, Nei-san. You can call me that." "Okay." Shishio nodded and didn't think too much, then looked at Yukinashida. Yukinashida noticed Shishio's gaze and said, "Nei-san, can you go back? I'll go with him." Are you going somewhere? Can you bring me with you too? I'm also curious about Shishio-kun." Yukinashida's big sister quickly looked at the two with excitement before looking at Shishio with a begging expression. "Sorry, Nei-san, but I don't know your name." "Oh, right. I forgot to tell you my name." The young woman showed a beaming smile as she introduced herself. "My name is Yukinashida Harano. If you do well in front of me, I can acknowledge you as my brother-in-law." "Nei-san." Yukinashida blushed and wanted to tell her sister to shut up somehow. "While I want to say that I want to invite you together, you should ask Yukino-senpai's opinion first whether she agrees or not," Shishio said and left the decision to Yukinashida since he wasn't really sure about how close the relationship between the two. After all, not everyone could be like Ayaka and Nana, right? "Come on, Yukino-chan. Let me go with you." Harano quickly moved closer to her little sister while begging. Yukinashida let out a long sigh and said, "While I don't mind, are you okay with spicy food?" "Spicy food?" Harano was surprised and asked, "Since when did you like spicy food?" She suddenly realized that she had asked a stupid question and looked at Yukinashida and Shishio back and forth. "Ah, I see, but I'm alright with it." "Are you going to eat Korean food like before?" Yukinashida and Shishio understood where Harano had seen them. "No, we're going to try Thai food." "Oh? I'll go. I'll go." Harano then looked at Shishio with a smile and said, "Shishio-kun, why don't you enter the car? I want to talk with you more." Shishio looked at Yukinashida, who gave him a nod. He nodded and said, "Okay, but I'll keep my motorcycle inside. Is that okay?" "Sure." Harano nodded and said, "Why don't you just give your motorcycle to my bodyguard first?" "Okay." Shishio stepped down from the motorcycle and gave the key to Harano's bodyguards while wondering how rich Yukinashida's family was. The three entered the car together while Shishio told the address of the Thai restaurant where they would eat. The driver knew the address and left everything to him. Shishio sat next to the driver while looking at two sisters through the rearview mirror inside the car. "What's wrong, Shishio-kun? Do you have something to ask?" Harano asked with a grin on her face. Yukinashida didn't say anything and only coldly looked out the window. "You two have a bad relationship?" Shishio asked. Yukinashida and Harano. Harano laughed, and Yukinashida let out a long sigh. "Why do you think so?" Harano asked with a smile. "No, it's just that you two don't fit with the description of a good relationship as a sister." Shishio shook his head and thought that a sibling relationship was different from one to another. It might be because the age difference between Harano and Yukinashida wasn't that far, making him feel they were like a rival. "Oh? What kind of relationship should we have as a sister?" Harano asked curiously, and it also piqued Yukinashida's curiosity. "Well, your relationship is different from two sisters that I have seen before." "Oh? What kind of relationship do they have?" "Well, little sister often acts spoiled at the big sister, such as asking to clean up the ear, hugging each other, and sleeping together, probably? Not sure, though." Shishio somehow couldn't imagine Yukinashida asking Harano to clean her ear or go bathe together, though. Harano smiled brightly, hearing Shishio's words, then looked at Yukinashida excitedly. "What do you think, Yukino-chan? Do you want me to clean up your ear, take a bath together, and sleep together tonight? If you want to dream, keep it when you're sleeping." Yukinashida gnashed her teeth and looked at Shishio. "Also, don't say something stupid, Shishio-kun." "Okay, okay." Shishio could tell that Yukinashida's mood wasn't good, so he didn't really tease her anymore. Still, why was their relationship so bad? Harano smiled and said, "Sorry about that, Shishio-kun. She's always like that." "No, it's all right. I think that part of her is charming, though," Shishio said nonchalantly. Yukinashita looked away, looking at the window, and didn't want to let her big sister see her expression. Harano whistled happily and said, "Big sis is so happy. Let me treat you later." She leaned forward and hugged Shishio without hesitation. "Nei-san." Yukinashita quickly pulled Harano, so this woman wouldn't get so close with Shishio. While there was a difference on their chests, without a doubt, they were sisters, especially when they smelled so good. Shishio glanced at the two sisters for the last time before he continued to guide the driver since this guy almost made a wrong turn. While Shishio was talking with the driver, Harano glanced at Yukinashita sneakily and asked in a whisper, "Yukino-chan, is he your boyfriend?" "No." Yukino curtly answered in a dry manner. "Then can I take him?" Harano asked with a smile. Yukino only looked at Harano for a moment and let out a tired sigh. "Enough of this charade, just what do you want?" She had planned to eat dinner with Shishio, but her good mood was thrown away because of her big sister. "I'm just curious since I saw you with someone before, but I never expected that you would have a boyfriend." Harano moved even closer and asked, "Have you told mom?" "As I said, he isn't my boyfriend, and it has nothing to do with mom." Yukinashita looked at Harano with a frown. Yukinashita didn't really want to talk with Harano, but how could Harano let Yukinashita go? "Then should I tell our mother?" "No." Yukinashita could imagine what kind of problem might appear if Harano told her mother, so she didn't really want to. Harano smiled and said, "Then leave everything to your big sister. I won't do anything bad since I just want to know what kind of boy has conquered my Yukino-chan. As I said, he isn't my boyfriend." "He isn't your boyfriend, but you let him hug you." Harano sighed and said, "Yukino-chan, I know that you're shy, but you need to be honest sometimes, you know? Don't you feel afraid that you're hurting his feelings?" Yukinashita gave up talking since she knew that no matter how she talked, Harano wouldn't believe her. However, she didn't feel surprised since she knew it might be her first time to have such an intimate action with a boy. "We're about to arrive at the restaurant." Shishio suddenly interrupted, and Harano's attention also turned toward Shishio. "Okay. By the way, it is my first time having Thai food, Shishio-kun. You can be the lead, right?" "Okay, Nei-san." Shishio honestly nodded. Harano laughed and said with a sweet smile, "It's good that you're an honest kid, Shishio-kun." She then looked at Yukinashita and whispered, "Isn't he a good kid? Simple and cute." Yukinashita glanced at Harano for a moment, then looked at Shishio, thinking that this guy's scumbag ability was so amazing. As they arrived at the restaurant, Yukinashita and Harano looked at the restaurant for a moment before they entered together. The exterior of the restaurant was quite sketchy, but the inside was unexpectedly clean and neat. While there were guests, there weren't many people inside, so the three quickly gathered everyone's attention. However, no one talked to them since this is how the people in Tokyo were. Still, it didn't mean that the people inside the restaurant couldn't appreciate them since the three were so eye-catching. The staff gave them a menu order and Harano and Yukinashita looked at it curiously. Shishio looked at the two sisters in front of him and smiled gently. "What?" Yukinashita looked unhappy at Shishio. "Nothing." Shishio knew that Yukinashita would be embarrassed if he reminded her what they were doing, so he just kept quiet and let them be close to each other naturally. Yukinashita looked at Shishio in doubt, but she didn't continue to pursue and continued to look at the menu curiously. Harano looked at Shishio with a smile, but she didn't say anything and continued to talk with Yukinashita about the menu since it was a rare chance for her to spend her time with her sister. Yukinashita also subconsciously answered since she was quite curious about the Thai dish. While the name of the menu was unfamiliar to them, there was a description of what kind of dish it was, so they could imagine what kind of dish that would come out. However, it was harder than they had thought. While two Yukinashita sisters were talking about the menu, Shishio thought even if their relationship seemed bad, they were still a sister after all. "I give up." Harano looked at Shishio and asked, "Shishio-kun, can you be the one who orders?" "Sure." Shishio nodded and asked, "But, you're really okay with spicy food, right?" "Okay, I'm alright with it." Harano patted her chest. "Don't cry if you can't eat it," Yukinashita curtly said. "Oh? Yukino-chan, are you going to challenge me? If someone gives up eating the spicy food that is ordered, they'll have to follow one request of the winner," Harano said with a smile. "Okay, I'll wipe that composure on your face later." Yukinashita agreed without hesitation. "By the way, you also need to join the competition, Shishio-kun." 2x. Harano and Yukino said at the same time while looking at Shishio. Shishio looked at the two and thought that the relationship between the two sisters was really good. 396, Big Sister 3. Shishio made his order and also asked whether Harano wanted alcohol or not. After all, it was impossible for Shishio and Yukinashita to drink alcohol according to their ages, but it was different for Harano. Harano agreed without hesitation, but she was still surprised to find the wine at the Thai restaurant. However, she was someone who had never pursued something that didn't give her an interest. After tasting her wine, Harano looked at Shishio with a smile and asked, "Say, Shishio-kun, you don't want to taste the wine?" "No, I'm not a delinquent. I don't drink alcohol." Shishio was unfazed even though he had drunk alcohol many times in the past. Yuki Nashida only stared at Shishio silently. Harano laughed and said, "You're not delinquent, yet you ride on a motorcycle even though you're only 15 years old. I mean, what kind of delinquent that acknowledges that he's one, right?" "That's true. So, is it okay to acknowledge that you're a scumbag?" Yuki Nashida thought as she sighed. Still, watching Shishio and Harano, she wondered whether her big sister was going to be eaten by him. Yuki Nashida looked at Shishio and thought that she needed to watch him well. Harano looked at Yuki Nashida with interest until the drink that was ordered by Shishio came. "Try it, senpai. It tastes nice." Shishio and Yuki Nashida couldn't drink alcohol, so he ordered Thai tea for Yuki Nashida and himself. Yuki Nashida left everything to Shishio since even though this guy was a scumbag, his choice at many things such as food or was usually fit with her taste. She looked at the brownish-orange beverage in front of her before looking at Shishio, who drank this strange beverage without hesitation. She hesitated for a moment before she drank the Thai tea. The sweet taste of the tea hit her taste bud. The distinctively floral and spicy flavor of the tea gave a special feeling. It was definitely her first time tasting this type of drink. "What do you think, senpai?" Shishio asked with a smile. "It tastes nice." While it tasted nice, Yuki Nashida was still embarrassed to acknowledge that it tasted good. "Really? Can I try it, Yukino-chan?" Harano asked curiously. "No." Yuki Nashida refused without hesitation. Harano pouted, then looked at Shishio with a smile. "Shishio-kun, can I taste your Thai tea?" "Sure." Shishio didn't think too much, but Yuki Nashida reacted fast and put her Thai tea in front of her big sister. "Don't drink too much." Harano laughed happily and showed a knowing expression that her sister loved her so much. Yuki Nashida only looked away while looking at Shishio with a grudge. While she didn't have evidence, she had a feeling that this guy had fun playing with her feelings somehow. "What? It tastes good." Harano was surprised and kept drinking. "Hey! Don't drink too much." Yuki Nashida wanted to take back her drink. Shishio looked at the two, who bickered at each other and thought, this is how a sister is. They might fight, but their relationship had never distanced themselves. Still, Shishio felt that he watched the relationship between a lesbian, relationship right in front of his eyes somehow. "I feel that you're thinking something so rude, Shishio-kun," Yuki Nashida squinted her eyes. "No, it's your imagination." Shishio shook his head and said, "The food is coming." He then looked at Harano and took the chopsticks. "By the way, Nei-san, since you're going to treat the two of us, you can taste it first." The food that came first was cilantro tree salad. It was a salad that was made with cilantro with simple and nice seasoning while also maintaining the refreshing taste of the green. Shishio glanced at Yuki Nashida for a moment, and strangely enough, she understood what he wanted to convey. Yuki Nashida smiled mischievously and looked away, so Harano wouldn't see her smile. Harano stared at Shishio for a moment speechlessly. While Harano planned to treat them from the start, she somehow felt strange since she couldn't shake the feeling she was being played by Shishio. Harano squinted her eyes and had a feeling that while this guy seemed simple and amiable, he might hide his cunning personality. She glanced at Yuki Nashida for a moment and saw her, looking away with a disinterested expression. "Are you two going to tease me?" Harano didn't show fear. Instead, Harano still maintained her bright smile, thinking that the two were fun. "Okay, let's see how you're going to play your game." However, Harano must admit that Shishio's smile was so charming. Still, who was she? How could she fall for someone just because of an appearance alone? However, Harano just couldn't deny and understood why Yuki Nashida could fall for him. But a younger boy, hey. Harano looked at Yuki Nashida and thought about her sister's taste somehow. "Are you thinking something rude about me?" Yuki Nashida asked with a frown. "Nothing. Harano chirped happily. "It's your imagination." "Humph." Yuki Nashida hummed as she looked away as usual. Okay, how about we eat first?" Shishio asked and became the host since he was being treated by Harano. As for whether he felt ashamed when he was being treated or not, Shishio didn't feel that feeling at all since they were living in the era of gender equality. As Hikigaya, who wanted to become a household husband, Shishio didn't think that it was a problem for him to be treated by a woman too. Shishio had divided the cilantro tree salad on small plates where they could taste the food together. You will become a good wife, Shishio-kun." "Really? You make me embarrassed. What is this slapstick?" Yuki Nashida felt slightly bitter since Shishio and Harano seemed to be close. "Senpai, another food is coming," Shishio reminded. "Oh. Yuki Nashida quickly remembered and noticed Shishio's gaze. She then realized everything, and her mood also improved. What's the next dish? It's a pad pong curry and tod munggung. It's deep-fried shrimp cakes. Careful, it's hot. The Yuki Nashida sisters became curious, and they also started to eat together. Is it delicious? Shishio asked. Yes, it is. While it was her first time eating Thai food, Harino felt that it tasted nice. While Yuki Nashida didn't say anything, she also nodded since the taste of the food was all nice and delicious. However, hey, why isn't it spicy? Didn't you tell me that you were going to eat spicy food? Harino asked with a slightly complaining tone. Sorry, I was lying. I thought that you wouldn't follow us if I told you that we were going to eat spicy food. Shishio had this awkward expression on his face since his plan had been found out by someone. Ah. I see. I see. Harino nodded with an understanding smile. It's normal for you not to want your date to be interrupted, right? Geez, Yukino-chan, why can't you be honest? If I'm being honest, will you go back? Yuki Nashida asked plainly. Of course not, right? Harino smiled happily. Right. Shishio and Yuki Nashida had this helpless expression on their faces. Still, Shishio-kun, you need to work harder if you want my approval, Harino said as she looked at Shishio. Oh? You haven't approved me. While there wasn't any relationship to begin with, Shishio didn't mind playing along. Of course not. Harino shook her head as she wiggled her fingers left and right repeatedly with a tch, tch, tch expression on her face. Shishio. What should I do then? Shishio asked curiously. What? Harino smiled sweetly and asked, you like Yukino-chan that much? Well, yet. Shishio shrugged his shoulders and answered without hesitation. Yuki Nashida. Harino hummed as she looked at Shishio and Yuki Nashida with a smile. Nei-san. Yuki Nashida looked coldly at Harino since she was uncomfortable with her gaze. Don't be so cold, Yukino-chan. Harino seemed to be quite used to Yuki Nashida's cold gaze, so she was unfazed and even acted like a baby in front of her. However, Yuki Nashida ignored her and glanced at Shishio from time to time. Nei-san, try another dish, Shishio said when another dish came. Oh? What is this? Harino asked curiously. It's pad ki mao. It's stir-fried noodles, Shishio said as he prepared a portion for Harino on her small plate. Harino didn't think too much and accepted Shishio's goodwill while she didn't realize his speed at dividing portions of the pad ki mao on his and Yuki Nashida's plate became slower. Harino used her chopsticks and happily ate the pad ki mao, chewing it without hesitation, thinking that it was a delicious food like before, but... Shishio and Yuki Nashida looked at each other and smiled. Harino quickly noticed their smiles and realized that she was being played. Harino only realized that she was the fool in this place. It's hot. Water. Water. Cough. Cough. Her face was red, and sweat dripped from her forehead because of the heat that came out from the spiciness. Harino quickly took Shishio's Thai tea without hesitation and drank it to calm the heat in her mouth. Pho. Harino sighed in relief when the sweet taste hit her taste bud, then looked at Yuki Nashida and Shishio with annoyance. You two have played me. It's your fault for not asking whether it is spicy or not. Yuki Nashida felt so happy right now. Harino knew she couldn't beat her sister right now, so she threw her fit at Shishio. Shishio-kun, if you play me like this, I won't agree to make you my brother-in-law. Yes, yes. Shishio only answered in a perfunctory manner. Harino was shocked and realized this guy's real personality. Yukino-chan, Shishio-kun is bullying me. Hey? Really? I think that he has done something right, though. You are bullying me. Harino was shocked when the two had been working together to prank her. However, her name wouldn't be Harino Yuki Nashida if she backed down like this. Still, you think you can escape from this spicy food? You two need to eat it too. Harino snorted while wondering what they were going to do. However, while Yuki Nashida didn't eat immediately, Shishio ate without hesitation. Yuki Nashida looked at Shishio, who had eaten and also ate. Yuki Nashida was dumbfounded since the pad ki mao was spicier than she had thought. Are you okay, senpai? I'm alright. Yuki Nashida took a deep breath and started to eat again. However, unlike before, while it was still spicy, it was delicious. A bead of sweat dripped around her neck, giving her an alluring image. Gulp. Harino looked at Shishio, and Yuki Nashida, who ate the spicy food deliciously with sweat kept dripping, and somehow. I'll eat it too. Harino ate, but then her tongue was burning again. However, she could eat it and tell how delicious it was. While they ate, Harino and Yuki Nashida looked at each other for a moment before they looked away, strangely embarrassed to each other. It might have been a while for the two to go out together, but strangely enough, it wasn't bad at all. Sometimes, staying together with your sister isn't that bad. Harano and Yuki Nashida thought at the same time. 397, Enjoying Youth. The three continued to eat until they were satisfied. There were many things that Harano wanted to ask the two, but she decided to endure it right now, enjoying their rare time together. After they ate, they walked out of the restaurant, feeling their bodies were refreshed, especially when the night wind was so fresh, which was a good thing since they ate spicy food. Should we go back now? Shishio asked since there was something that he needed to do after this. Say, why spicy food? Why don't you just bring her to normal tasting food? Harano suddenly asked. Yuki Nashida also looked at Shishio curiously. Shishio felt weird and asked, you don't like spicy food? Well. Harano thought for a moment and said, if I have to say whether I'm good with it or not, obviously, I'm not good at it, but it is different now. It was painful, it was hot, and it made her body feel sticky because of the sweat, but even so, there was this indescribable feeling that came out from her chest after she finished the food. It might be hard to explain, but it felt like her entire body was refreshed. If Harano had to be exaggerated, it was like her body was being burnt with a fire before it was revived once again, and she had crossed the human boundary, becoming an existence that was immune to the fiery pain. If Shishio knew what Harano was thinking, he thought this woman must be a Chiyunibita before. Still, Shishio must admit that this young woman was so free that she could ask such a random philosophical question which gave him a headache, so he thought for a moment and suddenly got an idea. Well, you know that the kanji for spicy can also be read as pain, but by adding one line to the character, spicy will turn that word into happiness. Harano was in silence and didn't expect that this guy would have such a deep understanding of spicy food. Also, she would have never expected there was such a deep meaning to spicy food. However, Harano didn't feel that surprised since most people in the country often tried to appreciate small things. It was just spicy food, yet there were many things that one could find when they ate it. After experiencing the real heat, it gives you the strength to overcome difficulties. Shishio let out a sigh and said, like my situation now, I need the strength to overcome my difficulties. While Harano had been smiling all the time and acted amicably every time, Shishio knew that this woman was a fox. She had always acted, and once she was given a chance, she might bite him down. Hey! Are you saying that I'm those difficulties in your words? How rude! You should be happy that you have dinner with two beautiful women and are being treated, right? Is that how you give your thanks? Harano pouted. Should I take back my permission to call me Ne-san? Okay, I apologize, Ne-san. You're not the difficulty. I'm glad to eat dinner with you and to get to know you, Shishio apologized. Humph. I'm not an easy woman that you can play around with. Please don't say anything that will cause misleading. Hee. Yuki Nashida stared at Shishio and Harano and wondered how they became so close. Yuki Nashida became quite unhappy and decided to reveal his disguise. By the way, Shishio. What's wrong, senpai? Did you just make up those words on the spot before? Yuki Nashida asked. Shishio. Harano stared at Shishio in silence. Can you let me try to act cool once? Shishio asked helplessly. Humph. Yuki Nashida only hummed as she looked away. Harano smiled at their interaction and moved closer to Yuki Nashida's ear. Don't be jealous, Yukino-chan. I'm just testing your boyfriend, but he's more interesting than I thought. She wanted to say that she also wanted to steal him from her, but she decided not to since she didn't want to fool this pleasant mood. It might be because of the spicy food that the pores of their bodies were slightly larger since they sweated a lot. While the night wind felt nice, it was quite cold, so Yuki Nashida's body trembled slightly. However, with her strong personality, how could she admit such a thing? Yuki Nashida was silent and bore the cold temperature stubbornly until something was draped on her shoulders. She was dumbfounded and saw a familiar denim jacket before looking at Shishio, who seemed nonchalant. She pursed her lips and felt strangely giddy for some reason. Thanks. Yuki Nashida pulled the jacket closely as his masculine smell seized her nostrils, making her body hot for some reason. No problem. Shishio looked at Yuki Nashida, who blushed and thought this girl was adorable. While it was true that she didn't have a chest, without a doubt, she was one of the most beautiful girls that she had ever seen. Harano wasn't sure why, but she felt she was being ignored here. Yuki Nashida and Shishio were in their own world, yet Harano was outside that world, watching them from a distance, even if she stood on Shishio's left side. While it was fun, Harano also felt envious. Hey, Shishio-kun, I'm also cold. Why don't you give me a jacket too? Harano said unhappily. Shishio shrugged his shoulders, showed a helpless expression, and said, Ne-san, you like to tease me so much? I only have a jacket, you know. Then why don't you give it to me? Harano asked. Do you need me to answer such an obvious question? Shishio asked back. Harano. Yuki Nashida somehow felt strangely pleased, but she was also embarrassed. Alright, let's go back first. It is quite late. Isn't your aunt going to get angry if you go back late? Well, yeah, I need to go back early. Shishio nodded since he needed to go back quite early, but it wasn't because of his aunt. Instead, it was because of someone else. Oh? Do you live with your aunt, Shishio-kun? Harano asked. Shishio looked at Harano for a moment and started to talk with her. Their conversation was extremely normal since Harano was just curious about him, and he was also quite curious about her. Of course, Shishio also included Yuki Nashida since if he didn't do so, this girl might secretly sulk. The time seemed to pass quickly with their conversation, and Shishio also excused himself after he got his motorcycle. Bye. Senpai. Nei-san. Shishio looked in the direction of Mai's apartment for a moment before he moved in a different direction. He wondered what Mai and China were doing right now, but while he was curious, it wasn't the right choice for him to interrupt their night together. There might be a chance for him to have a threesome or foursome, but well, let's leave that matter aside since there was one girl that was waiting for him. Watching Shishio, who disappeared into the night, Harano looked at Yuki Nashida for a moment and said, "He likes you so much, hey. Are you satisfied now?" Yuki Nashida asked and didn't intend to say the details of her relationship with Shishio since the more she talked, the more troublesome that Harano would become. However, she was okay with this relationship. There was no need for the interruption of her family. You really don't want me to say anything to mother, hey? Harano kept her fake smile as she said those words. Yuki Nashida was silent and stared at Harano with a cold gaze. Okay, I won't say anything, but you need to be careful, alright? Careful. Yuki Nashida looked at Harano in doubt. That guy, if you don't be careful, he might sway you, drown you into something that you can't escape. Yuki Nashida. Also, you're still a virgin, right? Harano asked worriedly since she had a feeling that if Shishio wanted to, this guy might be able to steal Yuki Nashida's virginity so easily. Yuki Nashida stared at Harano for a moment and said coldly, "You don't need to worry. I know him better than you. I'll go back now." She turned and left without hesitation. Wait, Yukino-chan. However, Yuki Nashida ignored Harano and entered her apartment without turning back. Watching her back, Harano sighed and knew that she had messed up. However, she was an older sister, and she was, of course, worried about her little sister, so. Give me information about him. Yes, Aja-sama. Harano must admit that Shishio was fascinating, but she knew that there was something deeper than that, and while her purpose was to protect her little sister, she didn't deny that she was curious about him. Nanami, you seem to be excited somehow. Yeah, has something good happened? Nanami, who rested after a long training session at the CEO school, was asked by her friends. Unlike her two friends had already graduated from high school, and they were having a job while trying to achieve their dream as CEO. Still, Nanami was startled when she was asked, "Why do you think so?" "No, it is just you seem different than before. Yeah, you have this gloomy aura around you before, but now, you're full of smiles." Yeah, tell this Oni-san. Do you have a boyfriend now?" Nanami blushed, and she couldn't answer their questions since there was no way that she could tell them she had become a mate of her classmate, right? Also, there was no way for her to tell them that something might happen tonight. However, Nanami realized that her skill had improved, and she also looked forward to her life since she was in a different form before, which was why she was in love with him. That person might be a scumbag and a pervert, but it was all good for her since she knew that she was needed by him. Nanami knew that there was nothing that she could give him, especially when she only had a limited skill and ability. If there was something that she could be proud of, then it might be her quite beautiful face and her D cup of breasts. While Nanami's relationship with her parents might be bad because they didn't allow her to become a CEO, she must admit that she was grateful for them to give her an appearance that could attract him. Nanami didn't answer their questions truthfully and only said that she felt an improvement in her skill and her score on the school also had improved, which was why she was happy. Hearing Nanami's answer, they somehow sighed and felt slightly bored since they thought that Nanami might be able to give them some fun, but they felt a bit disappointed. "That's not good, Nanami. You should enjoy your youth more." "My youth? Yeah, you should have a boyfriend." "You say that, but do you even have a boyfriend? Can you not talk about me?" Everyone. While they talked to each other, they walked out of the school since the lesson had ended. While they talked about love, it was impossible for them to get one, considering their situation, especially when they were busy with their school, work, lesson, or dream, which somehow made them realize how sad they were. "Nanami." Suddenly they heard this magnetic voice and their eyes were wide open when they saw a handsome young man sitting lazily on the motorcycle. So handsome. They thought at that same time, and they couldn't look away from him. However, suddenly they realized something. Shishio-kun. Nanami was excited then looked at her friends. Sorry, I'll go back first. She strode to Shishio and quickly apologized. Sorry to make you wait. No problem, I have just arrived. Should we go now? Shishio asked. Yes. Nanami received a helmet from Shishio and sat on his back naturally. She looked at her friends naturally and said, I'll go back first, everyone. She didn't feel shy anymore and hugged his waist tightly, without letting him go with a happy smile since he picked her up. You seem happy. Did something good happen? Shishio asked. He. Nanami only laughed and didn't say much before talking about the random thing that she found out after school. The two left while they talked to each other, leaving the group of women watching them in a daze and realizing that Nanami might be the one who enjoyed her youth so much among them. 398, having you by my side. Shishio brought Nanami to his apartment in Minato. It had been a while since he came to this place, and the last time he came here was with Saki and Miu during Golden Week when they spent a passionate day together. However, it was different now since he had an apartment nearby their houses, so they didn't need to go to Minato just to spend their time together. Shishio-kun, you have too many apartments, right? Nanami said speechlessly, looking at the luxurious penthouse in front of her. She knew that Shishio had one, which was located in Shinjuku, but now, he told her that he also had one in Minato. It's better than having none, right? I can't deny that. Having too many was better than not having anything. His logic caused Nanami to shut her mouth. Still, Nanami flushed and felt quite nervous since she knew what they were about to do tonight was something she had been waiting for. She knew that someone thought that she might do something wrong, but she just didn't feel comfortable with how she had always received something from him. The most comfortable relationship would be a give and take. However, Nanami felt that she had always been on the taking side and had never given something to him. Helping him with his chores was something normal for her, but she felt that it wasn't enough. While they might have been kissing each other, Nanami knew what kind of beast Shishio was, and she also wanted to take care of his needs in that area too. Nanami knew that she didn't have an obligation to do so, and she also knew with how their relationship was, most people would think that she was the unfavorable one. However, she didn't think so. Unlike most high school girls, Nanami often worked part-time jobs, and because of that, she knew many people. Each of them had their own stories, and they shared them with her. Some of them were plain, some of them were happy, and some of them were depressing. Her case was a happy one. While Nanami couldn't receive complete love in a relationship where she could stand beside him, she was already satisfied with the current relationship. After all, Nanami knew how different their status was, especially after seeing this luxurious penthouse. If Nanami needed hard work to achieve the dream that might not be paid for her entire life, Shishio could achieve her dream easily on a whim. There was such a massive difference between them. Also, Nanami knew that it was slightly messed up, but the feeling of being wanted by him made her entire body hot and excited. There were millions of people who wanted him, but only some of them had a chance to spend their time together with him. Nanami, are you alright with tea? Ah, you don't need to trouble yourself, Shishio-kun. It's alright. It's your first time here, right? Don't you want to look around? Nanami grimaced and said, this place is too big. I feel slightly uncomfortable here. She approached Shishio and stood next to him. Let me help you. Okay. Shishio nodded and prepared a herbal tea for two. What are you going to make? Nanami asked curiously. Jasmine tea. Jasmine tea. Yeah, it has a calming effect, so you won't be nervous like now. Shishio smiled as he flicked her forehead gently. While the jasmine tea had a calming effect, it also had an aphrodisiac effect, not Shishio was going to say this. Nanami pouted and said, you really love to tease me this much. I love it. I'll tease you as long as the time allows. How long is that? Nanami asked with a smile, but this question contained many different meanings. Do you want me to answer that? Shishio asked. Nanami pouted and gently hit his side with her hip, showing her annoyance. Let's talk outside. Okay. Bringing the tea that they brewed together, they sat on the sofa while staring at the scenery over Tokyo at night. Take off your shoes and relax. Nanami nodded as she took off her shoes and socks, showing off her white and smooth legs. Her feet were attractive, and her toes were well-shaped. They seemed to have a gravity force that pulled one toward them, especially when her plump and healthy thighs were shown through her short school uniform skirt. Shishio somehow wanted to put his hand there, caressing her healthy thighs, telling them that they really had worked hard. Nanami pursed her lips and noticed his gaze on her feet, but she didn't say anything and held the warm cup filled with jasmine tea. By the way, have you eaten it yet? Shishio asked. No, but I'm not hungry. Staying by his side made her heart full, and Nanami didn't feel hungry. She stared at the scenery of Tokyo, especially Tokyo Bay. It's my first time seeing this. While she might be in Tokyo, her routine was fixed since she mostly spent her time on a part-time job before she met him. Nanami glanced at Shishio's sidelong face for a moment before she closed her eyes and put her head on his shoulder. They might have shared their kiss together. However, he had always been the one who took the initiative, and it was her first time to take the initiative. Nanami was mixed with anxiety and fear of being rejected. However, Nanami blinked her eyes and saw him, wrapping her shoulder with his strong and dependable arm. She smiled and rubbed her face against his chest. She knew that she might be so simple for being happy just like this, but the truth is, she had always been envious of Sheena, who could do something like this all the time. Nanami felt her hair was caressed, and she felt so comfortable while hoping the time would stop so she could enjoy this time forever. Her entire body felt so comfortable and warm by sipping slightly hot jasmine tea. In Osaka, haven't you seen Osaka Bay? It isn't much different, right? Osaka Bay isn't a beautiful place, you know. Nanami was speechless. Well, have you seen a corpse there? Yet, but let's not continue this conversation since it'll put off the mood. I agree. Similar to Tokyo Bay, there were also many corpses that were floating on Osaka Bay, especially when many Yakuza headquarters were located in the Kansai region. While it was an interesting topic, it definitely wasn't suitable to talk about this matter, especially during their date. Say, Shishio. Can I be with you forever? Nanami asked as she looked into his eyes. Shishio looked at Nanami with a gentle smile and said, as long as you want to. Nanami smiled and snuggled deeper into his embrace. Say. Don't you have something to complain to me about? Shishio asked. Complaint? Nanami turned her head to face Shishio, causing her ponytail to hit his face. It smells good. Shishio thought when her ponytail hit his face. If I have something to complain about, then you might have too many women, Nanami said while looking at Shishio. Too much? Yet. Nanami nodded and said, Sheena, Nana, Miu-senpai, Saki-senpai, Mai-senpai, and even Roberta-san. While I'm not sure about the rest, I'm sure that if you want to, you should be able to get them. You praise me too much. I'm not praising you. Nanami pouted and said, you know, you have a limited time after all, so you might cause dissatisfaction to your girlfriends later. You're also dissatisfied. I'm not your girlfriend. Why should I be dissatisfied? If you're not, then what are you? Nanami tapped her cute lips and said innocently, a mistress. Shishio looked at Nanami for a moment before he led her hand gently. So, my mistress, are you okay with what we're going to do after this? Nanami flushed and hit his chest. Can you not be so blunt? I mean it. Shishio caught Nanami's fist as he gazed over her eyes and said, you know, once we do this, there won't be a turning back. I just don't want you to feel regret, you know? An ordinary love, an ordinary boyfriend and girlfriend relationship, an ordinary date, and something that I can't give you. You can have all of that. You can have them. Instead of being the mistress of a scumbag like me. Nanami was also one of the popular girls at the school, and there were many people who had secretly fallen for her. Instead of being the mistress of the scumbag, wasn't it better for her to fall among those students? In the case of Nanami, Shishio felt that Sorita was even better than him. After all, unlike Sheena, Sorita wouldn't have an inferiority complex if he dated Nanami, and while it was plain and ordinary, Shishio felt that such a love wasn't bad. Shishio knew that he had too many women now, and he was just afraid that he couldn't handle all of them. Shishio knew that as a protagonist, he should charge forward without fear, battling one woman after another. However, they were all living beings. They weren't a toilet to release his carnal desire. Shishio wasn't degenerate enough to think all the women in this world should be his. Unless there is a virus that erased 99% of males in this world, the number of harems probably wouldn't be more than the number of fingers on his body. Though, it would be different if they just wanted to have a one-night stand with him. You think I'm weird? I have never said that, but yet, I feel that you're weird. Nanami thought for a moment as she sipped her jasmine tea. Well, yet, I might have become crazy, but you're responsible for this, you know? You're the one who made me crazy about you, so take responsibility, alright. Their eyes gazed into each other before they naturally kissed each other. Their kiss was so natural, and it was so sweet and wet. They didn't want to stop and wanted to feel each other's existence. Their lips, tongue, teeth, and saliva. They were addicted to every part of each other's bodies. Shishio felt that it was enough, and he carried Nanami in his arms to his bed. Nanami also hugged his neck and cooperated with him, letting him carry her body. The two knew what they were about to do, and once they did it, there wouldn't be a turning back on, and there was no reset button. Still, there was time to go back to how they used to be. However, they didn't do so and enjoyed the first night that they spent a passionate night together with each other. After a few hours of sleeping, Nanami suddenly opened her eyes because of her biological clock. She could see the sky was still dark, and the sun was probably had just risen. However, her mind was clear because she felt embarrassed about what she had done last night, thinking she might be a naughty girl inside. Her face flushed, and her body was hot. Nanamai looked at the man that had taken her first with a gentle smile. His sleeping face was so cute that she couldn't help but kiss his lips again. I love you, Shishio-kun. Nanamai put her head on his shoulder again as she continued to rest. Their relationship might be messed up and might be frowned upon. However, Nanamai didn't regret it since she really loved him, and having him by her side was enough for her. 399, Secret Affair. The next day, Nanamai sat quietly on her desk while absent-mindedly thinking about last night. She must admit that it felt nice that she was so excited that her legs were so wobbly she couldn't stand up properly. Nanamai didn't feel sleepy. For now, she just wanted to stay on his side a little longer. You okay, Nanamai? I'm okay. Nanamai looked at Shishio with a smile and said, You have given me a massage before. I felt better. She must admit the massage that he gave was good and that she felt her body recovered faster. If he didn't give her a massage, she would probably sleep all day to rest. That's great. Shishio let out a sigh of relief while thinking he was a scumbag. Say. Are you always that strong? Nanamai asked with a blush. The two came to the school earlier than usual, so there weren't many people in the class, and as long as they talked quietly, no one would be able to listen to their conversation. Yeah, sorry. Shishio could only apologize since he knew it was her first time, but he was so rough with her, which made her legs all wobbly. It's okay. I don't hate it. Shishio looked up and saw her blushing face, making him want to bully her more. Should we do it again once you get better? Okay. Nanamai nodded while looking away. Shishio thought for a moment and said, Nanamai, can you listen to me? Yes. I know that I might have to do something sorry to you now, but can you keep what we were doing last night a secret? Shishio asked while looking at Nanamai. Nanamai had expected this matter, so she didn't really feel disappointed, but she was curious since Shishio usually wasn't the type who would hide anything and be truthful to his women. Nanamai just wanted to stay by his side, and she wanted nothing more than this. She knew that she might be stupid, but she didn't regret her decision. I don't mind, but can you tell me why? It's because of Nana. Nana. Yeah. Shishio nodded and said, Do you know that among my 5 girlfriends, she's the only one that I haven't done anything yet? Really? Nanamai was dumbfounded since even as a woman, she could also see how attractive Nana was, and it would be weird for a lewd beast like Shishio to retain his sanity in front of those big and soft boobs. Nanamai knew what kind of man he was, which was why she was surprised. Yeah. Shishio nodded and asked, So what would she think if she knew that you, who isn't even my official girlfriend? I'm not even surprised if she dumps you, Nanamai said straight away without sugar-coating anything. Can you not be so blunt? Shishio let out a sigh, and he wouldn't be surprised if Nana really dumped him, considering how scumbag he was. So after you ate me last night, are you going to eat her too? Nanamai asked with a lazy expression on her face. No. Shishio was speechless and asked, Do you think that I'm that kind of man? Nanamai didn't say anything, but her eyes clearly told everything. I know that I'm a scumbag, but I still have a bottom line, so Nanamai. Shishio looked at Nanamai and said, Let me do something to make you up. Oh? What are you going to do? Nanamai asked curiously. Let's go to your parents later. WH. Nanamai wanted to scream, but Shishio quickly covered her mouth. SHHH. Nanamai nodded with blush, and after Shishio moved his hand away. She looked at his big and strong hand with a daze, recalling what had happened last night before she looked at him with a confused expression and asked, Why? She didn't understand why he suddenly told her that they were going to meet her parents. Was he going to propose to me? If so, wasn't the step of their relationship suddenly skipped a few steps without her realizing it? Shishio-kun, can we start with being a girlfriend and a boyfriend? What? Looking at his confused expression, Nanamai awoke as she swung her ponytail right and left panicked. Her face was burning red, and she quickly said, Please forget that. She felt so embarrassed when she thought she had asked him to become a boyfriend and a girlfriend. Shishio. You just tell me why did you want to meet my parents? They're in Osaka, you know. Nanamai asked after she calmed down, but she was still nervous after all. Nanamai, while I'm not saying that I'm going to side with your parents, you should know that they stop you from becoming a CEO because they're worried about you. Before you met me, you did realize how hard it was to become a CEO, right? Nanamai was silent when she remembered the past. Not only was it hard to become a CEO, but it was almost impossible, considering the reality was. When Nanamai came to Tokyo, she was full of optimism, thinking about the future, but being beaten by reality, she was just thinking about how to get by day. Working, studying, training, and doing many other things. Nanamai wasn't a genius, and she was just a stubborn girl who just couldn't accept the reality around her. She often made herself sick because of how hard she did everything by herself. The only thing that could encourage her was Sorita, who was clueless and showed a stupid expression from time to time. Even his face, when he picked up his nose, seemed quite cute at that time. Nanamai didn't need much and just needed to see his face since it made her able to get by without giving up. However, while Nanamai might feel like that toward Sorita in the past, it had changed now since she understood his real personality. On the other hand, it was also because she met the sun. The sun had supported her from her job, dream, school, and everything. When Nanamai met him, she felt that she was a princess in the storybook. It was fun, exciting, and she loved it. However, Nanamai didn't feel comfortable since she felt that she had received too many things from him, yet she couldn't give him anything, and her feelings for him grew day by day even if she knew this guy might be the worst man on the planet. While he might be the worst, she knew many good parts of him that someone didn't have, and she was glad to see it. However, sometimes his decision made her speechless, and it also included when he suddenly proposed to her to meet her parents. She was dumbfounded since her feelings toward her parents were conflicted. Nanamai, unlike before, you have leeway in your life now. You can achieve your dream easily with me, so let's meet your parents. Shishio held her hand on the spot where people couldn't see and asked, if there's a choice, will you chase after your dream with the permission of your parents or without? Of course, there is. If her parents could believe in her and could tell her that they supported her dream, Nanamai might not need Sorita as her pillar of support in the past and called her parents from time to time so they could become her pillar of support. Then let's meet your parents. Shishio smiled and said, I'll make sure to persuade your parents so they'll give you permission and support you to achieve your dream. With how you're, I'm sure that you have the confidence to achieve your dream, right? Achieve her dream? If it was before, Nanamai might think that her dream would be hard and almost impossible to achieve. However, as she stayed by his side, she realized how small her dream was. To become a CEO was an easy thing. There were many types of CEOs, including those that made background noises on the extras in the story. Shouting, work hard. You can do it. Don't lose. Shouting similar words in just a few seconds before it ended. While they only appeared for only a few seconds, those people were still called CEO. Her dream was to become a CEO, and of course, it was enough for her to do something like that, and even she was confident to do it. If Nanamai didn't meet Shishio, her dream might become a CEO, who could survive on her own. However, by staying on his side and watching the people around him like Shina, Mai, or even Yuki Nashida, Nanamai also wanted something to make her shine. She wanted to become a popular CEO and shouted those words out loud from her mind. While Nanamai might be embarrassed, with Shishio by her side, becoming her pillar of support, she felt that she could do it. She knew that her way of life might not be appreciated since she had always depended on someone, but she didn't hate it, and she also didn't care about other people like how she could give her first time to him even though she knew their relationship might not bear fruition. However, to ask her parents to support her dream wasn't an easy thing to do, especially when the lost decades had just ended a few years ago, and many people still had trauma regarding their future. It was also why most youngsters and their parents in this country would dream of becoming a salaryman in a big company and work like that for the rest of their lives since they knew how unstable their future was. Nanamai's parents also expected the same thing, and it was the reason why they couldn't support her dream since they were worried that she wouldn't be able to achieve anything in her life and became. Nanamai knew how stubborn her parents were, so she said, they won't give their support easily. Don't worry, I have a secret weapon, and I only need to hear whether you want me to help you or not. You know, you have always been unfair, Shishio-kun. Nanamai bit her lips and tried to hold something that might come out from her eyes. He had always known the best of her weakest parts and poked it hard, so she would cry like now. So next month, let's meet your parents, Shishio said. Her eyes were slightly red, but even so, she looked at him, who made his decision, without waiting for her answer. Can I ask what you are planning to do? Still, she knew that she couldn't reject him, and she didn't really want to reject him either since if she was given a choice whether she wanted to make up her relationship with her parents or not, she would, without a doubt. Well, I'll probably say to your parents that if you fail with your dream, I'll marry you. Her entire face was burning, and when she wanted to say something, the words that came out from her mouth stuck. Shishio. Nana leaped into him happily and hugged him without hesitation. Hey, we're in the early morning. Don't do something so suggestive. Why did it feel like I had done something lewd when I was just hugging my boyfriend? The two talked to each other happily while Nanamai looked at them, looked at Nana with a smile. While Nana was his official girlfriend, she knew that she had beaten her now, but she didn't need to say anything, and it was enough to keep this matter in her heart. Nanamai thought this as she rubbed her womb softly and glanced in Shishio's direction. Shishio felt his entire body cold for some reason, but he wasn't sure why. It might be my imagination. Shishio thought that there were so many things that he needed to do in this entire week, and frankly, it might be good to fast forward them slightly since not every day of the life of a scumbag was enjoyable. Probably. 400, gentleman or demon. Are you alright, Nanami? Yeah, you seem tired. I'm alright. I might have trained too hard with my voice. Really? You should be careful, you know. Yeah, I have heard that you are going to do a voice recording for Kamiagasa-senpai's anime, right? So don't hurt your voice. Yes, thank you. Nanami showed a sweet smile without even looking at Shishio and said, I'll be careful with my voice next time. Next time. Hearing their conversation, Shishio riddled with guilt somehow and lowered his head, so no one would see his expression. He saw his girlfriends were talking with Nanami, without doubting that she was lying. However, Nanami didn't think she was lying since she might be too hard with her voice, considering how loud she cried last night. If Shishio knew what Nanami was thinking, he could only stare at her in silence, but he decided not to open this Pandora box until everything was settled. Instead, he looked at Nana and waited for the right chance for the two to be together. While Shishio thought about how he could be with Nana alone, he checked the rewards he had gotten yesterday. Until now, he hadn't opened those rewards that he had gotten before, and he didn't even check them, especially when his guilt won over his greed over rewards. Still, looking at the numbers of rewards he had received, it wouldn't be weird if he entered hell in the future. Shishio looked at his rewards, and he must admit that he was amazed no matter how many times he got his rewards, and he even had an urge to say he would take care of Nanami for her entire life somehow after he got all of these rewards. Shishio got both assets and skill types of a reward, and without hesitation, he received the asset type first. It had been a while since he got money as a reward. While it was nice and all, he was more into a company or a building since it gave more a romantic. It might seem weird, but money was something to be used, to be consumed, and it could be finished. On the other hand, a company and a building could last forever as long as one protected them, which somehow resembled his life to his girlfriends. Or might it be related to my relationship with those girls? Shishio thought most of the monetary rewards that he received were coming from a girl with whom he didn't have a clear relationship. It was a fling, or it might be a different type of a relationship where he didn't need to be on their sides forever. While Shishio wasn't sure whether it was related or not, it slightly bothered him before he quickly threw that strange thought away and focused on his following rewards. His following rewards were 63% shares of Nissan Food and 63% shares of Lawson. Nissan Food is a food company that specializes in the production and sale of convenience food and instant noodles. On the other hand, Lawson is a convenience store franchise chain. These two businesses would complement each other, and it was a good reward, really. While Shishio was satisfied with the asset type of rewards, he quickly focused his attention on the skill type of rewards. There were so many rewards that he wasn't sure which one he should open first, but then he randomly chose one and decided to open the Hamen first. While it sounded strange, Shishio had gotten the Hamen, the unique martial art in the world of JoJo. Hamen, itself, isn't a martial art. Instead, it is a type of energy that is produced from ancient martial arts. Through self-controlled respiration, a trained person can produce energy manifesting as ripples throughout their body that is identical to the energy of the Sunday. It is what we call Hamen, ripple. While it is impossible to check this reward, consider the place and the occasion. Shishio was able to read the details of Hamen through the system. While there are many things that one could do with Hamen, what he loves the most about Hamen is to preserve the user's vitality, making them look more youthful and energetic even during old age, although this method has limits. Even if it has a limit, it is already a great thing since it will help him and his woman look youthful until their old age. What was even more amazing was the fact that his enhanced lungs made Hamen's effect greater. While this energy might not have had that much of a help on the attack or fight, its effect on his health was enough to compensate for that. After he was satisfied, checking the Hamen, Shishio decided to check his next rewards, which were the Gynecology Mastery and the Obstetrics Mastery. While Shishio felt gratified by the two rewards, he also felt complicated at the same time, wondering what the system meant by giving him the two rewards. Shishio wasn't stupid, and even if he didn't see the detailed information through the system, he could tell what the Gynecology Mastery and the Obstetrics Mastery would give him. While gynecology is a medical practice dealing with the health of the female reproductive system, Obstetrics Mastery is a field of study concentrated on pregnancy, childbirth, and postpartum. Shishio knew that those two were great rewards since they could help him help his women. However, he also felt complicated, not toward the Gynecology Mastery. Instead, toward Obstetrics Mastery since it told him to help his women with childbirth. Shishio was also glad to help his women with his knowledge, but it felt weird when he thought of helping during the childbirth process. While Shishio could accept if he only needed to stay by their side, his heart might not be able to bear more than that. Still, if it happened, it would happen. Shishio knew that even if he couldn't bear the thought of helping his women in the childbirth process, it might be helpful during a critical situation since no one knew what would happen in life. With a complicated thought on his mind, Shishio decided to move on since there was no use in dwelling on this thought and focused on his next reward. Surgery mastery. Shishio murmured. What? Nana looked at him curiously since she heard his voice. Shishio looked at Nana for a moment and whispered, I'm waiting for you at our apartment. Nana blushed lightly and ignored this guy since she knew that this guy was thinking something perverted. Shishio ignored the misunderstanding that happened on her head and focused on this reward since he must admit that he loved this reward. Shishio was a fighter, and many things might happen in life, like if his hand was sliced apart or torn apart from his body. If it was a normal doctor, they might have trouble connecting his hand again, and the stitch wouldn't be perfect. A good doctor was a rare treasure. Shishio knew that, so he was glad that he could be a doctor on his own since if he or the people he cared about were hurt, he would be able to do something to do them. After Shishio had opened all of his rewards, he decided to focus on the boring lesson he had mastered and thought about the promise of his homeroom teacher that until now hadn't been kept. Shishio had become the rank 1 on the entire grade, and his homeroom teacher, Koharu Shirayama, had promised anyone from her class to treat anyone who became the rank 1 on the monthly exam on an expensive yakiniku restaurant. Shishio was waiting for that promise, and he also remembered Hirotsuka also hadn't kept her promise to treat him to the best ramen in Tokyo. However, he was going to come to her house tonight, so she might prepare a different type of treat for him later. With a slightly giddy, nervous, yet excited state of mind, Shishio was looking forward to what would happen between them tonight. However, Shishio also didn't have that much expectation, considering how different their status was. They were a teacher and a student. Without a doubt, the relationship between the two was immoral. It was frowned upon by society. Even now, it felt weird when Shishio thought how Hirotsuka could accept his feelings so bravely and kissed him so madly in the quiet corridor at that time since if someone saw them, it wouldn't be weird if she lost her job. Shishio wasn't sure how big she was feeling toward her job, but if she lost her job and felt sad about it, he would feel regret for imposing his feeling toward her back then and would think of a way to make her up. Still, Shishio knew that this type of matter could be easily solved with his financial ability. If money wasn't enough, then it only needed more money, then. His financial ability was robust. While it wasn't usually shown, Shishio often talked with his subordinates to give various instructions for his business remotely. He still wanted to become a boss behind the scenes, after all, since he knew how troublesome it was to become the center of attention. Though he was already one, to begin with, considering how handsome his appearance was. Still, while having money was good, having too much money also brought trouble. Shishio still wanted to become unknown around the business circle, so it wouldn't bring him an unwanted problem. As for around the underground fighting circle, Shishio didn't mind becoming famous since being famous meant that one needed to be careful around him after all. However, enough with his self-talk since Shishio recalled his conversation with Nanamae before. Shishio had just made her into a woman last night. A tight bud that didn't know anything became slightly loose because of his care, turning into a blooming flower. It was only one day, so the flower hadn't fully grown into a beautiful flower. While signing, Shishio realized that he had become a demon, and it wouldn't be weird that the number of his harems would increase even more instead of decreasing. Well, put that matter aside, Shishio wondered whether he should become a gentleman or a demon when he visited Hirotsuka's house tonight.